Episode 1, Living Armor. A night when stars flickered in an unobstructed sky. Out on a stretch of badlands where the dry earth thrust up in ragged humps, there was one place that gave off a faint glow. Roughly halfway along the long road that ran from town to town sat a lone tavern. Nothing especially remarkable about it. The small building of sandstone had grown weathered with age. Its rooftop had been turned into a rest area under a stretched awning, and inside, where the lamplight reached, a peddler with a carrying frame on his back and a traveler were trading drinks and idle talk. Say, on my way here, I passed something that looked like a ruin. You know what used to be out there? The traveler spread out a worn map and pointed to a spot on it with a grimy finger. The map was a crude thing. This little tavern wasn't even marked on it. But the merchant seemed used to that and muttered, with a bit of self-important weight, "Oh, that place. If you believe the grand old rumors, it's a building that's been there since ancient times, made back in the age of the gods, or something like that. Nothing out there now, though." The traveler listened, intrigued. Maybe because there was no decent entertainment out here, worthless talk flowed all the more easily. In the middle of it, a trickle of sand fell from the ceiling. Someone had opened the door. The two men, the owner, and the two hired guards all turned their eyes to the entrance. In walked a man and a woman. The man was of average height and build, his round face carrying an unshaven stubble. He wore a menacing spiked helmet and a peculiar outfit that looked like iron plates sewn onto rags. In this world, that getup wasn't particularly unusual. It wouldn't have been if a thuggish-looking man with a villain's face hadn't been gripping a bared, dully gleaming horse cleaver. The woman was slender, with a long, narrow face and sharp, slit eyes. She wore leather bondage-style armor, the kind that looked like it came with a thorned whip, and was drawing on a cigarette. Calmly, yet with a clear air of intimidation, the two took in the room. "Sorry to trouble you so late, owner." She surely didn't feel the slightest bit sorry, but the woman said it with a smile on her face. Quickly, the owner reached for the one-handed sword hidden behind the counter. At the same moment, the guards drew the blades at their hips. "You don't have the look of folks who came in for a meal. Quick on the uptake, aren't you? I don't mind a clever man. Being praised by an idiot doesn't exactly make me happy. Turn around and leave now and nothing happens. Go home. An idiot? Who are you calling that?" The woman deepened her provocative grin, thoroughly enjoying herself. "Where exactly am I supposed to find brains in someone who tries to rob a place with just two people?" Right, my mistake. There's a companion of ours waiting outside. Bit too big to fit through the door, you see. Mind if I call him in?" One of the guards made as if to cut her down, calling her a lunatic, but the owner raised a hand lightly to stop him. His instinct, honed over long years of running the place, told him that if he attacked here, something irreversible would happen. "Can't come inside? What are you even talking about?" As if to answer the owner's doubt, a face peered in from between the man and the woman. A mass of metal, it looked like an enormous suit of armor, and it crushed the wall beside the doorframe as though it possessed a will of its own. At the appearance of a monster nearly twice a man's height, the traveler from earlier flipped a table over and landed hard on his backside. The merchant who'd been enjoying his drinks tumbled from his chair, the last of his cheap liquor splashing over his head. A Vitalmail? Oh ho? So there's a knowledgeable one among you." The stubbled man, silent until now, pressed the tip of his horse cleaver against the throat of the customer who'd named it. "Come on, friend, do us a favor and explain. Tell all these idiots here what this thing is." That it's a Vitalmail, a suit of armor that moves on its own. He did have a sword at his hip, but the traveler clearly wasn't cut out for violence. He shouted out what he knew with both hands raised. Once it became clear the man only knew the name Vitalmail and little else, though, the stubbled man gave a bored shrug. "That's not enough. Go back and study harder, wanderer." The horse cleaver came down with force and buried itself in the crown of the traveler's skull. With a cry no one could make out, the traveler convulsed, spraying blood, and collapsed to the floor. "You bastard!" Strength surged into the guard's body, but held in the gaze of the Vitalmail behind them, he could only grind his teeth in frustration. "Getting ahead of yourself is a bad habit of yours, dear. Do forgive him." The woman patted the stubbled man on the back, giggling, but the man only looked pleased with himself, without a shred of remorse. The owner let out a low growl. Why would common thieves like these be dragging around a Vitalmail? No, a tamed one. A bound mail? A single bound mail, even one or two, was rumored to be worth a nation's army. It wasn't the sort of thing you just picked up or bought somewhere. If that thing went on a rampage, it could destroy everything. and carry off whatever it pleased with ease. And yet, seeing that the bandits weren't doing that, the owner let the strength drain from his shoulders in resignation. Everyone, lower your blades. Let's hear their demands. See? I really don't mind a clever man. From now on, this whole area is our turf, and if you want to keep doing business here, well, you understand, don't you? The owner's face twisted as if he'd bitten into something bitter. This was a place he'd built from nothing. Was he to bow to some bandit rabble who'd wandered in yesterday or today and taken it into their heads to claim the land as their own? It was clear enough that what they wanted was money and food. But it was also a fact that he had no power to refuse them. How much? Well now, let's see. In that case, just as the woman began to speak, a tremendous crash rang out behind her. The sound, like metal slamming into metal, turned at once into a shudder through the ground. What was that? When the stubbled man rushed out of the tavern, the Vitalmail that should have been standing there was lying toppled over near the edge of the road. It hadn't been destroyed. Apparently, the dull gray armor was grinding and screeching as it tried to push itself back up. Hey you, the armor, what in the world is going on? A Vitalmail said to be unburned by flame, unscratched by even a silver blade, able to shrug off a catapult stone with ease, had been sent flying like a pebble. At the sight, a chill ran down the woman's spine. The owner had called her an idiot, but her knowledge and instincts were first-rate for a bandit. For better or worse, she noticed it. Dimly, but unmistakably, there was someone there. She had noticed, and she wished she hadn't. Who's there? Show yourself. At her cry, edged with panic, it began to move slowly, footfalls heavier even than a heavy infantryman's rang out. In the darkness, a faint orange light glowed, and as if dissolving out of that light, it appeared, a suit of armor in a vivid pale blue. Why is there a stray out here? Armor, crush it. Whether in answer to the woman's voice or not, the dull gray machine, back on its feet now, raised a fist. I'll flatten you. The gray fist came at the pale blue figure from behind, kicking up a cloud of dust with a terrific noise. A living human would have been smashed to bits. No armor, however thick, could withstand that blow. But through the dust cloud, a streak of orange light shot forward, and a mass of metal came tumbling out in front of them. The very iron fist, so familiar, that had cut down so many innocent people, the woman caught her breath. An ugly, whistling sound scraped out of her throat. Whether it knew or not, the pale blue figure emerged from the dust cloud, infuriatingly unhurried and with unmistakable hostility. Behind it, the gray machine that had been moving only moments ago was on one knee, motionless. What are you doing? Hurry, crush him, crush him! Forget it, the ironclad won't move again. A voice came as if echoing up from the bottom of the dark. The Vitalmail? It spoke? The woman had never once heard a rumor of a Vitalmail that talked. That one's a techo, all right. A flippant-sounding man's voice muttered from the top of a slope. He was peering through binoculars and quickly added, but yeah, that's a lost cause. An old artillery model Machina is sluggish enough already. And then somebody slaps auto-control on it? What are they even trying to do? Ah, what a waste, what a waste. Every time the voice spoke, a rattling, clacking sound mixed in, like bones knocking together. At least, that was how it sounded to me, the man wearing the pale blue armor. That grinding of bone on bone, doesn't it hurt? Nah, doesn't really hurt. Couldn't tell you why, though. The one who answered was, without any doubt, a skeleton. His name was Zoran. When I awoke in the present age, the first thing I met was this pile of bones called Zoran. For a moment, I even wondered if this was simply some species of creature. But by his own account, he used to be human. Well, all right. So which of us goes into the shop? That'd be you, Reiji? Obviously. Why me? You think I can just walk in there? It'd be pandemonium. A monster's shown up. A Machina's plenty intimidating, too. You may be wearing a Machina, but inside you're human. Me. I look like a monster no matter how you slice it. Which of us do you figure people are going to trust? Zoran pointed back and forth between me and himself, as if to say, you see the problem? You're not a monster, you're a skeleton. Sure, a skeleton. You ever seen another skeleton that talks? The dark hollows of his eye sockets peered at me. It was true. If an animate anatomical model suddenly appeared, the situation was horror of the highest order. Unless the cosplay of recent years had started measuring realism by how much actual flesh and organs you shaved off. Anyway, can't say I have, I said it, and let an orange glow kindle in the head unit of my armor. Well then, let's see what you've got, Captain. If your skills are as good as the rumors say, you'll win a bare-fisted brawl in a landslide, right? I've never much liked starting things that way. Open the hand, close it, open, close. Good. Leaving the packs we'd set down nearby where they were, I turned my pale blue frame around. Pressing off down the gentle slope, I picked up speed bit by bit. In the corner of my vision, the gauge showing my current running speed climbed. In my tattered memory, I had once been a soldier. The skill to pilot this Machina was something I'd cultivated through training and real combat. But in this world, that was a tale of the ancient past. The cause was unclear, but around 800 years ago civilization had fallen, and past and present had split cleanly apart. I was supposed to have lived in that distant age, and yet, somehow, I was still alive now. And as long as I was alive, I decided to live my life out here to its end. So, borrowing Zoran's help, I was walking through the present like this, a rootless drifter with nowhere to belong, but walking all the same. In the center of my view, the ironclad grew steadily larger. Just as Zoran had said, it was an old model of Machina I knew well. I'd never seen a gray-colored one, but the paint had probably just flaked entirely away. It could only mean that for all those long years it had waited on autopilot for orders, and that someone had at last cleared its voice print authentication. Perhaps reacting to the sound of my sprint, the ironclad turned, but too slow. A single kick, carrying my speed and weight, drove into the belly armor of the ironclad. The thick armor particular to old models blocked the blow, but it couldn't absorb the impact, and the machine was sent flying spectacularly. As the crash rang out, I landed and turned my gaze, unhurried, toward the tavern entrance, my objective from the start. "Who's there? Show yourself!" A shrill voice reached my ears just then. If they'd turned out to be ordinary customers, I'd have felt bad, but from what I'd overheard, which side was in the right was plain enough. Slowly, only slowly, I walked closer. The biosensor caught the enemy and fed me information on their weapons and such, but honestly, none of it mattered. "Why is there a stray out here?" Shock and self-assurance both, spilling out of the woman. In time with it, the ironclad moved to protect her. A machine, a mere tool, has no means of choosing its master. That was true in the old days, and it's true now. With a shudder through the ground and a swirl of dust, the leaping ironclad bore down on me. It seemed to have calculated my armor, and the rest from that first attack. It meant to run me through with a fist loaded with gravity and its own weight. I twisted my body lightly and slipped past the ironclad's fist. The impact of it burying into the ground sent cracks racing out around us. Against that sluggish motion, I kicked off the earth and danced into the air, then drove a kick into the ironclad's right arm. Unable to withstand the blow struck into its joint, the ironclad's right arm dropped to the ground, scattering a shower of sparks. Aiming for the neck it had staggered to expose, I followed up with a knife-hand strike. Goodbye. Because it was modeled on the human form. A Machina's neck has thin armor, a clear weak point in hand-to-hand combat between Machina infantry. I plunged in the knife hand, twisted, and tore through the wiring that ran along the outside of the frame, and the ironclad crumpled from the knees as though a man had had his neck broken. The reading on my radar winked out, telling me the ironclad had become a corpse. The woman, who seemed to have seen it all, let out a scream in a parched voice. What are you doing?" "Crush him. Forget it. The ironclad won't move again." I turned all the way around and looked at the woman, cowering in fear. "The Vitalmail? It spoke? What a strange thing to say," I thought. "A Machina is something a human rides and operates to begin with. Its speaking is the most natural thing in the world." I still knew nothing, not a fragment, of what passed for common sense in this world. If anything, this was the very first time I'd made contact with another living person of the present age. With nothing but the common sense of the past and whatever information Zoran had gleaned from the corpses his bones had touched, there was no way to know what counted as ordinary. Still, none of that mattered now. "I'm hungry right now, so I've no need for any more of this back and forth. Stand aside." "Hi!" The moment I raised a fist, the stubbled man dropped his horse cleaver. It seemed the ironclad's presence had been the source of their overwhelming advantage. The woman's face contorted. She clicked her tongue and, laying a hand on her rapier, began slowly backing away. "You'll pay for this, making fools of us, Gawk." She spat out her parting threat and turned to flee, that fittingly villainous end for her. But an instant before it came, the iron blade now sprouting from her chest refused to allow it. A single thrust through the heart, threading past the bones. Bloody foam spilled from the woman's mouth. She convulsed and toppled to the ground. "Wah, wait! Have Murgya beside her." Blood burst from the stubbled man's neck, blooming open like a flower. The guards, with cloth wrapped around their faces, swung their blades without the slightest hesitation, without even listening for a word, and I watched, dimly, thinking only that I was hungry, as those lives winked out in the space of a breath. Episode 2, Buy, Eat, Talk. I see. So the only thing that can kill a vital male is a vital male. Once the bandits had been dealt with, the blades turned toward me. Not killing intent, not hostility, wariness. It was out of an animal fear that they leveled their weapons at me, which was, of course, a great misunderstanding. I mean you no harm. I only want to do some shopping. If words could get through at all, I figured I ought to show it through action. So for now, I simply raised both hands. Whether the meaning of the gesture itself would come across, I couldn't say. And I could see how little sense it made for someone whose very fists were weapons to throw his arms up and surrender. Still, the guards stared, wide-eyed above the cloth wrapped around their faces, dumbstruck. Shopping? You really are a vital male, aren't you? A hunk of steel like this says he wants to eat. First off, what would something like that even eat? More to the point, why is it talking like a normal person? The last of it trailed off into a mutter. Looking closer, I saw that among them was one man of a different sort. Plainly, obviously a merchant. That, it seemed, was the owner of this place. If I could have, I'd have liked to handle things a little more peaceably, but in this getup, that wasn't really an option. I could have shouted that I was just a human inside and walked out, but stepping out from within here felt like a genuine risk to my life, so I decided against it. Like Zoran or not, I had no wish to be treated as a monster popping out of a jack-in-the-box. I've got money, so give me some food. Anything's fine. I showed him the cloth pouch I'd forced myself to tie to the waist of a machina, utterly unsuited to it, and gave it a light shake. At the small clink of metal, the man who seemed to be the owner opened his eyes wider still and blinked over and over. Once it became clear, I wasn't the least bit fazed, though. That turned into an enormous sigh. Fine, you say you'll pay, then you're a customer. Whether that's a human or a beastkin or a suit of armor, doesn't matter. You have my thanks. I couldn't make out the meaning of that word beastkin he'd slipped in, but at any rate he seemed to have accepted me, and I was invited into the shop. The somewhat resigned, faintly exasperated air about him made me feel a little apologetic. All the same, the owner ordered the guards to leave those fools where they lay and laid out dried meat and a big round loaf of bread on the counter. This all right, even if you're not human? Don't get me wrong, I am human. Where in the world is there a human who can move properly stuffed into full-plate armor that heavy? Even if you are one, that makes you monster enough. It stings a bit to be called a monster even as a human. I can't prove it, though all I can say is that inside, I really am human. At the owner's words, all I could do was scratch my head. Not that scratching my head got me anything but the hardness of my own armor. Well, you did save us after all. If you say you're human, then I, at least, will take you at your word. I'm grateful. Take what you need. When I dumped what looked like bronze coins from the pouch onto the counter, the owner snorted, counted them out, and tucked most of them into his pocket. Either the bronze coins were nearly worthless, or this shop charged outrageous prices. For now I had no basis whatsoever to judge the value of money, so I couldn't complain, and silently pushed the 3 coins of change he handed back into the pouch. The bag, gone considerably lighter, had deflated to almost nothing. The dried meat and dark bread I got in exchange had nowhere to go, no container, no bag, so I had no choice but to hold them in my hands, seeing me made even more baffling to look at than before. The owner heaved a truly enormous sigh and tossed a battered hemp sack my way. When I thanked him briefly, the owner rubbed at the creases carved between his brows and muttered, "Look, kid, why's a monster of a human like you working as a wanderer? If you can handle a vital male, you could shoot straight up the ranks in some nation's army. And if people doubt you're human, all you'd have to do is take that thing off and settle it in one shot. I'm a timid, anxious sort, so I just can't show my face all that easily. Anxious about what? What in the world could a man like you have to worry about? Against a vital male, ordinary humans don't stand a chance no matter how many of them pile on." That, the owner grumbled at the end, was exactly why fools like those bandits get taken out. There was something almost melancholy about his back, and I could only hold my tongue. When I told him he'd been a great help and made to leave, he called me back. A little pointless advice to go with my thanks, for someone as ignorant of the world as you. Lately there have been colors prowling around these parts. Run into them and it's trouble. Colors? Since he called them. I figured the word must refer to some organization or group of people, but I couldn't quite grasp what they actually were, and I cocked my head. You don't even know that? Where did you crawl out of? Colors are scavengers, a lot of them little better than bandits. I've barely had any dealings with them, so I don't know the details, but they've got a taste for hunting vital male, steel crabs, that kind of thing. Faced with that string of unfamiliar, vague words, Vitalmail, steel crab, all I could do was let out a low groan. At the sight of me, the very picture of a man who knew nothing of the world, the owner let out yet another tremendous sigh. I'd lost count of how many, within the span of time and civilization I'd actually lived. That might have been one thing. But in this world called the present, being merely ignorant of the world didn't begin to cover it, as I was already well aware. The self-proclaimed human vital male stuffed his food into the hemp sack and left the shop at once. Honestly, the owner was worn out enough to want to believe the whole day had been a dream, but the wreckage strewn across his shop insisted relentlessly that all of it had been real, and it didn't look like it would let him forget any time soon. For now, he ordered the guards to bury the traveler with the split-open skull and clean up the shop, and stepped outside to have a smoke himself. He'd had all sorts of customers over the years, but nothing like that. More than that, to see two vital male, rare as they were, in a single day was something that had no business happening in an ordinary life. There were plenty of people who lived out their whole lives without ever crossing paths with one. Having laid eyes on it and still not being dead, was that luck or misfortune? He almost envied the merchant who'd flipped over in the back of the shop and foamed at the mouth. It was still a little early for his usual closing time, but tonight he'd shut the place and go to sleep. Yes, tonight of all nights, he might as well drink himself thoroughly, gloriously drunk, he thought, and blew out a great cloud of cigarette smoke. But it seemed even that small wish was not to be granted. Hey, still open? The owner shot a glance at the source of the voice. And from their garb, he could guess what these customers had come here wanting. No, if you knew anything at all, there was only one thing they could be. Colors. It seemed this insane day of his wasn't over yet. A spark leapt from the campfire with a crackle. Living armor, huh? Zoran said it while tearing off a mouthful of the dried meat we'd just bought, then grimaced, as bad as he'd expected. Figured about as much, but the folks living in the here and now, machine civilization means nothing to them, does it? A corner of the Badlands. Beneath a sky full of stars, we tore into a late supper. The dried-out dark bread was the sort of thing that would never taste good no matter how you boiled or grilled it. And on top of that, it was hard as gnawing on a rock. The dried meat, just as Zoran had said, was nothing but salty and unpleasant, tough as rubber and impossible to bite through. Even so, it was still precious food, and our already thin funds had been all but wiped out by this shopping trip. Assuming, of course, that shop hadn't simply sold it to us at some outrageous markup. It's an apt name, though. Vitalmail. I rapped a knuckle against my Machina, my beloved machine. Rory, where it stood, disengaged and upright, giving it a light tonk-tonk from where I sat. If a great suit of full-body armor moved about freely whether or not anyone was inside it, then to the people of this present age, a civilization that knew nothing of machines, it could only look like some bizarre living creature. Against a present that spoke of machines as though they were living things, Zoran sipped water and muttered that it was like something out of a fairy tale. Still, those colors are a bit of a worry. If machine civilization is feeble here, or gone entirely, why are there people out hunting Machina they don't even know how to use? Maybe they're like beast tamers or something? Taming a Machina, huh? A dormant one will just ignore you. And the second you get near one on alert, you'll realize you've failed right after your head gets cracked open like a watermelon. Me, I'd get ground into powder. Zoran laughed. Ka. It had been about a month since I met this skeleton, and I still found his jokes as hard to laugh at as ever. So I pushed the dark bread down my throat with water and gave him a vague smile in return. But Zoran seemed to think this counted as a hit, which was its own problem. This time, too, peering into my face with those dark eye sockets, the talking skeleton, alive or dead, who could say, steered us back on topic. That said, he went on, worst case, if we do run into them, it's as good a chance as any. Let's ask them about the state of the world, nice and friendly like. Whose mouth is that coming out of? I nearly said, and swallowed it. When a skull drops its lower jaw and starts talking, anyone would take it for some kind of dangerous monster. You really do lose out on your looks, you know. Aw, quit it. Zoran scratched the back of his skull. What exactly he'd taken from that to get bashful, I couldn't say. I hadn't meant it as a compliment. If anything, I'd folded in a bit of sarcasm. But it hadn't come through properly to those fleshless ear holes. Words are difficult things, I thought. And more than that, I wanted to blame the sheer strangeness of this skeleton. If he were actually a demon, or a ghost, or even a hallucination, I could have made my peace with it. But Zoran was right there in front of me, and I could touch him. He ate food the same as a human, thought human thoughts, and carried memories of the distant past close to my own. To go on insisting he was a monster purely on looks, I had come too close for that. What are you, I wonder? Huh? I'm a pile of bones, obviously? Well, yes, but that's not what I meant. Beats me, said the two white hand, waving in the firelight. I'd spent about a month with Zoran by now, and the things I'd actually learned about this skeleton were surprisingly few. Episode 3, The Time of Waking in the Skeleton. Whether the time I'd slept was a single instant or several years, the one who slept had no way of knowing. Without something to mark the passage of time, it's hard to judge even after waking. If it had been hundreds of years, the body ought to have rotted away long since. Yet, I was still in the same form I must have been when I fell asleep. Awakening of test subject number 35 confirmed. Biological tissue normal. Astral body anchoring confirmed. Minor error in memory data download. Executing error repair. Failed. Executing error repair again. Failed. Error repair impossible. Skipping sequence. An inorganic voice, I thought. I must have heard it about 3 times. At the blurred end of my vision was something like curved glass. Preservation program for test subject number 35 terminated. No programs currently active. The life storage system has, as of this moment, completed all sequences. Program results will be output, and this system will now shut down. Repeating, the curved glass opened slowly. Whether the air was fresh or not, I couldn't tell, but at the very least it was different from what had come before. And it caught in my nose. Putting strength into my fingertips, I slowly raised myself. No pain, which meant I hadn't been sleeping because of injury or illness. When I rubbed at my blurry eyes to try to fix them, the situation around me came a little clearer. The strangely dilapidated room had veneer panels peeling away here and there. And beyond that, interior wiring hung exposed and dangling. Wondering at it, I stepped down onto the floor and the soles of my feet went cold. Barefoot. No, naked, more like. At the sight of myself utterly without a stitch, I wondered what I was supposed to do about it. There was nothing resembling clothing anywhere around, not so much as a scrap of cloth. Just as I was thinking I'd find someone and demand an explanation for all this, reality abruptly cranked up the difficulty on me, and the confusion in my head only spread further. Why was I in a place like this, in a state like this? If only that inorganic voice from a moment ago would answer me. But though I shouted, "Is anyone there?" it only echoed, and nothing came back. I'd really rather not get sued for indecent exposure. Well, nothing for it. I couldn't stay in that decrepit room forever, so I resolved to head outside. There was only one door in sight. Whether it led straight outdoors or just into a hallway, I had no idea. Still, one step at a time, I reached out for it. But before my hand could touch it, the door opened on its own. Not, mind you, because it was automatic. Mornin', huh? When I saw what was on the other side of that open door, I could only stand there dumbstruck. There's a phrase, pale skin, but it was never meant to describe a white like calcium carbonate. What I'm trying to say is, the thing that had just tossed off so casual a greeting right in front of me was, beyond any doubt, a skeleton. Better body on you than I figured, kid. A skeleton talking with a dry rattle. In the infinite loop of confusion begetting confusion, I decided the worlds of philosophy and religion must actually exist after all. And I see, I accepted it. Am I dead? If this was the afterlife, then indecent exposure might not be a problem. That was the sort of nonsensical output my thought circuits, instantly overheated by a skeleton's arrival, spat out of my mouth. At that, the specter-like thing burst into laughter. Caw, 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 and slapped me on the shoulder, over and over. A remarkably familiar sort of grim reaper. You're worried about indecent exposure? You're a real piece of work yourself, you know that. I'm bones, sure. But I'm alive, believe it or not. Though maybe going straight to a fleshless body beats turning into bone while you're still living, eh? And the skeleton laughed another good long while. What kind of space this was, what sort of situation I'd been dropped into. After that, I was thoroughly lost. Lost enough to give up on thinking at all. But the greatest source of my confusion in the present had no way of knowing what was going on inside my skull, and saying, "Ah, that was a good laugh." It flung the clothes it had been holding at me. Anyway, I'll explain, so put some clothes on. Bones or no bones, I don't swing towards sexual minorities. Having my genuine anguish over an indecent exposure scandal and lost social standing turned into a punchline, I felt an irritation close to nausea rise in my chest. It was half misplaced anger, but I shot the pile of calcium a small glare, as if a lump of calcium had any business with sex or anything else. The skeleton only gave a light shrug and said nothing. Dealing with an opponent whose expression I couldn't read was, I groaned to myself, this frustrating. Since he'd promptly adopted a posture of letting my protest wash right over him, I too abandoned the fruitless argument and my own irritation and slid my arms into the clothes he'd thrown me. A combat uniform? Sharp eye, boss. It's all there was, so make do. A navy blue top and bottom and a black shirt. It was the standard issue work uniform of the Machina infantry, something I wasn't just used to but downright sick of. Considering that even the size fit perfectly, I could only conclude it had been prepared for me specifically, which drove the confusion I'd thought couldn't get any deeper still. There should have been so much to ask, so much I had to ask, but I couldn't get it in order, and no decent words would come. Amid all that, the only thing my mouth managed to produce was, "Who are you?" That was all. At my question, the skeleton went still for just a moment, then put a hand to his jaw, apparently pondering something. "Who am I, huh?" Well, I was an ordinary human to start with, so I guess that's a fair enough question. Rattling his lower jaw, the skeleton deftly kneaded those two white fingers, and after one nod began to speak. I'm Zoran, a pile of bones that eats, sleeps, moves around, and thinks. Same as you, one of the lives that were being stored here, it seems. Captain Soma Reiji. You know who I am? The name Zoran rang no bells, so at the very least we weren't acquaintances. The skeleton laid the reason bare without hiding a thing. I read the parts of your record I could read. Only what's logged in this place's system, mind. Isn't that a privacy violation? And what do you mean, stored? The animate anatomical model dropped his lower jaw as if surprised. While I was somewhat impressed that a human jaw could open like that, Zoran had clearly begun to panic. Hey, you were in there without even knowing what kind of facility this is? In there? Well, that is, I don't even know why I was sleeping in there. Oh, the skeleton cried, pressing a hand to his forehead and staggering back theatrically. Just when I thought a proper human had finally been regenerated, you're no different from me? Was that the error's doing? What's that supposed to mean? Making me out to be some good for nothing. A proper human means one who got generated cleanly. Life, body, and memory data, all of it. I've lost my flesh and my recent memories too, but you're even worse off than me. Ah, what a rotten day, Zoran said, shaking his head. For me, the content was something of a life or death matter, but it was a story so far beyond imagining that I committed myself to just listening. After shouting for a while about how it had been a garbage operation and what the hell had happened to all that great wisdom, Zoran, after a moment, let out one deep, resigned sigh. So here's the thing. This place reads the biological information of a human sealed in one of those capsules, breaks their biological components and astral body down to the molecular level, and stores them. When a set period ends, it regenerates the body according to that data, jams the separated astral body back in. Put simply, it's a machine that kills you once and brings you back to life. Zoran spoke as he wrestled with how to break it down. Not that it helped. I'd been nothing but a soldier, with no expertise in scientific or technical knowledge, so it wasn't as though I could hear "yes, I see" and understand all of it. Told about astral this and biological information that, it all just went in one ear and out the other, so I asked about the part I could grasp. A human who died once comes back to life? Half right. And the part you got right is exactly the part that failed. Into a vessel, a body reconstructed from genetic information, they return the astral, this so-called soul. But the astral body has almost nothing about it that's been understood, so forget putting it back in a body. They don't even know if they can store it properly. And they ran the operation anyway. The result, the only ones who survived this system are me, turned to bone, and you, with holes in your memory. Me, mouth hanging open and unable to close it. Him, treating it as perfectly normal. The parts about why I'd been in there, and what had happened before and after I went in. Those gaps in memory were apparently pronounced, and I couldn't recall a thing. This is human experimentation. It was more than one wrong step from disaster. It was a gamble on whether you'd survive. Whether a total stranger had laid a cushion at the bottom of a cliff, you'd thrown yourself off, and whether you'd happened to land on it, it was insanity. But you could also say humanity had been that desperate to preserve itself. But you, at least, you got lucky and endured that human experiment with your flesh and consciousness intact. And you're telling me to call that luck? Who was in command? If this is permitted, then what meaning does law have? There's no way even international law would allow something like this. For a man who moments ago had thought himself dead to be not only alive but confronted with a reality like this, it was more than enough to bring my head to a boil. Anger over life strips away the mask of composure with ease, Before I knew it, I had grabbed Zoran by the front of his clothes. What kind of face I was making, I couldn't really tell. The dark, rattling eye sockets said nothing. I glared at him, whose expression I could read even less than my own, and in the very next instant I gasped and let go. Light. Far, far too light a sensation. My head, boiling a moment ago, went cold in an instant. There was no flesh beneath the clothes where it should have been, only cold, hard lightness. At the absence of even the pulse of life within those clothes, I felt as if my head had been violently shaken. Don't make that face. No, I'm sorry. This skeleton before me was too surely a victim, brought into being at the completion of that so-called life preservation operation. It wasn't something to weigh against one another, but he might be more of a victim than the others who had died as humans, more than me, who had managed to live on despite my defects. If there was anyone to blame, it was whoever had planned and carried out this operation. Whether that person was alive, I didn't know, but at the very least, blaming Zoran was beside the point. That struck me as strangely shameful and pathetic. It's not like I want your sympathy. You and me were just both victims, that's all. No, but why were you inside that thing? Beats me. I can't remember that either. But at this point, the reason doesn't matter. If anything, what we ought to be thinking about is what comes next. Zoran said it, fixing me with that fathomless darkness. Episode 4, Getting Ready to Live. Zoran advanced without hesitation through the facility labeled a life preservation system. Its corridors, like the capsule room we just left, had veneer panels scattered everywhere, interior wiring drooping down, and places where water had leaked in. From what I gathered, Zoran himself had woken here about a year ago and had spent nearly all his time since inside this facility. Well, before I was Bones, I was a maintenance tech. Spent that year getting things ready, in case something came up. And what does getting things ready mean? Funny you should ask. With a grunt, Zoran ducked through a half-open fire door. I couldn't tell what had happened, but from the fact that the lever marked emergency activation had been thrown, it seemed this had been sealed a very long time ago. The room I entered after the skeleton was a wide-open space, and one familiar to me at that. A hangar? So the soldier parts of your memory really didn't get wiped, huh? Zoran gave a clattering laugh. That's right. This was a hangar. Parts scattered about, an overhead maintenance crane, racks crammed with tools, and a disassembled Machina, a military hangar, though I'd never seen one in this much disarray. Looks like they had one seriously heavy security detail posted here. No mistaking this was an important facility. Otherwise, you wouldn't find Kokuyo stationed with a rear unit. But those aren't the main event. Saying so, Zoran walked over to something draped in a dust cover. This is preparation number 1. The dust cover, pulled away by a bony hand, fell. Roadie? True to the name, an azure armor traced with dark orange lines, a distinctive coloring. The slim silhouette characteristic of the third-generation type, relatively compact for a Machina, hardpoints fitted here and there. The head was sheathed in armor built of sharp ridges and curves that covered the radar and sensor arrays, making it look like an oddly shaped helmet. Since it ran primarily on indirect sightlines, there was no visor. On its back was the boarding hatch common to all Machina, but beyond that it was a slender suit of armor, plain and simple. I told you I read your record. Didn't I, Captain? The skeleton looked like he was grinning. This here's a Soyo Heavy Industries Special Forces Machina, the Roadie, an upgraded variant of the third-generation Kokuyo and the completed form of the third generation, built to handle everything from solo operations to leading group engagements, designed to adapt to any battlefield by swapping attachments. That's what my Roadie was, anyway. I remembered, back when my unit took delivery of it, a salesman from Soyo Heavy Industries grumbling that it was the world's finest cutting-edge machine, and it pained him that he couldn't advertise it far and wide. As long as it was handled by special forces, its specs were classified, so there was no showing it off. When was it that he'd laughed about that? Well, you've got me there, Zoran said, tapping his forehead lightly. But the skeleton looked pleased all the same. Having a machine I knew so well right here settled my head a little, after all the confusion. There's a comfort in the presence of something familiar. Can't hurt to have gear for self-defense, right? If it's wartime outside. What's the situation? Ka wartime, huh? When I scouted 500 meters around for intel, it was, you might not believe it, but it was a world of swords and spears. That didn't sound like wartime to me, but why he'd deliberately name weapons like those snagged in my mind, and I lost the words before they left my mouth, swords and spears. You saw them in sporting contests, but almost never in real combat. If anything, a bayonet was a sword and a spear, I supposed. Heave-ho, Zoran said, lowering himself onto a nearby iron crate, then drew an electronic cigarette from his chest pocket and put it to his mouth. The vapor he drew in leaked out of his eye sockets, his ear holes, every gap there was. I was out searching for about half a day, just walked around more or less, and got jumped out of nowhere by brigands. Brigands, I echoed the word back at him. Not criminals, brigands. Along with that business about swords a moment ago, the choice of words felt out of step with the era I'd lived in. Yeah, I thought, hey, humans, still alive after all, and called out to them all friendly. Course, I'd figured there might be some contamination risk, so I had a gas mask on, and gloves too, so my bones weren't showing. And still the bastards drew their swords on the spot. Drew their swords. Another echo. This time he was telling me they'd drawn actual swords. What era were we even talking about? 4 of them, all told. They came flying at me out of nowhere, so I swung my submachine gun around and fought back. Then the whole lot of them panicked and started chucking all kinds of stuff at me. Had no choice but to shoot them all dead, which means I never got to hear a word. Broke my gas mask too, the skull said, rattling. In terms of self-defense, Zoran's actions weren't blameworthy, but the disappointment must still have leaked onto my face. The skeleton waved a hand lightly and laughed. Don't look so let down. Getting nothing at all wouldn't even cover the cost of the gas mask, so I searched the corpses, and get this, their weapons, rusted swords with edges so battered they were basically bludgeons. One of them had a spear, but the point on that was so rotted through it was practically a wooden stick. Maybe Zoran had huffed a breath, because vapor gushed violently from his eye sockets. Looking every bit a steam locomotive, the skeleton leveled a thin finger at me. Think about it. 4 scrawny men in nothing but rags, gripping rusted lumps of iron that looked like swords. Charging a soldier with a gun. You're saying poverty and starvation have become the norm? Even as I offered up the hypothesis myself, some instinct told me that wasn't it. Zoran, too, folded his arms and hummed and hawed. Well, seems like it's been at least 800 years or so since we got shoved into that machine. So as for that, I couldn't really... 800 years? My voice cracked. At my reaction, Zoran laughed again. Ka, ka, ka. Did I not mention it? You did not. Given I'd been stored in a contraption like that, I'd figured decades might have passed. But 800 years was so far off the deep end that I abruptly couldn't keep up. About the only thing I could grasp was that, brigands or whatever else, it seemed humanity hadn't gone extinct even 800 years on. Sorry, I'm getting overwhelmed. Isn't there a town or something nearby where we could get a read on the situation? No map, and from what I saw outside, it was nothing but badlands as far as the eye goes. The skeleton loosed that peculiar laugh I was starting to get used to. Ka, ka, ka. But there are a few things that bug me. Take a look at this. What Zoran pulled from his pocket, saying so, was a grubby little sack of coarse cloth that jingled. Most likely something those brigands had been carrying. When the skeleton dumped the sack's contents onto the floor, they turned out to be small coins struck in a round shape, each stamped with a mysterious emblem at the center. Looks like metal currency, but the brigands aren't secretly archaeologists or anything, are they? History's not my strong suit, so I can't say. But I've got a feeling this is just ordinary money, and that they probably ran into me on their way back from swiping it off somebody. In an age where electronic payment was the norm, I'd never seen metal currency anywhere but a history textbook, which meant I had absolutely no idea what could have happened over 800 years to end up here. There were a few dozen bronze coins inside, but how much they were worth I had no way of knowing. Suppose, just suppose, this is money, and it's common sense for brigands to be swinging around bludgeon-grade weapons. Then where the hell did civilization and technology go? Zoran talked, patting the submachine gun slung at his waist, and I pressed a hand to my forehead against an oncoming headache. What could have happened in 800 years? A war from our era that touched it off. Beats me. But you'll spare yourself a lot of surprise if you go in assuming it's not the level of civilization we've got in our heads. That might be true. And in the middle of a world we can't make heads or tails of. I figured that if we had this, we could cut the danger to our lives way down. A resonant quong as he tapped the armor plating. Zoran looked up at Ruri, taller by far than himself. He kept saying suppose, but the skeleton clearly held it as a settled fact deep down that civilization had fallen. And since he was saying it after actually going out and seeing the world, I had no room to doubt him. So then, laughing skull. There only seems to be one Machina here. Who's meant to ride this one? Glancing around with a touch of sarcasm, all I could see were parts enough for several kukuyo rolling about, nothing in usable shape. In fact, there wasn't a single operable machina to be found. Grinning bones, he says. Sadly for you, I can't pilot a machina. Don't have a license. With no civilization, I doubt the licensing center's still open for business. And besides, I tore the whole thing apart to fix this one, so there's nothing to be done about it. The skeleton struck a smug pose as if to say that last part was plainly the real reason. It left me speechless. No matter how automatically managed a storeroom might be, 800 years of neglect would break even a sturdy machina. But to destroy 3 whole kokuyo just to repair Ruri, what in the world was that about? Honestly, at first I figured I could Frankenstein 2 of them into one, right? It's basically a minor upgrade of the kokuyo, so the base units are close and there's a lot of shared parts. Or so I thought. Turns out the busted parts were all similar across the board. Stripped 1, stripped 2, and by the time I had something that'd move, this was the state of things. I started to grumble, but Zoran cut me off and pressed on. Not like there was a functioning kokuyo left anyway. Take the usable bits, get one thing running, and when you look at it that way, it's a pretty good deal, wouldn't you say? A good deal? Yeah, the skeleton nodded. This is a trade, Captain. I'm the maintenance tech, you're the Machina infantry. You guard me with Ruri. I keep Ruri and your weapons repaired. That way your staying power in a fight stays high, and safety keeps on lasting. Drop the captain. Reiji is fine. Given the state of things, my having chosen to believe the hypothesis, military rank meant nothing now. And if I was going to trust this skeleton, I figured I might as well meet him halfway. Zoran, for his part, didn't seem especially bothered. Said Reiji then, lightly correcting himself, and urged me to go on. So we make this place our base? Nah, that's a no-go. There's no food or water nearby, and the system told you were the last, right? Just before I woke, that inorganic voice had said something to that effect. When I nodded, Zoran went on, that's the one. This is an underground facility, see? Once the ether engine, a semi-perpetual generator, stops, the clean water goes too, and every system, data servers and all, dies, and the whole thing turns into a plain old ruin. Judging by what this facility is, that'd be for the sake of secrecy, I suppose. And how long until it stops? If nobody inputs the passcode, abandonment gets decided and it shuts down in a month. And the folks who know the passcode are all like me, the type who don't do much talking. Leaving here was unavoidable, Zoran told me. So here's the thing, I've got one more preparation. Saying so, the skeleton pointed toward the vehicle bay. There, half buried among parts that looked like scrap, sat a fully tracked vehicle mid-assembly. An armored Machina support vehicle, Reams class. A vehicle meant to move in support of Machina infantry. I named this one Karabitsu. With metal treads on either side and a body clad in modular composite armor painted khaki, at a glance it looked something like a tank. That said, because it needed a Machina maintenance space, the rear of the body stood tall and the hull ran wide. On top sat a turret, its main gun, a chine gun, showing the black of its barrel. Seeing it, I understood what Zoran was getting at. You want to make this our home? Sharp as ever, the skeleton said, nodding. You and I are in this together for the long haul. But even I'd have a hard time keeping that thing repaired with no equipment. This, though, has just about everything you need to service a Machina, and short of taking damage bad enough to render it unsalvageable, we'll be fine. Against the skeleton's brimming confidence, I traced my moth-eaten memory. It had double doors at the rear of the body that opened outward, and inside space to carry and maintain 3 Machina. There'd been a cargo hold set behind the driver's seat too, if I recalled. For armament, beyond the main gun, there was only a remote-operated large machine gun for close defense, feeble firepower. The armor was solid, but because of the sheer size of its profile, frontline troops had called it a moving target unsuited to combat. I remembered that much. But for surviving a world of swords and spears, as a home for the 2 of us. How about that? As you can see, it's not finished yet. I put some thought into the design myself, and it took a while. For instance, mostly improving the living space. Simplest example, you don't need maintenance room for 3 whole Machina, so I scrapped 1 bay and built a 2-tier wall-mounted bunk. Makes sense. Considering it was originally a vehicle meant to run with a crew of 6 driver, gunner, commander, and 3 Machina personnel. 2 people was quite a lot of breathing room, which left plenty of space to load the stored ammunition, our meager preserved rations, water, and the like. So, finishing this off within the month is our immediate goal, understood. Let's get started right away. From that day on, we spent a busy month eating the foul organic synthesized nutrient rations the facility's automated machines spat out, doing maintenance, loading supplies, and the rest, and, having safely completed our rolling home, we set out into the world beyond. In the end, the matter of the skeleton stayed a mystery all the while. Episode 5. The Colors. Clattering and rattling noisily, the armored Machina support vehicle reams. The Karabitsu advanced slowly across the wasteland. For now, our chief aim was securing food and information, and either way, we'd need money or some means of earning it. That said, at a lonely roadside tavern like the last one, that would be hard, so we'd have to find a settlement or town somewhere. On top of that, in a present age where civilization had apparently declined, our situation, a rolling house and a Machina, plus a skeleton thrown in, made even simple contact with people difficult. As far as gender goes, I wonder how I read to people. Zoran's voice came over the radio from the driver's seat to me, sitting in the gunner's chair. That's what you've been thinking about. I thought it awfully leisurely of him, given how seriously a person might agonize over such a thing. But since fretting over it produced no conclusions anyway, and there was no way forward, I sighed and decided to play along with the skeleton's topic. Can't tell from your name? That's a rough spot to be in, isn't it? If you can't tell by looking or by listening, then it's hopeless. What am I supposed to do when I want to take a hot spring bath? Whether hot springs even still existed, I couldn't say. But running through a dusty environment, the urge to soak in hot water, that I understood well. And because we kept driving a little off the main road, the sand kicked up all the more. A human who'd never seen a machine, faced with a hunk of iron suddenly barreling in at terrific speed, was bound to be scared out of their wits. The upshot, shrinking our odds of blending into present-day society, was hardly desirable. Humans have a hard time living alone, and for us in particular, we'd grown soft on the conveniences of civilization and developed cities. That was doubly true. With no arable land, no farming skills, no seed stock, and no hunting experience to speak of, securing the very food we needed to live became a matter of life and death. About all we could manage was dangling a fishing line into the sea or a river. But to think we'd feed ourselves on that alone was far too reckless. Yet to blend into society, we had no information at hand. So for now, we were waiting for a chance to pick some up. And it seemed that this thing called information had grown legs and was, moreover, going out of its way to chase after us. Any movement out of that lot? Zoran asked, sounding half checked out. You could tell just by looking at the radar, I thought. But with time on my hands too, I dutifully answered, no change. Even checking behind us with the all-around cameras mounted on the turret, our quarry unfortunately didn't budge. Say, isn't it about time we made the first move ourselves? We can't just do that. There are almost certainly these colors, sure, but we don't know what their aim is. At the group of about 10 showing on the radar, Zoran let out another sigh. I'd lost count of how many. The whole thing had started the previous night. When we put out the campfire and climbed into the Karabitsu, the mounted radar had chimed. Zoran latched onto the radar at once, and I immediately began prepping to board Rory. No. 6. Moving in slow. Whether they've spotted us, I can't tell, but you normally can't see this far at night. The firelight, probably. Given the fire we'd stamped out only moments before, it was no mystery. The wasteland was a run of severe ridges and dips, but there were plenty of vantage points overlooking from high ground. And in a night lit only by starlight, there was every chance the firelight had been visible from a fair distance off. So they waited for us to put the fire out then? From the shadow of some terrain the radar can't reach. Turns out it's surprisingly unreliable. To begin with, this gear was built on the assumption it would operate linked to a reconnaissance satellite. With undulating terrain, the radar got blocked and had trouble detecting the other side, and in actual combat it was often rendered useless by jamming, so I couldn't even be angry about it. Well then, what do we do? At their current pace, those horny night crawlers will be on us in about 10 minutes. Zoran turned that white face to me and asked, but the roads open to us were few, and with the enemy so unclear, there wasn't much to be done. I'll stand by in the Machina. If they mean to start something, well, I'll try not to make them suffer. Figured as much. Zoran laughed. When I pointed out that he looked exactly like a grim reaper doing it, Zoran pressed his mouth shut and said that'd be bad, though of course he had no real expression to speak of. I mounted Rory where it faced backward on the turntable and ran a systems check. In front of the rear hatch, I braced myself to spring out at any moment and waited for the time to come. Yes, we waited. It's been half a day since then. What the hell are those guys? They just kept tailing us, never closing, never falling back, never making a move. The only thing nagging at me was that their numbers were slowly growing. But even a few hundred of them wouldn't shake our advantage. And since they were following on foot, shaking them off would be easy too, thinking that I'd already lost even the will to bother suiting up in the Machina. Clearly, they're keeping contact while waiting for reinforcements, like a submarine. If so, it's a pretty junky submarine. They think they're hidden, but they're in plain sight. The mysterious group visible through the monitor kept low as they moved, but with far too little cover they were, as it happened, completely exposed. Worse still was their gear. Over chainmail they wore breastplates like vests, and the metal equipment stood out with obvious glare. Still, from their relatively uniform equipment, I got the sense these were of a very different stripe from the brigands Zoran had described. Their metalworking, at least, was clearly a cut above. Chainmail is enormously labor-intensive to produce, and if the vest-like breastplates were made to fit each man's build, then the trade of blacksmith was unmistakably well established, too irregular to call an army, yet too disciplined in their outfitting to call bandits. The group kept up its relentless, close but not too close pursuit. It continued even after the sun went down. For our part, all we had to do was keep the Karabitsu rolling. And as long as we swapped driving whenever Zoran complained his backside hurt, there was no real trouble. But among our mysterious pursuers, some had surely fallen behind by now. I felt a flicker of pity. Not that I could help it, but whether they were the sort to deserve that pity, I still lacked the information to judge. It was about a week ago that the colors caught wind of a Vitalmail having appeared, and more, that a bound mail, one of the extremely rare individuals said to obey a human, was being led around by a mere bandit. The value of a Vitalmail, few in number to begin with, was beyond measure. Capture one alive with a bit of luck, and you could get yourself taken into some nation's service and rise to noble or general. Even if you killed it, sell it to the Artifacts, the Technicians Guild, and they'd surely pay enough to live in idle comfort for a good while. Whether the bandit lacked the wit or simply liked his current life, he showed no intention of selling it. The colors, though, were another matter. These ruffians, a touch shrewder than bandits, burned with the common man's desires, to eat their fill, never want for drink, hold a woman or be with a man, and savor that happiness. The word spread far and wide, and it stirred them. Among them, the most capable set off in high spirits to run down the bound mail. Rewind to the previous night. In a corner of the encampment of the colors who'd made it there first, I sat hunched and sullen. The reason was simple enough. When it came to actually fighting a bound mail, the colors did nothing but trade dreams. Once we beat this thing and so on, and refused to face reality. I won't say that's wrong. If anything, it's probably healthy. But after a full week of it, always the same, endless idle chatter, you start to sicken of it. Trust sounds nice, but tossing your life onto the leader with an "I've put my life in his hands," that I think is a different thing entirely. Whether it was that they sensed my sour mood, no one among the colors came to talk to me. No one. Save the one girl who never bothered reading anyone's expression. "Nerva, what are you thinking about?" Flapping the outsized beast ears no human ought to have, and swishing that long, glossy tail back and forth, she came over. The one woman in this reeking pack of men, her hair a rare shade of orange. I was thinking about how to maneuver to capture the bound mail. I glanced at the beast-eared girl, Nadira, and sighed. Not that I meant to treat her coldly. Where the others found me, a mindwright, a staff strategist sort. Off-putting. She at least lent me those big ears and heard me out. "Capture," I said, though even as I did, I shut my eyes against the difficulty of it. Each of the colors threw themselves into scrounging up numbers and arms. But if that alone could do the job, the nations wouldn't be using bound mail to deter one another from war. The simplest and most effective option is a surprise strike to kill the tamer, the one who gives the commands. But a machina that walks about seems to have a keen nose, a high knack for spotting enemies, so even that's no easy thing. Failing that, you have to somehow split the bound mail from its tamer. Yet set up a decoy and you only grind lives away. And in the end, the problem never runs out. But whatever she was thinking, Nadira, biting back a yawn, said something entirely off the mark. "I'll protect you, Nerva, so it'll be fine." Could you win, Natty? Who's to say? I've never done it either, but I don't plan on losing from the start. Saying so, she stretched her body out with a firm arch. The motion was exactly like a real animal's. Whenever I hear her voice, the tension eases from my shoulders just a little. Thanks to her, the head that had been buzzing with irritation felt somewhat clearer. No use fretting. Succeed, and they'll surely let me into the Artifacts. Fail, and I just die. All right then, I resolved. and Nerva stood to go tell the leader my plan for a surprise attack. "Hey, listen! The bound mail! The bound mail's been destroyed!" Huh? And yet, the words of the scout who came sprinting back into the camp knocked the wind clean out of my sails. Episode 6, The Scorching March. Though the nights ran cold, the scout had come back alone, his whole body drenched in a waterfall of sweat, a look of dire urgency on his face. "The hell are you on about? We're the closest colors to that thing, aren't we? Were you out scouting with a bottle in your hand again?" After a moment, the jeers came flying from all around. Ordinarily, the scout would fire back, and from some worthless exchange of taunts it would come to grappling, and in the end he'd get throttled by the leader. Hemmel, but today was different. At the sight of the scout rasping out, "Listen, just listen," over and over in a dried-up voice, the jeering gradually died down, and into that, swaying his trim, hardened frame, the leader slowly approached the scout. "Settle down, Renz. What happened? Tell it in full. What became of the others?" "Hemmel." "Ah!" At the low, steady voice of the leader called Hemmel, the scout Renz. Was that his name? I found myself thinking, swallowed hard, caught his breath, and began haltingly to speak. I went to the tavern, the one halfway along the road. There'd been sightings around there, so I figured the tavern folk might know something. And there it was, out front, toppled over, a huge suit of steel armor. A stir ran through the crowd. They'd assumed he was only bringing back second-hand hearsay, so Renz's words. I saw it with my own eyes, took them by surprise. And? Hemmel pressed him on, implicit in it. Who did it, how? I asked the tavern folk, and they said a blue one, a stray Vitalmail did it. And that the thing bought dried meat and bread at the tavern and left. Renz, are you all right in the head? Even Hemmel seemed to doubt the man's sanity at that. A Vitalmail is an abomination placed outside the category of living things. It behaves as though destruction were its very mission and kills whatever it judges an enemy without the slightest hesitation, and yet it possesses the judgment to withdraw the moment it sees itself outmatched. It keeps moving indefinitely without food or drink and never sleeps at night. For a monster like that to want bread and meat, and for a shop to actually do business with it, well, expecting anyone to believe such raving was itself the unreasonable thing. Even so, Renz shook his head and shouted that it was the truth. I didn't believe it either, but on my way back I saw the blue thing. Couldn't make it out well from a distance, but it was standing beside a big iron box, a fire lit. Hemmel's eyes narrowed to slits. The jeers around us vanished entirely. The whole place fell silent. Were there any humankind around it? In the hush, Renz wiped the sweat from his brow and slowly bowed his head. "Sorry, Hemmel. I don't know. The second we noticed it, the thing put its fire out. Radley and the others should still be keeping watch on it right now." That was the extent of what the scout Renz had managed to learn. Hemmel let out a breath, closed his eyes, and began to think. But around us, useless confusion only spread. Everyone asking, "What do we do? What do we do?" I cut straight through that hopeless press of bodies and stood before Hemmel. "We should confirm the information. Nerva von Roos. Let's hear the Mindright's opinion." Hemmel eyed me dubiously. His was a face every bit the ruffian's. The sort that ought to make a slip of a girl like me shrink back in fear. But perhaps I'd simply grown used to it, because I felt nothing. All the more so when I had what needed doing laid out clearly in my head. First priority is confirming whether the scout's report is fact, and if the target has a mouth that speaks, then making contact is worth considering as well. You're saying use us to look into the thing, that it? Against Hemmel's testing gaze, which could just as easily be read as intimidation, I stood my ground head on. Coolly, yet firmly, I put my view to him. "I won't deny that I want information, but I also know your work is securing that thing. Whether to carry out an attack is Hemmel's call, but at the very least, I advise we link up with the scout unit." Hemmel snorted. For a color, letting it slip away without doing a thing was no good for one's later reputation. Face it once, and bring back even information, and it turns into money. Time is finite? Shh, fine. All of you. We're joining the scouts, but I don't want to spook them by piling in all at once. We build our numbers up slow. Once Hemmel had relayed what he'd been turning over to the group, he said nothing more to me, turned on his heel, and set about arranging the timing of the link-up and the selection of who would go. What he thought of me, I didn't know. But for my part, as long as my opinion got a hearing, I didn't much care either. I was only here for the work. After all, the advance party set off at once with Renz as guide. The rest, those with hands free, began to bustle, coupling towed ballastae to the bosca, long-haired oxen, and seeing to their arms. Wonder what sort of thing it is? In the midst of it, Nadira stood at my side, two slab blades as tall as she was strapped to her back. She was very lightly equipped. Beneath a plate that guarded only her chest, soft leather clothing, and at her waist only a short skirt like scale armor, metal fixed on in overlapping plates. I stared at what looked like nothing so much as everyday clothes with bits of metal stuck on. I always wonder, is there any point to that outfit? I think it's cute, not in looks. In the sense of protecting you. Better than what Nerva's wearing, I'd say. Not that hers were markedly large, but Nadira thrust out her average, yet shapely chest, as if to make her case. I, by contrast, being all but without any rise or fall, found myself at a loss for words. That there was basically no malice in Nadira's behavior only made it worse. Still, since I've never had much interest in talk of my own feminine charms, I cut the thread of thought with a well, whatever. Looks dangerous to take a hit in. One strike, one kill, that's my creed. I won't give the enemy a chance to hit back, Nadira went on, brimming with confidence. I'd never seen her fight, but if she could swing those enormous slab blades around, then her words were surely no lie, and I let out a relieved breath. Just then Hemmel, who'd been settling the unit's dispositions, came over. Our placement had apparently been decided. Nerva von Reus, you move with the final link-up party. I'll put a breaker on you as escort, same as always. That's the size of it. Once fighting starts, I can't be minding you. I gave a small nod. A breaker is by rights a color's escort assigned to the truly serious targets, Vitalmail and the like, and Nadira held that post, but she was far, far too young. As an individual, she was surely no weakling. As ever, my escort remained her alone, and, counting the fact that I'd never once been caught up in combat, that number neither grew nor shrank. Then we get to take it a bit easy for a while longer, don't we? At Nadira's dopey line, Hemmel sighed. Do you even get it? And folded himself into the units, peeling off one after another. Before I knew it, no one was left but her and me. Time we got going. Heave-ho, true enough. Being left behind out in a place like this would be lonely anyway. Nadira pushed herself up off the rock she'd been leaning against, stretched hugely once more, and let out a breath. Looking up, I saw the starry sky thinning. Dawn was near. Linking up with the units would come after daybreak. That guess proved right on the mark. What I never imagined was that I was about to be dragged into an astonishingly long march. Even as evening came on, the wasteland stayed blisteringly hot, and I, at the very rear of the column, with no stamina to speak of, was riding on Nadira's back in a carrying frame. That iron box, can it really just keep moving with no rest at all? I cursed under my breath, low enough that no one nearby could hear. Even lagging behind, being let rest on Nadira's back, the waterfall of sweat wouldn't stop. Nadira walked slowly, but the fact that her pace never changed made me feel she too was something of a monster. Sun'll be down soon, she said it breezily, taking the water skin at her hip and lapping at the water like an animal. But for all that effort, it's gone, she said, shaking the leather thing back and forth, empty. Aren't you worn out? Part of me may have wanted her to say she was if she could. Since we set off before dawn, we'd kept up the pursuit without a single decent rest. Even the color unit a little ahead had already lost several men, dropped to sitting on the ground. Set against that, she kept moving with a person on her back. And though the beastkin Mao are, by nature, short on endurance, she was clearly a cut apart, as befit a breaker. I'm tired too, but I heard soldiers march for days on end, so I figured I could manage at least this much, no? Normally you march with rest along the way. Is that so? Then maybe they'd let me join an army too. At Nadira babbling such a thing, all smiles. I lost my words, Bistkin. A people of the same human race, yet with differing features and abilities. There's variation by nation, but being fewer than humans and unable to become the mainstays of society, in most cases they're treated with discrimination. Managing to become a mercenary or a color is one of the better outcomes. Many sink to banditry, or are worked to death as slaves or war thralls. Even so, the beastkin, of whom there are many races, often far surpass humans in individual ability. And those who belong to colors, like Nadira, become breakers, a fighting strength that crosses blades with mighty beings such as Vitalmail. Here, because the leader Hemmel didn't treat her with prejudice, Nadira could receive treatment no different from a human's. That he didn't try to use one so inexperienced in real combat as a decoy, and went out of his way to assign her as escort to me in the rear, was surely because Hemmel was, appearances aside, a decent man. Which is exactly why I couldn't wish for her to join some nation's army, seething with discrimination and prejudice. If she did, she'd doubtless be made the frontline charger. Even if she survived by luck, she'd not be permitted to boast of her deeds. It was plain to see she'd suffer, scorned and feared by friend and foe alike, Perhaps sensing I'd gone quiet, Nadira glanced back over her shoulder and laughed. It was a joke. At her airy voice, I was hauled up from the dark, sunken depths of my thoughts. "Don't say confusing things," I muttered, and gave the big-eared head a light rap from behind. Before I noticed it, the sun had hidden half its body below the horizon, and the heat had eased somewhat. Just then, Nadira abruptly stopped. She seemed to be gazing at something far off, but riding in the carrying frame on her back, I couldn't make out what. Even when I asked over and over what was wrong, Nadira stayed silent a while, and only when I lost patience and leapt down from the frame did she finally open her mouth. "This looks a little bad," in her voice, not a trace of the easygoing air from before, out toward the horizon. There, where the dusk crept slowly in, I could see the color unit that had gone ahead. Were they fighting something? Straining my eyes, I felt a chill. Something that looked like black dots was swarming over the humans. It showed, plainly, that what they were fighting was neither a Vitalmail nor that iron box. A swarm of octospines. Fighting to keep my voice from trembling, I spoke the name of the things that looked like black dots. Nadira quietly lowered the carrying frame and gripped the two slab blades strapped to her back, one in each hand. "Nerva, don't leave my side. They're coming this way too." And not a few seconds later, we found ourselves face to face with those black, ominous things. Episode 7, Ruri Sorties. At last, nightfall, and everyone let out a breath. It wasn't quite a desert, but the fatigue of bodies roasted without pause under a blazing sun had reached its limit, and that they'd pushed through it to keep up the pursuit, this far was itself a stroke of luck. Several had dropped out along the way, and those in the unit with no confidence in their strength had shed breastplates and helmets, loading them onto the beast carts behind and going light. But it was precisely this long march, and the great opening it created in them, that sealed the fate of the colors under Hemmel's command. Exhaustion tore a gap in the watch line that ought to have faced every direction, and against men who had eyes only for the iron box leading the Vitalmail before them, the wild nature of the present age bared its fangs. "Hey, look at that!" "Huh?" Someone raised a voice on the left of the column. In that direction, the terrain rose up like a wall, and atop the wall stretched only a plateau. This region, called Stonespire, was a maze of tableland mesas dozens of meters high, forming such complex ground. Since you couldn't see the plateau tops from the valley floor, keeping watch there was difficult. Normally, you'd advance slowly while posting a separate detachment up top, but the forced pursuit hadn't allowed for that. "Something's moving, isn't it?" "It's black?" The murmurs spread from the left, mouth to mouth. Hemmel, at the head, clicked his tongue and halted the march, and just as he was about to order scouts thrown out to the left, he froze. He'd seen it, that black mass, scattering apart all at once. What had looked like a black mass was a gathering of countless creatures. And of the creatures that formed such a mass, Hemmel knew of only one. "It's octospines!" Another voice went up from the left, about knee-high to a man, with 8 slender, sharp legs, moving in swarms and preying on any creature they found, large or small, living or dead, the cleaners of the Badlands. And that cleaning included swarms of humans. "Damn it. Intercept. Brace yourselves." Half the color unit set their weapons at Hemmel's order, but the other half fumbled. Exhaustion dulled their movements. Even with sharp legs bearing down in front of them, their bodies wouldn't respond. The swarm of octospines, you could have counted near 100, slammed into the left front. Several men leapt upon, were bowled over and skewered before they could rise, blood spraying. Screams and shouts of rage went up everywhere. "Hurrah!" Hemmel brought a heavy metal cudgel down on one that closed in, snapping the cleaner's thin legs and crushing its small body. But another stepped over the corpse and bore down. In an instant, he was forced to understand that they'd plunged into a formationless quagmire of a melee, and that it was, plainly, a losing one. 3 or more swarmed each man, tearing them apart. Sweeping his gaze further, he could even see a group peeling off toward what must have been their own stragglers. By rights, he should have sent at least one man ahead to warn them of the danger. But there was no manpower to spare, and since they'd already been detected, outrunning the enemy to carry word of the crisis first was all but impossible. "Son of a bitch. With a Vitalmail right in front of us. What an idiot's way to go." He swung the cudgel through in a level sweep, batting away one that closed in. But the hit must have caught it wrong, for the thing sailed off, landed gracefully, and sprang at Hemmel again. This time he gripped the cudgel's haft with a ferocious cry. "Huh?" But for some reason the hand meant to raise the cudgel came open, and the heavy iron rod fell ringing to the ground. When he noticed it, a black rod was sprouting from the joint of his right shoulder. From that thin, sharp thing, his own dark red blood dripped, and Hemmel felt his body shudder with rage. Even knowing his luck had run dry, he snarled that he wasn't about to die in a place like this and closed the gauntlet of his left hand around an octospine's leg. "You filthy vermin! You're coming with me, damn you!" Twisting his body. With a dull crack, the cleaner's leg snapped, and the black body clinging to his back was run through by the sharp legs of another that had sprung at him from the front. "Serves you right," he spat, hurling away the blood welling from his mouth. With his still-moving left arm, he drew a short sword and, throwing his whole weight behind it, drove it into the body of the cleaner, thrown into confusion by its own kind. An octospine's carapace is hard enough to turn a light blade, but its slender legs are weak to weight. No way it could bear a grown man's full weight. The black bug, its leg wrenched from the joint, lost its balance and went tumbling across the ground. At the same moment, Hemmel was thrown out onto the hard earth. Ah, damn it! How many left? Whether from the blood pouring out, he couldn't so much as get up, and only turned his head to survey the surroundings. Almost none of his comrades were left standing, after all. Glanced just to the side, and the cleaners had already begun their meal. Octospines eat only the dead, but they make their own corpses to do it. Watching the remains of his men be devoured, he asked himself where he'd gone wrong, and against his unmoving body a bitter regret welled up. If only he could have died crossing blades with a Vitalmail, he could have accepted that much, seeing the ballista that had lost its towing bosca and the iron chain they'd brought to bind the Vitalmail lying cast aside, never used. He closed his eyes. It was in the very next moment that an unfamiliar sound reached his ears. Zoran and I had stopped the Karabitsu and were glued to the radar. The humans we'd been defining as colors until moments ago, and unknowns were tangled together. The hell is this? These bio-readings aren't human. Being attacked by something that isn't human. Does that even happen? The skeleton let out a low groan. There were surely predators that attacked humans, but I'd never heard of anything large enough to register on radar, moving in a swarm of that scale. Then again, from everything they'd done so far, it was hard to imagine the colors launching an attack on a herd of grazing beasts either. "Let's have a look." Saying so, I climbed the turret ladder and opened the hatch set in the ceiling. In the twilight, I looked back with binoculars. Beyond the convex lenses and prisms, sure enough, there were figures of humans striking blades at something. The problem was what they were striking. In my moth-eaten memory, I had some recollection of things that squirmed in swarms beneath the dead leaves of a nature park. That said, bodies so utterly different from those were more than enough to raise the hairs on my skin. "Zoran, do you like bugs? Loathe them?" From the bottom of my heart? "Beetles I don't mind, I guess." "Then how about a giant harvestman?" A hollow clonk of bone came through the radio. He'd probably dropped his jaw wide open. If someone said that to me, the bone sound aside, I'd surely have made the same face. The things scrabbling about were plainly stabbing humans to death and devouring them. It was like watching a disaster film. The camera slaved to the machine gun beside me swung around, and then Zoran let out a voice of pure disgust. "Ugh, seriously? It's real. It's real, and I can't stand it. I've got no skin, and I'm getting goosebumps anyway." "No way a bug should be visible at that size from this distance," he spat. At the very least, nothing like them existed before Zoran and I went to sleep. Whether 800 years had made them so, or whether it was the fruit of some contamination we ancient humans had unleashed. With things like that crawling all over, a man can't sleep easy. Agreed. This calls for some intelligence gathering. Zoran cinched the chinstrap of his helmet and slid into the gunner's seat. I too laid a hand on Rory's back at once, opened the boarding hatch, and clad myself in the pale blue armor. Across the pitch-black field of view flowed the Soyo Heavy Industries logo, and the model designation GHM 400T Rory appeared along with the status of each part of the frame. "Armament?" the muffled voice asked through the mic. "Close combat. Catching a human with a stray round once it turns into a scrum would sit badly with me. For combat assessment, I'll do the shooting from the Karabitsu on your target designation." "Understood." I deployed the slide-out blades fitted to both of Rory's forearms. At the same time, the system projected the status of the harmonic blades. Then I worked my hands and feet lightly. No problems. Not using the longsword? If the enemy's small, a nimble weapon's better. Don't swing it around so much you snap it. You're the one who'd better not go friendly firing me. Well, listen to you. Zoran laughed, clattering. I pushed the Karabitsu's rear hatch open myself and started Ruri forward at a slow walk, accelerating bit by bit, checking each actuator. No problems, I kicked off the ground and flew. The speed readout leapt upward, and in no time the once small human battlefield spread out before me. For both humans and harvestmen, the reticles that identified friend from foe were all white, the system reporting it couldn't tell them apart. Against that, I said, low, that I was designating everything non-human as hostile, and all at once the reticles that had been catching the harvestmen turned red. Among them, frames signifying laser target designation rose over the three nearest, and in the next moment, with a dull sound, their chitinous bodies were blown apart. It seemed harvestmen didn't have carapaces thick enough to turn armor-piercing, high-explosive fired from range, nor any ability to detect a shot or evade a shell. The Karabitsu's assessment of their combat strength was sufficient. The rest was my job. I fixed my aim on one devouring a human right in front of me and swept the right arm harmonic blade through it. At the instant it met the center of the body, a light tremor ran through my right arm. A harmonic blade is a weapon that, the moment its edge touches a hostile, sets up a high-frequency vibration to cut the target apart, leaving a clean cross-section behind and spewing black fluid. The harvestman crumpled, and at the same time the enemy data updated. Kills by physical impact or severing were possible. Further, provisional target strength, armor thickness, threat level, and the rest were automatically classified. The answer it churned out was that a harvestman's legs and jaws couldn't penetrate a Machina's armor. Now I had the intel I needed. All that remained was to destroy the rest of the harvestmen without hitting a human. The Machina infantry leapt into the gathering harvestmen. Swinging both arms, it carved through the black bodies like a whirlwind. Harvestmen sprang at me. Their legs that ran through a human with ease were turned aside by the Machina's armor, and where they slid off without purchase I crushed them under a heavy heel. Or I struck through one as it recoiled, or shattered another's body with a backhand the instant it pounced. A matter of a few minutes, all told. The several meters centered on Ruri were buried in harvestmen corpses. Along the outer edge lay many human remains, torn apart. Not a single human was left standing. By the time I arrived, nearly all had been killed, and regrettably, because I couldn't draw every enemy to me at once, they were wiped out entirely. It's ghastly. Over the span of 800 years, the flow of time seemed to have greatly changed the standing of humans. I'd never have imagined it would come to men being fed upon directly by insects. Surveying the surroundings, I checked each one for signs of life. Most were far too mutilated, parts torn away here and there. But I did find one man lying on the ground, still breathing. His shoulder was run through by a harvestman's leg, the bleeding severe, but his life, it seemed, still held. "Can you hear me?" Kneeling at his side, I tapped his uninjured shoulder a few times. The man gave no answer. With a wound that deep and consciousness lost, this man too wouldn't last long. Just as I judged it so and gave up on treatment, the eyes that had been shut snapped wide open. "It talks? A vital male?" So Renz was telling the truth after all. "You can speak? Let me give you first aid." I moved at once to take out an aid pack, but the man refused it. No. When I looked at him puzzled, he turned his face backward and pointed. "That way. If you'll help us, it's over there. Over there's my unit. The ones who drop behind. They're being attacked, too. They must be. I'm begging you. See, do you want to die? I have to stop the bleeding. I'm fine. A vital male. I'm trusting you." The man coughed, spitting blood. He sensed his own end. The soldier's heart in me whispered. On the battlefield, I'd seen many a man like this, and it was true I'd glimpsed a group on the radar that must have fallen behind. If the harvestmen had turned that way, there was no doubt they were under attack. I knew what needed doing. It should have been far from the first or second time, and yet against my momentary hesitation, the man grinned and said, just like a person, a soft-hearted person, "Please, hey!" The strength went out of the man, and his eyelids closed. His breathing continued, but he'd lost consciousness from blood loss. They were nothing but strangers to us. If anything, one might blame them. It was because they'd gone and chased us that it came to this. So my deciding to grant this man's wish was surely nothing more than calculation and caprice. I broke into a run toward the survivors the man had named. At the same time, I opened the radio to Zoran. "Every unit on this battlefield is wiped out. From a critically wounded survivor, I got word that a unit remaining to the rear is engaged. The stragglers and the survivor, no need for rescue. I'm heading now to support the rear unit. Never goes smooth, does it? Understood." The view streamed past. The monitor shifted automatically into night vision mode. The sun that had scorched the ground so fiercely had vanished beyond the far horizon, and in the opposite sky a moon had begun to shine. Episode 8, Magic Hour Dances with the Bugs. With a tremendous whoosh of cleaving wind, sand, and dust whirled up around Naughty, who whirled her two slab blades like a cyclone with her back to the rock wall. The octospines had formed a ring, keeping a fixed distance. Now and then one, losing patience, dove in, got lightly carved, and was batted out to the edge of the encirclement. And its corpse, in turn, another octospine devoured. She was fighting well. Keeping me hidden behind her, she went on guarding nearly all directions at once. But the cleaners, too, meaning not to let their prey escape, kept widening the encirclement ring upon ring, and their numbers only kept climbing as time went by. Why do they keep multiplying? The ones that finish eating are rejoining. Naughty, breathing hard through her shoulders, kept a ferocious grin on her face, even as beads of sweat stood on her brow. Behind her, I'd drawn my self-defense short sword and gave it small swings, warding off any surprise strike at Naughty. But concentration doesn't hold forever. Another sprang at Naughty and was cut to ribbons, yet in that opening one more closed in and drove a leg into her thigh. Ow, ow! Naughty twisted away by a hair's breadth, but her thigh was gashed, fresh blood welling up. The cleaner that had failed to catch hold flipped itself around, but my thrust short sword caught it just right, hampering its movement, and in the instant it stiffened. A slab blade came down and shattered it. But this wasn't the end. Onto Naughty, who'd staggered slightly, the octospines rushed as if seizing their chance. The first few to close in were torn apart again by a blow from her twisted right hand, and her still unswung left hand added a follow-up strike. But that was as far as it went. At last, a good many octospines slammed bodily into her. Naughty let out a strangled cry and was knocked to the ground. The slab blades were jarred from her grip and rolled away nearby. At the same time, several more clambered over her toward me. "You, get off!" The cat girl, with that high physical prowess, kicked up one that latched onto her leg and clawed at the ones tangling her arms. But the hard-shelled cleaners were scarcely fazed, as if mocking her resistance, or as if savoring at last a lively catch. One bug climbed onto Naughty's face and raised its sharp legs high. Naughty, at the dull thud, I couldn't help but tear my eyes away from her, heedless of my own dire situation. Near became the sound of something spattering, though I didn't want to imagine it. My mind wouldn't stop predicting that the sound was Naughty's face. It broke off only when something cold struck my head. Yet the pain that should have followed never came, and on top of that, something slid slickly down off my head. Wondering what had happened, I opened my eyes fearfully. Through a view blurred by tears I hadn't noticed shedding, where I'd braced to see Natty's head, surely dyed with blood, there stood a blue suit of armor. A Vitalmail, its eyes flashing. It carved through the swarming octospines in the blink of an eye, as if dancing, faster than Naughty's fighting had been a moment ago, throwing itself in of its own accord. The many bugs that had swarmed over Naughty had their attention dragged toward this new enemy, and it made an opening for her, the warrior, to escape. Yeah, swinging arms, legs, tail, she flung off the cleaners clinging to her body. Two or three that clung on stubbornly scored shallow cuts into her skin. But without so much as wincing at the pain, Naughty lunged for the fallen slab blades. Even in that span, the bugs went flying one after another. Torn apart like toys, batted away, crushed. By degrees, the bugs seemed to grow afraid. Their numbers, dominant moments ago, had mostly turned to corpses. The prey they'd seized had risen again as an enemy. And above all, an armor their legs and fangs couldn't pierce stood before them, a slain comrade dangling from its hand. Whether octospines can understand language, I don't know, but if they could, they must have felt it whispered to them. "You're next." One step, the armor advanced. The remaining octospines fell back the same distance. One step, and with a shock the ground cracked and dented. The octospines at the swarm's rear peeled off and began to flee. One step, and sand and pebbles came tumbling from the nearby rock wall. The whole swarm recoiled hard. Finally, the Vitalmail hurled the bug corpse dangling from its hand into the middle of the swarm, and the cleaners, losing all cohesion to fear, bolted headlong away. "Are we saved?" Naughty, who had recovered just one of the slab blades and held it ready without dropping her guard, let out a somehow vacant voice, but I, if anything, felt my body freeze. More than the terror of being run through by bugs a moment before, at the absolute being that had appeared before us. Not yet, at my voice, which I couldn't keep from trembling. Naughty, too, reset her blade with a tense expression. A blue Vitalmail I'd never seen or heard of. Overwhelming power that scattered countless octospines in a heartbeat. And that final act, which had looked like a deliberate show of intimidation. Nowhere was there the figure of a tamer, said to commune wills with the armor. So this thing was acting on some will of its own, beyond mere destruction and slaughter. What in the world was that? Every conceivable outcome my imagination reached broke off and ended at the instant that Blade turned on us. With just the two of us, a wounded Noddy and an unfighting me, there was no way to do anything about a monster like this. Just as I was thinking it. "Are you all right?" The armor spoke in a strangely gentle voice. With the man-eating harvestmen scattered in flight, I felt relief that a measure of safety, at least, had been secured. Before me were two girls, one small and blonde, and one who looked as though beast parts had grown from a human. The former gripped a short sword in trembling hands. The latter clearly held her massive sword ready to guard the blonde girl. The fight with the harvestmen must have been fierce. Blood seeped here and there across the beast girl's skin, but fortunately she bore no fatal wound like the man earlier. Behind her, the blonde girl she'd surely protected at the risk of her life had grime standing out against pale skin, but seemed to have taken no serious injury either. Impressive, I thought plainly. Two girls, still with a childish softness about them, had come through that desperate pass with just the two of them, and the beast girl at that, with no armor worth the name, holding a slab blade nearly her own height in slender arms, meeting that swarm of bugs head-on. If I could, I'd rather not become their enemy. And in order to honor the debt to the man who, wandering the border of life and death, had begged me to help his comrades, I made a point of speaking as gently as I could. "Are you all right?" At once the girls' bodies went taut. As for the human, I couldn't quite tell, but the beast girl bristled the fur of her ears and puffed out her tail, just like a cat. The Vitalmail, it spoke, so it really was true. The slab blade clacked. You could see the strength gathering in her arms. The system rated my machine's danger from the girl hefting that heavy-class slab of iron as extremely low, apparently judging there was even a slight chance of damaging the frame. If so, it made her protecting someone from the harvestmen all the more believable. Their wariness was only natural, so I lowered myself to one knee before the two, meaning to close the difference in scale, Machina and all. "I mean you no harm. Won't you lower your blade?" "What should we do?" The slab blade's point stayed leveled at me, but the beast girl gripping it, keeping her eyes fixed on the Machina all the while, swayed her puffed tail side to side and called back to the girl behind her. That I hadn't been brushed off without a moment's thought. I let out a small breath at that part, careful not to be noticed. If these girls did come at me with blades, my only choices would be to withdraw and accept the spread of information, or, at worst, to kill them. And considering the effect stray rumors might have going forward, in our current state we would, without hesitation, choose to kill. For now I wanted to be grateful I hadn't been forced into that worst option. "Well then, how will you play it?" The human girl standing behind, the one called Nerva, cast an unreadable gaze at me, at Rory's head precisely where the sensors glowed pale blue. A short silence. The beast girl, sweat running from her brow, still refused to take her eyes off my every movement, and refused to draw the point aimed at my throat. For my part, I stayed motionless so as not to provoke her, taking care not to make a single sound. How much time passed like that? Just as the sunlight illuminating the scene was about to give way entirely to moonlight, the human girl abruptly let out a breath. "Naughty, lower it. Are you sure? We can't stay frozen like this forever. And besides, if it wanted to, we'd have been killed whether we kept our guard up or not." That's true too. Phew, once told to lower it, the girl called Naughty dropped the point clear to the ground, almost refreshingly so, and then let out a great breath as if she'd been holding it all this time, and plopped down where she stood. It seemed the thread of tension had snapped all at once. "Thank you. First, your wounds need tending." The girl called Nerva gave a small nod, drew a bandage from the little pouch at her waist and made to wrap it around the beast girl sitting on the ground, then made a small sound. "Ah, there's no water, so I can't clean it. Ah, I drank mine too, didn't I?" Having marched under the blazing sun, the two seemed to have used up all their water on the way. The human girl made a troubled face, while the beast girl wore a vacant look, as if it were someone else's problem. For that matter, I'd meant to return to the Karabitsu the moment the fighting ended, and had only the barest arms on me. To put it the other way, if I just went back to my rolling home, there was a fair supply of both medicine and water. But even having sheathed our weapons for the moment, taking total strangers straight to the Karabitsu gave me pause. And yet, doubt this moment now, and would a close encounter on trustworthy terms ever come again? Think about the risks and they'd keep coming the more you thought. But by bringing these two blood-soaked women back and treating them, there was also a chance of achieving my goal, securing general social information about the present age. Strength gathered naturally in my lips. Even so, there's a dwelling of mine nearby. Let's treat you there. That it was a gamble was a fact. But without a wager, I couldn't see our situation improving, and I resolved here to steel myself. A dwelling? The one who reacted to the word was the girl called Nerva. Perhaps she had a strong streak of curiosity. The beast girl, by contrast, let out a slack. So a Vitalmail has a home too, huh? Whether she was interested or not, I couldn't say. The two exchanged glances and looked plainly hesitant, but they must not have been able to think of any other option. Nerva lent the beast girl her shoulder and rose, and then, fearful as their manner was, the two followed after me. Episode 9. Introductions and Intelligence, Part 1. The Karabitsu, which I'd called over by radio, was parked beneath a great tree with a strangely thick trunk. It sat a little apart from where the earlier battle had taken place, so no reek of death drifted over. The sun had set, and Zoran had already begun setting the place up as a campsite. As for me, since the girl called Nerva had hit her physical limit partway through even lending a shoulder, I'd carried the beast girl the rest of the way in my arms instead. I hadn't noticed, but the wound on her thigh had been deeper than I thought, and the bleeding still hadn't stopped. Whether or not he'd caught on to any of this, Zoran was waiting outside. And, having gone, and where did he even find it? Thoughtfully pulled a gunny sack over his head to work in, I no longer knew where to begin with the retorts. Yo, welcome back. I'm back. What is that? Well, I figured I shouldn't go scaring people, so I improvised in my own way. If anything, I got the feeling a first-time viewer would recoil in horror at the sight, and my head began to ache, bones on the inside or no. Couldn't he have managed a slightly more sensible disguise? Ah, never mind me. It's those women, right? They're hurt, aren't they? Looking, I saw Zoran had hauled every kind of medicine out of the med kit and stood by with both arms full. Our own supplies were limited too, and here he was giving it away by the fistful. You didn't have to go that far, part of me thought. And well, there was no need to even ask why. Zoran had been positively giddy when I'd said I was bringing women along. That's amazing medicine. Are you rich, maybe? The beast girl, still cradled in my arms, went wide-eyed too. Nerva, for her part, was swaying unsteadily on her feet. Zoran, all we need is water, disinfectant, and ointment, plus gauze and bandages. About that much water and disinfectant and ointment and gauze and bandages. Leave it to me. I'll have it done in a snap. Just wait. Zoran rummaged, clattering through his armful, rattling his bones, sorted out the items I'd named, and while he was at it, beckoned to the beast girl. Come here. Come here. Can a skeleton even have ulterior motives? No, this one right in front of me certainly did. As it was, on a first meeting, a matter that had also worried me not long after I woke, I couldn't afford to stir up needless trouble over harassment, so I set the beast girl down, snatched Zoran's medicine, and handed it to Nerva. Leave it to me, Zoran was hollering. But I made a point of ignoring him, grabbed him by the scruff, and dragged him into the Karabitsu. Are you trying to undo in one stroke the third kind close encounter these two somehow managed to accept in this Machina form? Hey, don't misunderstand, Reiji. It's goodwill, goodwill. This is purely out of goodwill, Yao? It's cracking. It's gonna crack. Zoran started to spout something he didn't mean in the slightest, and I silenced him, gunny sack and all, with the brain claw of the third-generation Machina. The skeleton thrashed and flailed for a while, but in a few seconds the strength drained out of him, and he hung limp in the air. When I let go, the bones collapsed with a clatter. The gunny sack he'd worn slipped off his head and drifted down to settle softly somewhere around his ribs. What was that for? What'll you do if I get a comminuted fracture? Ha! Take off the head unit for me. I want to set the girls' minds at ease. No perks in it for me, and I'm the one getting put through this. Grumbling that his complaint had been ignored, Zoran undid the coupling of Ruri's head unit. I'd have preferred to leave the whole Machina behind, but being attacked by that beast girl, while in the flesh, would be no joke, so I'd had him detach at least the head. Freed from a slight stuffiness, I stepped back out of the Karabitsu and found the two had already finished treating their wounds and were sitting down. But the moment they saw me, Nerva scooted backward with tremendous force, just like a shrimp. A human? Ah, right. Come to think of it, this time I hadn't said a single word about there being a human inside. And judging from the tavern uproar last time, the premise that this was something a human wrote and operated clearly wasn't understood at all. Her reaction was, sure enough, that of a monster emerging from within a monster. The beast girl, by contrast, only let out a slack "oh," neither fleeing nor bracing herself. If anything, she looked to be enjoying it. What was this gap in their reactions? I'm human. This thing you call a vital mail, I use it. Even to my own ear, no good phrasing came to mind. Wear it was wrong, and employ it was odd. To us, this was a mere weapon without a self, nothing but a tool. But to them, it was a monster, living armor. Resolving that conceptual mismatch, rooted in different common sense, with a quick explanation was difficult. For now, I'd like to introduce myself. Would that be all right? I'm fine with it. But Nerva, you're too scared. Nadi's not scared enough. Waving both hands wildly, Nerva insisted that she was the one being sensible. Combined with that small frame, she looked completely like a child. The beast girl, having settled down conversely, let out a theatrical sigh and then slowly looked up at me. I'm Nadira. As you can see, I'm Beastkin. Amau, thank you for saving us back there when it was dangerous. Saying so, Nadira dipped her head with a little bob, and the big, thick ears jutting from her orange hair split apart to left and right at the same time. Along with it, a long, slender braid extending like a tail from her outward flipped shortcut swayed. An unusual hairstyle, but more than that, those ears and the real-looking tail extending from beneath the scale plate around her waist drew the eye. Beastkin. Ma, what's that? Huh, you don't know? People with ears and tails and fur like mine, that sort of thing. Ma is one of the races among them. We're strong. She said it brimming with confidence. No, she seemed to think it was a point of pride. Her swaying golden eyes were exactly like a cat's, and lovely was the fitting word for her features. Her supple, extending limbs looked slender but were properly trained. She had strength without losing a bit of her feminine appearance in the least. Her figure showed womanly curves as well, and the striking narrowing at her lower belly, bared by so-called midriff-exposing clothing, set off her healthy allure. And then this person here, Nirva von Roos, mind right of the Hemel colors. The human girl, still with a mix of fear and confusion about her, said as much. Compared to Nadira's well-proportioned figure, hers was entirely obscured by the brown poncho that covered her whole body. And perhaps they were far apart in age. She was small. There was no doubt she was a blonde beauty with an emerald-like gaze and a short bob, but the childlike face on that pale skin made her look quite young. Give her a few more years and she'd surely become a fine woman. A wicked line of thought had taken over my head, but noticing the gaze of those dark eye sockets I felt from behind me, I hurriedly shook it off. I'm Soma Reiji, the pilot of this armor you call a Vitalmail, a Machina, and this gunny sackhead over here is the name Zoran. Pleased to meet ya. Zoran covertly rattled his bones, clatter, clatter, and waved a gloved hand, looking every bit the frivolous sort. Nadira bowed her head with a pleased to meet you. But Nerva fixed me with a terribly difficult look, staring hard enough to bore holes. She'd said she was a mind right, but if the profession's duties matched the name, then what sort of brain work a girl who was surely still a child had been doing was a thing that piqued my curiosity. Nerva, was it? Sorry, but I'd like to ask you all sorts of questions. Is that all right? Uh, hmm. If it's something I can answer. Perhaps she'd been lost in thought, because for an instant she was taken aback by the words I'd opened with. Understandable, I supposed. Then first about this, Nerva gave a single nod, her expression pulling taut, and showed she was concentrating so as not to miss a word. I drew a single bronze coin from the grimy cloth pouch at my waist. That must have been unexpected, because she cocked her head, unable to grasp the point of the question. I want to know about money. Neither Zoran nor I have any education, you see. I'd like you to teach me the kinds of currency and their values. Just what sort of place do you crawl out of to not know money? A dubious half-lidded gaze fixed itself on me. Returning a question with a question, she couldn't see the point of my asking. There was an intent in it that said, "Are you making fun of me?" That said, I'd only picked a relatively harmless yet important piece of economic common sense, and if I couldn't get it taught to me, it was a life-or-death matter. Even asked whether I was mocking her, I had no choice but to convey that I was entirely serious. That's a bronze coin of the Montero Empire. It's the lowest value money. I've heard a day laborer earns about 20 of these for a single day's meals. The one who answered unexpectedly was Nadira. She drew a pouch from her own belt and, from it, pinched up 3 kinds of what looked like currency. I think it's the same in any country, but the money you normally use comes in about 3 kinds. A copper coin is worth 100 bronze. A silver coin is worth 1,000 copper. Sorry. So for instance, what could you buy with a single bronze coin? With one, nothing. 5 buys you a soup so watery and shockingly awful you'd be amazed. In short, there was probably almost nothing cheaper than that. How much nutritional value this watery soup had I couldn't say, but judging from her phrasing, the odds seemed very high it was the sort of thing that beat plain water for filling your belly and little more. At her explanation, Nerva looked a touch dissatisfied and made to raise her voice, but Nadira waved a hand, "It's fine," and went on teaching me. So, other than that, 1 copper gets you a set of the unpleasant dried meat and the black bread that's gone rock hard with age. If you want a proper meal, you'll need 3. That's surely not. Zoran recalled the meat and bread still stored in the karabitsu even now, and made a strangled sound. Both were things you couldn't imagine wanting to eat again. Thanks to them, there was a me now who earnestly, desperately wished to eat something a little tastier if he could. Of course, that was the only food on hand, and there wasn't much of it left either. Watching us, Nadira giggled. "You've eaten it already, haven't you? It's terrible, isn't it? Thought my teeth were going to chip my precious parts." Zoran rubbed his face through the gunny sack. Nadira seemed to take it in the ordinary sense of chipped teeth being a nuisance, but in fact, if Zoran's teeth chipped, he'd turn into a shockingly goofy-looking skeleton. As for the last one, the silver coin, there's a lot you can buy with one. Cheap clothes, high-class suites, and mass-produced arms and armor that aren't secondhand go for about that too. Clothes are pretty expensive. Huh. Rags you can get for 100 copper, but stylish clothes go for around 5 silver even worn. Unless you're living quite well, it's out of reach. Bending her eyebrows into a droop, Nadira let out a pointed sigh. What she was imagining I couldn't say. Maybe there were clothes she wanted, but Zoran cocked his head at Nadira's words. "That giant sword of yours has to be pretty pricey too." "A breaker, was it? The work you mentioned? Doesn't that job pay awfully well?" I'd say it's about enough not to struggle to live. A breaker works with the colors, fighting Vitalmail like Mr. here, or the octospines from before, but it's mostly beastkin work, so." She tilted her head a little as if troubled and scratched her cheek lightly. Maybe she'd only found it hard to say in front of a Vitalmail such as myself, but that last phrase, beastkin work, lingered strangely in my ears. Besides, my weapon and armor are borrowed from the colors. "Borrowed?" She nodded, a small bob. "Me included. When a beastkin becomes a breaker, it's usually because they were bought, so at the start they don't have money, let alone anything else." Episode 10, Introductions and Intelligence, Part 2. Wait a second. Bought you, is that something you say so lightly?" Zoran stepped forward in shock. Inwardly, I felt exactly the same. That the girl speaking so brightly before us talked as though she herself were an object, and moreover, as though she considered it perfectly normal, left the two of us dumbstruck. Slavery. The word slipped quietly from Nerva. Everyone's eyes converged on her. As if it were nothing to wonder at, Nerva said, "Montero imperial law has slave statutes. The neighboring Andorra theocracy and the commercial nation of Aldrin have similar systems, and honestly, I've never heard of a country that doesn't use slaves." The girl spoke plainly, and it was, moreover, common sense without a word of falsehood. If anything, her manner said, "Why are you surprised by such a thing?" And Zoran and I were left at a loss for words. Whatever had happened over 800 years, perhaps humanity, the very concept, hadn't kept even its shape. Then again, considering the reason I was here, whether humanity had functioned properly even 800 years ago was itself doubtful. When I turned to surely not gaze her way, Nadira only blinked blankly. That she'd been sold, that a being with a will was treated as an object. There's no question both Zoran and I felt anger. But saying so here would change nothing. Watching us, Nadira laughed. "You're kind, aren't you? I don't really understand why I was sold, but by the time I noticed I was a slave. Still, I got fed, more or less, and as long as I did my work properly, all that was left was eating and sleeping, so it wasn't so hard. All I could say was I see. A world where a girl who speaks so easily of having been a slave exists. The shock of it was far too great. I was made to understand. It was not the same. Not the civilization, not the common sense, none of it. Is that enough of an explanation about money? There are other kinds too, but the money you handle day to day is mostly these 3. And besides, I'm hungry. Yeah, right. Though, like I said, all we've got is that awful food from earlier. I'm used to it. Then I'll go grab the food. Reiji, get a fire going, would you? Sure, wait. At Nerva's voice, far louder than any she'd used before, cutting off my words, everyone froze. Caught halfway up in a stand, I shoved my reply back down my throat. "Let me ask one thing first. What is it?" She looked up at me with an urgent expression. "The color unit, what happened to them?" I hadn't told her because she hadn't asked, but I faltered over the state of the people who had surely been her comrades. The cause was, without doubt, my own, starting my question so terribly abruptly. Out of shock and fear, Nerva must have hesitated to ask. Maybe I shouldn't convey a gruesome reality to a girl still like a child, but since she had the right to know, I decided to tell her everything I'd seen, exactly as it was. There may have been in that a sense of atonement for not having been able to save them. I see. So it really was just us, after all. I don't know about the ones scattered to the rear, but there was no one alive near that place. As I'd learned, those harvestmen were apparently called octospines, a menace of this wasteland, moving in large swarms, attacking and preying on every kind of animal, an apex existence of the ecosystem. And, Nerva explained, they were subjugated on sight. By rights, preparing poison could exterminate them relatively easily. But this sudden pursuit had left no room for such preparation, which had led to a result like this one. They're called cleaners because after they pass, not so much as a corpse of animal or human is left. If you don't wipe them out entirely, they'll even eat their own dead foul feeders. The surviving cleaners that fled will, once they realize you aren't there, eventually come back looking for their leftovers. With no way to recover the bodies now, burying them simply would only mean the cleaners dig them up again. Burying them on the spot would be meaningless, Nerva said and lowered her eyes. Awfully aggressive necrophages, aren't they? Zoran, clasping his hands behind his back, was thoroughly exasperated, and added under his breath, "Not that there's anything on me to eat. Think about how she feels," I said, and drove an elbow into the bone somewhere around his flank without even looking. What's there is nothing but a hollow, yet Zoran groaned reflexively and made a show of clutching his belly and reeling back. If he could act to that degree, I wanted to ask why he'd bothered slipping in an insensitive bone joke in the first place. Hemmel was a veteran, but this time he pushed the pursuit too far. That you'd been chasing since last night is one thing, but to be wiped out if that thing hadn't come out. I threw out sympathetic words, mindful of her state, but Nerva shook her head. Colors getting wiped out is a common thing. I'm alive, so it isn't for you to worry about. Sorry for interrupting the meal preparations. I see, I said briefly. If that was how she felt, I stopped saying anything more sentimental. Nerva seemed to have come to terms with something, so I promptly readied the campfire, and Zoran doubled the food he'd been managing as one meal's worth and handed it out to everyone. It didn't quite reach the warmth of a family table, but taking a meal, I felt, let us settle down at last. Zoran and I aside, Nerva and Nadira had had their unit annihilated and now found themselves sharing a campfire with the very target they'd set out after. Fully unwinding was impossible, but if they could rest even a little, that was surely better. Each of us set to a meal Spartan beyond belief. Sitting on the ground, Nadira wrestled with the hard black bread, and Zoran roasted the unpleasant dried meat over the flames to make it a touch more bearable. Nerva gazed steadily at that scene, strange as it could be called, and then, "Reiji, was it?" and spoke my name for the first time. "Yeah," I answered, putting water-soaked black bread into my mouth, and Nerva pressed in close beside me. With the Machina disengaged too, her gaze had come nearer than before. By rights, taking off the Machina could be called careless. But since I'd entrusted the slab blades of Nadira, my chief object of caution, to her before the meal, keeping up my guard would have been odd. That, too, seemed to have had the effect of thinning Nerva's own wariness a little, and her words had grown more frequent. "What are you? What, even if you ask me that?" At so vague a question, I scratched the back of my head, but leaning back slightly from the girl fixing me with a serious gaze, I agonized over how far I could safely tell. Conveying everything was difficult. If the colors collected the technology and history of 800 years ago, then Zoran and I could be called living witnesses to it. Flaunting who we were was, if anything, still far too dangerous. How to draw out what I wanted to ask, and how much to disclose in exchange. I had to find a good compromise, but from her question I couldn't find the thread to grasp it. Seeing me at a loss, Nerva went on. "You two are too far outside common sense. You state it flatly. You call a Vitalmail a Machina. Why is that? What is that iron box? You barely know money, you eat cheap meat and bread, and yet you carry medicine in huge amounts. Medicine is a luxury. Where did you get it?" She fired the questions off. "It's all too incomprehensible," she said, "all too misshapen." Encompassing every bit of that, she'd asked, "What are you?" And if I said we were just bandits. Deflecting the truth, I made light of her seriousness, but Nerva denied it at once. "There's no way a bandit wouldn't understand money, and if that were so, they wouldn't deliberately target only medicine, whose value and use are hard to gauge. They'd go for arms and armor, livestock, or food. Couldn't it be that medicine was the only thing that looked valuable at the place we robbed? No, that's not it either. That ointment is clearly different from the wound salve made from common medicinal herbs, and the quality of the bandages was startlingly high. It's not something an ordinary doctor or apothecary carries. If that ointment were a medicine circulated to the personal physicians of the upper class, and you stole it from such a place, there ought to have been plenty of other valuables to go for. Well, she pointed out that there was a gap in my account. As if testing me, she demanded an answer. For me, who was only spouting nonsense on the fly with improvised lies, there was no way to rebut so precise a needle. I could deflect vaguely here again, but escaping her pursuit that way would be hard. Then again, just because I couldn't escape didn't mean I could tell the truth either. There are various circumstances. Would you forgive me and leave it at that? So there are things you can't say? There's far too much we don't know. We helped you because I judged that unless we did something about the parts of us outside the common sense you speak of, there'd be trouble in living our lives. An ulterior motive was the start of it, so to speak. On this part, I told no lie. Because even if it was help given with strings attached, I felt it far too faithless toward these two, who were answering my questions in earnest. Anyone would have done if I could gather even a little information on the present. It was only that I'd arrived to the rescue while she was lightly wounded, and that the ones the rescue reached in time happened to be them. It was nothing more than the calculation that, rather than simply asking a passerby, selling some kind of favor would raise the odds of honest answers even to preposterous questions. For a while Nerva gazed steadily at my face, then abruptly turned her eyes to the water swaying in her hand and murmured quietly, "I see." For that one instant I thought she'd smiled faintly, but in the expression now lit by the campfire, I could read no movement of feeling at all. "Are you disappointed?" I was implicitly telling her that would be the natural response, but Nerva shook her head. "That's not it. I understand now that this is all the information I can get from you two right now. That's enough." Her voice brightened just a little, and she tore off a small piece of the salty, unpleasant dried meat in her hand and put it in her mouth. Why? I couldn't say. I found it terribly pathetic that I couldn't tell her who we were and what our situation was. Ours was a relationship of not even a few hours standing, but at having no room to trust a single girl still with childish softness about her, I could only twist my face into a bitter grimace. In the water poured into the metal mug, that sour-faced expression of mine was reflected. "Do you have questions?" At the voice from beside me again, I raised my face, and Nerva, still gazing at the flames, repeated the same words. That it sounded a little muffled was surely because she was wrestling with the untearable dried meat in her mouth. After a moment, she swallowed it down and let out a small breath. "Earlier I left it to Nadi. This time I'll answer properly." Nerva looked at me squarely with those emerald-like eyes. Awkward as the expression was, it did to me look to be holding a smile unmistakably. Episode 11, Opening the Bunks. There are also gold coins, used only for trade between nations or the dealings of large merchant houses. That said, these never circulate among commoners, so when someone who isn't nobility saves up a large sum, they usually convert it into gemstones, which don't take up much space. Having apparently come to terms with something during our exchange, Nerva began answering my questions readily. Her changes of expression were extremely few, but her answers were precise and easy to follow. More than anything, I was astonished by a depth of knowledge you'd never guess from her childish looks. When I asked whether it wasn't wildly out of step with her age, she said she was 17. Whether her being underdeveloped for her age was down to nutrition or simply her own individual makeup, I couldn't tell. I couldn't rule out either that it was the average build of a present-day human who wasn't beastkin. "What? No, it's nothing. You said, between nations. Could you tell me about the countries and geography?" When I looked her up and down, she turned a damp, sort of half-lidded gaze on me, so I hurriedly fled to the next question. At that, she drew a rough map in the dirt and pointed to a spot a little east of center. The trouble was that it didn't match the map or terrain of 800 years ago left in my memory. Our current location is roughly around here, the eastern edge of the Montero Empire, a place called Stone Spire. As you can see, this whole area is a rugged region of continuous sheer plateaus. And the Montero Empire is? The Montero Empire is the state with the largest territory on this landmass. It holds no diplomatic ties with anyone but the trade nation Aldrin on its northern border, and it's a country that has kept expanding its territory by unilaterally waging war. In sheer number of soldiers, it's the largest in the world. Even now, it continues its wars against the Zera Kingdom and the Andorra theocracy, an empire that trades with a nation bearing the word trade in its name while repeating war after war. I'd learned there were many similar states in history, but most of them hit a wall in the end. And once they hit that wall, states for whom expansion was the greatest pastime tend, after imposing tyranny and overreaching their front lines, to have their upper echelons rot to the core and meet a wretched end. Zoran, what do you think? If a man can live happy just shouting "Long live His Imperial Majesty," then fine by me, but the taxes are probably something vicious. No? War devours money. An army produces nothing, and on top of that is an extreme glutton. The ones who bear the brunt are the citizens, and Zoran's opinion was sound, and Nirva's next words drove it home further. In the Empire, settling as a wanderer is basically not permitted. Pay money and you're allowed to stop by a town, but you're taxed daily, and if you can't pay, you're sold as a slave under imperial law. A country that won't tolerate vagrants who bring in no money, Nerva murmured, and our own finances were startlingly bleak. In short, we ought to slip beyond the reach of this imperial law as soon as possible. When I asked whether there were other options, Nadira clapped her hands as if struck by an idea. If you sell them on the fact that you can fight with a tamed Vitalmail, they might let you into an army. A fine plan, she said, thrusting out her chest, but Nerva's reaction was the exact opposite. She knit her brows slightly and groaned. If anything, I feel that's dangerous. The odds of arousing suspicion are high. People in power don't want to hold to their chest a fighting force they can't put a collar on, can't control. Yeah, figures. At this, Zoran, too, puffed his electronic cigarette inside the gunny sack and looked up at the heavens. To trust an immense, uncontrollable power, you need to have a hold on its weakness. And apart from funds and food, I had none to give. No good, huh? Nadira said, and flopped over backward on the spot. Fleeing to another country really is the best bet, this. Head east through Stonespire, and there's the border with the Zera Kingdom. At Zoran's words, Nerva moved the tree branch a little east of our current position, dug a small mark at the spot she'd indicated, and, ringing that mark, added lines to divide up the land. The Zera Kingdom is a rich country, even by world standards. Most of its settled land is fertile ground suited to farming and pasture, and though its territory is small, it has high national strength. That owes much to Elowin Vernant Alvega for governing well as queen. A small agricultural power then. A somewhat lopsided national structure, but if it could grind a war with a great power to a stalemate, you could call it a successful country. Beside me, Zoran kept asking Nadira the queen's name, trying to memorize it. But after getting it wrong about 3 times, he was met with a "you'll learn it eventually," and she gave up on him. And Zera's legal system? Nothing like the Empire's laws against wanderers, except that you pay for an identity token when entering a town. How towns and villages treat wanderers varies quite a bit. Apparently, places that make a living by pasture accept wanderers more readily than ones that run on farming. Apparently, Minerva shook her head. She'd been there, but not as a wanderer. Still, even hearsay was precious information now. Surely better than pressing on blindly, I told myself. So then, our destination is Zera, settled then. Triggered by a wide, slack yawn from Nadira, Zoran slapped his knee and stood. About time we slept. There's still a mountain of things I want to ask, but it wouldn't do to let it drag into tomorrow. Rattling shoulder bones that don't crack the way a person's do, Zoran headed for the Karabitsu to get ready for bed, and Nadira stood, saying she'd help. Nirva hastily tried to stop her, but Nadira slipped smoothly out of her grasp, ducked into the Karabitsu, and a cry of astonishment went up. "Ooh, what is this? Amazing, it really is an iron box." At Nadira vanishing into the cabin in a heartbeat, Nerva turned an apologetic look my way, so I put on a wry smile, waved a hand, "It's fine," and let it go. Letting the 2 of them into the Karabitsu was something Zoran and I had discussed and decided after the meal. There was no way they'd be carrying camping gear, and we simply couldn't bring ourselves to fling them out and huddle under our own blankets inside the Karabitsu on a night when the temperature plunged. I'll scold her later. No, it's fine, really. Following the 2, when I peered inside from the rear of the vehicle, Nadira was letting out cries of admiration. Ignoring that, Zoran was laying an envelope-style sleeping bag on the cramped floor, pointing at the 2-tier bunk built by scrapping the Machina maintenance space. "Use that bed over there." Nadira brought her face close to the bunk with keen interest, twitched her nose faintly as if sniffing, and then buried her face in the sheets, grinding her head against them, and after a moment abruptly snapped her head up, leapt out of the Karabitsu, and came dashing back to Nerva, At an excitement like she'd been sniffing catnip, both Nerva and I couldn't help leaning away. They said we can use the bed inside. Let's go, Nerva. Huh? A bed? Huh? Nadira, having sprung out, dragged the wide-eyed Nerva into the Karabitsu, rolled the small shrieking girl onto the lower tier of the bunk, and nimbly clambered up to the top tier herself and flopped down. This bed's nice and clean. Way more comfortable than the bedroll I used for camping. Against Nadira's utter contentment, Nerva stayed stiff for a while, but then, as if remembering something, hastily got up from the bunk and flew over to me where I'd laid my sleeping bag on the driver's side. I'm sorry? Coming in without asking. Fearful as when we'd first met. Wasn't this supposed to be one of your secrets? Her gaze wandered about. But since I was the one who'd given permission, I scratched the back of my head, put on an awkward smile, and soothed her. It's cold out. We couldn't just leave you outside. Though I can't tell you about the things in here, that's all. I won't ask. But that's not it. Then at least let us take the bedrolls. Insisting this treatment was wrong. Nerva looked up at me and pressed in for me. Just getting her word that she wouldn't ask was enough. But she stubbornly maintained that a spot better than ours made no sense for the ones being sheltered. There was the matter of Nerva being a woman, and Nadira at that was, for all intents, injured. Leaving them and having two men take the bunks did prick at me too. As I fretted that this made a poor showing, Zoran watched our exchange and laughed. Ka. If you're grateful, you could always sleep with me, you know? Unlike that homo over there, I'd welcome it. Come on then. The bones wrapped in military work clothes spread both arms atop the sleeping bag. It was a way of talking that gave zero consideration to the danger that, if someone actually did sleep with him, it would plainly out him as not human. Or rather, this being Zoran, I realized he was deliberately mouthing a pretext to get Nerva to accept the arrangement, and was, if anything, impressed. I'd rather it were Nadira if I had to. I see. I'd been a fool to expect a remark that took the situation into account, and, while I let it slide earlier, who exactly is a homo? Thanks to him, Nerva, recoiling from Zoran's remark, threw a gaze of unfounded suspicion at me too. No, I'm perfectly wholesome. So don't look at me like that. Come on, come here, said the lecherous Bones. No sooner said than Nadira sprang down from the bunk, landed nimbly at Zoran's side, deftly spun her body around in the cramped cabin, and with a half-hearted taw, drove a truly beautiful civet kick into the face of the gunny sack-wearing suspect. Again? Loosing an untranslatable cry, the sack-clad Bones were flung out of the vehicle, sleeping bag and all. For all her feeble battle cry, Nadira apparently packed quite a wallop, splendid footwork for someone injured. I gave a small round of applause. You called so I came? No, that's not. Is my face caved in? Zoran fumbled his hands about inside the sack, checking his skull. Personally speaking, a bit of a cave-in might have spared us some superfluous remarks, partly as punishment for going so far as to cast unfounded suspicion on me. I quietly moved to close the Karabitsu's hatch. Ah, wait, at least let me back inside. The Bones flung themselves at the double doors as they swung shut with a violent crash. Stronger than expected, he stopped them from sealing at the last instant. What's this? You've got a thing for that homo, have you? Not to be outdone, I put my weight on the handle. With an ah, part of his glove got pinched in the gap of the hatch. No, it's obviously a joke, pilot. You don't have to hold this big a grudge, you blockhead. Ah, no, wait. I kicked him off in silence, tossed the remaining glove back at him, and locked the hatch. From outside, I thought I heard cries of something deeply dishonorable. Lek, skirt chaser. But I made a point of ignoring them. By tomorrow morning, it'd be nice if some wild dog, or one of those octospines, had carried him off. I'll be up front, so you two use the bed. At my expression of bottomless exhaustion, Nerva, still standing rooted by the driver's seat, gave a small nod. It had come at the cost of the skeleton, but well, you could call it all's well that ends well. As for that casualty, the turret top hatch opened normally, so before long he'd come back as if nothing had happened, blowing a sigh down at the ground. Just as I made to head down the passage back toward the driver's side, someone grabbed me by the collar from behind, my throat cinched tight, and I let out a strangled, frog-crushed gway. Cuffing, I turned to look, and a bandaged arm was extended down from the top tier of the bunk. What is it? Caught by the golden eyes peering over the pillow, I swallowed. With eyes serious as a tiger stalking prey, she said low. Mister, do you play for that team? She said. Episode 12, The One Who Follows the Tracks. Amid the noisy clamor of metal grinding against metal, the tavern owner stood there looking gloomy. A few of the usual hired guards attended him, but they too couldn't hide their bewilderment. "Sorry to put you to trouble, owner." Saying so, the one who came forward astride an anvur, a war beast, was a warrior clad in plate armor, partly abbreviated, over a gambeson. On his head he wore a shell-shaped helm with the face section cut away. The others ringed around the warrior were all uniformly dressed the same. The only differences were that this warrior on the anvur wore a mantle over his armor, and that a plume of ornamental hair topped his helm. When the tax collection came early this month, I never dreamed the army was after that thing. Quite the surprise. At the sarcasm any resident of the heavily taxed empire would surely voice, the warrior nodded gravely without changing his expression. As the owner had said, they were soldiers of the Montero Empire. The owner was no one to welcome them, but that didn't mean he could treat them too coldly. He'd wondered if the peddler who'd nearly wet himself that time had tattled. But even so, for the army to arrive so soon, a day after the day, was far too fast. If anything, one ought to assume they'd sensed it beforehand and been in pursuit. Honestly, so long as his peaceful life went unchanged, the merchant had no interest in this or that talk of Vitalmail. Being at least nominally a subject of the empire under whose protection he lived, he answered what he was asked honestly, and went along with this inspection of the destroyed bound mail. Behind it, of course, was a strong undertone of just go home already. Report, Legion Commander Vorgan. The gray one is, as expected, without doubt the bound mail we've been searching for. We've confirmed the discarded bandit corpses as well, and the features match the testimony. The warrior, Vorgan, confirmed, at the report of the soldier saluting with his right hand to his chest, that there was no falsehood in what he'd heard from the owner. That meant there was no longer any need to doubt them, but it could equally be said the mystery had only deepened, and the creases carved deep between his brows grew deeper still. How was the destroyed bound mail brought down? Beyond an arm being torn off, there seems to be some damage to the neck, but that a vital male would die of that alone is hard too. The soldier shook his head, as if unable to believe it, though he was the one who had seen it. The owner, who had watched the whole affair, said he'd only understood that it had struck an arm off in a single blow. Vorgan groaned further at the report. An attack delivered where the owner couldn't see. Could a monster like a vital male manage anything so dexterous? I see. Understood. Fall back. Excuse me, the soldier said, and ran back to his comrades continuing the investigation. The one that felled it was a blue, stray vital male. The odds of that being a lie were exceedingly low, but its means of attack was like a master of martial arts. A vital male able to overpower nearly any creature by strength alone. What meaning was there in it using martial technique? Owner. Is there anything else you can tell about the blue vital male? Anything at all? Ha! I doubt you'll believe me, but it had bronze coins, and it bought dried meat and bread and left. At this even Vorgan, famed as a normally taciturn warrior, let out a startled, huh? At a voice that could even be taken as somewhat intimidating, the guards ringing the owner flinched back half a step, but the owner shook his head, as if to say this was only to be expected. I'm not telling lies. Didn't I say up front you wouldn't believe me? No, you're right. I was the one who asked. My apologies. Vorgan, judging it not a being one could handle with common sense, temporarily banished his own notion of a vital male from his thoughts. A vital male that completely destroys a bound male using human-like technique, understands monetary trade, and purchases food. Writes such a thing in a report, and the men of general rank wouldn't take it seriously. Worse, he might be called mentally ill and relieved of command. And yet, reporting a lie was difficult too. Vorgan was a blunt, honest man, poor at lies and scheming, but that was also a virtue. By tackling his duties with unwavering sincerity, he'd caught a general's eye and been made, from the ranks up, head of that general's 3rd Legion. Even so, now and then he did wish he could learn to maneuver more deftly. And today he even wished he could trade his talent for war for it. Someone bring Corbin to me! One of the soldiers who heard this dashed off in a hurry, but he stopped almost at once, and from behind him a small man, as if his height and width had been swapped, appeared, swaying his plate armor, lumbering along. You called? This small man, called Corbin, was the deputy commander of the 3rd Legion under General Yadin, which Vorgan led. Vorgan, being of common birth and risen from a common soldier, knew in his bones that whatever his prowess in arms, he was no master of strategy. For that reason, whenever he faced a hard decision, it had become a habit to lean on Corbin at once. Corbin, by contrast, was of noble birth and had once been a promising cadet who'd worked hard as a knight candidate. Yet since coming under Vorgan, he was leaned on constantly, and without ever putting on airs about his lineage, he supported the man well. What do you make of it? What should we do about this baffling blue Vitalmail, or whatever it is? Well now, I can't think that shopkeeper is lying, so here I'd suggest we have a courier report that the bound mail was destroyed, while a small unit searches the blue Vitalmail's likely route. Something may be lying along the way, and it's conceivable the colors have gotten hold of something too. Believe it, you say? I humbly submit we ought to look into it. After a moment, I see, that's so. Vorgan took Corbin's opinion to heart and nodded, over and over. That decided, he immediately sent a courier running to the general, and himself gathered the other soldiers and set out on the search. Naturally, he couldn't leave the destroyed bound mail lying about either, so he sent another courier running to the garrison unit with orders to recover it. That warrior all right? The owner and his men, watching, couldn't help thinking that Corbin held far more real power than Vorgan did, and could only wear looks of indescribable weariness. The soldiers watching, for their part, looked a little troubled too, but since in the 3rd Legion this was daily routine, they followed the orders as usual and got on with the work. The next morning, Zoran, whom I'd flung out the night before, had, as predicted, opened the top hatch after we'd fallen asleep and slipped into the gunner's seat. Since we could confirm he hadn't been made a plaything of wild dogs or harvestmen, we all took breakfast together. The skeleton lined up complaints about being made to sleep in the gunner's seat. I'm stiff all over, but I couldn't muster any sympathy. If anything, Nirva and Nadira were both young women, and the looks directed at Zoran were somehow chillier than the day before. Sleep well? I slept sounder than usual. That bunk really is comfortable. Agreed. Glad to hear it, I said, though inwardly I recalled how much trouble setting up that 2-tier bunk had been. After all, the mattresses left in that facility were mostly filthy or torn, in dreadful shape, and even decent sheets had been hard to find. The wall-folding platform itself, Zoran had finished in no time with his knack for construction, but the lack of proper bedding was the sticking point, and I'd ended up scouring that needlessly vast facility. In the end, finding a full set of bedding still in vacuum packing at the bottom of a storeroom saved the day and brought us here. I'd found the sleeping bags there the same way, so you could just about call it all's well. That ends well. Well, if that's so, then it was worth it, I suppose. Enduring the memory of that toil, I cut the untearable dried meat fine with my army knife and swallowed it down. Beside me, Nadira was tearing off dried meat with sharp canines, and I thought that was no human feat. Are you and the others headed to the Zera kingdom now, Reiji? Nerva, for her part, looked at me with her cheeks bulging with hard bread and tossed the question over. Soaked in water, it had softened somewhat, but the surface still boasted a hardness like tree bark. And talking with a mouthful risked filling your mouth with blood. So when I appealed with gestures, swallow slowly first, then talk, she used a whole cup of water to wash it all down in one go. Impressive that she could do that, I thought, but if she was used to this food, maybe it was normal. After confirming Nerva let out a pwah of breath, I resumed. There's no reason to stay long here, and we've no funds, so I do want to hurry. Agreed. After all, we're just about bone dry on food already. We'd been forcing our meager food to stretch, and adding 2 more people made it impossible to hold out. Hitting the limit was a matter of an instant. As for money, we had only what Zoran had lifted from the ragged bandits, and all that remained was the change from the other day. 3 bronze coins, in other words, utter destitution, unable to afford even the soup so watery and shockingly awful Nadira had described. Hearing that, Nirva hurriedly moved to take out her purse, but I firmly declined. Don't worry about it. I can't take money from someone I helped for my own convenience. But at this rate, you two will starve. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Worst case, we'll just hunt down some bandits and raid them. I'm an adult, you know. Against Nerva, who still tried to press the point, Zoran forcibly ended the conversation. Nadira, for her part, didn't so much as stop eating at that, and only said, do your best. Whether to call it dry or call it big-hearted, I found myself impressed by her manner. Nerva still fidgeted as if unconvinced, but at last she lifted her face as if resolved. I have a proposal. Told you we don't need money. At the skeleton's teasing voice, Nerva shook her head vigorously and turned a strong gaze on Zoran and me. Cowed by her fierce manner, I flinched, and even Zoran shut his glib jaw and waited for the rest of her words. Then Nerva put a hand to her chest, took a deep breath, and opened her mouth with resolve. Let me come with you, too. I froze at her words. More precisely, my head refused even to try to grasp what she was saying. Zoran likewise stayed frozen, his body turned toward her. Only Nadira was still tearing off dried meat, chewing it while stifling a yawn. A single gust of wind blew through the morning mist-laden view. Nerva let her gold gauze hair be played by the wind, fluffing softly, and without making any move to stop it, she gazed steadily at Zoran and me. Episode 13, The Offer. Nerva, was it? It took a long time for my thoughts to recover from their freeze. In the end, all I managed was to murmur her name in the form of a question. At how terribly awkward I was, she clenched both hands, and this time slowly breaking it into pieces, she told me plainly, "Let me come with you all." At once Zoran and I sprang out in front of her. "Don't tell me those bugs had a neurotoxin? What a disaster! Hey, hold it together! I'll fix you up somehow!" Zoran dropped to his knees before her, clutched his head, gunny sack and all, and cried out in despair, while I gripped both her shoulders and shook her back and forth. At that, Nerva let out wordless groans. This was truly bad. She'd surely lost her mind, I thought. Exchanging looks and nods with the sack, and hastily spun on my heel to go back to the Karabitsu for the med kit. Gah! An instant later, a tremendous shock and searing pain shot through my lower back, and I was forced to crumple to the ground on the spot. Even Zoran stopped in surprise. "Hey, partner, some crazy sound just came out of your back. You okay?" Ooh, that was a lovely elbow strike. At Nadira's drawling words, the reason for the pain became clear. But why, I wondered, rubbing my aching back as I turned around, and there stood Nerva looking down at me, an aura of anger riding atop her expressionless mask. Seeing it, the skeleton at my side went dashing off toward the Karabitsu at full speed. "No, wait, Zoran. Don't leave me in a spot like this. I don't know why, but Nerva's hair is standing on end with rage eek. Listen to me." At a spirit so fierce I could almost see lightning flash behind her. I straightened up where I sat and scooted backward. My back hurt like it might shatter, but no price was too high for my life. Zoran, too, had lost his nerve and hidden himself behind the Karabitsu hatch. Peering out at me, facing a cowering man and skeleton, Nerva took a firm, deep breath, quelled the whirlpool of her anger, and turned serious eyes on me. "It's fine. I'm sane. So won't you let me come along with you?" "Are you serious about that? We have no money, no standing, nothing." If she meant to come along out of self-interest, I couldn't see where the interest was. To come out of trust or comradeship, ours was far too thin a relationship. If it was because I'd saved her life, then I had already received ample debt in the form of information. But Nerva said that wasn't it. "For me, there's an interest in accompanying you. Or you could substitute. I want to earn your trust." "This is a trade," she said, a little confidence bleeding into her voice. What interest we held. A girl who'd been a color. Think of it that way, and one piece rose to the surface. The Machina? Half right, but incomplete. Nerva's pale, slender finger extended toward the tip of my nose. It halted precisely at the point of almost, but not quite, touching. "To me, you're all fascinating. You control a Vitalmail, you have technique and knowledge, and yet you don't know common sense, terribly misshapen. That may be so, but what's the result you want? What do you intend to do by knowing us?" When I turned a doubtful eye on Nerva, she pointed at her own head. "Thirst for knowledge. Huh? What is this person on about?" I thought. But those emerald-like eyes didn't waver in the slightest. And, seeing my understanding wasn't reaching her, she calmly went on. "I was a mindwright with the Hemel Colors, aiming to become a scholar of the organization called the Artifacts. But becoming a scholar is nothing more than a waypoint." Her finger moved again, pointed at the Karabitsu, pointed at Zoran, and was leveled at me once more. "I want to know the unknown. Until now, I thought it couldn't be granted unless I became an artifact scholar. But it's right here before me now, and there are people who know the things I want to know, and what would you do with that knowledge?" At my question, Nerva rose, holding down the hem of her brown poncho. Her face was expressionless to a refreshing degree, and yet somehow she looked pleased. "A scholar is one who pursues knowledge to its depths, not to accomplish something with it. I simply want to know what no one knows. I wish for nothing beyond that." Honestly, I couldn't believe such a person existed. When people gain new knowledge, they test it, and then they try to spread it, or make it their own special thing. Either way, desire follows behind. Are you serious? It's hard to believe. Nah, I want to believe it. Zoran, who'd been hiding behind the iron door until now, came clanking over, stopping me as I was about to say, "What are you doing?" Popping out all of a sudden, the sack-clad suspect stood before Nerva. It was a bearing so imposing you couldn't believe he was the same person who'd been cowering at the mood a moment ago. Nerva didn't waver in the least either, but she did cock her head at Zoran's words. "Not believe, but want to believe?" "That's right. I want to believe you can hold to your opinion even after seeing this. Prove to me that you can stand before us without turning knowledge to ill ends, without fearing knowledge." Saying so, Zoran, before Nerva could reply, pulled the gunny sack off his own head. A face of white bone was lit by the sun, without flesh to shape an expression, playing a brisk clattering tune, glaring down at the world with only those fathomlessly dark eye sockets. Nerva's mask of no expression peeled away. A moment's agitation and fear, and about an equal measure of curiosity. Against an opponent it would have been perfectly fine to flee from, her feet nonetheless held their ground after a half-step back. "A skeleton? Scared you? But I'm me, you know? Not a thing's changed from the sack that's been in front of you since yesterday. I'm Zoran. A pile of bones that eats, sleeps, moves around, and thinks same as a human. See?" Zoran puffed out his chest. If anything, as if delighted to be freed from the stuffiness of the sack, he made a show of taking a great deep breath. Nerva stayed frozen a while at the shock. But before long, she fearfully reached a hand toward Zoran's face. Her white fingers, trembling in tiny shivers, touched the mass of calcium and confirmed its texture. "Are you a monster made by necromancy, a skeleton, the end state of an undying necromancer, or a reaper who mows down human lives?" Nerva at first only traced with her fingertips, but gradually she cupped both palms around Zoran's head and stroked it. Zoran, at that, laughed. "A reaper, huh? That's a fun one too," rattling his bones cheerfully. "I don't know myself. Like I said, I can eat, sleep, move, and think the same as a person. But I'm a set of bones with no flesh or innards, and beyond that, I've got no idea about anything." At Zoran stating it flat, Nerva murmured, "I see," let go, and smiled as if satisfied. There was no color of fear in it, no feeling of contempt. I simply looked on, entranced. At the moment she accepted the unknown that was Zoran. It was a mystical stillness, like a solemn rite in progress, an encounter of Reaper and Princess, one might even say. "Ooh, I thought you weren't human. But I was right. What is this? How does it move? How's it all connected?" Nadira demolished it splendidly in a single blow. That we were both yanked back to reality at once was the same for Zoran and me. The bones, mid-pose, dropped his lower jaw wide open, timing it for when Nerva, sensing something, took her distance. Nadira brazenly petted Zoran's body all over. If anything, she stripped off his gloves, pulled off his shoes, and studied them intently. When she touched his torso through his clothes, the bones couldn't take it and let out a cry. "Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka! Hey, stop! I've got sensation, so that tickles. Wait, give my collarbone back. My shoulder won't lift. No! My chastity! Ah!" After a good while of being petted head to toe, the disassembly inspection of the anatomical specimen, begun at the left and right collarbones, extended over his whole body, and in the end, skull included, he was thoroughly taken apart. The one saving grace was that Nadira, unexpectedly, handled the reassembly deftly as well. I'm satisfied. When I kicked him yesterday, I thought something was off, but I never imagined it was like this. In contrast to the sated, glossily glowing Nadira, the freed Zoran had crumpled like a silent heap of bones. If he hadn't started talking, he'd have been an honest-to-goodness pile of remains. And I, who but for one wrong step might have been created in the same form as Zoran, was thanking my stars from the bottom of my heart that I had flesh. I wanted to keep it cool right to the end. But getting toyed with like that, I kinda enjoyed it a little too. I didn't ask about your kinks. Lightly regretting having worried over a heap of bones that only trembled in tiny shivers, I turned back to Nerva. She, too, had been steadily observing Nadira toy with Zoran. "So even after all this, your mind's unchanged? I'm coming with you. I'll make myself useful too, so take me along." At Nerva's small nod, I could finally smile at her. There was no longer any reason to object. If anything, having come to know Zoran, we couldn't easily let her go now, and that same condition applied to Nadira as well, who was fiddling with the left hand of the flipped-over Zoran. "So, what'll you do, Miss Nadira?" When I asked fearfully, she turned to me with a question mark floating over her head. "I've been ordered to guard Nerva, so wherever Nerva goes, I go. Besides, it looks like more fun that way." "Ah, is it really all right to decide something so easily?" She said it so airily that I couldn't help asking again, at which Nadira folded her arms in a thinking pose, hummed, and then, as if struck by an idea, turned a troubled smile my way. "Since the colors are gone, who'll give me my next order, I wonder?" "In that case, you don't need anyone to order you anymore, do you?" If she belonged to no organization, the word order carried far too much coercive force. Thinking there was no hierarchy between us, I said as much. But she shook her head. "No, I'm a breaker. It's my important work." "Don't you need one, mister? Won't you hire me?" Nadira said it in a somehow coaxing voice, adding an upward glance on top of it. Save for the beast ears and tail, and those sharp-looking canines and claws, she was completely human. A face you could rightly call that of a beautiful girl. Feeling my face redden at the sheer destructive power of it, I looked away. Acting my age, I thought. I'd considered myself young, but blushing at a girl not even 20 was another matter. And I gave a small shake of my head to drive the thought off. Unable to bear watching me, perhaps, the skeleton still sprawled on the ground let out a laugh. Ka ka ka. Hire her, partner. Leaving one person out is just cruel, don't you think? Don't talk like it's someone else's problem. Ha, fine. I just have to hire you, right? Yes, I look forward to working with you, mister. At that utterly limp, drawling voice, I grew uneasy about whether this was really going to be all right. And once uneasy, I remembered one thing I'd forgotten to mention. Ah, Miss Nadira? This is very hard to say, but the pay and so on will be lean for a while, so if you could take that as, I've seen the inside of your wallet, so it's fine, and drop the miss. It's gross. Why was it? She'd supposedly been convinced, and yet that single word gross left a needless scratch on my heart, and my chest ached. Seeing my strained smile, Zoran clutched his belly and roared with laughter, and only then, it seemed, noticed his left hand was missing. My little hand? Where'd it go? Being jerked around by our juniors was, it seemed, much the same for Zoran and me. No. Nadira was surely jerking everyone around without exception, equally. And so, having added 2 traveling companions and a heap of worries, we set out for Zara. Episode 14, Course Decided. The Karabitsu advanced briskly across the wasteland, its endless tracks creaking. There was nothing like yesterday's matching pace with pursuers, nor was the ground poor enough to make travel worrying, so our rolling home kept up its cruising speed. It's fast, isn't it? Under the beating sun, the long, slender orange braids swayed in the running wind. Nadira, who'd climbed onto the turret's upper armor, sat straddling the black gleaming barrel, the so-called tank descent style. Should the vehicle drive suddenly, it could throw her off, and short of a seatbelt-equipped sofa atop the hull, it had to be the worst ride imaginable. Yet there she was, humming a tune atop the gun of all places. Isn't it hard sitting up there? I'm fine. The wind feels nice, doesn't it? At the sight, one that made me worry about hemorrhoids just watching, though there were plenty more pressing things to worry about. My own backside started to itch. A person's rear ought to be far softer than a Reims-class's armor, but maybe for Beastkin it was different. Beside her, I leaned half out of the open turret top hatch, resting against the vehicle-mounted machine gun fixed to its mount. The remote operation camera set beside the barrel was probably showing nothing but my right hand. I'd taken the gunner's post out of worry over Nadira wanting to ride up top, but for a girl with such high physical ability, it had been needless concern. If all I was doing was keeping watch, sitting in the gunner's seat would be easier, I muttered to myself. Hey, Mr. Is that a ballista or something? Nadira, having flopped onto her back without moving from her spot, asked with her head turned upside down, her big beast ears pressed against the armor, pointed skyward. For a moment, I seriously wondered whether a present-day barista, the espresso maker kind, had anything to do with a vehicle machine gun, then quickly shook the thought off. Maybe my head had gotten boiled by the direct sunlight. Even to me, it was so idiotic that I put on a vague smile and glossed over it. Right, a ranged weapon? Ooh, my eyes aren't so bad after all, Nirva. I can't see it. At the yay as Nadira threw her arms up while still lying down. From around her feet, Nirva raised her voice so it wouldn't be drowned out by the engine noise. Zoran must have had the driver's seat hatch open. Nirva had been staring intently at the Karabitsu's driving operations, endlessly. The driver himself, Zoran, seemed uncomfortable, being stared at hard enough to bore holes, and was telling her I'm already hollow to begin with. Cut me some slack. But to her, thirst for knowledge with arms and legs attached, it wasn't getting through at all. Thanks to which, even now a voice pleading for rescue came through the radio. He, Reiji, do something about this little squirt, would you? At the skeleton's pathetic voice and dry rattle, Nadira burst out laughing. Something must have hit her funny bone, because she pounded the top armor over and over, then curled up on the spot, wheezing. Well, think of it as one way of repaying her. That's heartless. Flatly, I threw a no at the bone's plea for aid. Laughing Skull may be my partner, but this was a request from the goddess who'd provided vital positional intel for deciding our course, brought us a means of improving our food situation, and even granted a ray of light to us in our financial straits. If anything, I wanted him to savor the honor as a noble sacrifice. As it happened, only moments ago we'd held a conference on the food situation of our state of emergency household inside the moving Karabitsu. Having finished breakfast, we loaded up the two girls who'd decided to travel with us and set course for the Zera kingdom, said to lie far to the east. Nerva grew tense as the Karabitsu began to move, and after a few minutes of Nadira finding it all amusing, the conference opened in the cabin without anyone in particular calling it. The terror of starvation closing in before our eyes had, in a scant span of time, bound together even a community too young to be called comrades. The first to speak up at the conference was Nerva, our present-day font of wisdom. For now, I'll hand this over. Saying so, she passed me about 10 copper coins. It was an amount that could buy 10 times the food that had gotten us this far. To us, unmistakably at the rock bottom of destitution, it was a fortune. No, I can't take money from a kid. We'll manage our own way. With all the bravado I could muster, I pushed the coppers set in my hand back at Nerva. Take this, I thought, and I'd be a completed kept man, so mobilizing my plankton-sized pride, I tried to firmly refuse. Of course, a defensive wall softer than the whipped cream I'd built up couldn't possibly hold against Nerva's damp stare. Thanks to which, the scene of a grown man bowing his head properly to a girl, I'm sorry, was born. It isn't hard to imagine how deeply the sigh Nerva let out pierced my spirit. It's only a loan. At those words, I raised my head, still wearing a stunned expression. The face of Nerva reflected in my eyes was dyed with exasperation. But I saw a goddess there. I admit it was 100% pathetic, but it was the moment I swore to grind myself to the bone, so that, after repaying her without fail, the two of them could live in comfort. Zoran, sitting in the driver's seat, was stifling laughter, caca. So let me add that I resolved in my heart to work him afterward like a plow horse. Childish, you may say, but an adult can be childish toward another adult. Carrying a large sum is dangerous, but having none at all is dangerous too, in its own way. Ah, understood. Thank you. Seeing me accept it honestly, Nerva straightened as if to say good, and began anew to give her opinion on what we should do going forward. Keep heading east, and at the end of Stone Spire, there's Rovo Village. Unlike a town, there's no charge to enter, and as long as we aren't spotted by the Empire's security unit, I don't think there'll be trouble. Wouldn't a security garrison normally be stationed there? For Rovo and the nearby villages, a unit from a town closer to the border just makes patrol rounds. They aren't stationed there. In a state of ongoing war, perhaps there was no leeway to spare troops for a small village. Threat close to the border and the front lines draw close too. So it was surely a fact that they'd want to concentrate their strength in comparatively large towns. All the more so for a village to the rear of such a town. Slip past the patrol's eyes, finish shopping quickly, and pull out, and maybe we could manage at least our immediate food. If things went that smoothly, we could bear turning a blind eye to the debt while we were in the Empire. But there's a problem, too. I hadn't found any particular issue in the information so far, but seeing that beside Nerva, even Nadira was nodding with a difficult look, there seemed to be something. We don't know whether the village has food. There's a war being fought nearby, after all. Ah, so that's it. Told the reason was the war, I could sort of imagine it. Provisions enough to sustain an army are, of course, carried by supply corps from stockpiles and consumed. But that's only if the war unfolds as anticipated. Whatever ran short, because the war dragged on, or the stockpiles were raided. They'd surely requisition from nearby towns and villages. They'd dispatch units directly, gather it up in forts and the like, and deliver it to the front. Even if it left lasting resentment, threatened that failing to cooperate with the army would be treated as treason, the farmers would have no choice but to hand over their food. So the chances of securing food are slim then. I think it's impossible. When I passed through Rovo before, I saw it. The ground there was bone dry, and the crops in the fields had no life in them. Stone Spire is mostly like that, which is why few people live there. War on top of being unsuited to farming, the two said in unison. With that, the hope that had seemed to sprout scattered in a heartbeat. The odds weren't zero, but factoring in that a security unit might be there, it was far too poor a gamble. But in that case, the chances of securing food today or tomorrow look low no matter where we go. Watching me fold my arms and groan, Nerva opened her mouth again. There's a method? Dropping by the hinterring? What's that? At the appearance of what seemed a completely unknown proper noun, I cocked my head. Nadira, by contrast, nodded as if she understood. The hinterring is a market put on by roving nomads. Moving from place to place, they buy and sell anything and everything, legal or not. It's nominally restricted under the laws of every nation, but because it's also a place where all sorts of information gathers, it's effectively tolerated. A black market, that's what that is. From the driver's seat, Zoran raised his voice loud over the engine noise. Isn't that just perfect for us? Emotionally, I meant to be nothing but an honest traveler in a state of starvation, but the excess firepower and deficient social common sense on our hands wouldn't allow it, which is exactly why melting into a twilight-hued world was no bad call. Among what the colors gather, things the artifacts and the nations don't buy up get sold here too, so we've been as well. Nerva rummaged through her pouch and then took out a small fragment, playing with it on her palm. It seemed to be one of those unpurchased items. The black lump, about the size of a little fingernail, was plainly of no value from where I stood. A capacitor? I realized my mistake only after the words had stirred the air, faced with Nerva's shining eyes. Even asked to explain, I had no knowledge beyond its being a component that stores and discharges electricity. So I decided to have Zoran explain the details later and forcibly steered the topic back. At the blatant course correction, Nerva too gave a start, and, cheeks faintly coloring, cleared her throat softly and resumed her explanation. At the hinter ring, you can buy and sell without our circumstances mattering. Food requisition has nothing to do with them either, so as long as you have money it shouldn't be a problem. Far safer than going to a village. Then, there are a lot of tricky people, though. Nadira said so with her mouth, but she was smiling as if it didn't particularly trouble her at the proposal from these two, dependable beyond measure, and with the skeleton's agreement secured too, our course was decided. After that, since there was little to do while driving beyond keeping watch, I leaned my body against the gun mount and gazed outside. Inside the cabin, Nerva's driver observation session went on still, and against her, unmoved even by his complaints, Zoran had given up on everything and kept driving. By the time we reached our destination, he might have osteoporosis. Money? Huh. I take one of the copper coins she handed me from my pocket and hold it up to the sun. Some kind of characters are engraved on it, but I have no idea whatsoever what they say. Episode 15, Nerva von Roos is an adult. What's that? A chip-type capacitor? Zoran said it after a single glance at the black, something I'd shown him. It was something I'd picked up when the colors went searching a technological ruin. The others around me had called it garbage and paid it no mind, but it had seemed to me a thing of some meaning, and since it was small and didn't take up space, I'd kept it all this time. Earlier Regi said it was a capacitor too, but for the details, ask Zoran, he said. That jerk, foisting the annoying explanation off on me. Gripping what looked like a round handle, Zoran let out a sigh. When he turned it left or right now and then, the Karabitsu changed its heading in the direction he turned. What its structure was I didn't know, but I interpreted it as the reins that controlled the running iron box. To know is a pleasure. Personally, I don't dislike the act of teaching either. I'm not good at talking, but I do want to become able to answer what I'm asked. But Zoran, a skeleton whose expression I couldn't read, was probably finding this capacitor explanation a bother. Was it something so terribly difficult? A simple version is fine. What is this used for? Used for? Do you know what a circuit board is? No, of course not. A circuit board. Another word I didn't know. Zoran, scratching at his smooth helm with the hand he'd taken off the reins, seemed to be searching for words. Without doubt, my prior knowledge was lacking. That was frankly a shock. I'd thought scholarship was that by deepening your learning in all things, they connect somewhere and lead to understanding. But with my knowledge, there seemed no way to link up to a capacitor, complete unknown. What a sweet ring that has. At the emergence of knowledge I didn't know a fragment of, my heart grew restless with excitement. Regi, I can't do it. I'm not cut out to be a teacher. Unable to find a good way to put it in the end, Zoran declared surrender, rattling his bones. For me, just having learned the unknown was one harvest, so I had no complaint. If anything, having it proven that this little fragment wasn't garbage left me somehow even a bit satisfied. You give up fast, hold out a little longer. Regi, appearing from behind with a hand on the seat back, offered his gripe. But surely that meant he himself held at least some thread to unravel it, and my chest swelled with expectation. Anything at all, I want you to teach me. It's a part used in that too. If I said it's like a battery, would that make sense? Following where he pointed, saying, is even this too hard? I was struck dumb, because he was pointing at that Vitalmail, this tiny fragment, a part of the thing I'd taken for a steel monster. Told as much my understanding couldn't keep up at all, and I thought my head might burst. This goes into that? That's right. But if you ask where and how, I'm stuck. He's on the using side, and the specialized structure is outside his field, he said. Anything related to Vitalmail ought to be a treasure even to the artifacts, who strive to unravel them. Yet most of it remains shrouded in mystery. To put it the other way, Reiji as a source of information was, without doubt, worth a fortune to the artifacts. At the sheer scale of that value, I gave a small shiver. Wouldn't it be easier to understand if you showed her the disposable storage cell of the personal railgun rather than the Machina? Would it? Well, no harm in trying, I suppose. Against Zoran, who'd cut in, Reiji began rummaging through the place called the cargo hold. Rum though it was called. It wasn't wide enough for a person to enter. Into that extremely cramped space were packed all sorts of tools of unknown use. Among them, a tool that somehow resembled a ballista or crossbow caught my eye. Come to think of it, only a little earlier Nadira had been saying something about a ballista too. There was nothing that looked like arrows, but perhaps the Karabitsu was equipped with a fixed siege weapon. Everything was fresh, and my interest in each was inexhaustible. But before I could open my mouth for a new question, Reiji seemed to have found what he was looking for. This is a capacitor. He held a black cylindrical piece of metal in both arms. In size and shape, it was far too different from the metal fragment I'd been carrying. There's a great force sealed inside this, and the one you have, Miss Nerva, has similar properties. Sealing a great force? Before you loose an arrow, you draw the string taut, don't you? It's like maintaining that state. In Reiji's hand was an invisible bow. Its drawn string would, when he let go, loose an arrow using the force of returning to rest. And not just for ranged weapons, if it drove a powerful Vitalmail, it would be quite something. I felt a first-time piece slot into place in my head. Then this is a vital, I began to say, then corrected myself. This term isn't right. For a machina, the belly that stores its food? Well, that understanding is mostly correct, I think. Though the one you have holds only a small capacity. How much force could that cylinder put out? I pointed at the cylinder Reiji had taken out. If even such a small part stored force, then how much power might a cylinder many times, many tens of times, larger hold within it? That's another time, maybe. But he omitted that explanation. I looked toward Zoran, but the bones only nodded and wouldn't teach me either. When I pressed, asking if there was some problem, Reiji lowered his brows as if troubled. It'd be faster to show you, but they're single use, so it'd be a waste. It seemed to be a weapon quite different from those humans handle. Told it was disposable, since we couldn't make more somewhere there'd be no replacing it, so I decided to be patient until that chance came. It's best if nothing comes to a point where we use weapons at all, and yet there was a wicked feeling of wanting to see it soon, and a conflict budded within me. But that seemed far too improper a day after the day, and I cut the thought off at once. Understood. Then this much should do. Seeing me back down, Reiji stowed the large capacitor in the storage locker and climbed, through a cylindrical vertical shaft near the very center of the Karabitsu, up to a loft-like space. For now, he spent most of his time seated in that spot. It wasn't as though he could see outside, so why did he want to go to such a cramped place? Many animals favor tight spaces, but a hobby of spending long hours somewhere stifling seemed far too unhealthy. Looking up from below the shaft, gazing vacantly at what lay beyond the vertical opening, I was about to dive into the sea of my thoughts. Nerva? But Reiji, who seemed to have noticed I'd been staring, wore an expression that said, "Is something on your mind?" and peered down from above. Unable to admit I'd been watching him, I grew a little embarrassed and blurted out an excuse on reflex. "I'm younger than you. You don't need the miss." Saying it while turning my face away made me feel like a maiden lost to romance, and I felt self-disgust. But since the maiden part wasn't entirely wrong, I couldn't deny it either. In a life spent on scholarship, I had no experience with romance, but those close to my age around me often lost themselves to such things. And honestly, I didn't much like it, peering with only my eyes, face still averted, at the silent Reiji. His expression stayed soft, yet he looked terribly downcast. Right, don't mind it. Then just Nerva. Is that okay? A dry laugh. Ha ha, spilled from his mouth. Was the miss that important? I found myself gazing intently at the somehow deflated Reiji again. Black hair cut short and even, narrow-slit eyes, a mouth always smiling gently, a somewhat long-faced outline. His build was slim but trained, and his height was respectable. Compared to short me, more than a head taller, judging a man by looks is hard for me, but I think he's comparatively good-looking. Even if not, he certainly wouldn't be called ugly. Set against Zoran, who moves about a full skeleton, he was nothing special, but black hair and black eyes are rare. Just what is he? Why does he have the knowledge to control a machina? Having thought that far, I noticed he occupied the greater part of my thoughts, and I shook my head again. For me, who'd had so little interest in others, to take an interest in someone I'd known not even 2 days was strange. Still, Nirva, you're only 17, and yet you know all sorts of things. Only 17 was a rather odd turn of phrase, and I cocked my head at his words, at which Reiji made a face of genuine puzzlement. There seemed to be a mismatch in our understanding. That became clear at once from his words. You're a minor, aren't you? You said thirst for knowledge, but studying that much is truly, I'm an adult. Adulthood is 15 and up. Perhaps there'd been a little thorn in my words, however small I might be, however lacking in feminine charm my body. Being called a child was frankly more than I could stand, and Reiji showing surprise at that made me a notch angrier. Donning my mask of no expression, I took out a small nut that had been in the pouch at my waist. Attacking out of emotion is a bad thing, I understand in my head. But whether the heart reconciles itself is another matter. So to calm my roiled feelings as swiftly as possible, I hurled that nut at him with all my might. Ow? Huh, what's this? Some kind of nut of it reeks? That's a khaki nut, used to ward off beasts. Are you feeling the effect? Turning my back on Reiji, who fled outside the vehicle to escape the smell, I kept my nose covered. When a kiki nut is crushed, it gives off a tremendous stench for a while, but it's non-toxic and handy for warding off beasts. It's hard to obtain in Stonespire, but well, I should consider this use to have been necessary. Hey Reiji, what did you do? It stinks terribly, and my eyes hurt too. Zoran, struggling even to cover his nose, cried his complaints while, how? I couldn't say, shedding tears from his dry eye sockets. It's known that for some people it produces a tear-inducing effect like this, but I never imagined it would work on a skeleton too. He carries a mystery you might call that of a resident of another world, so he'll surely need investigating going forward. Having gotten in one return blow, I sat, in high spirits in the chair set beside Zoran. Since Reiji had gone out through the skylight, the smell was dispersing, and the Karabitsu was trying to regain its peace. Mister, you stink of beach repellent. I hate this smell. Go over there, Nadira, who had apparently caught the full force of the beast repellent's effect, was driving Reiji off while holding her nose. A commotion of thrashing about came through. No. I just want to go to the gun mount to get away from that smell myself. Wait, Nadira. Hey, you're strong? Stop shoving. I'll fall. I'll fall. The beast repellent stinking man was shoved back toward the skylight, and in the end kicked down into the cabin outright. If anything, the metal shutter was closed over him from the roof. The smell drifted in again, but that was unavoidable now. A small feeling of guilt welled up, but it was at least nominally his own fault for souring a maiden's mood, and Nerva did not turn to look back. Unknown to anyone, being an adult is hard, Zoran mused, hands still on the wheel, but that reached no one. Episode 16, The Grab Bag of Humankind. When the sun had passed the zenith, it appeared without warning. At an open spot in a steep ravine, multiple tents were spread out at the center of terrain eroded into the shape of a mortar. Zoran, on alert! Stop the vehicle. The tracks gouged the ground, and the Karabitsu came to a hard stop, kicking up dust. Nadira, who'd been sunbathing atop the turret, nearly tumbled off and hurriedly clung to the barrel of the chine gun. I slid down into the cabin through the turret hatch in a hurry, sat in the gunner's seat, and zoomed in on what looked like a settlement on the monitor. Only the outlines were discernible, but they were roughly human. Settlement didn't seem far off the mark. Feels like a tent village. Zoran, confirming the same scene from the driver's seat, zoomed in on the many spread-out tents and gave his impression over the radio. Nearby, a great number of creatures resembling cattle and deer were tethered, and it was plain they were engaged in herding. Sorry, Nerva. Take a look. As if she'd been waiting for it, Nerva peered into the monitor from behind the driver's seat. Finding it a nuisance, perhaps, she brushed her bangs aside with a hand and narrowed her eyes. Nadira, who'd nearly been thrown off, had at some point stuck her head upside down out of the driver's seat hatch and, how's it look? Put on her usual slack voice. Correct. Which means this is the Hinterring. The tent village, spreading in a circle when viewed from afar, was indeed a market true to its name. Naturally, we couldn't just barge in with an armored vehicle, and since we found a spot nearby where the rock wall had been eroded into a shallow hollow, we decided to hide the Karabitsu there. Unlike when I'd entered the shop, wearing the Machina in when there was no combat would guarantee chaos, so I clad myself in infantry gear, an automatic rifle with bayonet fixed slung on, a pistol shoved into the holster, body armor on, and there it was, better than the Machina, but it was a getup that made the hemp sack for hauling goods home look shockingly out of place. You look kind of imposing there. Can't be helped. Safety's the top priority. Zoran griped that I'd stand out badly, But not having any alternative plan either, he backed down quietly. As for Zoran himself, he'd be staying behind. I could have let him wander as Gunny Sackhead again, but he'd stand out even worse than me, and if his existence got out for some reason, the odds that every human present would turn hostile were extremely high and dangerous, so Nirva had stopped it. On top of that, keeping the Karabitsu safe was an important issue too. Hidden as it was, there was no guarantee no one would find it. As a result, Zoran staying behind was settled as the safe option, and I set out on foot for the Hinterring, guided by Nadira with 2 slab blades strapped to her back and Nirva with a short sword at her waist. This is incredible. It was a market overflowing with energy. A human peddler with an enormous pack on his back was haggling over something with a lizard-like open-air merchant beneath a tent. Cattle-like creatures pulled carts loaded with mountains of goods to and fro, and a well-fed shopkeeper who looked to run a large establishment sat drinking from noon with beastkin women attending him. This is a place national law doesn't reach. So long as you keep the ring's order, it's a place where anyone can do anything. That's quite anarchic. Walking the streets as I listened to Nirva's explanation, I was astonished by the scenes at every turn. Gawking about at my surroundings, I must have looked, to those around, exactly like a bumpkin come to the big city. Look at the people, and there were young and old, men and women, skins of differing colors, high and low mingling. And as for beastkin, no sooner had I spotted a giant covered head to toe in body hair than there was a 2-legged rat about the size of a toddler puffing a long pipe, and one with a human woman's body but the head of a bird of prey asleep in the shade. I could no longer even tell which were the same species. I expected somewhere gloomier, but this is a melting pot of peoples and races. That there's no ranking of status by race is a feature of the Hinterring, I see. Among it all, what particularly caught my eye was that even men in what was clearly a knight's getup were walking about. Their helms flared with lavish ornamentation, standing out beyond measure. A parade helm like that would be the first thing shot at on a battlefield. Some pointless thought floated into my head. That such types are here too is part of what the nations turn a blind eye to. Corrupt soldiers swaggering through a black market, you mean? That too, but there are ones mixed in who aren't that. Before I could think what they were, if not corrupt soldiers, she tossed me the answer. They gather back-channel information. That knight over there is bait. That peacock-looking one is bait. I see, put that way, it made sense. If someone stands out shouting, "I'm a soldier, I'm a knight," then anyone with a guilty conscience will inevitably hide from him. It did feel a touch overdone, though. Considering the plume towering in the crowd was bait. When I looked around, I noticed dangerous eyes gleaming from a gap in a tent a little way off, observing the area around him. I see a splendid lure. The instant I thought it, the voices that had been only a noisy babble turned into a coordinated shout, and the people who'd been jostling shoulder to shoulder all took their distance at once. And the area centered on the peacock head became a space carved out into a circle. It seemed something had bitten at just the right time. The peacock helm didn't so much as twitch at the fish caught splendidly on the lure, and the figure who must have leapt at him was firmly seized by a soldier who'd sprung out of that tent.
Another small fry, huh?
At the peacock helm shrugging as if to say good grief, the man ambushed from behind and bound with rope spat and threatened, "Let me go, I'll kill you." That said, with both hands roped, however much he raged, the parade-helmed soldier only leveled a cold gaze at him. And the onlookers watching from around were contemptuous as well. As I watched from a slight distance, Nirva tugged my sleeve. It seemed to be an everyday occurrence. The two of them pressed on without hesitation down the street lined with stalls, as if they had a destination in mind. Glancing at what was for sale as I walked, I saw that with only vague division of each shop's plot, a wide variety of goods lay on spread cloths. People who looked to be nomads were selling crafts, livestock products, and the livestock itself. Sitting on wooden boxes, they puffed vaguely at cigarettes without even calling out to customers. Maybe they'd left the sense of hurry somewhere behind. The gaunt, white-haired old man who kept shop beside them muttered to himself, arraying plant seeds and fruits, some dried hide, snakes pickled in liquid. The kind of things a witch from a fairy tale might stew in a great cauldron. Elsewhere, a human-sized rabbit grilled skewered meat while calling to customers in a raspy voice at odds with its adorable looks. And on the other hand, a grim, scare-faced old fellow swayed his hips while dealing in jewelry. When I'd grown a little tired from the astonishment handed to me each time I shifted my gaze, I found something that piqued my interest a little. Arms and armor. Recalling that I'd been wanting to know how advanced this age's military and metalworking technology was, I stopped in front of the shop. Welcome. A shop clerk who seemed to have noticed me peering called out in a high voice. As for its appearance, it was a rare creature, everything but the arms a bird. A pure white Java sparrow with arms grown in place of wings. Had I not heard that the aberrant beings called beastkin were humankind, I'd have mistaken myself for having gone mad. Cowed by the sheer force of its presence, I looked over the arrayed goods, double-edged straight swords, single-edged broad machetes, hand axes and halberds, spears of varying lengths, blunt weapons rolling about, and at the very end there was even an iron rod. Are you a spear user, customer? This one's a recommendation. Saying so, the clerk lifted a single spear with human arms to show me. Seeing the bayonet-fixed automatic rifle I carried, it seemed to have judged it an odd sort of spear. What the arm-bearing Java Sparrow lifted was a javelin made on the short side. In length, you couldn't quite say it wasn't close to a rifle. Judging and selecting instantly from my current weapon, this bird was apparently doing surprisingly solid business. Do you forge these weapons yourself? Ah, this is a special circumstance piece a friend of mine made. But I guarantee it's got a better edge than buying some mass-produced thing at your average shop. According to the arm-bearing Java Sparrow, this friend was so extreme in his craftsman's temperament that he scrapped everything he wasn't satisfied with, and collecting it as scrap metal was this sparrow's main line of work. But since it was too much of a waste, it sold them like this. You could call it a betrayal, but from the bird's side, it was providing funds in exchange. So apparently it was a win-win relationship. After browsing the wares a while, I understood. The technology for working iron was reasonably advanced. At the very least, it made clear that the rusted-to-bludgeon blades Zoran had said he saw weren't the standard. Knowing that, I had neither need nor means to buy a weapon, and just as I was about to stand, a single sword placed at the back of the shop caught my eye. Clerk, what's that? Ah, that one. Huh? The Java Sparrow closed its eyes as if in dreadful anguish. Whether it didn't want to put it up for sale or didn't think it would sell, it was stored away in the back of the tent as if hidden. I felt as if I were being asked, do you really want to see it? And hesitated. Was it right to have it brought out when I wasn't even buying? But the sparrow took my silence for assent, ducked into the back and hauled it out, huffing and puffing as if it were tremendously heavy. I bowed my head in apology. It gets a lot of interest, the sparrow said, wiping sweat from its brow with a hand. The thing set before me should be called an axe shaped like a sword. The broad blade, as if intended solely for a cleaving strike by sheer weight, was even poorly balanced, the tip swelling out into a large fan shape, a super heavy lump of metal you'd struggle even to lift, you might say. Including the beautiful design worked into the blade, it was a thing to be called an art piece rather than a weapon. How to put it? I can't imagine it's for actual combat. Is there anyone who could even use it? I think so too. So I'm hoping some rich fool buys it as a diversion. The sparrow hung its head in dejection. When I asked how much it went for, it murmured that it was negotiable, but it'd be nice to sell it for around 3 silver. If mass-produced weapons were 1 silver, it wasn't an outrageous price setting. But sadly, with my bleak finances, there was no way I could buy it, and I had no need for it at present either, so I honestly bowed my head. Sorry for window shopping. Don't mind it. Without connections, this won't sell anyway. The arm-bearing Java Sparrow shrugged and carried it, staggering back into the shop. Watching its retreating back, it suddenly occurred to me that Nadira, who wielded a pair of slab blades two-handed, might be able to handle that axe sword from before. Say, Nadira, you might be able to, huh? Where I turned, the two were nowhere to be seen, only the tent entrance swaying in the wind. There was no blind spot in the cramped shop to hide in, which meant I'd gotten separated. I hurriedly leapt out of the tent and looked left and right, searching for their shadows. Getting lost here was no laughing matter at all, and cold sweat ran down my back, but that came to an end in a heartbeat. Ah, mister, you can't wander off. You suddenly vanished. You scared me. Nadira came running up, lightly out of breath. While I'd been peering into the Java Sparrow's weapon shop, the two had apparently gone on ahead. She must have searched in quite a panic. She, who ought to have high physical ability, had beads of sweat on her brow. Sorry. I was looking at the weapon shop. It's fine. Just, let's hurry. Nerva's waiting at the color union. Saying so, Nadira took my hand, making sure never to let go, and dashed at a trot through the throng, thanks to which I completely missed my chance to tell her about the axe sword. Episode 17, The Color Union, Part 1. Nerva stood alone before a tent far larger than the others. At the half-lidded look she turned on me, I bowed my head sharply. Sorry, I got carried away. Please refrain from acting alone. It's a problem when you suddenly vanish. I'll be careful from now on. When I showed by my manner that I was reflecting on it, she said nothing more and turned on her heel. When Nadira and I followed, the place she headed was inside that great tent. At the sides of the entrance, men clad in lamellar armor over chainmail and armed with long spears stood guard. Beyond them, figures bearing crossbows and hanging swords could be glimpsed here and there around it, so this tent was apparently special, unlike the others. Nadira told me it's the Color Union. What exactly is it? The Color Union is the representative organization that consolidates the information and commissions handed down from the artifacts and the nations and passes them to lowly ends like us. This is one of its field branches. Ducking through the tent entrance, inside there were tables arranged, making it like a tavern. But at the counter at the very back sat several people who looked to be reception staff, and there was a far too businesslike atmosphere to call it a mere eatery. Why come to the guild? To report that the Hemel colors were wiped out. Natty and I, being the only survivors with no report filed, would draw suspicion. C. Colors, too, were apparently a trust-based trade. Since they dealt in tricky goods, having buyers already lined up was surely the reason a guild was needed. Explaining to me as she went, Nerva crossed the center of the tent, deserted, perhaps because it was early afternoon, and, without hesitation, stood before the reception seat at the left end. When Nerva cast a shadow over the table, set out for reception, lit by candlelight, the staff member who'd been doing some sort of clerical work lifted her face slightly. A woman with flaxen hair free of any curl, tied up at the back of her head, her bangs pinned firmly with a hairpin. A beauty with clear-cut features, calm in manner yet somewhat prim, which made her seem all the more the clerk. Oh my, Miss Roos and a breaker. I haven't received a return report from the Hemel colors. What brings you here? Plastering on a mask of a smile so perfected that, like a trained salesman, it could even feel a touch suspect, the woman asked why we were here. At an atmosphere far too businesslike, I felt a small aversion, but Nerva, seemingly unbothered, conveyed her business in few words. The Hemel colors were annihilated. At the abrupt notice of death, the clerk's eyebrow twitched faintly, but she showed no more emotion, drew out a document, and set her quill running. A career woman is a rather frightening thing. Annihilated, then. The details of the situation, if you please. While we were searching for the bound mail in question, we discovered it destroyed. Asking around at a roadside tavern nearby, we learned that a stray blue Vitalmail had destroyed it and left. The clerk wrote unreadable characters onto the document, but at the part about a blue Vitalmail, she seemed to stiffen faintly again. Even so, Nerva pressed on with the report. When we searched the area, we found the blue Vitalmail, so we began a full day's pursuit to attempt contact. We nearly caught up just before dusk yesterday, but there we were attacked by a swarm of octospines. The cause of annihilation was octospines. How large was the swarm? For an instant, Nerva faltered. What Nerva and Nadira had encountered was only a portion split off from the swarm, and they didn't accurately grasp the scale of the swarm the destroyed main body had fought. Perhaps with no intention of glossing over it, she turned her eyes my way as if seeking help, so I stepped forward in her place. The total number of octospines exceeded 100. I roughly stated the number of hostiles the radar had caught at that time. Including that they'd been reduced by the point I entered combat, it was no fewer than 100. But at me churning out a figure so quickly, the clerk's gaze turned dubious. It was somewhat like looking at a suspicious character, but she promptly plastered the mask on her face again, and a truly polite challenge came flying. Forgive me, but you are? He is Soma Reiji, the benefactor who intervened in the fight between us and the octospines and saved Nadi and me. Mr. Reiji, is it? Is that a family name? Drawing out a separate document, the clerk inscribed the person that was me onto it. The characters were entirely unreadable, but the one written large at the top was surely my name. No, Reiji is my given name. My deepest apologies. Mr. Soma, you're from the Western tribes, then? Who the Western tribes were I didn't know, but at the very least I was certainly not one of them. After all, I hadn't been born from any human group of the present age. Since being told later that it was falsified information would be a hassle, I honestly requested a correction. I'm sorry. The truth is I've lost my memory, and I know nothing but my name. Receiving my clumsy, dry laugh, the mask-smiling clerk said my deepest apologies again and added some symbol. It probably meant identity unknown or the like. At that, Nerva showed no particular alarm and said the rest of the report, so Judging I'd suffer no disadvantage, I quietly breathed a sigh of relief. We had fallen behind the main unit, so we clashed only with a small number that had strayed from the swarm. Since Nadi was on escort duty for me, we bought time until Reiji came to the rescue. Yes, thank you. I understand the situation. Where was the point of annihilation? And if there are members whose deaths you've confirmed, please tell me. A comparatively large sheet of parchment came out from the shelf behind her. Spread on the desk, it was the first map I'd laid eyes on in this era. Surveying technology seemed all but non-existent. It was little more than a painting with landmarks like settlements and mountains drawn abstractly. Nerva's finger pointed to the west side of a symbol that looked like a tableland mountain. Whether the line running through it was meant to be a road, near it were a red dot and a picture of a beer stain. A day east on foot from the tavern. Off the road. Whether this map had any meaning, I hadn't the faintest idea, but seeing the clerk cock her head at it, present-day people apparently could compute the rough location from vague symbols and positional relations. To have come from around there to the Hinter Ring. On foot, that's a stretch. The Hemel colors shouldn't have had any mounts, should they? There's a contradiction in the account, the clerk pointed out. The difference in speed between traveling by vehicle and on foot was far too great. If you walked the distance we'd driven from this morning into the early afternoon, there was no way we could be here now, was the gist. But at the clerk pointing it out only at this stage, I felt a faint distrust. Calculated from the tavern where Nerva's colors had done their asking around, it was impossible from the start to get here this way entirely on foot. This clerk hadn't pressed on that from the beginning. Wasn't she deliberately trying to steer the conversation in a direction unfavorable to us? Suspicion is a frightening thing. The smile mask that until now had looked merely mechanical suddenly seemed even a base expression aiming to sweep our feet out from under us. But Nerva showed not a fragment of agitation and asserted it clearly. We rode a surviving Bosca, a pack beast, and ran here from last night after the fighting ended. Our actually being here is proof. She stated it plainly and lied for the first time. The clerk's gaze, apparently trying to judge true from false, and Nerva's, insisting this was fact, crossed. A pack beast? I was given to understand Ms. Roos had no riding experience. Nadi has riding experience. I just held on behind. Reiji can ride too. At my name being brought out, my back straightened. Unless you count calling a motorcycle an iron horse, I at least had no experience riding an animal like a horse. Thanks to which, in case something got pressed, my head desperately began cooking up excuses. But the clerk's question turned not to me but to Nadira. You rode two to a mount while injured and kept running this distance for over half a day? I got very tired. Nadira, speaking here for the first time, lied as naturally as could be, as easily as drawing breath. Had they arranged it beforehand? Even so, the clerk pressed further. Then, where is the Bosca? I haven't heard of a pack beast or war beast entering the stables. For a moment I thought this person might harbor some great grudge against Nerva or Nadira or the colors they'd belonged to. Worried some flaw would show somewhere, I alone was soaking my back with cold sweat, and yet Nerva, handling it directly, matched the mask clerk blow for blow, welding a cool expressionlessness onto her face and deflecting each and every question with certainty. That's only natural. A Bosca is a creature that moves at low speed over long distances. Its momentary charging power may exceed an Anver's, but run it a long time and it collapses at once. Given the urgency this time, we ran the Bosca to death. At Nerva, whose manner said, "Why don't you even know that?" The clerk, her mask stripped away, seemed to turn a somehow chagrined gaze on her. But after that, without rebuilding her businesslike expression, as if all the earlier menace had been a lie, a tender look toward Nerva bled into her face. It's just as Miss Roos says. You're not hurt? Breaker, Nadira did very well. Thank you, Mary. Satisfying you is always hard work, Mary? At Nerva and the others suddenly settling into something calm from what had seemed a hair-trigger situation, I could no longer understand the relationships at all. Nadira, for her part, seemed happy to have been praised, and smiled at Mary with her tail raised. Having dispelled the stiff atmosphere, the clerk bowed softly to me as well. My introduction is late. I'm Mary Thorne, a clerk of the Color Union. I'm sorry to have made you tense. Ah, this is very courteous of you. At an introduction from which you could even sense a good upbringing, I grew awkward in a different sense than before. Unlike Nerva and Nadira, she seemed accustomed to conduct as a grown woman, and you could say I was a little charmed. Mary without the mask struck me as a beautiful person, unaffected in her air. No, I shook my head and turned back to Nerva, and she was filling in something on a document and handing it to Mary. Yes, I'll check it over. Mary took it, ran her eyes over the contents, gave a single nod, then rolled it into a cylinder, tied it with a cord, and carefully stowed it in the desk drawer. The procedure was apparently finished with that. She rose with a calm motion, came out from behind the counter, and walked over to me. Thank you for saving our comrades of the Color Union this time. Saying so, she cupped my right hand in both of hers, dropped to one knee, and brought her forehead close to that right hand. Even without understanding the detailed meaning of the act, there was no mistaking she meant to convey gratitude exactly as her words said, and my conscience pricked at having told even a small lie, thanks to which, all I could do was turn toward Mary, the vague smile I'd been overusing lately. After holding the posture for a few seconds, Mary's hand slipped gently away. I was kneading my fingers as if to confirm the faint remaining warmth, when right after I felt breath brush my ear and my body stiffened. I'm grateful personally, too. Turning her leaned-in body away, Mary swiftly returned to the far side of the counter. Ceremonial gratitude and personal gratitude. The difference was something I, left standing there, wasn't likely to grasp. By the words whispered at my ear and the faint remaining scent of perfume, I may have been made just a little drunk. Lowering herself into the reception seat, she turned a serious expression anew on Nirva and Nadira. Ms. Roos, Breaker, what will the two of you do now? There sat not the friendly woman of moments ago, but Mary Thorne as a staff member of the Color Union. Episode 18, The Color Union, Part 2. I intend to keep working as a free rake. To Mary's question, Nirva answered, without so much as a show of hesitation. Ms. Ryus will, your recommendation to the artifacts will move further out of reach. But is that all right? It's fine. I can more or less see a path, and belonging to the artifacts isn't the whole of my goal. At Nirva declaring it so cleanly, Mary pressed a finger between her brows and let out a great sigh. Her choice must have been quite unexpected, because for some reason even dejection showed in her expression. But there was nothing to be done when I couldn't understand the meaning of the words, so I cut in with a question, raising a hand slightly. Sorry to interrupt while you're troubled, but might I ask for an explanation of what a free rake is? I had no intention whatsoever of butting into Nirva's own decision, but leaving something that might affect us too, without even knowing whether it was good or bad, would be irresponsible, I thought. She'd been pressing her temple, perhaps with a headache from all the worry, but she took one great breath and said, "Understood," and drew out a wooden board. Maybe a flip chart for training newcomers. It was fairly worn and marked with scratches. To me, who couldn't read the characters at all, it was meaningless. But not knowing that, Mary pointed to the first line and began her explanation. Our color union has many people enrolled, and the majority are handled as these, band colors. Most form groups of about 3 to 20, but since there's no regulation on coming and going, the groups shift daily and aren't fixed. We broker work according to their size and ability and pay a reward. Also, there's no restriction on becoming a leader, so anyone can raise a banner. I see. Apart from the brokering of work, it was apparently mostly hands-off. Formed freely, growing freely, vanishing freely. That sort of thing. When I confirmed my rough understanding, Mary pointed to the next line on the flip chart. Since the heading resembled band colors above, I guessed it was such and such colors. Next are chartered colors, an upper existence to the band colors, mainly handling commissions of high importance or danger. The Hemel colors, to which Ms. Roos and the Breaker belonged, are this. Both founding one and joining one require review from the color union side, so a certain level of ability or results is necessary. The leader has the duty and responsibility to report problems to us and work toward their resolution, while in return, treatments such as brokering of important cases, financing of operating funds, recommendations to the artifacts, and the loan of pack beasts is guaranteed, a senior post, so to speak. Considering that the Hemel colors who'd pursued me had worn matching gear and been well armed, that had apparently been not the average, but something special. Mary, muttering under her breath I'd like her to come back, if possible, suggested her standing within the guild was different too. And then the last one, the heading of the flip chart, she pointed to last. It differed greatly from the two lines above, and the word color common to them was nowhere to be found. A free rake is a complete individual belonging to no group. The reasons vary, but people who couldn't gather comrades or were pushed out of a group become this. What one person can do is limited, so brokering work for them is difficult too. Most take on menial jobs that don't pay for a group or handle commissions from individuals living in nearby towns and villages. Ah, so that's it. At last I understood why Mary had been racking her brains. For someone who'd been in an upper-ranked organization to be abruptly cast down to the lowest tier, it was no wonder she worried. Her eyes appealing that's right, she let her shoulders drop. Free rakes have a weak position, and in the color union, going too long without completing a commission means forced expulsion. So, they're fundamentally not trusted, Mary said. Nerva had said she originally wanted to become a researcher of the artifacts, but from what I heard, even that would be hard as a free rake. I did think I ought to stop her. I didn't know how difficult the review to belong to a chartered color group was, but it surely wasn't easy. On top of which, for one who'd once withdrawn to try again, would surely be an even harsher wall. But Nerva, who'd turned back to face me, gave a small shake of her head. When I saw that expression, I realized there was no way I could stop her. When Nerva said she'd come with us, she'd surely already resolved herself. Whether her overflowing thirst for knowledge made that decision, or whether she thought of it as repaying us, I didn't know. But whatever the reason, even in the short time up to coming here, we'd been helped by her, and Nerva's presence was already important to the Karabitsu. Indeed, so long as she herself wished to keep traveling with us, we had no intention of taking the lead and handing her off elsewhere. If anything, I'd even consider trying to keep her close. Mary turned a reproachful gaze on me. You heard the explanation and still won't stop her? But I twisted my expression into a wry smile and shook my head, confirming that. Nerva faced Mary again and repeated the same thing in a flat tone. I'll keep working as a free rake. This is something I decided myself. There's no problem. Gah! At those words, as if she could no longer bear it, Mary slapped the desk and stood. And the point of it turned not to Nerva, speaking her unshaken resolve, but to me, who only wore a wry smile behind her. Are you telling me, Mr. Soma, that you don't care about her? Miss Roos's future is on the line. She's an excellent mindwright. In time, she could even become an artifacts researcher. That ferocious, near-biting fury was enough that the usual me might have fled, but the conclusion was already given. The time for outsiders to argue had already passed. And if Mary had been hoping for me to persuade her, that was surely barking up the wrong tree. I'm just an outsider who took the two of them in. Butting into how Nerva and Nadira live seems like overreach to me. Are you saying supporting her independence is outside the responsibility of protection? That's a different point. Supporting independence is helping them go the direction they wish, isn't it? And on top of that, Nerva has already shown her own opinion, hasn't she? That is true, but she could understand but not accept it, Mary said, gritting her back teeth. That it was for Nerva's sake was plain, and yet the directions they faced diverged greatly. At Mary's expression, at a loss for words and looking both chagrined and sorrowful, I bowed my head in apology. I couldn't affirm her opinion, but I felt goodwill toward her sincerity. In a present age where bandits swagger about and creatures that prey on humanity run rampant, a nation calls itself an empire and repeats wars of invasion. In an era with nothing but sources of anxiety, she'd openly declared a fine sentiment like supporting independence. That was this woman's virtue, and a mark of how rare a person she was. Mary, it isn't that I mean to abandon her. At my stepping forward, Nerva called my name softly, but I pretended not to hear and continued. Sincerely, honestly, to convey my own will rightly. I'll look after these two. Whatever happens, I promise to take responsibility to the very end. Beside me, Nerva and Nadira stiffened and blinked, and Mary, losing all the spirit of a moment ago, opened her mouth blankly. Silence enveloped the tent. Before I knew it, the several colors who'd been at the tables, the staff who'd been coming and going through the tent, and even the guards who'd peered in from the entrance out of concern at Mary's shouting, were all frozen, staring at me, without making a single sound. For a while it continued. It went on continuing. Gradually I felt the pressure of the silence, and sweat began to pour out. What was this atmosphere? Had I said something strange? I'd only said I'd take responsibility to the end for these two going forward. Yes, take responsibility to the end. Responsibility? I gave a start, but too late. At times like this, the moment you notice, everything is already beyond saving, and Mary, crumpling limply into her chair before my eyes, let out a barely audible voice before I could stop her. Thanks for the feast. At once a mysterious great cheer swelled up from all around. The numbers being what they were, it could hardly be called thunderous, but I was showered in all the applause they had. The colors roughnecks jeered, this lady killer, and the yellow shrieks of the guild's women echoed. What? Hold on, it's a misunderstanding. I hurriedly tried to correct the crowd egging me on. but I only received misdirected consolation. No need to be shy. No need to be shy. And my words didn't reach. On top of that, the guards standing outside started spreading the rumor to passers-by. The keen-eared people of the Hinterring rushed the tent entrance at the appearance of a new plaything, and since the colors crowded inward too, the tables filled in a heartbeat and a drinking party formation was assembled in no time. At this rate, it would cause tremendous trouble for Nirva and Nadira. Judging so, I turned my gaze to the two to suggest escaping, and they both looked away in unison. You two? I really think this situation is bad. Though I called out after being flatly refused eye contact, Nirva turned her whole face aside and kept her silence. When I looked to Nadira instead, she was gazing at empty air with unfocused eyes. No use there either. Out of every last option, I covered my eyes and looked up at the tent-covered sky. Checkmate. You went and set them off. At Mary's small voice reaching me, a bolt of lightning shot through my head. Not yet. We can't end like this, my heart declared. This person was right here. If she was a staff member, there were means to improve the situation. From what I could see, this great tent had other tents connected to it, so separate rooms existed. Since it was a guild that counted intelligence gathering as work, there ought to be space prepared for talking in strict secrecy. It wasn't a poor gamble. Without an instant's hesitation, I swiftly seized both of Mary's hands, which she'd been fanning her somewhat reddened face with. Pee! A rather adorable shriek went up from her, and a stir spread through the crowd, but this was no situation to be minding that. Mary, I have something important to discuss. If possible, is there a space where we can talk just among ourselves? What is it? Springing that on me all of a sudden is a problem. Mary waved both hands to shake off my grip, but shaking off hands trained as a soldier's was beyond her. Needing to stress the urgency, I brought my face close all at once to the tip of Mary's nose. Her half-crying face, gone like a ripe tomato, was placed right before my eyes and nose. But even that was a trivial issue now. After all, I had no time. Already from around came utterly dishonorable remarks. That guy's a gigolo. Those girls are in for a rough time right off the bat. But I didn't care what I was called. If there's no room, then I'd like you to clear the people out. It's a problem. It's a problem. I braced to press further on Mary, whose eyes were spinning in circles. I couldn't let her turn into an "it's a problem" repeat robot. If you'd like, please use the back. It's an important matter, isn't it? But perhaps losing patience at her dreadful state, the woman doing reception work beside her called out, I'll take you up on that kind offer. Then this way, please. When I answered clearly with an utterly serious face, the knowing-faced woman briskly got Mary up out of her chair and, pushing her unsteady back, began walking, leading me on. I tucked the immovable as boulders Nirva and Nadira under my arms and followed. I felt nothing but gratitude to the considerate female staff member, though for some reason I was a little bothered by how strangely glossy and glowing her skin was. Episode 19, The Color Union, Part 3. That was so misleading. I'm sorry. Shown into a small, private room-sized tent connected to the great tent, I immediately bent at the waist 90 degrees on the spot and apologized, perhaps having grasped the situation. Nirva and Nadira, who moments ago had fallen into a state where a stone statue seemed more likely to move, had somehow managed to revive. For some reason, Nirva was jabbing a bone-dry gaze into my back, and Nadira kept her face turned away. But that would be solved by time, I decided, and cut it from my thoughts. It was a matter Zoran would, without doubt, roar with laughter over if he found out later. My head ached just thinking about it, but that aside, I turned back to Mary once more and explained the circumstances. So, your earlier remark had no meaning beyond the words themselves, then. It helps that you're quick to understand. Letting out a truly enormous sigh, Mary dropped her shoulders. The near-tearful mood from the earlier exchange had vanished too, and I felt relieved that things had, for now, settled where they ought to settle. So then, Miss Roos, I'll add that I'll be acting together with Reiji, but my intention is unchanged. Really, I wash my hands of it all right. Mary, growing somewhat resigned, accepted it. Perhaps because of the confusion that had come before, the quill finally reappeared and ran across the document, and Nirva's standing switched over. From a chartered color, a high rank among those enrolled with the colors, to a free rake, the very bottom. Ordinarily, it was hardly a joyful thing. But Nirva showed not a shred of hesitation, turning to the document nothing but a no expression that seemed to mirror calm, becalmed feelings. When the very bottom of the document was at last filled in with writing, and the application was about to be complete, an "ah" escaped Mary's lips. Something wrong? Against Nerva cocking her head, Mary ran a bead of sweat down her cheek. Then, awkwardly, like a machine gone dry of oil, she turned to face her and opened her mouth with a pale expression. I forgot Breaker Nadira's equipment return application. Ah! This time Nadira herself raised her voice. What was so bad about that? I scratched my cheek. I'd heard from Nadira that her weapons and armor were borrowed, but that would be from the Hemel colors she'd belonged to. Since that lender had been annihilated by octospines, her arms and armor were left in limbo. But even so, I couldn't understand why the color union, a party to neither side, would stick its nose in. And yet, this is a problem, Nadira said, bending her eyebrows into a droop, and Mary too let her gaze wander awkwardly. Changing to a free rake makes it impossible, doesn't it? That's right, yes. What's there to be troubled about? I was cocking my head, when Nerva turned to me and let out a small breath. Those emerald-like eyes held even a faint unease. A breaker's belongings are generally supplied or lent directly by each set of colors. But since few colors have the funds to spare to buy equipment, there's a system where the color union takes over that lending. It doesn't mean they'll lend to any colors at all, she added. It was apparently a kind of welfare benefit for being enrolled with the guild. There are many beastkin in the breaker profession, and, individual differences aside, being excellent as a fighting force, they were surely important strength for the colors too. But this alone couldn't be the reason Nadira was troubled. Isn't it just a matter of returning the weapons? Beastkin with high physical ability mostly prefer a fighting style of swinging weapons around on raw strength alone, so their breakage rate is high. I'd heard from Hemel that Nadira is like that too, so probably they break quick. Fighting with two is partly so it's fine if one breaks, and I've replaced them 6 times by now. That's the thing. Nadira scratched the back of her head as if embarrassed. In contrast, Mary was holding her head. So, at first you received weapons directly from the chartered colors, but Nadira broke so many that the budget got tight, and now it's a rental from the color union. Is that it? Yes. And there's still a bill left for what she broke again, or something. Sharp guess. At those words from Nerva, Mary slumped face down onto the desk. We had no money to buy weapons now. If anything, we were in a state of struggling for tomorrow's meals. Our only funding sourced the loan from Nerva, maybe if I hurried to find work. But sadly I was, for now, no more than a wanderer of unknown identity, and there was no way I had any decent prospect. However much I racked my brains, you can't wave sleeves you don't have, and I spoke my resignation. Sorry, Nadira, there's nothing I can do. That's a problem. You can't give up. Mary stood in a hurry, and eyes bloodshot pressed in on me. Even if you say that, what carefree thing are you saying? Once you leave a group, returning weapons is absolute, and Breaker Nadira's whole equipment is borrowed, you know? Uh-huh. Chewing over the meaning of those words, I sent my gaze to Nadira. As for her equipment, the 2 slab blades crossed and lashed to her back, the breastplate made to guard only the heart, the cloth with metal fitted in scales wrapped at her waist like a wrap skirt, and the leather and iron plate shin guards fastened to her calves with leather cords. And then storage items like pouches and leather bags, I supposed. Losing all of it would certainly sting, but that alone I couldn't see as reason for Mary to get so worked up. Is there something life-threatening involved? Losing equipment certainly stings, but, well, considering body heat and such, there can be things that threaten your life? No, what are you thinking? Pervert, lecher. But at my words, Mary looked dumbfounded for an instant, then flared up like a raging fire. A sudden storm of slander and abuse and, in stark contrast to the flavorless dryness of before, an emerald gaze that felt loaded with killing intent pierced the side of my head. I tried to avoid meeting it as much as possible, but it felt like the killing intent only intensified, and I learned that was counterproductive. Why did I have to be treated as such a lecher? When I looked to Nadira for help, she was red-faced and hugging her own body. Were you looking at me with those kinds of eyes? What's this, out of nowhere? What do you mean? Those kinds of making a girl say it out loud is uncalled for. Told a complaint I couldn't understand in the slightest, I washed everything over once more, wondering whether some axis of my reasoning had slipped. As a situation, it was exactly like the 2-timing proposal-esque incident just before. I alone was left behind, and those around amplified the misunderstanding. But unlike before, there were no crowd's eyes here, and I had enough composure to think calmly. What Mary said was all her equipment, and from that I'm called a man of perverted thinking. Within the words I'd spoken myself, perverted thinking snagged. Even imagining all the arms and armor stripped from Nadira as she was now, What came out was a beast girl in a midriff-bearing vest and short pants. Even factoring in the cuteness of her looks, the assessment stopped at an oddly dressed girl in a sexy outfit. If that was perverted thinking, a fair proportion of humans would be treated as public indecency. Is there still something more from here? What equipment is being lent out besides gay? Midway through turning things over while gazing at Nadira, a shock like being struck on the back of the head with a bludgeon ran through me. Stars flew before my eyes, and then a dull pain assaulted the point of impact. At the far too vicious blow, I groaned, clutched the back of my head, and crouched down. N- N- Nadira, what are you doing all of a sudden? Don't make weird images with me. Nadira, who'd apparently reached the limit of enduring something, had landed a clean high kick at the back of my head. She'd held back, it seemed, but from my side it was like receiving punishment for a crime I hadn't committed, so I finally raised my voice in protest too. What weird imagining? I don't get it. So I was just going back over it one step at a time to clear up the misunderstanding. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Against my insisting I was only dealing with unfounded slander, Nadira covered her big beast ears with both hands and shook her head. But perhaps her head cooled at how this had taken on the aspect of a children's quarrel. Mary peered into my face. Surely not. This might be a long shot, but do you understand what all her equipment means? Her armor, weapons, and storage tools, doesn't it? When I spoke my thinking while rubbing the back of my head, still throbbing with dull pain, Mary turned on me the eyes of someone looking at a pitiful child. That stuck a thorn in my heart in its own way, but at least the misunderstanding so far seemed cleared up, and the killing intent gaze and the shouting behind me had stopped. In their place, a great volume of exasperated sighs echoed. All her equipment means every possession of Nadi's except her body. The only exception is anything she bought herself. Ah, I see. But if it's Nadira, surely at least the things she bought herself. When I turned my gaze to the girl who'd given me that inconsiderate high kick, Nadira, fanning her still-flushed face with a pata-pata, said in a drawling voice, "I don't have any, though," she declared. At the unexpected remark, I cocked my head again. As far as I knew, Nadira had silver coins, and her finances were surely no comparison to mine. So why would she own nothing? I told you I've replaced my sword 6 times, didn't I? 4 of those were borrowed from the color union, so all that's left of my belongings is my body. So it's not just your money. Even your clothes and everything gets stripped clean off. Once it came to clothes, this was a serious problem. From what I'd heard, clothing was expensive, and yet as part of food shelter, it was an important, indispensable thing, which left no option but to plead for a repayment grace period, and I looked toward Mary, but she gave a small shake of her head. Immediate repayment of equipment is the rule. And, there's one more thing that's hard to say. There's still more on top of this? When a breaker is deemed unable to repay while belonging to no group, a contract is made to put her person up for auction. So breaker Nadira's body isn't hers either. I felt my head rapidly cooling. The emotion of anger lit a blue flame, and it froze my expression. Buying them out of slavery yourselves and then running such a ruthless business. It was just like a loan shark. Beastkin like Nadira are sold as slaves and become breakers owning nothing. But to make them fight, weapons are needed, and if the colors can't provide them, the color union lends them. In that case, they bill the breaker in line with the weapon's wear, and if she tries to leave the group for any reason, they traffic her person as collateral for the debt. It was either a shackle to bind breakers so they couldn't escape the colors, or treatment like livestock, turning those who could no longer fight into money and cycling them through. At the color union's inhuman methods, my fist creaked. Mary flinched slightly, surely because I'd lost all expression. That, if a breaker earns well, she can build up savings and buy weapons, too. Her line was probably some slogan the color union held up. At the least, I could tell it wasn't a heartfelt remark, but even knowing that, I glared at Mary. Saying it's all the individual breaker's responsibility, that's quite a way to put it. Why not just call them war thralls outright? To keep myself from flaring up as much as I could, I sealed the emotion of anger deep in my heart. It was a limiter on myself, so as not to take the action, here and now, of destroying the color union by force and fleeing. The radio would reach Zoran even from here, which meant the Karabitsu could rain incendiary shells down on this tent, pinpoint. What that would cause was a pointless, one-sided slaughter. It couldn't remove the breaker's shackles. If anything, it would surely create a great many who lost their work and suffered. So as not to do that, I made a point of meeting Mary's gaze expressionlessly. The shortfall? How much does it come to? Episode 20, The Monster Crone. You're saying you'll pay the shortfall, Mr. Soma? The cost of a breaker's weapons comes to no less than 20 silver. Can you pay it? Mary's gaze asked. To me, who moments ago had said nothing could be done, she'd been shouting do something. A splendid about-face. The value of currency in this world I'd figured I understood reasonably well from Nirva and Nadira's explanations. With most sundries and food traded in copper, earning even a single silver, the labor and time were not hard to imagine. Impossible. Reiji is a wanderer. He has no savings and no work.
Mr. Soma?
Nirva, with a composed face, closed her eyes as if to say face reality. At this, even Mary let a wry smile bleed out. You're joking. I'd have liked to deny it if I could. There's no lie in what Nirva said. Is that so? Mary hung her head in dejection. I'd made such a bold declaration, so it wouldn't be strange for her to have had expectations. That said, even in a situation tantamount to unconditional surrender if I did nothing, I hadn't the slightest intention of returning Nadira to the color union like this. Nirva had thrust reality at me, but unlike the dejected Mary, she was watching me closely, as if to say, if you have some idea, out with it. Of course, without Nirva, my plan wouldn't even begin. Mary, of the commissions the color union currently holds, tell me the one with the highest reward. At those words of mine, Mary slowly lifted her face. An expression of surely not. Before entering this tent, I hadn't dreamed of saying something like this. I'd even thought that the existence called colors and I ought to have nothing to do with each other. Don't tell me, Mr. Somano, but I'm sorry, but I can't disclose that information. And if you can't pay immediately, there's no point. You seem to be misunderstanding something, but Nadira should still belong to a chartered color group. And the one asking this isn't me, it's Nirva, pardon? Nirva, would you tell her you're standing? Nirva let slip a small, that's sophistry. But when I bared my teeth in a grin at her, she softened her expression just slightly. If it would be useful, I'd wield any amount of sophistry. As of now, I'm a survivor of a chartered color group. Surely not such a stretch. The fact was, all the fields there had been filled in, but there was no seal and no signature. It was, so to speak, a mere paper no one had approved. Lost though it was, the name of the Hemel colors had not yet been erased. And in Mary's hands, the document needed for the report remained, still untouched. So, having confirmed Nirva's will, I swiftly snatched the bundle of documents Mary had written up and without hesitation tore it to shreds. Hey, what are you doing? It's confetti from the two Hemel colors who made it back alive. Now then, if you say there's a confidential matter, I'll step outside. What'll it be? At the utter sophistry, Mary's face twitched. Having documents she'd written torn up before her eyes. What humiliation it must have been. She'd just have to bear it for now. But since Mary was by no means at fault, I thought I'd send some sort of apology gift later. After a moment, confirming that none of us would budge from the spot, Mary rose with a deep, deep sigh, said, "Please wait a moment," and hurried out of the small tent. When we waited quietly as told, a thick stack of paper bound with a string spine soon appeared at the entrance. Mary set it down on the table as if slamming it and glared at us with a hard gaze. These are the mountain of commissions the color union holds, including direct requests from nations and the artifacts. Think of it as transcribed copies gathered wheat and chaff alike. I've no intention of chipping away at little ones. Tell me the one offering the highest reward among them. Having no interest in the parchment binding itself, I pressed Mary to provide the information promptly, and she gave a small nod and reached to flip the parchment binding open. Hold it, Mary Thorne. But before her hand could open the stack of parchment, a raspy voice ringing out behind me cut off Mary's action. When I turned to look, there stood a small, hunched old woman leaning on a cane, her eyes, at odds with her appearance, glaring wide and glittering. Observing closely, her clothing was not gaudy but of fine dyework, and a golden intaglio ring was set on her finger. Above all, the fact that she'd stationed guards to hide in the shadow of the entrance suggested this crone was a person of power. Mary, for her part, went stiff, trembling with cold sweat all over her face. Nirva, too, had her eyes wide, seemingly astonished at the crone's appearance. Grandma was quite a familiar way to address her, I thought, but whether she accepted it or paid it no mind at all, the crone stepped over to Mary's side, tapping her cane, clenched a wrinkled fist, and brought it down on Mary's head, a common knuckle rap, so to speak. At the dull thunk, Mary clutched the crown of her head and tumbled off her chair. Aga, you blithering fool! Who takes important documents to where outsiders are, just like that? A thundering rebuke indeed. A tremendous voice you couldn't believe came from that small body pierced the tent. Outside, perhaps the stables were near, for along with cries came a sound like beasts thrashing, and the shouts of men apparently trying to hold them down. Saying honestly, the crone turned to face us and looked me over head to toe, as if licking me with her gaze. Quite an odd getup. Rumor said you were a gigolo who'd hooked 3 women, eh? Looks to me like nothing but a dull man. The crone was apparently appraising me, and without sparing so much as a glance for Nirva or Nadira at that. Having scolded Mary, she was, so to speak, the boss making her appearance. But that there were signs she was trying to size me up gave me pause. The rude appraisal went on staring for a while. But with a well, fine, the crone said, and lowered herself into the chair Mary had been sitting in. That you don't even bow your head at the sight of me means, at the least, you're not someone who's been involved with the colors. The maidens beside you don't matter. But why did you come here, and why did this fool woman try to show you our credit information? As you say, I don't know you. What am I supposed to tell someone I don't know? Having heightened my guard, I returned the crone's question with a question. What was in my head now was, worst case, a scheme to break through the 2 guards outside and escape here. I'd only avoided considering forceful breakthrough because I'd been dealing with an understanding person in Mary. If this plan wouldn't pass, I'd even considered grabbing the 2 of them and fleeing. The crone, for her part, snorted. Quite a way to talk. Got some nerve for a mere wanderer. I'm the manager of this color union branch. Bordeaux Grandma Lariston. Call me Grandma. Well? I named myself. Now you, the crone jerked her chin. At her manner of keep it proper, I couldn't very well refuse to answer. My name is Soma Reiji. Grandma. When I gave a light bow without breaking her gaze, Grandma waved a hand carved with deep wrinkles. No complaints? Then state your purpose, boy. There was fumbling on our side, but you've troubled me. Depending on what it is, you'll need to prepare yourself accordingly. Though her face was creased with wrinkles that betrayed her age, her eyes gleamed like a snake's, determined not to let its prey escape. Facing the intimidating crone, who seemed even one of the yokai, and considering that she was at least in a posture of dialogue, I laid out the circumstances in brief without touching the trigger. The cause was the debt Nadira carried, and I conveyed that, as a means to repay it, I wanted to take on a mission in Nirva's name. Covering a breaker's debt with no money of your own. I've no interest in your kinks, boy, but that grand spirit of yours, I'll grant you that much. So then, but we're a trust business too. I can't entrust important work to a chartered color group whose head count is down to 1 person and a breaker. Amused, Grandma said it while puffing away. Puff, puff, on a pipe so long you'd want to ask where on earth it had been hidden. The words hidden behind it were, even to me, unaccustomed to negotiation, plain enough to grasp. You're telling me to present collateral. Sharp, aren't you? Those 2 girls may be a dime a dozen colors who don't matter. But you're still a mystery man with no price tag. Can't tell if you're a roadside pebble or a jewel. But even if you were some random pebble, carve something out of it and it might turn into money. Grandma leveled the smoke-spewing pipe at me. From the start, you've no choice left, she was saying. I don't discriminate, boy. You made your bold declaration to save the woman, so show me the strength to actually save her. So, taken in by that old hag, tomorrow you fight a duel with their side's representative? Yeah. Zoran, lowered onto the turret of the Karabitsu, devoured a sandwich stuffed with meat and vegetables and hung his head in exasperation at the day's affair I'd recounted. How do you manage to end up like this a day after the day? Did you fall for Nadira? It's not that. Asked to explain, that action of mine had certainly been too extreme to have been stirred by feeling alone. What had I gotten so angry about? Even now, thinking about the treatment of breakers, there was a sensation of something seething at the bottom of my gut. But it didn't seem simple enough to be settled with mere public indignation over its inhumanity. As Zoran said, calling it comradeship with 2 people I'd known only about a day was just thin. Trust isn't built on time alone, but that it arises from something built up over time isn't wrong either. What did I actually want to do? Mister, I'm ready. Nadira, who'd finished her meal first, came walking over, carrying a sturdy-looking wooden pole. The thing I'd had her search out for practice was about the same length as the slab blades she always wielded, and reasonably straight. Swung by a beastkin, how much force would it carry? I had to know. The condition Grandma had thrust at me was a one-on-one duel the next morning with someone the color union designated. What the crone wanted to see was astonishingly simple. Whether I had the strength to protect Nerva while carrying out a dangerous mission. If I did have that power, I was told there was a mountain of things she'd want me to do. But what I was aiming for was only the wall of 20 silver, and I hadn't the slightest intention of doing work for the color union's sake. All right, let's do it. Shoving the rest of the sandwich into my mouth, I took the long pole Nadira had picked up and stepped out of the hollow. Episode 21, A Moonlit Sparring Match. My eyes gradually adjusted to a darkness lit by nothing but moonlight, and Nadira's outline surfaced dimly. Obviously, I couldn't use the Machina in tomorrow's match. If by any chance they threw a beastkin at me, it would be hard for a mere human like me to win a pure contest of strength. And Nerva had predicted, without a doubt, that tomorrow they'd come with a breaker. Are you really sure about this? The very person saddled with the debt held her long stick at the ready and worried about me. That wouldn't do at all. Come at me with everything. Pull your strikes only when you think you can. I too readied a long wooden pole similar to Nadira's. Except I gripped mine around the middle while she held hers at the butt, the same as her slab blades. Here I go. With a word packed with fighting spirit, Nadira kicked off the ground. With each step, her feet caught the earth. She accelerated, closing the distance in a heartbeat. It was the first time I truly thought that she was a beast, merely one that walked on two legs. The instant I entered her range, the wooden pole she'd raised came at me with a dull whistle of wind, as if to smash my body flat. Against a blow that seemed likely to pulverize bone on a direct hit, I set my pole at an angle to shed the force. Even so, numbness shot through both hands. Considering she was wielding a slab blade one-handed, it was only natural, but that swing was faster and heavier than I'd anticipated. Deflected, Nadira pitched forward, but braced her posture with a forcibly planted foot. From there, with a speed that left not even a single beat, an upward cut came at me. Shaw! Dust swirled up, and the brittle clods of earth blown loose struck my shins and shattered. Ignoring it, I bent my body aside and dodged the tip by a hair. After that, I parried, deflected, and twisted away from the rush she launched one after another. There was no feinting, no bluffing, no give and take. Everyone was a killing blow. Take one, and it was unconsciousness at best, instant death at worst. The roaring wooden pole had no blade to cut with, and yet it began to seem like a reaper's scythe. And then, once more, my body, numb from the continuous impacts, couldn't respond to a pole swung down from high, and gritting my teeth, tensing every muscle, I somehow caught that heavy helm splitter. At the sheer ferocity of the shock, my vision blurred even though I'd blocked it. Along with the dull, dry creak of wood, the impact carried through my whole body and my knees buckled, even putting my will into hips and legs to push back. Nadira's strength pinned my lower body to the ground and wouldn't let it move. What monstrous strength, yah! Perhaps impatient at me enduring by a thread. Nadira let out a cry and hammered attacks down in a continuous shower. At a momentary lightening of the weight, I managed to lift my knee, but she apparently meant to break my defense head on and deliberately struck at my pole. Unable to shed it any longer, the wooden pole finally burst out of my hands. Hurrah! The pole came down in a diagonal finishing cut. Now, with nothing left to block it, I twisted my body on reflex. Kicking off the ground with trembling knees, I drove all at once inside the reach of the long shaft, my right hand, freed by the loss of my weapon, to her waist. My left seizing the wrist of the hand, swinging the stick down, and I set my right leg against her right knee as it drove forward with force. The motion took an instant. Her body, carried by the momentum of the downswing, flew forward and turned a clean arc through the air. Inya? Slamming to the ground, Nadira let out a dull cry. The wooden pole flew from her hand and went rolling off, ringing a dry gong in the distance. When I released the wrist I'd been pulling with, a dull pain like a direct pulse ran through my palm. Enduring her barrage had apparently been quite severe. It had been only to learn how much difference there was between beastkin and humans, and yet the damage to my body was greater than expected. Oh, 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 what happened to me? Nadira, apparently unable to grasp the situation, lay sprawled, waving both hands about in the air, when Nerva, who'd been watching the match from afar, came running over. Nadi, are you all right, Nerva? My back hurts, but otherwise, I'm fine. Helped upright by Nerva, Nadira shook her body vigorously, shaking the dirt from her hair, ears, and back, and finally smiled brightly. Ow! I never thought I wouldn't land a single hit. If even one of those had landed, I wouldn't be alive. It was only because I'd managed to throw her on reflex. One wrong step, and it would surely have been me lying there like she was. And from that position, a direct hit to the crown of the head would have been unavoidable. Ascension to heaven, with high probability, I was the one who'd said no holding back, and yet the dry laugh and the running cold sweat wouldn't stop. Reggie, how was it? Terrific strength. My hands still hurt and my joints are creaking all over. Blocking is a mistake. Still, thanks to it, a read on her tendencies and a countermeasure had more or less formed in my head. If her excessively one-strike kill approach was common to beastkin, it wouldn't be all that difficult, though I never wanted to spar with Nadira again. Mister, at the start, I kept hitting and got no feeling of contact at all. What were you doing? Just repeating dodging, deflecting, and turning it aside. There was a reason I handled the pole like a spear. On the battlefields of 800 years ago, close combat meant the bayonet and the knife. Since a bayonet is used affixed to a rifle, its motion is fundamentally similar to a spear, and I was better at fixed bayonet fighting than with a knife. Dodging, deflecting, turning aside, Nadira repeated what I'd said, then bent her eyebrows into a droop. You say it so easily, but I can't do that, you know? I didn't get the sense you were thinking about defense at all with that style. I don't know any way to fight but hitting the opponent until they break. That alone has always beaten enemies. She wasn't wrong. If anything, with speed and power enough to overwhelm a grown man, that's far stronger than fiddly technique. But not every beastkin is like that. Nerva layered her own opinion over Nadira's words. Assuming tomorrow's opponent will come at you on strength alone the way Nadi does is, I think, far too optimistic. Well, we won't know until we try. Isn't it enough that there's a chance? I lightly patted the head of the suddenly anxious-looking Nerva with my still throbbing hand. She didn't refuse it, but watched me in silence with a complicated expression. When I returned to the Karabitsu after practice, Zoran, with a night vision device mounted on his helmet, had an electronic cigarette in his mouth. Honestly, that was something. Just what you'd expect from Special Operations Forces, eh? Like a man who can't shake his excitement after watching a sport and starts imitating the players, he swung an invisible sword for show. The 3rd Machina Infantry Battalion under the Kazuki Division specialized in Machina operations. Even among them, I'd heard the Special Operations Forces was where the crazy ones gathered. But you're beyond the rumors. Ace of Glimmer Company, is it? You know your stuff. Rumors about Glimmer Company were something you heard constantly if you were in the army. Can't forget them. On the southern front, against the Republic's 3rd-generation Machina, the Voshena, you fought aerial mobility battles using the Genko, which was inferior in performance, right? To an ordinary soldier, that's not just crazy, that's a monster. That time, at Zoran flinging that knowing laugh, ka, I looked back on the past, a little. It was true that when I was posted to the southern front, deployment of the cutting-edge Kokuyo to the front lines had been delayed. Even so, we couldn't very well fail to respond to the Republic's invasion, and the frontline units kept sortieting with aerial combat units mounted on Genko. Lightened though it was compared to the first-generation Teko and Akagane, the Genko, barely getting airborne on the thrust of its aerial unit, was shot down one after another by the Voshena, which specialized in aerial mobility combat. To overturn that situation, we were posted to the very front, forcibly making up for performance with skill, and ended up desperately grinding through filthy, unglamorous combat until the Air Force units succeeded in securing air superiority. That's the truth behind the rumor. It was just necessity pressing us, that's all. Listen to him. I didn't expect you to handle a fistfight too, though. That said, the bones exhaled a great cloud of vapor from wherever it had gone in and scratched at his battle helmet as if finding something hard to ask. What is it? I don't think it'll happen. I don't. But if you lose tomorrow, what do you intend to do? What do you intend surely meant about Nadira. I had no intention of losing either, but a match is also a matter of luck, and there are no absolutes. So Zoran's worry was natural. I don't intend to abandon her. Nadira is Nirva's escort, and I'm Nadira's employer, meaning you're not ruling out force, then? I'd rather not think about it. Take a job to save that girl who's about to get plucked bare, or burn that tent village down with incendiary shells? Botch it and you're suddenly a terrorist. Hell of a pair of options. As the skeleton laughed, Zoran's skull suddenly lifted off his body. Hey, am I floating? For an instant I braced myself, thinking he'd truly become some sort of ghost. But since he himself began to panic, unable to understand the situation, I felt relieved that it was plainly an external cause. Nadira, having surfaced like a shadow behind him, was holding Zoran's skull aloft with a sullen expression. Whether Laughing Skull's head comes off more easily than a plastic model, or whether Nadira had blossomed a special talent for disassembling skeletal specimens, I couldn't say. Turning the lifted skull's face toward her, she glared at Zoran at point-blank range. I don't have any hair on my rear, only a tail. No, 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 it's a turn of phrase. Apparently furious at the skeleton's harassing remark, Zoran hurriedly rushed to excuse himself. The mechanism was beyond me, but sweat was pouring off the lump of calcium like a waterfall. His voice apparently didn't reach Nadira's big ears. She hooked her fingers into his eye sockets and wound Zoran's skull back for a throw. Hey, my eyes. What are you doing, you serial killer? Ah, no, wait. Help me, partner. I'm going to be killed by this hellcat. At those words, Nadira narrowed her eyes and hurled Zoran's skull away with a splendid overhand throw. They say the mouth is the source of misfortune, but in Zoran's case, I can't shake the feeling he says it on purpose. Whether she aimed for it or not, the flung skull smashed into the corner of the rear hatch, changed trajectory, and buried itself in the soft ground inside the hollow. The body left behind scrambled to its feet and was about to head out through the rear hatch in pursuit of the skull when Nadira, as if for good measure, kicked it out from behind. There was a sound like human bones scattering spectacularly, but without a head there'd be no scream, I supposed, having watched the collapsed skeleton fully. Nerva slowly sealed the rear hatch with her own hand. He's rude, isn't he? A beastkin as honest as me is rare, you know. Nadira huffed a breath from her nose, sat down in the Machina infantry seat directly across from me, and turned those big golden eyes my way. Thank you for today. For my sake. Placing her hands on her knees, she gave a little bow on the spot. But I found myself agonizing over whether I could accept that gratitude honestly. No, this was my own doing, so if anything I have to apologize to you. I've needlessly endangered your positions. Against my wanting to apologize, Nadira slowly shook her head. I was happy, you know. I'd never seen anyone get genuinely angry for the sake of a breaker, a beastkin, at that. You're a weirdo, mister. From her, spitting a little poison as if in passing, I couldn't tell if I was being praised or insulted. But Nadira was smiling, so I could feel a little relieved that it hadn't been the worst choice, at least. Tomorrow's match, whether you win or lose, mister, I won't hold it against you. No, if I lose, I'd rather you did hold it against me. It'd be easier that way. That way I could move forward without justifying myself. For me, only two options existed: total victory or the last resort. You mustn't make that face. It's not as if you're going to destroy the Hinterring. My heart leapt. For an instant I thought she'd overheard my conversation with Zoran, but she shouldn't have been in the cabin until right before the skull was thrown, which meant I'd simply had the face of a cornered, dangerous man. I don't want to be apart from Nerva either, and right now I don't want to be apart from you two either. But losing doesn't mean we'd never meet again. That's true, but is that really enough for you? I nearly said, and stopped. That was no more than the minimum line of compromise Nadira had worked out. A pretext to make peace with herself in the event of defeat. At a loss for words, I dropped my gaze to my throbbing, aching hands, and Nadira suddenly took my hand in both of hers. When I raised my eyes in surprise, she was gazing at me with a smile like a flower in full bloom. I believe in you, mister. My breath caught. Tomorrow's match, whatever happened, defeat was not permitted. Call me a hypocrite if you like. I simply didn't want to lose this smile. Episode 22, like a gamecock. I scraped at the ground with the toe of my boot. I could confirm the ground was just the brittle soil peculiar to the Stone Spire region, tamped down. Drive a stick into it and it sank in more easily than expected. Yet when you tried to pull it out, the clay content got in the way and it came out surprisingly hard. The surroundings were enclosed by a fence of rope strung between wooden stakes driven into the earth. Step outside it, they said, and you were disqualified. Are you really going through with this? Yes. Against me, walking about checking the state of the ground, the one raising a frightened voice. For who knew how many times now was Mary, who'd come out from reception on purpose. I nodded without turning to her and faced the white-haired crone waiting before me. So you came without running. I thought you'd been driven by a passing fit of righteous indignation, and that it had vanished overnight. The crone laughed, killing her voice. Guards flanked her left and right as ever, watching me without a moment's lapse. That said, they weren't who I'd be fighting. They were only watching to see if I'd commit some outrage, so I smiled at the crone with room to spare, a mask no less accomplished than Mary's sales smile. You'll suffer for misjudging your enemy, Grandma. The moment you considered the possibility that we'd run, you'd already begun walking toward defeat. Because she didn't understand the cards I held, she had to consider possibilities like fleeing. At the very least, as of last night, I'd been considering turning the Hinterring itself into a sea of fire and carrying Nadira off by force, so abandoning her and running wasn't a 1 in 10,000 possibility. At my utterly confident words, Grandma roared with laughter, then glared at me with those glittering eyes bared. A mere wanderer talks like he's got learning. Prove it isn't just big talk, then. Saying only that, she turned on her heel in high spirits and, still ringed by guards, walked to the special seats set up outside the fence. Nerva and Nadira were already seated there, watching. For an instant our eyes met and Nadira waved to me broadly. This is a show, though. I'm sorry. I never imagined it would come to this. Though it was still early morning, the entertainment-starved people of the Hinterring had gathered all around. It was no stadium, so of course there were no spectator stands. But the fence's outer ring already overflowed with standing onlookers. Food vendors seized the opportunity and hawked their wares, and those who'd lost the battle for a spot were drinking from morning behind them. I'd become a popular animal at a zoo. But when I took the long wooden pole, the kind that would be used for spear training, I flipped the switch inside myself. From here on, this was a battlefield. Confirming that I'd taken my position in the enclosed ground, an enormous figure entered the fence from the opposite side in the same way. He was a giant of a man, thick with body hair, easily 2 meters tall, and the wooden pole of the same size in his hand looked like a slender twig, with a thick, rugged build like a picture of brawn incarnate. His face bore a beard splendid enough to suggest a wild man, and coarse, dark brown hair covered his half-naked skin. We hereby begin this duel under color special provision. I, who'd been closely observing the man's frame, let out a small breath at Grandma's great voice ringing out across the grounds. She waited for the murmuring crowd to fall silent, swept a glance over the whole assembly, and deliberately recounted the circumstances in stiff, formal language. This duel arises from a breaker belonging to the Hemel colors. Those with sharp ears already know that. Said colors were annihilated. But the Mindrite, Nerva von Roos, and the breaker survived and returned here. Why were they able to come back alive? The reason is the man standing before you all now. That man, Soma Reiji, saved our comrades and delivered them here. First, I would praise that spirit. Applause broke out from all around at once, but I ignored all of it. As for the rabble present here, I had no interest whatsoever. As for this long-winded speech, I expelled it from my head as mere noise. But, as if enjoying even my non-reaction, Grandma went on. However, this man, of all things, attempted to carry off confidential matters from our union. That is not permitted even of a benefactor. Yet when pressed on his purpose, does he not say his heart aches for a breaker's debt and that he wants work in order to shoulder it in her stead? Well, everyone. Is he not just like a hero? Were I a maiden in my prime, I might have been drawn to him myself. And so, I have decided to hold this duel. The crowd caught its breath. From here was the substance of the duel, deliberately leaving a long pause. And once the crowd's anticipation had swelled all the more, Grandma let her great voice ring out. This duel is a fight to determine right and wrong between Breaker Marfio, representing our color union, and Soma Reiji. Soma's victory means we shall trust him as worthy of a hero and promise to grant him any and all work. The color union's victory means Soma shall be treated as a felon of grandiose lies and be brought to judgment under the law. Let any who object step forward. At my name being called, I reconsidered the crone's terms afresh. She put it mildly, brought to judgment, but in short, she meant that the moment I lost, they'd kill me. Of course, there was no one in the crowd to raise an objection. They only turned curious gazes at the rope-partitioned ring, as if to say, hurry up and start. Well, if it isn't you, the weirdo who wants to buy that bald kitten. Speaking as if he knew about me, the huge man Marfio, who looked like nothing so much as a bear, wore a testing smile and snorted. Tell me before I kill you, what was so good about that hairless thing? Marfio tapped the pole in his hand against his shoulder and sneered at Nadira. Nadira, listening from the special seats, seemed to be growling with her canines bared, but neither moved my feelings. Because Nadira was being mocked, the ordinary me would surely have offered at least one rebuttal. But my switch had already been flipped. When he realized I showed no reaction at all, he sighed as if bored. It's not that you can't speak, is it? Too scared to get a word out? Well, for a mere human going one-on-one with a common like me, that'd be par for the course. A talkative bear, I thought, but didn't say it, breathing out slowly. I leveled the tip of my pole at the bear man's belly. Good grief, you're the first who can talk yet won't say a word. Fine, at least let me hear you scream. Saying so, the bear man held the pole, meant by rights to be handled as a spear, in his right hand alone, like a long sword. Outside the fence, Mary raised a flag high, high up, and once more an instant of silence fell. Begin, The moment the flag came down, I kicked off the ground and broke into a run. It was the opposite of last night's sparring with Nadira. Against me driving forward with the pole leveled at the bear's belly, Marfio held his own pole drawn back and made no move. Against the giant taking a waiting stance, I loosed a thrust straight for his gut. Only then did Marfio draw his own pole in and block my charge. That's light hay. Batted away, my body staggered. Timing it, Marfio's blow was driven down from overhead, heavier and faster even than Nadira's swings. I updated the enemy data, superior to Nadira. I set the tip of my pole to the ground and deflected the descending weapon. Marfio's pole, its force redirected only slightly, slammed into the dry ground and, at the sheer power, snapped in two at the middle and flew apart. Huh? He must have been certain he'd crushed me. At his own weapon broken before his eyes and me still not fallen, Marfio took his distance and rubbed his eyes. Cheers had erupted around us at his powerful attack, but the man himself, looking genuinely baffled, compared his hand and me over and over, and finally confirming that I, still holding my pole ready, wasn't going to vanish, put a ferocious grin on his face. Not going down in one hit? What kind of trick is that, eh? Tossing the broken stump aside, Marfio began to walk slowly forward. It gradually accelerated, and he curled his body into a charging posture. With the force of a dump truck, he came barreling straight at me as I stood there honestly holding out my pole. Just before impact, I swiftly drove the butt of my pole into the ground and left it there, hurling myself sideways in a roll to evade. Gaho? Maybe I'd drawn him in too close. The force of Marfio's charge transmitted faintly to the soles of my feet, and I rolled across the ground somewhat inelegantly. But from the sound of wood shattering behind me and Marfio's scream, I understood the lure had worked. When I stood, the pole had been pulverized by the force of the charge, but Marfio, too, was on one knee clutching his belly. The stick I'd used as a cheval de frise had done its job. Still, Marfio hadn't lost his will to fight, and I clicked my tongue lightly. If only it had impaled him, it would have ended there. A tougher body than I'd expected. "You bastard! What did you do?" Marfio staggered upright, eyes bloodshot with rage, spitting out the foam from his mouth as he closed in barehanded, and I was barehanded too. The reach advantage of a weapon was gone, and in terms of physique, the odds were overwhelmingly his. A mere human making a fool of me. I'll turn you into mincemeat. An arm like a tree trunk swung. I dodged it by a hair, and the fist that buried into the ground kicked up a tremendous cloud of dust. The sight of it was just like that Techo, and, being beastkin, he was far more dexterous and quicker in judgment than that autopilot. Comparing his strength to a Machina's was surely wrong, but it was more than sufficient to reduce a living human to paste. So what? I dodged and deflected the arms swung about like a windstorm. Several times they grazed my cheek, grazed my belly, and dull pain assaulted my body, but I took care not to take damage enough to restrict my movement. Inch by inch I closed the distance, and just as I was one step away, Marfio's fist couldn't be fully deflected and I took it on my left arm. A pain so searing I thought it had broken shot through, but I gritted my teeth and endured. At that close distance, he must have been unable to put the full force into the punch. Even taking it directly, sensation remained to my fingertips, and it still worked, finally catching Marfio within my own range. I timed it to the momentum of a straight punch he threw and drove an elbow, hands clasped together, into his solar plexus. Hard, as expected, for a human overwhelmingly inferior in muscle mass to attack bare-handed would, for the usual Marfio, have been no more than a mosquito bite. But the giant staggered slightly. What I'd aimed for was the spot the wooden pole had struck directly, and a follow-up blow to an injured place couldn't be borne even by that thick armor of muscle. Hya! And once the opponent staggered, I went all out on the counterattack. Before he could recover his stance, I swept his ankles. When he took an unnatural posture to keep his balance, I put a fist into his wide-open body. At the third pinpoint attack, Marfio covered his mouth and dropped to a knee. Not enough yet. He hasn't fallen yet. I sought only a decision that allowed no argument. By now I couldn't hear even the cheers and roars around me. Rah! Stamping on the fingers he'd planted on the ground, I sprang up using Marfio's knee as a foothold. Letting out a war cry, I clamped down with knee and elbow, striking Marfio's jaw and the crown of his head at the same time. There was a dull sound, and teeth flew past before my eyes. Springing up was well and good, but since I'd gone for a single strike, I lost my balance and fell, tumbling twice across the ground before coming to a knee and looking at Marfio. Ga? Ho! The giant eyes rolled back white, swayed, tilted slowly, and then pitched face down to the earth with a shudder through the ground. Everyone must have lost their voices. I listened only to the sound of my own ragged breathing, thinking it too loud. The great cheer erupted from all around a single beat later. Mixed in were voices shouting that it was a huge upset, that they wanted their bets back. Catching my breath, I stood and swept my gaze around. Nirva was frozen in the posture of gripping the armrest and half rising, and beside her Nadira was pumping her fists wildly. At the sight of them, I nearly let my guard down, but I could see Grandma in the special seats, twisting her expression into something even more amused than at the start, and I tightened my focus. First gate cleared, I suppose. When I turned my eyes to my left arm, slick though it had touched nothing, a dark red stain had spread across the blue military uniform. It seemed that when I took Marfio's blow, I hadn't fully withstood it after all. I'd thought one left arm a cheap price for the victory I'd won, out of sheer stubbornness. Yet now that I'd actually won, neither the sense of it nor any feeling of joy would for some reason rise up in me. Episode 23, The Hero's Role. I slipped out of the hollow and watched the match through binoculars from atop a nearby high cliff. Since it'd be bad if someone spotted me somewhere and caused a fuss, I had the usual gunny sack over my head. With plenty of idle time lately, I'd improved it so I could see my surroundings more easily. Well, figured as much. Yesterday I'd gone out of my way to voice concern, but in truth I wasn't worried about Reiji in the slightest. If anything, what I'd feared was a situation where he'd get mobbed after winning. But that too seemed to have been needless worry, and matters were proceeding smoothly. Handled it well, I'd say. The other guy's in awful shape, but he didn't kill him. If the information built into the life preservation program was accurate, Captain Soma Reiji was written up as particularly accomplished in close-quarters combat, even within Glimmer Company, and skilled at close combat in a Machina as well. Compare his kill score against the ratio of weapons used, and it's a record good enough to claim the title of ace with either melee or gunnery. But more than that, the very fact that his close combat record stands level with his shooting record is abnormal. Even if the opponent is a beastkin with superior physical ability, since the skeleton is nearly the same as a human's, martial arts trained in the army are of use. And according to Nirva, the color union favors humanoid beastkin as escorts. Kaka, he's just like a gamecock. Scary, scary. Actually seeing it, I felt anew that special forces are beyond ordinary. Best to avoid doing anything that would truly anger that man. I carved that thought, first had when I read Soma Reiji's record, into my heart once more. But what's with the old hag being pleased at Reiji's win? She was the one who'd put forward her own prize fighter, and yet the crone was smirking. That nagged at me oddly. If she meant to use Reiji for something, why had that wrinkled thing set her sights on a slim man in the first place? By looks alone, the hulking brute ought to have looked far stronger. And if the old schemer's eye had seen through Reiji's ability, then I had a bad feeling we'd be dragged into trouble. Well, won't know without asking the woman herself. And what's your business here? Customer? Lowering the binoculars, I opened my mouth without turning around. The shadow that had been quietly stretching out froze for an instant as if startled, then immediately lunged at me. In its hand was a well-worn short sword, and I could see the blade, reflecting the sun, was wet. The shadow dashed swiftly in and wound the short sword back, aiming for my neck. But before the blade could come down, a sound like air escaping carried on the wind, and at once the thing crumpled as though its strings had been cut. Fella doesn't listen. Hey, even a kid knows this, right? You start with a greeting. I leveled my submachine gun, pale smoke smoldering from the suppressor, at the shadow rolling on the ground and breathing in short gasps, dressed entirely in black with only the eyes peering out of a gap. The person was surely some sort of spy or assassin. There was bleeding at the leg and shoulder. Left alone, they'd doubtless die of blood loss. That said, having them die easily and being unable to hear anything would be a problem. And on top of that, if they unluckily didn't die when left alone, that'd be a hassle too. Poison-soaked cloth and a blade, eh? Don't know what poison this is, but simply put, paralysis or sleep or something like that, meaning to knock me down with a light wound. You sure underestimated me, didn't you? Come on, how about an introduction? I'm good at making friends, you know. The spy, who should have been trained to make no sound whatever happened, couldn't hold it in and screamed at the uncanny terror of a gunny sack advancing slowly toward them, though there was surely no one who heard it, save me, the object of that terror. After the end of the match was declared by a single word from Grandma, I was facing Grandma and the others inside that private room tent we'd used the other day. As for the wound on my arm, someone in the crowd who seemed to be a doctor had said, "Let me do it." It'll add to my reputation and bandaged it, so there was no particular problem. I was relieved it hadn't come to stitches. Knocking Marfio flat, I was astonished. Grandma, drawing on her long pipe, recounted her impressions of the affair with, for some reason, delight. On the table between us, treated like a borderline, sat the bundle of documents I'd seen yesterday and a basket piled with a great quantity of fruit. By the rules, what I'd be given in the event of my victory should have been only the right to work. Yet the atmosphere gave off an air of suddenly being entertained. Against it, Nirva, sitting beside me, glared at Grandma dubiously. And on the far side of the table, Mary let her gaze wander uncomfortably. Nadira, sorry, but pull yourself together. Isn't it fine? Nadira, the only one standing behind me, had her chin resting on my head and was purring contentedly in her throat. Since it hardly made a good showing at the crucial moment of negotiation, I tried to shift her by force, and she wrapped an arm around my shoulders and took up a posture of total resistance. Naughty. Fine. Glared at by Nerva to restrain herself. Nadira finally straightened up, and Grandma chuckled at the sight. If that bare fool hears he was done in by this lot, his face is thoroughly lost. Not my problem. You're the one who told him to do it. When I protested that the color union had put him forward, and that even if he'd been killed or maimed it was a kind of accident with no fault on our side, the crone gave a small shrug. It's not something anyone can do just because they're told to. The Marfio you took down was a skilled breaker we keep as a union escort. Ordinary beastkin around here can't match him on raw strength alone, and above all he's tough. He was supposed to be. From the looks of it, he'll be out of commission for a while. At Grandma's words, I made my face blatantly say none of my concern, and for some reason the crone smirked in genuine delight and repeated, "Nice, nice. It's been a long while since I've seen someone with backbone like you. If a man like you wants to see the highest paying reward, I'll gladly hand it over." Just when I thought she'd pass the bound documents over, Grandma pulled a single scroll from her own sleeve and tossed it to me. It was fine parchment, unlike the paper until now, but being unable to read, I promptly handed it to Nerva. She read aloud the title that must have been written at the very top. Intelligence gathering on the amalgam. Subjugation if possible. Reward to be discussed directly with the manager. And then Nerva grimaced and raised a plainly displeased voice at Grandma. I wondered what commission would come out, and it's this: whatever we're paid, it doesn't add up. The amalgam is a threat that will destroy a nation if it isn't subjugated. An opponent an army throws its full strength at. Telling us to face it with a handful of people means telling us to go and die. You're the ones who said the highest paying commission. If you don't like it, you're welcome to pick some pocket change job from that stack instead. But this time, as a special case, we're granting you a grace period on the debt and the rest. And in exchange, you'll be paying the interest in full. Is that acceptable? That, Come now. Worst case you fail and come running home and no one can complain. If you'll take it on, I can arrange various conveniences. It's not a bad deal, is it? Blowing out a great cloud of pipe smoke, Grandma spoke in a thoroughly playful tone. Packed into every corner of her words was the intent that you have no choice but to do it, and each time she felt it, Nerva's gaze hardened. Sorry to derail things. What is this amalgam? Oh, you don't know, Soma? I'm afraid I've never heard of it. When I said so, Grandma slapped the rear of Mary standing beside her. Mary let out a strange pee and glared at Grandma with teary eyes, but with a hierarchy that lopsided there was no winning, and glared back at in turn, she shrank and stepped forward. The amalgam is a bizarre creature of unknown nature. In most cases, it apparently has a hideous appearance you'd think couldn't belong to this world. The one that appeared several years ago, the splitter, looked like a mass of long tentacles bundled together into a ball, and at the tips of the tentacles grew the heads of all kinds of creatures, each behaving as if it had a will of its own. Equipped with varied means of attack such as spitting poison and biting, that's a storybook monster, isn't it? Any other traits? I've heard the splitter was larger than the Great Tent. However, instances of appearance are extremely rare, and there's almost nothing in common between them in appearance, size, or characteristics. What is certain is that they attack humankind and non-human creatures alike, indiscriminately, on sight, and that although they prey on all manner of creatures, humankind alone is merely killed and not eaten. I tried to organize what I'd been told in my head, but every piece was far too scattered, and with not one of them forming a coherent shape, I folded my arms and groaned. Carnivorous, at least, but it doesn't eat humankind. Does it have preferences? Or is something that only humankind possesses poisonous to an amalgam, and that unnatural quality of attacking any creature indiscriminately? Even supposing it were a carnivore, I'd never heard of one moving to exterminate every last living thing to a degree visible to human eyes. As for appearance, having the heads of multiple creatures put it beyond the realm of an animal and into that of a demon, enough to make a walking skeleton seem cute by comparison. But I'm not a scholar. I'm a soldier, and unraveling its ecology isn't my job. And since the commission said subjugation if possible, what needed doing was perfectly simple. And the reward for this commission? Ragey? Nirva looked at me in surprise. Those emerald eyes held plain reproach. But what winning today's match had gained was only the right for me to shoulder Nadira's debt, to have the debt deferred, and to receive work brokered by the colors. The 20 silver and the obligation to return all her belongings hadn't vanished, and with our own lack of money at its extreme, taking the crone's proposal was the quickest method available. Nirva understood that too, which meant she was saying, we can earn with far less dangerous work, so don't go sticking our necks into something this bad. But we couldn't have the debt deferred forever, and with no idea how much interest would be attached, there was no room to take it leisurely. So I restrained Nirva and moved into direct negotiation with Grandma. I'd like to hear the figure the color union is offering. Of course, depending on the terms, I may turn it down. But first, could you tell me how much value your side sees in this job? You hear the threat of an amalgam and feel no fear? As the Mindright girl says, this matter is properly the domain of a national army. That's part of the value too. If it's something that mobilizes an army, then it's equivalent to a national defense budget. And if that's to be entrusted to the hero you spoke of, Grandma, then surely you've made it so one could strike it rich. What is it this raspy old crone wants to entrust to a so-called hero? Defending a nation? Saving the populace? The guild's authority and profit? Or herself? Grandma had called Marfio a skilled escort. That was surely the result of also considering that if I were a weakling of grandiose lies, she'd kill me on the spot. That said, in case I turned out to be a strong one who met the crone's standards, she must also have planned a way to hand down the duel's verdict before she or Marfio took injury, but Marfio went berserk at an unexpected counterattack, and moreover, I crushed him by force. At that point, the word hero must have taken on a strong reality within Grandma. The crone opened her mouth and laughed heartily, then clapped her hands. That's right, and pointed at me. I'll apologize for having mocked you as a wanderer. That's right. Soma, I want a hero. And the color union sees, in this job that can be entrusted to no one but a hero, a value of 200 silver. Episode 24, The Great Debt Repayment Operation begins. 200 silver? You could build a big house with that. In place of me, unable to grasp a sum too large, Nadira raised an astonished voice. What scale of house that referred to I didn't know, but if you could build a house outright with it, it was certainly a fortune. Nirva, however, shook her head as if it were absurd. A regular soldier of the Imperial Army is said to be paid about 500 copper. As a rough comparison, it works out to 600 regulars finding and destroying an amalgam within 30 days. Is that difficult? 600 would be a considerable force against a single target. If that many loosed fire arrows all at once, burning the target would surely be possible, and using powerful weapons like ballistae, bringing down a creature didn't seem hard. But Nirva's tone said plainly, if that were enough to win, we wouldn't be struggling. I've never seen an amalgam directly either, but I've read the combat records against them. The case Mary raised earlier, the splitter which appeared 2 years ago, destroyed the small nation of Valletta in about a month. I'd rather not hear this, but what was Valletta's defensive strength? Small nation or not, a nation is a nation. Wondering just how much damage had been done, sweat ran down my brow. The one who answered was not Nirva, but Grandma, deepening her smile. Sharp ears on you, girl. Soma. Valletta's total military strength was said to be around 3,000. In fact, the total that sortied for the subjugation, excluding the defense force of the capital Corin, was 2,500. I haven't heard that the soldiers left to defend Corin numbered 500, but it's surely near enough. Talk. Grandma's long pipe tapped the desk. After Valletta was torn to pieces, the ones who buried the thing were 1,500 elite troops of the Zera kingdom and 2 bound mail. They lured it onto a mountain pass along the border to pin its movement, crushed it under a mass of falling rock, then poured heated oil over it and set it alight. And even then the thing survived, wounded, and clashed with the elites. In the end, at the cost of a third of the force and 1 bound mail, they barely won. Absurd, isn't it? The crone snorted. A threat capable of destroying a nation. Power enough to scatter over 3,000 infantry, and a tenacious vitality that withstands both mass attack and incendiary assault. It was easy to see why Nerva said it didn't add up. But a word in there had caught my attention. As a force analysis, it was a far better benchmark than this era's infantry strength. Grandma, what sort of thing were those bound mail? Speak of the Zera Kingdom's bound mail, and it's the famous Sardius Knight. Beautiful orange in appearance, a knight bearing arrows of light. An orange knight with arrows of light? I cocked my head, wondering whether there'd been a machine of that color, since Grandma had called it beautiful. If it hadn't merely faded to that color over 800 years, then it had to be a machina in a role requiring especially bright paint, like a trainer or test unit. The Sardius Knight took part in many invasions and subjugation campaigns. So while the Onyx Knight is called Zera's shield, the Sardius is often called Zera's sword. Rumor says the Sardius Knight's helm had a distinctive ornament like branching horns at the back of the head. Nerva's expression was somewhat sunken, but she supplemented Grandma's words as if it were her duty all the same. That information was, for me, a touch bitter. That would be this shape, wouldn't it? When I made a Y with both hands and turned it toward Nerva, she nodded slightly, puzzled. Cinnabar? No mistake, I thought, and let out a long breath. What came back to me was the dark vermilion Machina, the enemy I'd met most often on the battlefield. A second-generation type made by Kravlin Industries, the greatest military corporation the Republic boasted. Its reaction speed against human movement was quick, and with a veteran aboard, it was a suitably troublesome opponent. Even under unmanned control, I couldn't believe it had lost. A machina, built as a weapon, at least nominally, against a natural creature, whatever its form. So, what do you say, Soma? I'll pay even just for coming back with intelligence. My expression must have naturally hardened at the unexpected threat. Somewhat impatient, Grandma tapped the desk lightly with her pipe and leaned in, pressing me for a choice. But at this, Nerva objected head-on. Even for intelligence gathering, approaching an amalgam whose information is unclear is suicide. It isn't a question of the reward. Silence, girl. You need only tell Soma what he ought to be told. Reiji, this is far too dangerous. You shouldn't accept. At the fiery rebuke, Nerva must have realized that saying anything to Grandma was useless. So instead, she seized my hem and looked up at me as if pleading, but after a short silence, I told her plainly. Grandma, I accept the commission. In exchange, the present sum covers intelligence gathering on the amalgam alone. If we destroy it, I ask for a bonus on top. Reiji. Her small cry was, I think, more sorrowful than anything I'd heard from her before. As if I were going to my death, I thought with a wry smile. And Nerva shook my body as if to say that was exactly it. Going with only us against an enemy an army can't beat is impossible. Are you saying you want to die? I've no such intention. It's all right, so trust me. Smiling wryly, I patted the gold gauze head. But when she saw she wouldn't be heard, she pulled away, all but in tears, and clung to Nadira. Still, this reaction was surely natural. The one outside common sense was without doubt me. And at that outside common sense, the crone split her mouth into a grin as if to say, interesting. That reward is the limit a single color union branch can put out. Silver itself is in short supply, you see. And if I handed over gold, the mere fact of you holding it would draw suspicion. That's true. From what I'd heard before, gold is used almost entirely in trade between nations or the dealings of large merchant houses. Both mean middle class or above with a clear identity, and if a wanderer had it, it would be more natural to assume it was stolen. I know, Grandma nodded, and presented an alternative as if she'd prepared it from the start. It sting my conscience to entrust you with this commission and not grant a single request. I'll add gemstones I hold personally, worth 200 silver. Then even a labor class or below lot like you wouldn't be blamed for carrying them, and they're easy to transport. With that much, if not for life, you could at least live elegantly. How's that? Yes, that will do. Also, during the commission, I'd like the return of Nadira's full set of equipment, deferral of the debt repayment, and finally to borrow some of the reward in advance for preparations. Of course. For the sake of success, the Color Union won't hesitate to lend you a hand. Mary, fetch 5 silver. At a single word from Grandma, Mary dashed off like a loosed arrow and came right back with 5 silver coins. With this, we wouldn't starve. Thank you. Let's call the contract concluded. Good. Then sign here. I'd meant to have Nerva look over the document I was handed, but she was still clinging to Nadira, so I asked Nadira instead, and she shook her head with a good grief and read it aloud, and signed it for me while she was at it. Sorry, but I'll step outside first, all right? Yeah, thank you. When I passed the document back to Grandma, Nadira quietly left the tent with her arm around the sniffling Nerva's shoulders, apparently to calm her, left alone myself. Once the crone finished looking over the document, there was no reason to linger, so I let out a small breath. One stage done, but heedless of my relief. Once Nadira and the others had left the tent, the crone clapped her hands as if remembering something. That's right. I forgot about the conveniences. Take this with you. Saying so, what the crone held out was a small badge. Decorated in silver perhaps, it had a beautiful gleam, an elaborate design could be seen here and there, something like a crow engraved on it. I don't quite understand, is this an ornament? Something like a charm, only to the extent that if you show it to someone when you're in trouble, they might lend you strength. Uh-huh. Soldiers often have things like jinxes, but since I didn't much believe in that sort of talk, the word charm left me a little bewildered. Still, since she was giving me a small, unbulky, expensive-looking item for free, there was no need to worsen her impression by bluntly refusing, so I took the little badge from its box and tucked it into my pocket. Being honest is a fine thing, Soma. While we're at it, take this fruit home too. Are you sure? I hear fruit is expensive. I've never much cared for it. Better than letting it rot sitting here. It'll do as a send-off of celebration. Feed it to the women. Thank you. Saying so, Grandma held out the woven basket as it was. For me, who hadn't tasted anything sweet since waking in the present age, this immediate, tangible thing was far more welcome than that baffling charm badge. I took it, basket and all, and this time stood from my chair for good and bowed to Grandma. It wasn't that I trusted her, but since she'd been accommodating, I paid the minimum courtesy of an adult. And just as I was about to leave the tent, I suddenly remembered something I'd forgotten. That's right, Mary. Yes? Against the wide-eyed Mary, I took one round yellow fruit of unknown type from the basket and tossed it lightly to her. Seeing her fluster but somehow catch it without dropping it, I smiled over my shoulder. An apology for the trouble I caused. Well then, until next time. Handing off so casually a gift whose taste, let alone how to eat it, I didn't even know struck me as questionable. But if it was a luxury item given into my discretion, I was free to pass it on. And, making a point of ignoring Mary's voice as she apparently tried to stop me, I strode quickly out of the small tent. And so my objective veered far off from a simple border crossing and shifted to the subjugation of a monster. Behind me, her hand still outstretched into empty air, Mary let her gaze drift blankly to Grandma. What am I supposed to do with this? He. Didn't think you counted among the women? Just eat it. Why don't you? The sound of the crone laughing in amusement echoed in the depths of the color union, though I had no way of knowing it. Episode 25, Shopping. I toyed with the silver coins in my hand. Having left the great tent, we walked the streets of the Hinterring where shops stood in droves, the same as yesterday, but the air among us was chaotic. Nerva, still teary-eyed, kept muttering curses. I, satisfied at having been able to repay her coppers, and Nadira, caught between us wearing a bewildered smile. We were in the thick of abnormal weather severe enough that the end of the world seemed nigh. That said, Grandma's handling had genuinely been welcome. The 5 silver advanced against the reward especially was enormous. We'd succeeded in escaping starvation in one stroke. On top of that, we'd received the fruit she'd given at the end, red and yellow and dazzling to the eye. And even in the foul atmosphere, Nadira clutched the basket firmly, looking back and forth between its contents and me. For now, let's look at food for the immediate future and the household goods we need, then buy Zoran a souvenir and head back. With a great deal of room in my purse, I moved to enter a nearby grocer's at once, and Nerva seized my hem. Whether her curses had run out I couldn't say, but she gripped my hem in silence. I'd told her I'd hear as much resentment as she liked later, but since Grandma had at least nominally called it confidential, I couldn't very well spill the contents here, and I was at a complete loss. What is it? Since there was no doubt the fault was mine, I couldn't shake her off, and I turned to her in as gentle a voice as I could. Even so, Nerva stayed frozen like that for a while, and then in a terribly downcast voice, said one thing, not this one. She wasn't over it, and she hadn't made her peace. But she'd apparently managed to switch gears. I patted her head, pat, the same as last night, and asked once more for her guidance. Thank you. Would you tell me the good ones? At last, the hellish temperature gap eased, and Nadira let out a relieved breath behind us. Then she plucked a pale pink, thumb-sized fruit from the basket held to her chest and popped it into her mouth, all smiles. Finally, I can taste it properly. In that atmosphere, even good fruit wouldn't be delicious. Ugh, sorry. It felt like being told indirectly, this is your fault, and my stomach hurt. I'll say it again. I know I'm the one at fault. It's just that when it's pointed out afresh, the guilt of having made a girl far younger than me cry lands a splendid thrust into my heart, and my chest creaks. That shop is good. Nerva said so, and pointed at a tent. Before the shop, facing the main street, various vegetables and several sacks were laid out. We should have been walking the same road as on the way back yesterday, yet Nerva was drawn toward a shop I hadn't so much as glanced at. The sandwiches last night had been bought from a cheap place doing quiet business in the corner of a narrow lane. Wondering why she'd suddenly headed for the main street, I peered inside, and the reason became plainly clear. This shop's goods are fresh. It's my first time here. Such beautiful ingredients. That's not the point to be impressed by. That's not it. I shook my head. What I was looking at was the lady paying beside us. In her hand was a great quantity of copper coins. Neither on the stand holding these vegetables, nor on the tent's awning was there anything resembling a price tag. And even if there were, I couldn't read the characters and wouldn't understand. But in short, this shop dealt in expensive ingredients. One basket of these, one sack of the preserving sasamiko in the back, and if you have dried riven, green beans, I'd like that too. The shopkeeper answered with vigor and repacked it all into a single carrying basket, which filled to overflowing in no time. Nadira shouldered it, and the sasamoko that wouldn't fit, a vegetable like corn apparently, I hefted onto my shoulder in its hemp sack. It was apparently common as trail food and preserves, and one basket was a tremendous amount. Nadira, are you all right? Yes. This much is nothing. Carrying a basket swollen with vegetables on her back and the fruit basket held to her chest besides, apparently untroubled, Nadira sprang up and down on the spot to show me. I thought again that the race called Beastkin was extraordinary. I had merely one sack of sasamoko on my shoulder, and even that made moving quite hard. Once Nerva finished paying for the ingredients with the silver I'd handed her, she went on advancing without hesitation from one tent to another. Bread, herbs, seasonings, cooking implements. The load grew so much along the way that we even bought a large rucksack, which I carried. Just as I was beginning to think we'd bought about all the necessary daily goods, Nerva abruptly entered a shop of a different stripe. When I swept my gaze around the unfamiliar space, wooden mannequins wore plate armor, and metal shields lined the display shelves. Their forms varied from small and round to wall-like things that covered the whole body. Many bore reliefs carved into them or emblems affixed. I'd felt the same at that arm-bearing Java Sparrow's shop, but blacksmithing by handicraft was apparently comparatively developed. Yet inside the shop was armor of iron and steel far too heavy for the slender-armed, non-combatant Nerva to handle, and there was no light armor to be seen. If anything, even metal armors that emphasize mobility, chainmail, scale seemed barely stocked. Nevertheless, Nerva was looking them over so seriously that I felt reluctant to ask directly, so I decided to lower my voice and ask Nadira, why an armorer's? Who knows? It's all armor that doesn't suit me. If you can't move around, you just become a target. At least she didn't need any, Nadira declared flatly. So light, quick movement really is hard in plate armor? It sort of chafes and grinds all over, doesn't it? Just twisting your body is a chore, and it gets in the way of swinging a weapon. Well, I imagine so. When I sparred with Nadira last night, she landed blows of tremendous force again and again. But that was movement using not just raw muscle, but the spring of her whole body. Plate armor would rob her of that supple means of attack. And on top of that, since no heavy armor can block every attack, it would be nothing but a weight to Nadira. In that case, what is she looking for? A helm. I'd thought we were speaking quietly, but Nerva had apparently heard, and she returned the answer to me plainly. When I turned in a hurry, there she was, holding a heavy helm that covered the entire face. That's quite the iron helm. Sheathed in steel all around, it had no part that seemed to open, and was built to cover armor down to the neck. A thin slit had been forced in for the sake of vision, but from this construction, you probably couldn't see out from inside either. Still, this made everything click. For Zoran? Nerva nodded. Bob. Wearing a hemp sack forever will draw suspicion. A helm is better. Quite right. Since Zoran would inevitably need his face hidden whenever he left the Karabitsu, and it wouldn't do for him to remain a suspicious character forever, the souvenir was decided on that helm without hesitation. When we returned to the hollow hiding the Karabitsu, the surroundings were already dyed madder red. This hour, when the westering sun slanted in, lights the inside of the cave best, and there we froze at the sight of Zoran doing some laundry. Oh, you're back. Good thing you won, eh? Noticing us, he stood with a grunt. There was no hemp sack on his head. His skull was fully exposed, an utter lack of caution unlike anything before. If someone had happened by for any reason, there'd surely have been an uproar. Showing no sign of guilt at that, Zoran laughed, rattling. Well now, just what you'd expect from the ace of Glimmer Company. You'd better hold back or the big oaf gets pitied. Hey, why are you all standing there like posts? It's hardly a celebratory mood, but did I say something bad? How and from where he'd been watching, I didn't know, but Zoran, who somehow knew the match's outcome, praised it breezily. Then, since we maintained our silence and rigidity so thoroughly, he seemed to grow uneasy. He mulled it over on the spot for a while, then as if struck by a thought, turned to face Nerva. Is this about the laundry, maybe? Come on, don't get the wrong idea. It's not that I'm doing this because I want to wash your underwear. I was washing my hemp sacca. With a squelch, an oddly spiky fruit lodged itself in Zoran's forehead. At once, the skeleton's screams echoed. Yeah, what the hell is that? Hey, how hard is this thing? It's stuck and won't come out, huh? The human skeleton rolled about on the spot, unable to bear the pain. Why he insists on tacking superfluous words onto the ends of things I don't understand. But since he'd surely say it's his nature, I won't bother asking. The confusion of thoughts switched all at once into shame and fury. Not wanting to be caught in the blast, I quietly backed away. You erotomaniac skeleton. I hate jokes like that. Keep it up and I'll grind you to powder and scatter you on a field. The girl with hair like gold gauze coldly veiled her rage, and her shadowed emerald eyes burned cold. The girl with a coat the color of sunset swayed her long braid and long tail, a smile on her lips while her golden eyes were those of a pure beast. A very quiet, hair-raising fury. Zoran, who'd been rolling about, froze stock-still at the pressure and began pouring sweat like a waterfall. Huh? What is it? I've done nothing to feel guilty about. No, wait, argument. I'll hear your excuses all at once afterward, at voices far too dry. I found myself averting my eyes. I plugged my ears against the cries for help and endured, pretending not to notice the roars that shook the earth. Like a chick separated from its parents, by the time the westering sun lighting the cave had sunk below the horizon, I was sitting vacantly around a warm campfire. I'm making a point of not recalling the events of moments before. I'll cook today, Nadira had offered, full of enthusiasm, so taking her up on it, Nerva and I gazed at the flames together. Will you tell me now? Nerva said it quietly. Out of nowhere, a leaping spark rode the updraft and swirled upward, vanishing from sight at once. Why I'd accepted that commission, reckless as it was. The reason I couldn't speak in front of others, but in this hollow there was no need to mind, because it's a threat I need to know about, I suppose. The amalgam? I understand that we, with the Machina and the Karabitsu, are excessive as an individual fighting force, but that isn't absolute. Short as the period up to today has been, there's a lot I've come to understand. Nearly all of the tools of 800 years ago are lost technology, neither correctly understood nor operable, and the culture, from food and writing to common sense and ethics, has collapsed. If anything, it's a wonder the spoken language is the same. In particular, the technical capability regarding combat, my own specialty, has regressed beyond looking at, fight in the flesh as I did today, and the threats to me, a mere human, are countless. But using the Machina or the Reims class, weapons of 800 years ago, most of the threats felt at present could be sealed away. Still, whether the amalgam, which reportedly destroyed a Machina, autopilot though it was, belonged in that frame was something I felt the need to confirm with my own eyes. That Machina called the Sardius Knight, I probably know it. You mean, not because you heard it from Grandma? That's right. Not the armor's color, nor the weapon of glowing arrows. What made it clear was the horn ornament Nerva mentioned. Picking up a thin piece of firewood, I drew a Y on the ground with it. I have no artistic sense, but I sketched that helm I'd seen more than I ever wanted to. At the picture, which captured the features hazily, Nerva's eyes widened. You've seen it? I don't know the fabled machine itself, but Zoran and I have both seen it's like more than enough. Lifting my gaze, I looked at Zoran's skull embedded in the cave wall. Every bone of his body had been scattered around, and only two femurs and the skull remained half buried. A composition rather like a pirate flag. Even in that state, Zoran had apparently been listening, and he sighed at the picture I'd drawn. Kravlin Industries' second-generation Machina FIM 2010 Cinnabar. There's no mistaking that distinctive beetle look. Having to lay eyes on that thing's face again now. Of all times, the worst. Don't tell me you're going to say I have to fight the bastard? Zoran's cursing was understandable. The great majority of the enemies we'd faced had been that thing. At least not this time, that's good news. Zoran said it with a small laugh. Ka, but Nerva, listening, tilted her head in confusion. Va? What? Cinnabar. A Machina our enemy fielded. At a story far too abrupt, Nerva's eyes went blank, unable to comprehend a thing. If someone had told us the current state of this world, we'd surely have made much the same face. It was a good opportunity, so I moved to say a little more about our origins, but Zoran cut me off. Sorry, but the complicated talk is better done on the move. Zoran deftly waggled his lower jaw, and when his skull rolled out of the wall, he called to Nadira to reassemble him. At his somehow serious tone, Nadira, who'd been simmering soup in a pot, came over and swiftly began joining bones together, and all the while Zoran went on. We had a visitor around noon, and he kindly told me all sorts of things. Around this hour, we won't stand out, so we'd best clear out of this place. Talk and food can both be had on the move. You two all right with that? Before I could even ask, Nerva doused the campfire with the wastewater from the laundry, and Nadira put a lid on the pot of soup and climbed into the karabitsu. Zoran, his assembly finished, swiftly clad himself in military dress and stepped over to me. Judging from the visitor's manner, there's a big organization behind him. Clacking his teeth softly, he told me that we'd apparently been marked by some troublesome people. Episode 26, The Pursuer. Through the wasteland sealed in darkness, the karabitsu tore along without its lights. Inside the cabin, pitching front and back and side to side, a dinner scene of grim desperation unfolded. Eating Nadira's hearty homemade soup swiftly while trying not to spill it. Zoran, gripping the wheel, drove while clutching a wooden bowl in one hand and pouring it into his mouth so that sliced root vegetables clung to his white skull. Come on, I finally made a proper meal, so let's eat a little more calmly. Can't afford to. Nadira, who'd thrown herself into cooking with enthusiasm, complained that this far too hurried dinner was unacceptable. But Zoran paid her no mind at all and pushed the karabitsu faster. Having kept up high speed, the hollow that had hidden the karabitsu was already lost beyond the forest of rock walls. But you could see the sky behind us glowing faintly, and there was no longer any doubt that pursuit was on us. Perhaps from the urgency in Zoran's and my manner, Nerva kept her expression stiff and spoke her guest quietly. The pursuers are probably the Imperial Army, marked by a troublesome bunch. Blowing them away is easy, but then we'd be full-blown wanted men. Slurping the piping hot soup, Zoran laughed low. Ka. That said, considering the sudden tail and the appearance of a pursuit unit, I rather felt we were already being treated as wanted men. The reason wasn't clear, but the Empire had certainly taken interest from information gleaned somewhere or suspected us of some crime. The karabitsu, a fully tracked vehicle, leaves a course obvious at a glance from the marks its endless tracks put on the ground, so pursuit would be astonishingly easy. I couldn't imagine a trained regular army overlooking traces that distinctive. The only means of erasing the evidence was natural rain, and while clouds were currently veiling the moonlight, whether rain would fall soon was another matter. So in the end, it's run, and if we outrun them, we win? Well, if they're plodding along on foot, we're far faster. Though that's not simple either, considering we've got a commission to complete. Zoran, having heard the content and threat level of this commission, had agreed with my view that a reconnaissance in force was needed against a life form capable of destroying a machina. For us, with no intention of remaining in the Montero Empire, being targeted by the Imperial Army wasn't a grave problem. But carrying out the commission while playing this game of tag was a nuisance, and considering the possibility of being ambushed when we returned to the Hinterring, some countermeasure was needed. But before I had time to think, the alert tone rang through the cabin. Whoop! Our guests are quick on the uptake. Radar contact, multiple biosignatures to the rear. Draining my soup at Zoran's voice, nearly scalding myself, I peered from behind the bones at the monitor above the driver's seat. At the thought that there was no time even to slowly savor the meal Nadira had gone to the trouble of making, anger began to seethe in my gut. On the magnified radar image, a cluster of glowing points could be seen closing on us from behind at high speed. The target for my anger was indeed right there. Unfortunately, they don't seem to be plotting. Cavalry? Fast as the karabitsu is, its limit is 70 kilometers an hour on paved road, and on bad ground it drops far more. Against animal-mounted cavalry with local knowledge and superior burst speed, the chance of being temporarily caught was very high. If we can drag it into a war of attrition, our win is unshakable, but that'd be cruel to the animals. Most of our weapons run on ether engines, after all. The ether engine Zoran spoke of was the semi-resupply-free engine that had become standard in the world of 800 years ago. I don't know its detailed mechanism, but it apparently operates while absorbing an energy called ether from the air. In my experience, at least a week of continuous operation was possible. On top of that, even if it ran dry, leaving it in a recharging state for a full day let it resume. So animals pursuing the Karabitsu over a long period would be an extremely tall order. That said, this was no war of attrition. And on top of that, we, who needed to keep information concealed, were in the disadvantageous position of having to avoid being approached at all. The other side's commander has decent instincts, quick judgment to set a pursuit. Thinking it a nuisance, I moved back toward the rear of the vehicle and asked Nerva for information on the enemy. Nerva, do you know what animals the army uses? Nerva, struggling to drink hot soup in the wildly pitching cabin, nodded, Bob, while huffing and puffing. At the same moment, the Karabitsu lurched, apparently running over an obstacle, and broth leapt from her spoon and dirtied her cheek. The beast a typical army uses is, hot, mostly a herbivore called an anver. And a strong specimen can run without losing speed, even carrying a heavy infantryman. I'd like that to be their top speed. If they closed any further, concealing information would get difficult, and then combat would be unavoidable. Having already had my meal interrupted, I was a little angry, and inwardly I cursed at whether they meant to pile on further, and apparently I wasn't the only one. My soup. Nadira, who apparently had a delicate tongue for heat, wasn't in danger of spilling it like Nerva, but she glared resentfully at the steaming bowl. Meals on the battlefield were often hurried affairs, but with a girl who'd cooked for me right there before my eyes, a feeling of apology welled up. Sorry about this. I'll eat calmly next time. Will you make it again? Yes. If my cooking is good enough. Seeing Nadira's somewhat dejected face brighten in an instant, I lightly patted the head where her beast ears grew. With no room to spare myself, I nearly forget it. But these girls aren't even 20 yet. They ought to be allowed to be indulged a little. That was common sense 800 years ago, and even if I'm told it's odd in the present environment, I've no mind to bend it. And my anger toward the lot who'd interrupted the meal swelled all the more, inevitably. I'll take the gunner's seat. They're being a bit too rude. As I slipped into the gunner's seat one level up from the hull, Zoran glanced over and whistled. By what principle I don't know. Perhaps he'd managed to push air out well through the gaps in his teeth. Food danger is a fearsome thing. I'm starting to pity them. Ammo restriction on incendiary shells? Keep it down as much as you can. You ask a lot for firing on the move. Settling into the cramped gunner's seat, I checked the information coming in from monitors mounted on 3 faces. Shell type switched from armor-piercing high explosive to incendiary shells for unarmored targets. Firing mode semi-auto. The fire control system, working with the radar, aligned reticles on hostile forces amid an image tinted green and white by night vision mode. The enemy was still distant, so I called Nerva to the gunner's seat. May I? She'd apparently managed to finish her soup. Wiping her face, dirtied by the vehicle's pitching, with a cloth, she peered into the cramped gunner's seat from behind. This is one of our secrets, too. The monitor, visible over my shoulder, was cluttered with all kinds of floating data, unlike usual. Since it had entered combat readiness, Nerva's eyes went wide at the characters swapping automatically within it, and the icons showing the vehicle's state and the like. Could it be the script of the Age of the Gods? And this picture looks like the Karabitsu. Script of the Age of the Gods, quite a grandiose name for it. I couldn't help laughing. The explanation will have to wait a bit. So, those are definitely the ones called anvers? Yes, you can see well for how dark it is. Beyond the monitor, where the words loading complete surfaced, a large deer-like beast with a splendid single horn and heavy cavalry were growing steadily larger. When I issued the order to designate as enemy every target without an IFF response, every reticle switched to red. The great stags, carrying heavy cavalry like lumps of metal on their backs, raced across the wasteland at high speed. Even the rough ground and darkness couldn't stop their feet. They dodged the bumps with nimble steps. Ragey? That armor bothers me a little. It looks like it has an ornament. A hand extended from behind me and pointed at a cavalryman running in the middle and to the rear. When I zoomed the camera in that direction as far as I could see other soldiers hemming him in. A commander or a VIP, perhaps. Above all, the gaudy, unmistakable head ornament was fresh in my memory. The knight with the parade helm? So the peacock head wasn't just for bait, then. The knight with the helm of gaudy ornamental plumes, as if flaunting his existence. was surely the man who'd been serving as bait to catch criminals yesterday morning. I'd wondered where such a carnival barker had gotten his eye on us. But with a massive crowd of onlookers gathering over the pseudo-proposal incident and the duel's announcement spreading through the Hinterring within hours, he'd surely at least gather information on a wanderer who'd suddenly appeared. This is just my guess, mind. Zoran's voice came solemn through the radio. You were probably tailed yesterday. This morning, when I went to the nearby river for water, there were odd footprints, so I'd been on guard. And inside a hollow like that, the radar's useless, so we'd never have noticed? Nah, the cause is more that you were furious. Composure is important, you know? Maybe so, I reflected on my own conduct. It's true that last night, with Nadira's situation, I'd unmistakably felt suspicion and indignation toward the color union. I'd thought I was calm by the time I returned to the hollow, but that was surely no more than plating myself over to hide it. The emotion seething inside had apparently dulled my senses. The spy who tailed you reported to his superior as of yesterday. Then, today, when he was blithely gathering information the same way, he got found by me and made into a friend of the skeleton. So that parade helm came out leading a whole unit because his spy didn't come back on schedule. If you think simply, yeah. Whether he was a capable man or simply small of liver was hard to judge, but since he'd come out dragging something as grand as cavalry, and thus started this game of tag, my assessment of the peacock head was already nothing more than a tack target. I remember, a knight called Corvino. Nerva rapped her own head, tap-tap, and nodded with a small, In impact alone, he was a man like no other, yet she apparently hadn't recalled him even when she saw him during the other day's commotion. So not an acquaintance. Who is he? In a word, a worthless small-timer. What did he do to earn that assessment? Details. A knight of the Montero Imperial Army, a centurion. He was apparently tasked with rooting out anti-empire dissidents in the Hinterring, but I never heard a good word about him. There's talk he pinned crimes on ordinary citizens and claimed them as his own achievements. There was no way to verify the truth, but if he were the man rumor said, Nerva's assessment, worthless small-timer, surely hit the mark. I've no intention of playing champion of justice, but at least I was glad the attacker wasn't a good man. Situations that turn the bulk of the populace against you are generally a bad move, and I'd rather not cause trouble for the color union, my temporary employer, or the Hinterring. Thank you, Nerva. It's about to start, so would you go back to the rear? I set my hand on the firing lever and designated the first target on the monitor. The turret rotated, and the chain gun's barrel turned toward the enemy, closing in through the dark. I can't be here? It's cramped and dangerous in various ways. I'll link it to the monitor at the rear of the hull, so watch from there. Understood. Somewhat dissatisfied, she gave a short acknowledgement and left the turret. Over the radio, Zoran shouted, "Ah, damn it, no luck. The clouds have broken. White light, suddenly slanting down from the night sky and burning out the night vision device, lit the khaki-painted armor against the dark. The monitor adjusted for it automatically, and the cross-cut reticle kept the lead heavy cavalryman firmly captured. But conversely, the Karabitsu's form was surely plainly visible to the enemy as well. Zoran, the fighting withdrawal plan is off. Once I break their front, we crush the rest with the Machina. Ha! Figured it'd come to this. What a pain. Quite. I gave a small shrug, sighed, and then flipped the switch on my emotions. This is a war of annihilation. No one goes back alive. Episode 27, The Cat Sneers. Lord Corvino, the Vanguard will make contact with the target shortly. Foo. Now they'll understand what it means to make an enemy of the Imperial Army. Atop his racing Anver, the Commander Corvino received the report from his adjutant Marlowe and let a cruel smile rise on his face. That there was no proper hostile force in that Hinterring had become an undeniable fact. Peaceful though that was for the common folk, for a knight it was a situation offering no chance at distinction, and Corvino chafed with ambition. It had been he himself who'd requested assignment to the 3rd Legion under Legion Commander Vorgan, on the grounds that it wasn't a frontline posting, but that was for no other reason than that he wanted no part of that thing called a knight's honor, which meant dying in war, fight and pile up victories and you may gain martial merit, but what value is honor after you're dead? Even saying so, his lust for renown and power knew no bounds, and so he had poured his blood into striking down traitors as part of the peacekeeping forces, thanks to which he had repeatedly framed mere commoners, but every one of them was small fry, far too weak to boast of as martial achievement, and it ended with Vorgan saying, "Well done, Centurion," with almost nothing in it for him. But this time was different. After all, a friendly soldier had died. He had already determined who killed the spy. That man called Soma, who'd drawn attention at the Color Union with a rigged match where he single-handedly felled a Commune. Parade him about, execute him, and report to the Color Union that they were suspected of treason against the Empire. That would make things very interesting indeed. Corvino painted in his mind the image of himself returning in triumph to the imperial capital as the savior hero who had prevented an internal rebellion. To an outside eye, it was nothing but the product of delusion. Yet, to him, it appeared as a truth already realized. "Marlowe, you take command of the infantry following behind. Don't let the cornered man escape." "Yes, sir. Fortune favor you as well, Lord Corvino." Saying so, the earnest Marlowe peeled away from the formation. Now the stage was set. A moon hung in the sky, and before him ran the armored beast cart, the battle wain, believed to be carrying them. Rather grand equipment for bandits, and destroying it and capturing the enemy would add to his prestige. Corvino cheered inwardly. "Ah, you truly are a hero. A hero who appeared in order to make me a hero, so be a good sacrifice. Vanguard, close on him and stop his wheels. Once he's halted, the rear ranks burn the battle wain down with fire arrows. But take that Soma alive, do not kill him. Courier, go. Understood, sir." A single scout, the lightest and fleetest, took the message and dashed toward the vanguard. He was a small beastkin soldier, but Corvino made effective use in command of his ability to overtake a unit running at full speed, thanks to his light weight. After a moment, the message apparently got through, and the vanguard units closed on the battle wain from left and right. They were still far from drawing level, but that was a matter of time. Now all that remained was to wait for the dish to be cooked, he thought, licking his lips and watching intently ahead. But here, Corvino felt a doubt about the enemy. For some reason, the enemy loosed not a single arrow. A battle wain is a simple fortress of the battlefield, equipped with many archers and ballistae. Fighting while on the move like this isn't its intended use, but even without proper aim, they could at least harass. That they fled without so much as shooting was less comical than eerie. A trickle of unpleasant sweat ran. His instincts on such things had never been wrong. But it was too late to stop the vanguard, faithfully bent on carrying out orders, from closing on the battle wain. That was when the battle wain loosed something. Along with a gaudy sound he'd never heard, a light like flame flashed, and the upper half of one rider closing from the left with a lance leveled was cleanly gone. Further, the mysterious flying object, having pierced the heavy cavalryman, scattered crimson flame across the ground. A rider following behind pitched over into the flames that spread in an instant and collapsed to the ground, war beast and all. "What was that? Someone report!" Even as he shouted in confusion, the battle wain loosed flame again and again, blowing his pieces away one after another. Each time, red sparks stained the moonlit night red, a missile weapon he had never seen. One that pierced steel armor with ease and did not miss a single shot. As the losses mounted, Corvino repeated impossible. Impossible at the power of the battle wain's weapon. The 10 sent as vanguard were wiped out in an instant. What remained were the 20 of the rear guard and the 10 guards surrounding him. Everything else was infantry, and though Marlowe commanded them, there was no way they could link up in time. Corvino's mind spun swiftly to grasp the situation, and it arrived at one possibility: the enemy had only one missile weapon. So if they attacked simultaneously from all around, couldn't they get onto it? Thinking that, even its skittish flight while possessing so bizarre a weapon made sense, damage to the unit was unavoidable. But victory demands sacrifice, and Corvino, feeling he'd found the answer, made a point of assuming a grim face for the soldiers' benefit. "We avenge the vanguard. All of you surround the enemy and attack as one. Do not fear. He cannot attack multiple targets at once." At this command, the 20 of the rear guard raised a shout of assent, screwed up their courage, and charged the battle wain to take their revenge. With only his guards ringing him, Corvino was about to stop calculating. Surely this would win, when he suddenly noticed something. The battle wain had stopped. At this, his conviction of victory deepened, and he clenched his fist. He never imagined that at such a moment the scout would come racing back in a panic. "Report, out of the battle wain, a Vitalmail has come out, sir." What did you say?" Corvino's shout and the screams from the battle wain's direction came almost at the same instant. Soldiers in heavy armor that a man struggles even to walk in were dancing lightly through the air by some conjurer's trick. Silver armor gleamed in the moonlight, and in the next moment was slammed into the ground, crushed, going still in pools of blood, What he could faintly make out was the form of a blue Vitalmail. Impossible. There's been no report of a Vitalmail anywhere. That the man called Soma was a champion strong enough to defeat a Commune bare-handed was a truth he was forced to admit absent fraud, but no information anywhere had said he was a tamer, yet the threat that had appeared was real, and Corvino's expression was plastered over with terror. Utterly changed from his earlier bravado, trembling like a newborn anver, he screamed at the guards ringing him. "Form up in front. Buy time for my withdrawal, Centurion." But the plan. Silence. This is an order. The guards, on the verge of being made into decoys, criticized him obliquely, "Only you will flee?" But Corvino, for whom honor mattered nothing against his life, wouldn't hear it. Meanwhile, the brave rearguard troops who had charged were laid out as corpses, one after another. At a scene like a vision of hell, the soldiers, already nothing but leftovers assigned to the rear, shuddered at that overwhelming power. Morale was no longer a thing that existed. "Damn it, useless dogs." Seeing it, Corvino cursed, wheeled his mount around, and made to flee before anyone else. "Huh? Are you going home already? Play with me a while." A drawling voice utterly unsuited to the mood of the place rang out from overhead just then. Zoran said that if he was the small-timer Nerva described, he'd run once half the cavalry were gone. Looking at the scene spread out before me, I nod that his judgment was spot on. Behind, the Machina swung its arms, and while the mounted troops, the strongest force in a field battle, were being destroyed without mercy, the commander couldn't even hold his guards together, and was in fact trying to flee alone, since Mr. Whom I trust had said no one goes back alive. The man here was the highest priority target, so by rights I'd meant to kill him in one blow without calling out at all. But at a man who only screamed so disgracefully, I was thoroughly exasperated. Compared to this, Zoran being dismantled in the evening was far more graceful, with my slab blades hanging loose from both arms, standing on a rock with the full moon at my back. How did I look to this man, I wonder? Is that trembling fear or joy at battle? Watching him, a mischievous urge to provoke him a bit more welled up. If I stayed here long, the Machina would come up from behind and it'd all be over anyway. Surely I wouldn't be scolded for playing a little, I thought, and curled my slightly parted mouth. "The moon is so perfectly round, won't you dance with me? The night is long, so there's no need to hurry home. Your wife won't say a word." "Ma." The man's teeth ground together. Even the guards, who'd been dumbstruck, reacted at this and wheeled their mounts into a defensive posture, ringing him in a triangle. And then the man, whose face had held nothing but fear, recovered some confidence. From where, I don't know, leveled a gaudy lance glittering with gold and silver, clearly custom-made, and rattled off rapidly. For a base beast to fling words down at me, a knight and centurion, the height of insolence, you'd bring out even a bound male to defy the empire, would you? Against the sight of him, eyes bloodshot beneath the parade helm, I returned a yawn behind my hand. It isn't hard to imagine how a man cornered and enraged appears. His hand on the lance shook, trembling, and the hand gripping the reins creaked. "Mocking me! Tear that thing to pieces!" There was no longer even a knight's severity in his tone. Unable to rest until that thing was killed, he set his guards on me. Though he'd tried to abandon and flee from them, the guards, having received an order from a superior, nominally, leapt down from their war beasts and swarmed as one to the rock at my feet. Ignoring them, I sprang lightly up, vaulted over the heads of the guards, dismounting and swarming in, and brought my weight down in a slash at the still-mounted man. "Nuh?" The man knocked aside the slab blade, closing in with his lance, and backed his mount slightly. "If you'd blocked it, I could have crushed you. And the Anver both," I frown. This is the troublesome thing about opponents with technique, like knights. A low-born creature turns a blade on me? It's my job, and a general's head is a fine prize. Swing up, knock aside the thrust, swing down, and after 3 exchanges, the guards left behind came gathering in. Even so, with 2 raging slab blades whirling, they couldn't easily close and held their spears couched at their hips, watching for an opening to charge. But I lacked a decisive blow too. However many times we traded, every stroke was easily deflected. Rotten though he is, an Imperial Knight is far stronger than the roughnecks around here, or some random color. I overwhelm him in strength, yet he evades and deflects it with technique, and the counterattacks he looses from there are each precise and fast. Suddenly I remembered what he had said in the sparring the other day. Dodge, deflect, turn aside. What's the matter? With skill like that, you'll never take my head. My movement dulled for an instant while I was thinking, and the man loosed a thrust. I dodged it by a hair, but the blow aimed at my face from the height of a saddle traced a thin cut across my cheek. In last night's sparring, there was a rule against killing, and even so, as I kept swinging my weapon, I grew desperate, and in the end was cleanly thrown. Layer that over now. I swing my sword desperately to take his head, yet because I lose on technique, the blade doesn't reach. When I look away, another of the man's thrusts comes flying. I twist my body to dodge it, and there, it caught my eye. I noticed not take his head, a way to defeat the enemy. On reflex, I hurled one of my slab blades at the man. It was batted away with ease and buried itself in the ground. At an attack that must have looked desperate, the man twisted his face hideously and sneered. "Ha ha, getting tired? But it's too late to regret it now." Paying no heed to that voice, I gripped my remaining blade in both hands, sank deep into my stance, and swept it in a great horizontal arc. I win. The sensation of parting flesh ran through my hands. Immediately after, the anvur let out a great cry and toppled over on the spot. Nuagaho? The man was thrown into the air, and the gaudy lance and the distinctive parade helm went rolling across the ground. One guard, twisting aside to avoid the collapsing anvur, collided with the soldier beside him, and several went down in a heap. The other guards, too, couldn't immediately grasp what had happened at the underhanded blow the beastkin had delivered. The blank until the awareness returned that an enemy stood before them was an instant, but it was an astonishingly large opening. Ta defensive form gya! At the blow I swung after swiftly closing the distance, heavy plate armor caved deeply in, and the body sent flying dragged other soldiers along, smashing into the ground in a tangled ball. Wah! Whoops! That's dangerous. A soldier in a state of panic loosed a thrust with his spear, but I caught it firmly in my free hand. It had far too little force behind it. There's no way a human can match the strength of a beastkin maw. At the soldier frozen there gripping a spear he couldn't budge an inch, I brought my slab blade down one-handed. The soldier's height, I think, got somehow shorter. Whew, isn't this fun? At the gaze of the beastkin standing showered in a spray of blood, the soldiers, whose morale had been low to begin with, backed away inch by inch. Their consternation said plainly, "Who charges next? You go first?" Despite an overwhelming 7-1, everyone must have thought the tide wouldn't turn. Their staying put at all was due to nothing but the fear of being cut down from behind, and their role of guarding the commander had been entirely abandoned. But that wouldn't last long either. When one soldier suddenly collapsed to the ground, the man beside him let out a scream of terror. I greeted it with a beaming smile. "Mister, you're late. I nearly took them all." Sorry. The soldiers who had been fighting a beastkin for so long had forgotten. The Vitalmail that appeared from behind, that's before they knew it, the din of battle they'd been hearing was gone, and only the creak of their own armor echoed. No path to life remained to them any longer. Episode 28, Lost Who's. Leaving already, customer? He? At Corvino, crawling across the blood-dyed earth, I cast an inorganic voice from overhead. The man who'd worn so much gaudy decoration, parade helm, lance dazzling with gold and silver, was a shadow of himself. All that remained was a filthy vagrant trembling in terror, but I had neither a heart to pity this man nor any reason to spare a life already forfeit. Rest easy. It'll be over in an instant. Wait! I am a centurion of the Imperial Army. Kill me, and you'll have the Imperial Army, Pugoa? Before Corvino could finish his high-handed plea for his life, I drove a steel fist into his face, with enough force to shatter his front teeth and the bones of his nose, but not to kill. Payment for turning Nadira's home cooking into a speed-eating contest. Just remembering it made me angry, and I lowered my voice a little as I pronounced Corvino's death sentence. A noisy man always. "Nadira, he's yours." A general's head, then. How did the slab blade look as it swung up? The instant the moonlit edge blurred, a death scream rang out across the area. Looking down at what had been Corvino, spraying blood like a broken hydrant, Nadira scratched her ear lightly. Since they call it a general's head, should I have taken the head off? No, I don't particularly want a head. The sight of her cocking her head while spattered with blood was that of a predator woven of beauty and madness, and it drove home that Nadira had lived her life amid battle. That said, bringing back a head was no achievement to boast of to anyone, and I have no perverse taste for wanting so grisly an item. When I shook my head, not needed, Nadira looked relieved and her face broke into a smile. "Then it's fine. I was worried my work evaluation would drop. Diligent, aren't you? If I don't work, I don't get fed." "No, that isn't true, but..." At her carefully flicking the blood from her slab blades and lashing them to her back again. I was a little bewildered. Nadira had taken the lead and leapt at the enemy, because it was her job. But in a situation like this one, annihilating the enemy without exposing her to danger wouldn't have been hard. Of course, the merit of sealing the enemy commander's escape and ensuring their total destruction was no small thing. Even so, when I saw the thin cut seeping on her cheek, it somehow felt like a poor bargain, and I clouded an expression no one could see from outside the head unit. My thoughts were cut short by a transmission from Zoran. "Hey, what are you dawdling for? There's still a contact on radar. Not the infantry unit to the rear? Details. With the moon hidden by cloud again at some point and the darkness returned, and given the distance of the unit pursuing on foot from afar, being discovered would be difficult for a while. If they had no cavalry, escaping unnoticed would be easy, but if a survivor was here, that was another matter. The thing is, it's hiding in the shadow of some rock or other, so the return's faint. Search with night vision? Estimated contact with the infantry unit? If the lot who noticed that flashy fireworks show came marching in a panic, about 20 minutes. So we've got about 10 minutes of margin. Understood, I'll search. Checking the radar information displayed on my monitor, there was indeed something hazy, the same as what the Karabitsu had transmitted, while the Anvers, at a loss having lost their riders, showed as comparatively clear points of light. This one alone appeared and vanished, like a stealth aircraft. Nadira, there seems to be a survivor nearby. Can you tell? Shall I follow the scent? Just like a cat, she began searching the area, springing about nimbly. With her superior sense of smell and hearing, Nadira seemed more dependable than the useless radar. For my part, I scanned the surrounding terrain and narrowed down places one could hide. A lime green grid ran out, displaying the relative height of the undulations from my position and the unconfirmed areas. Among them, places a human could hide were not many, and narrowing to the vicinity of the vague point of light on radar cut it down considerably. I was checking the likely area with the thermal sensor, but Nadira raised her voice before the Machina, that mass of electronic warfare gear touted as high performance, could. "Mister, I found something suspicious." It was a voice that carried well enough that a hiding enemy would surely hear it. But since moving in surprise at that would be the height of foolishness, I made a point of saying nothing. What she pointed to was a cave-like spot where two rocks unnaturally propped each other up. On top of that, in front of the entrance, tall weeds, rare in Stone Spire, formed a thicket, concealing the very existence of the gap. Peering inside, the gap between the rocks wasn't straight. Further in, multiple rocks overlapped, and it wound into a crank shape. Moreover, soft mud and moss clung to the walls. Humidity was apparently retained, and there was a high chance that was a factor obstructing the radar waves. Correct, Nadira. This is more impressive than the general's head. Whether they hadn't erased them, thinking they'd be invisible in the dark, or whether in their panic the very idea of erasing them never occurred, human footprints were left on the ground. Registering as a faint heat source, at that, they weren't old. Glad to be of use. Restraining the lawing Nadira with a hand, I stepped slowly into the gap. For a human in the flesh, there might have been room to spare, but slim as Ruri is, for a Machina it was barely enough space. I managed to advance for a while from the entrance, but the curved section was too tight in width, and I quickly backed out and shook my head at Nadira. "This is rough. Shall I go look?" "No, they've surely noticed we're approaching, and I don't want to make the blunder of being ambushed. With time, I could widen the gap or try persuasion from here, but the scheduled withdrawal time was already upon us. What was called for was an immediate decision, so I took the means of eliminating the threat as safely as possible. All right, let's erase the whole thing. Put a personal railgun round into it, and the heat should vaporize a rock formation this size." "Uh-huh." Nadira, unable to picture it, gave me a vague reply. "If anything, that's the normal reaction. It's hard to imagine something you've never seen, and being told rocks would vaporize could hardly ring a bell." That said, there was no time to explain in detail, and just as I was about to head straight back to the Karabitsu, someone came tumbling frantically out of the gap in the rocks. On reflex, Nadira readied her slab blades, and I deployed the harmonic blades on both arms. Whoa, wait. "Please wait, sir. Surrender." I surrender, so please mercy. The survivor who'd been hiding, the moment they emerged, swiftly threw all four limbs to the ground and ground their forehead against the rock, the so-called full prostration, and then, as if remembering, they undid the weapon at their hip, sheath and all, hurled it far away themselves, and bowed their head the same way again. The chinstrap must have been loose, for the visored headplate they wore rolled forward, exposing the reddish-brown hair and nape it had hidden. At a plea for life that couldn't have been more thorough, I was dumbstruck for a moment, but came to myself at once and sent a transmission to determine a response. Zoran, I've found the stealth target. Cutting it close. Did you finish them? No, the target offered complete surrender, so it's on hold. Looks like a scout, but I'll use a light to confirm details. Oh, come on, don't tell me you felt sorry for them. We've got no time. I know that, but Zoran clearly wanted to say just kill them already, but there was something that nagged at me. At my non-committal reply, Zoran only said no margin, so hurry and cut the transmission once. I lit the illumination mounted on the head unit, and a thin white beam shone on the target. The target, who'd looked up in surprise at the sudden brightness, had their eyes burned by the flashlight and rolled over with an ooh-ah. I could see for less than a second, but I'd come to slightly regret having seen her. Confirmation complete. Target is a female beastkin? Ho? So beastkin serve in this Imperial army too. And well, Letcher got harder to kill because she's a woman? Against Zoran's superfluous remark, I pointedly transmitted the image of the face I'd glimpsed for that instant to the Karabitsu. At once a strange sound came from the far end of the comms. Hey, 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 hey! That's a kid, isn't it? And what's that? Was she prostrating herself? Sharp guess, Zoran. I'm a soldier, but I'm not so finished as a human being that I can kill a child who's gone that far. Against an opponent high-handed and full of hostility like the one before, I'd have killed without hesitation. And against an opponent who simply fled, I'm confident I could pull the trigger lightly, but bringing a blade down like an executioner on a child who had disarmed and prostrated herself in surrender was frankly beyond me. Damn it, fine, come what may. But we can't leave her either. Collect her. Zoran, shouting in resignation, surely felt almost exactly as I did. Only Nadira, still leveling a slab blade at the female scout beside me, cocked her head. You're not killing her? If I'd said nothing here, she'd have cut her down without hesitation. There's no doubt that would be safer, and conversely our choice was far from what you'd call optimal. But even so, I found myself thinking, yeah, for now, confirm she isn't carrying a weapon. If you say so, mister, that's fine. Saying so, Nadira lowered her weapon, hauled the scout, still rolling with her hands over her face, forcibly to her feet, checked inside her armor and boots, and confirmed there was nothing resembling a hidden blade. We accept your surrender, but I want you to bear with your treatment for a while. So long as you show no intent to attack, escape, or refuse compliance, I promise we will do you no harm. Is that true, sir? Even after the body check, the scout had looked anxious, shielding her still recovering eyes, but the instant she understood her plea had been granted, her expression brightened in a flash. She must have been certain she'd be killed. Tears poured from her eyes like a waterfall, and various things overflowed from her nose and mouth besides. Let's hurry. There's no time. I scooped up the scout, still wet with assorted bodily fluids, and with Nadira leading the way, we left the rocks and hurried back to the Karabitsu. Episode 29. Articles on the Treatment of Prisoners. We got lucky. Zoran muttered it quietly while running the Karabitsu southward. Those words most certainly did not refer to the scout soldier trussed up in the rear seat with rope and a spare sleeping bag. From the clouds that until moments ago had only veiled the moon, raindrops had finally begun to spill. Nerva had said rain was extremely rare in the wasteland-spanning Stonespire region, and perhaps for that reason, once it started, it turned in no time into something you'd call a squall. In Stonespire, where rock walls with flat crowns like Table Mountains stood in forests, the water running off that peculiar terrain turned the place into waterfalls everywhere, and the valleys where they converged were becoming shallow rivers. The Reims class, being a fully tracked vehicle, is designed to permit fording, so for now there seemed no danger of the water immobilizing us, but Zoran grimaced that visibility was far too short. Please spare me a head-on collision with a wall. That's exactly why I'm driving slow, and this should make their pursuit difficult too. With even us, riding in a vehicle, unable to make decent distance in the present conditions, the infantry unit's advance would surely be extremely hard. On top of that, Zoran laughed that the water running like a river would erase the ruts the tracks had made. In fact, one issue that had required countermeasures being erased was significant. That said, the problems were piled high. So, what do you intend to do about her? Yeah, that's the thing. With eyes so tremendously damp you'd want to ask whether the rain had raised the humidity, Nerva glared at me. What she meant was, without any doubt, the trussed-up bundle at the rear of the vehicle. Since we've dragged her inside, we can hardly return her to the Imperial Army. For now, I'll try questioning her. I didn't think that would break anything open, but with the situation settled for the moment, I moved to the rear of the vehicle, while Nadira, holding the bayonet I'd handed her in one hand, continued watching her. The scout faithfully obeyed the order not to speak, keeping her mouth shut with a desperate look on her face. Now then, let's talk a little. I'm Soma Reiji, a wanderer. I'll be conducting your questioning. Answer the questions you can. What you don't know, you may honestly say you don't know. I sat facing the scout. As a precaution, I kept my body armor on. First, tell me about yourself. Name, your post in the army, origin, whether you have family, anything else. I'd meant to ask as gently as I could, but the scout let her gaze drift anxiously toward Nadira. At that, Nadira lowered the bayonet in her hand and nodded slightly. You may speak. Apparently a little relieved that the weapon had at last withdrawn, the scout began to speak haltingly, though with a frightened upward glance at me. I'm called Aurelia, sir. My race is Beastkin Kinian, as you can see, and I belong to Centurion Corvino's company, 3rd Legion under General Yadin of the Montero Imperial Army, sir. My origin is, my people were nomads of the Hinter Ring, so I don't really know, sir. As for family, I haven't seen my parents since they abandoned me as a child, and I'm not married, so I'm single at the moment, sir. Uh, sorry to interrupt, but this Beastkin kin something? What is that? She'd said it all in such a rush that I hadn't managed to retain the race name she'd given first. To this, too, Aurelia honestly answered, Kinian, sir. At least for now, she seemed to have no intent to be grudging or to hide anything. This Kinian, what sort of race is it? At this question, she cocked her head as if she didn't understand what was being asked. That said, since I lacked the common sense of a present-day person, this too was necessary information, so I urged her on. Well, compared to other beastkin, we're weak in strength and small and light, sir. So when we join an army, rather than carrying a weapon and fighting, we often end up as scouts or spies like me, I suppose, sir. Also, I'm confident in my endurance and foot speed, sir. Taking the opportunity, she pitched herself as if at a job interview. Being pitched on a prisoner's abilities is rather awkward, and, since she was even shorter than Nerva, I'd taken her for a child. But her saying her race was small and light, and that she wasn't married yet, snagged at me, because when I'd carried her earlier, I'd noticed her body's contours were rather distinctly pronounced. How old are you? 20, sir. Zoran and I froze instantly. We'd taken her in on the grounds that she was female, a child, and had surrendered disarmed, and with the premise completely overturned, there was nothing to say. So that's your build. I caught myself at the words that had tumbled out of my mouth at the sheer shock. If I could, I'd have swallowed my own words no matter how they tasted. But once spoken, there's no taking them back. The miracle of the thick little beast ears growing from Aurelia's head failing to catch it did not occur, and she promptly went pale and launched a bombshell. Well, I'm a prisoner, so I can't complain, sir, but as for, ravishment and such, I'd hope you'd spare me, sort of thing. From her side, she must have been trembling at the fear that she was about to be violated. As for me, I was trembling at the terrific killing intent from left and right. I suddenly felt my position had become weaker than the prisoner's. If anything, the tip of the bayonet Nadira gripped was now aimed at my throat. I won't. I do not look at prisoners in a sexual light, and I swear by heaven and earth it's a misunderstanding. Nadira's and Nerva's stares were frightening enough that I slipped into formal speech partway through. Body armor is not the sort of thing that stops it. Female solidarity is a terrifying thing. The two of them had switched sides to the trussed-up bundle who'd been an enemy moments ago, in no time at all. If my statement had been a lie, I might genuinely have been stabbed from behind. Against the two still turning distrustful faces on me, Aurelia, the actual victim of the harassment, merely blinked, blank. I'm the one who brought it up, sir, but is that all right for the treatment of a prisoner? If it's a choice between that and being killed, at worst my body would be, under the Corporate Federation law's articles on the treatment of prisoners in wartime, sexual assault against captives is prohibited. Say nothing more unnecessary. I drowned out Aurelia's words with content that must have sounded like an incantation to them. Zoran, the only one who could understand it, was laughing, ka. You actually remember the opening of the Federation law articles? What's next? The International Charter of Peace? The Machina Land Warfare Convention? I sure don't remember them. Don't make light of it. Unlike you, I can't hold a conversation with a woman on ulterior motives alone. At Zoran's muttered, what a little innocent, the two women's killing intent concentrated on the skeleton rather than me. Judging the immediate crisis past, I turned my gaze back to Aurelia, who was fretting, unable to grasp the situation, in a cabin that had somehow entered a state of civil war. I'd really have liked to ask more, but never mind. More importantly, there's something I have to tell you. Trying to force at least the ending to carry some gravity, I threw a sharp look at Aurelia across from me. After a moment, she too seemed to notice the change in my manner. A bead of cold sweat ran down her and she swallowed audibly. Unfortunately, everything you're seeing, including this vehicle you're riding in, is classified. It cannot be allowed to leak to the Imperial Army. Do you understand what that means? Does that maybe mean, no matter what, I'm never getting released, sir? Quick on the uptake. She swallowed her situation accurately, even as her face paled. I don't know how prisoners are treated in this world or the terms of prisoner exchanges between nations to begin with, but having seen this much of the inside, there are no terms under which we can return her to the Imperial Army. Whatever the reason, if you attempt to escape, we will kill you without mercy. I'd rather not be made to. But let me at least ask how you'd like to conduct yourself from here on. At the dangerous air, Aurelia's brow grew damp, and she let her gaze wander in the air for a while, then after a moment, took a deep breath and turned to face me. If it means dying, then honestly I've got no attachment to the army or the empire, sir. If it means I won't be killed or hurt, I'll do whatever you say, sir. Then for a while we'll observe how things go. I was trying to bring it to a peaceful close, and Zoran's superfluous shout drowned it out. Huh? Whatever? Seriously? The serious mood I'd rebuilt scattered in an instant, and the women's murderous gazes converged again on the front of the vehicle. Whether he didn't notice or did it on purpose, Zoran took his hands off the wheel and, rubbing his palms together, spun his fantasy. Oh, that's Greet. I thought so when I saw her earlier, but Aurelia's short stature is a drawback, though her face is the cute type, and her chest is something else. First, a bath-together cookie. There was a sound of something being twisted, then a mysterious scream, and finally the sound of something collapsing, after which the world was wrapped in silence. The Karabitsu, having lost its driver, came to a natural stop on rolling resistance. I don't think I've ever been so grateful it wasn't a wheeled armored vehicle. For a while afterward, the sound of something dry and light being struck against the floor went on echoing in the cabin, but I saw nothing. Now and then I thought I heard some voice, as if remembering to, but I know nothing. I decided to know nothing. While the human skeleton lay scattered, I took over the Karabitsu's wheel. Aurelia let out a behind me, but I'll say nothing about that either. A while after we set off, the rain grew fiercer still, and visibility became extremely poor in proportion. Sensing danger from the valleys swelling into muddy torrents, I stopped the Karabitsu beneath a tree on a slight rise we passed. We'll rest here for Todd. The words about to come out retreated down my throat at the state of the cabin. It surely wasn't fatigue from dismantling Zoran, but on the bunk built at the rear of the vehicle, the two women had already departed for the world of dreams. They must have been exhausted in body and mind. After all, summoned to a match from early morning, then accepting a commission you could call earth-shaking, then shopping, and on returning to the Karabitsu, an Imperial Army attack. As I stood from the driver's seat, stretching, something bumped my foot and I looked down. Zoran's skull lay there. But since it said not a word even when kicked, he was apparently asleep in his dismantled state. You can't even guess whether he's sleeping from his appearance, and yet somehow I felt it, and I set the skull up on the driver's seat. Impressed at how deftly he could sleep as a head alone, I pulled a sleeping bag out of the storage and lay down. A voice came from above me just then. Looking, I saw Aurelia, who apparently hadn't fallen asleep yet, watching me with, for some reason, a bright red face and moist eyes. Still trussed in rope and sleeping bag, unable to move, she squirmed as if in some distress. You're still awake? The rope had been loosened somewhat, so it shouldn't be that she couldn't sleep. But being told to sleep in the middle of the enemy is an unreasonable ask to begin with, since it would be bad if her health suffered, I told her, in as soft a voice as I could, to hurry up and sleep. If she understood we meant her no harm, she could surely sleep at least a little. But Aurelia shook her head vigorously. That is, I'm tied up and can't move, sir. Well, yes, that's true. What an obvious thing to say. When I cocked my head, I received an extremely resentful look. What on earth was this? Whether my exhausted head was computing badly, or whether I lacked the ability to read the room, her teary-eyed appeal somehow wasn't getting to the point. I mean, that is... So, I suppose you could say the levee is about to break, sir. Sorry, but if you've no business, would you let me sleep? I'd like to rest a bit myself. Wait, please, sir. What I mean is, after mumbling a while longer, Aurelia shut her eyes as if resolving herself, then flung them open and shouted, I'm at my limit! I'm about to wet myself and I need help, sir. An instant later said that plainly, even my exhausted brain got it. I see, that certainly would be hard to bring up. My leisurely thought circuit reasoned, and then a surge of shock blazed through it. Why, hold on. Endure a bit longer. I'll untie you right away. Please hurry, sir. I'm really at my limit. I hurriedly set about untying the rope, but Nirva's rope work was so skillful it wouldn't come undone. It's not as though she's used to binding humans, and yet it was fastened astonishingly firmly. Cutting the rope might have been an option, but fiber tough enough to hoist a machina isn't easily cut. Isn't it done yet? Ah, wait, it's coming just a bit more. Hang in there. Watching her writhe in agony, I finally succeeded in untying the rope after a fairly long time. There, it's undone. Outside, quickly! Aurelia burst out of the sleeping bag at once, tumbled out of the karabitsu, and in the light spilling from the hatch, hurriedly moved to pull down her underclothes, then glanced back at me. Do you have to keep watching from here on, sir? I'm turning around, so finish quickly. Trembling as if convulsing, she confirmed I'd turned around and laughed a small, ah ha ha. Thank you for your considera. But that final signified that her efforts and mine had ended in a vain and tragic conclusion. I looked up at the heavens and covered my eyes, hoping the rainwater would wash away all sorrow and this entire chain of events. Episode 30. Trust and the Odds of Winning. Once more, I want to hear about these odds of winning. Nerva broached it at the end of breakfast, the commission scroll she'd received from Grandma in hand. Only Aurelia, hard to move while bound, was still eating. But let's set her aside for now. Drawing the scroll from beneath the brown poncho that swallowed her whole frame, she held it up for everyone to see. We are about to take on an extremely dangerous mission. Reiji, I think you understand. The amalgam is the natural enemy of every living creature, humankind included. If there are no odds of winning, I advise we turn back this instant. I suppose so. Now then, where and how much should I start from, Zoran? At my question, Zoran let his shoulders drop and sighed. Then put an electronic cigarette in his mouth and said, time's an important factor in building trust, no doubt. But should we be talking about secrets in a situation like this? Well, that may be so, but ow. At me still mulling it over, a bone chop landed on my forehead. Zoran gets taken apart by people, but he's never once swung a fist at anyone himself. Holding my forehead as the pain slowly spread, the astonishment at that blow was greater still, and I stared blankly at his skull. What's the ace of Glimmer Company doing getting cold feet? We're alien to this era, and if we've decided to live in the here and now anyway, then it doesn't start until we trust them first. The Bones laughed, ka, with a hand on his hip. Zoran is usually a lump of frivolous lechery, a skeletal model who only freezes the room with harassment and bone jokes. But I'd occasionally sensed something faintly enlightened in him, too. The two who'd been listening silently were surprised at the difference from the usual Zoran, and didn't even try to hide their blank expressions. Nadira even said it out loud. Zoran wasn't just a pervert after all. I've revised my opinion of you. At her manner of genuine admiration, Nerva nodded, agreed, and Zoran, apparently pleased at this, laughed further and threw me a look as if to say, see, thinking that this lightness is what saves us. That isn't so bad either. Including the times he's tremendously irritating, I was reassessing Zoran. How's that fallen for Mr. Zoran, have you? Don't lump me in with the junk who made a girl cry. I've decided the only tears I'll wring from a woman are happy ones in bed. You are that sort of person after all. I've unrevised my opinion. I felt the ambient temperature, along with the assessment, plunge in an instant. Nadira, who moments ago had been gazing at Zoran with sparkling eyes, flipped her palm with the speed of a windmill and threw at his skull the look one gives filth. Nerva, who had nodded in agreement, likewise had eyes of emerald gone lightless, as if she'd found a cockroach in the kitchen. Like an aerobatic aircraft climbing vertically into a stall turn, Zoran's stock performed a surge and a crash within a single instant. It seems expectations carelessly raised produce a proportionally larger crash when betrayed. Also, when did you hear about me making Nerva cry? From Nadira while you were asleep. What a piece of work you are. Not minding their gazes at all, Zoran gave a good grief shrug. Put that way, I had no rebuttal, and I simply bowed my head to Nerva in apology. But Nerva gave a small shake of her head. There's nothing for you to apologize for, that you saved us from the cleaners, that you accepted my coming along, that you're trying to protect Nadi. I'm grateful for all of it, and it was I myself who decided to trust you. But please forgive me for being anxious. You've got me. I didn't mean to make you say that. The day I rescued Nerva, she had said as much to me, a threat equal to a nation's military. She must have resolved herself then. I believe it's fine to be cautious and timid living in the present age, and that's surely not wrong. But to say I can't trust the girls lending me their strength is far too pathetic, isn't it? What I'd originally meant to tell them was the performance of the machina and weapons and the odds calculated from my own skill. But as Zoran said, at this point we ought to do away with things kept hidden from them. Once I'd steeled myself, the words came smoothly out. We have odds, and not just even ones. If the condition is that intelligence gathering is the main objective, with destruction if possible, I'll show you a 9 in 10 win. Saying so, I laughed. It may have been the first time since being dropped into the present that a smile spilled out naturally, from the bottom of my heart, without my being conscious of anything. Nerva, for some reason, watched me with a blank look. I see. She must have been quite dazed. Coming to herself, she turned her face away, as if to hide cheeks faintly stained red. At this, Zoran slapped his knee and laughed. Ka. Listen to you, partner. So if the remaining 1 in 10 is a draw, then betting on death makes you an idiot chasing a long shot and blowing himself up. And explain the grounds on which you'll thrash that automatic life-reaping machine. You've got a foul mouth. You already know, don't you? Poorly raised? Zoran said, clowning. In other words, I know, but explain it in your own words. Since that was my intent anyway, I looked back and forth between Nerva and Nadira. Do you remember I said the other day that the Sardius Knight is a machina called Cinnabar? Nerva nodded. Bob Nadira, apparently able to hear even while cooking, said yes at the same time. Cinnabar is weaker than my Machina Ruri. To be precise, it's an older machine. Older, meaning in when it was born, properly speaking, in when it was developed. At this, Nerva took a step back. Surely not. Nadira, apparently unable to follow, tilted her head from left to right and back again, telling them to believe it is surely an unreasonable ask. But I've yet to see a machine spontaneously arise in nature. A machina is a weapon humans created over 800 years ago, a tool of war between nations, a soldier of tough steel that fights with the person riding inside, as I do. Wait, please. That's too much information. Nerva pressed a hand to her forehead and held her palm out at me, asking me to stop advancing the conversation for a moment. If one could see inside her head, all the knowledge and common sense she'd learned in her life were surely crossing and colliding endlessly. Even I, the one talking, still don't know how much of it is real, but the gap between the common sense within me and the common sense Nerva and the others teach me can't be explained by mere differences between nations or peoples. Assuming, that is, this isn't a preposterously long dream. Nerva seemed to keep organizing her thoughts for a while, but eventually her shoulders shook quietly, and she slowly lifted her face. I'd heard that when confusion reaches its limit, humans can only laugh, and apparently that's no different even for Nerva, who so rarely shows expression. Somehow entranced eyes and a mouth twitching slightly told plainly of her extraordinary state. Then, you two are undying? No, not human, but of the order of gods or demons. Could it be that I've touched the sacred fountain of intellect? At her unnatural manner and a line far too preposterous, I nearly toppled over. Her eyes, reporting a thought error, had whirlpools spinning in the pupils, and the mysterious sweat dripping down her face conveyed the overheating of her cerebral circuits. Because she'd set the premise that my statements were not lies, she'd taken on a contradiction, triggered an infinite loop of thought, and had finally hit her limit. Hey, the girl's broken. What do we do about this? What do you think we should do? Why are you asking me? I don't understand any of it either. Unlike Nerva, the incarnation of intellectual appetite, Nadira had been able to stop thinking. But when Zoran and I appealed to her to please do something, she said good grief as if it were a bother, and began shaking Nerva's shoulders. Nerva, please come back. Mr. really is a person. Cut him and he'd die, surely. At something so dangerous, said so breezily, I felt my lower abdomen go cold, and dreadfully not a word of her statement was wrong. Cut in the flesh, I would unquestionably die. Really? Truly? It'll surely be fine, all right? Zoran, I don't know about. The beast-eared girl nodded with an ambiguous smile. Let's pretend I didn't hear that last part. Given water by Nadira and taking a mouthful, Nerva could at last think normally. Holding her unsteadily swaying head, she somehow focused her eyes on me. It would help if you explained in a way I can understand. Well, we don't understand the details ourselves. I laid out only what I did know in brief, but Nerva, whose prior knowledge of machines was as near zero as makes no difference, nearly overheated once more. That she managed to get through it may mean my explanation wasn't so bad after all. So, For 800 years, your time was stopped and you slept? Well, simply rephrased. That seems to be it. Nerva arrived at that conclusion more than an hour after the explanation began. She may insist that intellectual appetite is everything to her, but she was clearly exhausted by this bizarre exchange and said she'd suspend further pursuit for now and ask me to continue with the matter at hand. Cinnabar is, by the numbers, weaker than Ruri. And in its day, that was a large gap, but nowadays I don't think it matters much. Sure doesn't. To present-day humanity, first generation or third, it's all lumped under no contest. Nadira nodded at this too. If people today tried to gauge a Machina's strength, they'd have no method but to pit Machina against Machina. Nerva, is there any account of a person riding inside the Sardius Knight? None. If anything, that a person would wear a Vitalmail and fight is something we never even conceived of. Hearing that, I lightly slapped my knee. Good. Now the 90% win rate was beyond doubt. That's the greatest opening I see. It's true a Machina can fight unmanned to a degree, but that's strictly an auxiliary function. Its true worth is shown only with a person aboard. If the Sardius Knight runs unmanned, it's no match for me. Is that so? Facing the anxious Nerva, I nodded firmly. Just as that Techo was, an autopiloted Machina can't be an enemy to a manned one. There's one more point where the conditions differ. I rose slowly, and with everyone's eyes on me, walked to the Karabitsu and lightly wrapped its armor. Grandma said the Sardius Knight's weapon was arrows of light. Do you have any information about these arrows of light? I believe the arrows of light are a killing weapon usable only up to 3 times in a single battle. Beyond that, where they hit, a heat-laden gale rages, there's a distinctive stench, and the sand turned to glass. That's about all I know. To Nerva, who seemed a little unsure, I nodded. That's plenty. On this Zoran too stretched as if to say, is that all? Cracking his bones. That'd be the ionized gas projector, the plasma cannon the Republic Army botched spectacularly. A weapon with shockingly bad energy efficiency. It's got an energy tank for 3 shots, and once you fire them all, recharging takes 2 days, was it? On top of that, the load on the ether engine is so great that after firing, the Machina's movement goes hopelessly sluggish, a piece of junk. As if laughing at an acquaintance's failure, Zoran explained the arrows of light. Even I, who'd fought enemies equipped with it, sigh when I recall that weapon. It apparently has to keep projecting magnetism around the fired plasma round to hold the plasma together. So an enemy machine that fired the plasma cannon kept its barrel trained on you relentlessly. Even so, against slow-moving Machina like the Techo, or tanks poor at flexible evasion, I remember it being a threatening armament. But the plasma cannon was soon captured by the corporate Federation forces, its structure and weaknesses analyzed, and it vanished from the battlefield. That was because a noise generator was developed that disrupted the magnetism controlling the plasma. As a result, the plasma cannon became a burden that could barely be fired and loaded the machine far too heavily, and was carved into history as a failed novelty weapon. Well, the idiots who let it get captured were the ones at fault. With that flashy pale blue muzzle flash, it looked all the more pitiful. At this whole exchange, Nerva was thoroughly dumbstruck. The thing she'd spoken of as a weapon fit to be called a god's was, 800 years ago, industrial waste itself. At the girl whose dream of an invincible knight out of a fairy tale had been shattered, I could only smile wryly. It'd be hard for an unmanned machine to land a plasma cannon on a moving target. Even a near miss should have done considerable damage, but considering Cinnabar was destroyed, wouldn't it have come down to close combat in the end? Trading blows with a monster and taking each other out, huh? Preposterous. They don't know how to use it, Zoran said, shaking his skull broadly, but Nerva leaned forward as if she'd noticed something. Then, Ragi, this opening of yours lies in the weapons as well. Sharp guess. They're all things with limited ammunition, but at a time like this there's no harm in using them. Saying so, I climbed into the Karabitsu, and everyone came trooping in behind me. Only Aurelia, still bound and not permitted to speak, had to be left outside, but that couldn't be helped. Since the explanation would take only a moment anyway, I laid a hand on the heavy-looking thing stowed at the maintenance station where Ruri was secured. These are the odds of winning I speak of. Nerva and Nadira looked at each other, puzzled, and only Zoran nodded quietly, figured as much. Episode 31, The Dog Girl's Gamble. I've gotten myself caught up in something awful. Having been shown a talking skeleton get dismantled last night, I thought I understood well enough that this lot aren't normal. No, as for that, a strange urge to have a nibble did rise up in me, and I can't quite deny it got muddled inside my own head. Even so, who could have imagined being told after breakfast that we're going off to fight an amalgam? Even now, I'm still tied up inside the running battle wain. They did at least take the bedroll off me, and I've been in the middle of thinking about whether I can somehow escape, but even to escape from here, there's no way I can beat a beastkin maw in foot speed, and if that missile weapon that was blasting heavy cavalry to pieces yesterday gets aimed at me, I'm dust in the end. Above all, if Soma comes chasing after in that Vitalmail, then even if I get lucky and rejoin an Imperial unit, the whole lot of them could get mown down. An amalgam is a terrifying thing, an enemy that even an army's full strength may not be able to beat. But if you ask me whether that army could beat this lot, Soma included, recalling that utterly one-sided fight, I can't shake the feeling there isn't much difference between them and an amalgam. What did I get wrong, and where to be forced into so preposterous a choice? I curse my own lack of luck. Fortune has abandoned me too, I sank into gloomy thoughts. But after a while at it, a strange notion floated up. This man Soma is an odd human, with black hair and black eyes, and yet he's astonishingly free of prejudice toward beastkin. From what I heard after breakfast, he said incomprehensible things like having lived from 800 years ago. But his reason for taking on an amalgam seems to be a beastkin maw's debt, however well he handles a bound mail, to take on an amalgam with a group this small. And for the sake of a mere beastkin, at that, isn't he afraid, sir? I'm afraid of dying. At first it was starvation. Abandoned by my parents among the nomads of the Hinterring, I searched desperately for work. You die if you don't eat something, and scraped by while picking through rubbish. That settled down, I suppose, when I managed to enlist in the army. The reason was apparently that I was of nomad stock and had riding experience. Hired as a scout, I was still looked down on as ever, but at least I avoided going without meals. And then the next problem is war. For me, weak, and a disposable beastkin, surviving a battlefield is a monumental feat. While bouncing between several units, I pitched myself to anyone who'd listen, trying to get assigned to a peacekeeping outfit that wouldn't fight on the front. And by luck, Corvino's sentry picked me up. How did that go wrong enough to end up like this? To keep from dying, I'd betray the Empire, and I'm prepared to lick the boots of a Vitalmail or an amalgam alike. Which is exactly why I've become interested in a man who's deliberately risking his life for a beastkin. Right now there's no maw leveling a bayonet at me, and the human woman is over by the skeleton talking about something, her attention off me. At that perfect moment, Soma happened to show his face nearby. Can I bother you a moment, sir? I worried I'd been far too familiar. But Soma turned on me the sort of look he'd turn on his other companions. I nearly asked, I am a prisoner, aren't I, sir? But since that could stir up a hornet's nest, I forced the words down. But that must have looked like hesitation to speak, because Soma made a startled face. Don't tell me again. It's not that, sir, and that, we agreed not to speak of it, sir. I ended up glaring at him, but Soma didn't get angry. He bowed his head and apologized. Back when I'd just joined the army, an older Kinnian told me stories to frighten me. That prisoners suffer terrible abuse. Strangely, I can't sense a shred of that atmosphere. If anything, I think I was treated far more brutally during my time in the army, which is exactly why I've become interested in this odd, soft-featured man. So what is it? If it's lunch, that's a way off yet. That's not what this is about, sir. It's just, I wondered whether you aren't afraid, Mr. Soma. Of what? Soma wore a face of genuine puzzlement, but I'm the one who'd like to be making that face. We're going to exterminate an amalgam, aren't we, sir? Aren't you afraid of an amalgam, sir? Ah, of course you'd hear that. A dry laugh, as if to say, is that all? As though discussing tonight's dinner menu or imagining tomorrow's weather, he speaks in a tone no different from idle chat. I've never thought fighting wasn't frightening, but if it's an opponent I can kill, I don't intend to lose. Oh, are you serious, sir? If possible, I'd rather not die. That's my honest feeling, from the bottom of my heart. Being dragged along to death by a suicide volunteer is nothing but the worst possible outcome. I've prided myself that I've survived this far, low-born beastkin though I am, because I'm skilled at reading people's faces. But here, that confidence has been cleanly and utterly lost, thanks to which I plastered plain disgust on my face for him to see. It was meant to make him reconsider, if not release me, but Soma just laughed it off. He didn't quite look like a man resolved to blow himself up, and yet there was no air of tragedy about him, nor did he seem to be overestimating his own power. If I don't lose, then you don't die. Isn't that right? That's a wild argument, sir. I'd meant to be an obedient captive, and yet what flew out of my mouth were unadorned words exactly as I thought them. With the wrong sort of opponent, I couldn't have complained about being beaten on the spot. But Soma said quite so and laughed again. What in the world is this man? A man who could kill an amalgam with a handful of people is beyond question a hero. He could even become the light of hope for all humankind. Put more lightly, a dangerous person. Maybe that crazed air overlapped with a drunkard's. I remembered the card and dice gambling they used to run in the barracks. Life's a gamble anyway, one with a time limit, and anyone who's late has his stake put down on the too late card for him. And now and then somebody sweeps the whole pot. A ridiculous game where cheating's practically encouraged. Whether you can be the one who sweeps it all, that's the thrill of gambling, isn't it? If things get bad, better to pick before the clock runs out. Fewer regrets that way. That's a line one of the drunkards muttered, the now dead decurion of the second squad. I don't remember what conversation led to it, but since it's nothing but a drunk's raving, seeking coherence in it would be the mistake. And yet it feels strangely apt to my present situation, so I imagine the cards in my hand. The only thing I can wager is one full set of my own person. Win, and all I get back is that set. Lose, and the house sweeps it all, and it's off to the next world under the name of bankruptcy. On top of which, since the game is already in motion, I'm not permitted to leave the table. But on that poor value board, I thought I glimpsed exactly one betting square where the payout might double and double again. Losing was likely on the other squares too, but the one I'd found was so wretched, I couldn't help wondering whether it even counted as a bet. I stole a glance at the man sitting across from me. The soft-featured man with black hair was staring vacantly at a board that, by some mechanism, apparently showed the outside. If I don't lose, then you don't die. Isn't that right? The smug line echoed in my head, and for some reason it irritated me a little. I've lived timidly, reading people's faces, but the feeling that welled up cleanly smashed that experience. Very well. I'll get on that betting square. If there's no prospect of winning anyway, let me have one dream. Say, won't you keep talking with me a bit longer, master? The soft-featured man turned to me with a startled face. At that expression, for the first time, I smirked at having put one over on him. Now there's no backing out. But since I chose my own bet myself, the dead decurion won't be laughing at me. Inside a dim space lit only by candlelight, a thin haze hung for some reason. It was a time when the sun hadn't yet passed its zenith, and yet to light candles without even opening the skylight was, past extravagance, nothing but waste. Within it was one who kept exhaling that haze. With only an outline surfacing dimly in the gloom and the eyes alone glittering, the figure was like a specter. Into that smoky space, a single shaft of light ran. A report. Come in. The figure that had received the master's permission wavered like a heat shimmer, and the room reverted to a dim space once more. It was as if the room's master hated light. The figure invited inside proffered a sheet of parchment, and the room's master examined it by the wavering flame, at which the eyes, which had been amused, opened wide, and a smile that looked all the more wicked was plastered across the wrinkled face. He does better than I thought, that boy. A bit sloppy in finishing, but that's convenient, if anything. Quite a find you made, Mary Thorne. I'll praise you. Grandma, what on earth? At the excitement of the room's master, Grandma, her monocle catching the flame, Mary couldn't grasp the situation. Told to bring the report stamped top secret and shown into Grandma's room, which she was normally not even permitted to approach, unease showed on her face. But Grandma paid that no mind, drew on the long pipe, and blew out a great cloud of smoke. With one librarianish mindright and one dime-a-dozen breaker whose only merit is strength, quite a lavish fish has been landed. If you'd planned this yourself, I'd want to recommend you for deputy manager. Such an important post. Someone like me. I couldn't possibly. At the position name abruptly raised, Mary was flustered. Deputy manager meant a standing from which one could even become Grandma's successor. That post was a den of demons where struggles for it went on constantly beneath the surface. And to Mary, who had joined the color union with nothing but an intent to do her job honestly, it was a proposal in which she could find no merit beyond abandoning her peaceful, common life. She had a desire for money, and desires for possessions and honor as ordinary as anyone's. But those were nothing more than modest wishes for a commoner's happiness. She'd never once thought of conducting herself as a person of power in a world of intrigue. Glancing at the flustered Marie, Grandma shook her head and blew smoke. Rest easy. I know well enough you're a country girl without a fragment of intrigue in you, and that you merely drew that man in by luck. Yes, exactly as you say. At Grandma grasping both the situation and her ability, Mary let out a great sigh of relief. Rather than receive an unwarranted evaluation, She'd rather be mocked as a country girl, facts included. Seeing Mary already worn down by the sudden emotional ups and downs, Grandma laughed low in her throat. But you had luck, that's a fact. Luck is a precious commodity you cannot obtain by wishing for it, and a dangerous article you may obtain without wishing for it at all. And even holding it, hardly anyone can put it to use. Put it to use, you say? Aye, that's right. In this branch, so far, me, you, the dead Hemel, and the breaker Soma saved, 4, at a generous count. Mary felt an unpleasant sweat run down her spine. If she could, she'd have liked to return to her own small tent, pull the covers over her head, and fall into dreams. The fear that if she heard Grandma's next words, she would be parted from the life she'd led until now set her trembling. But against a power she could not resist, Mary couldn't so much as cover her ears. And, as if in mockery, Grandma spoke the words. You'll be leaving your reception clerk's post temporarily and going to a certain place. Come now, once the matter's settled, I'll put you back as you were. A certain place? Where? In the gloom, Mary heard the sound of her peaceful life crumbling away. The power that drew your luck in is the real thing. Look forward to this year's salary review. Yes. Grandma tapped Mary's chest with the bundle of documents and grinned, lifting the corner of her mouth. Confronted with a reality that could no longer be overturned, Mary managed a reply, but talk of salary reviews no longer reached her ears at all, and she left the tent on unsteady feet, forgetting even to bow at the exit. Just as Grandma said, she is no more than a country girl. She was far too much a commoner to see the same things as the yokai-like crone who kept cutting through the sea of intrigue toward the summit. Alone again, Grandma dripped wax onto the report Mary had handed her, pressed her intaglio ring into it as a seal, and let a smile return to her face. Now how will the Empire's sacks of dung move at this? It's been a long while since a spectacle this entertaining. Episode 32. I'll be useful. I was bewildered by Aurelia's sudden change in how she addressed me. What change of heart could produce a word like master? But perhaps because of the dubious expression I made, she bared her slender fangs and smiled triumphantly. I'm quite useful, you know, sir. Being told a prisoner is useful, though. As things stood, Aurelia was dead weight. She couldn't be released into the wild for the sake of security, and having promised to guarantee her life so long as she behaved, she couldn't be killed either. In what situation would a captive in that state be useful? At a stretch, as a negotiating card against the Empire, but with a single low-ranking scout, the odds were unquestionably higher that present-day ethics would discard her as a noble sacrifice. Above all, we had not a shred of need to negotiate with the Empire. Won't you reconsider me juiced a bit on account of the information I have, sir? Information? We don't particularly need the Imperial Army's internal affairs, a detailed map of the region, sir. Aurelia said it, cutting over my words. I understand well enough how rare maps are in the present age. I'd seen my first at the Color Union, and there was no such thing as scale to it, far too abstract to be of any use to us. But detailed regional information was another matter entirely. Whatever its accuracy, if we could at minimum grasp the terrain, operational movement would become far easier. Oh my, the mindright doesn't seem to believe me, sir. When Aurelia followed her gaze and I turned, Nerva had at some point come to stand behind me, listening. She put a hand on her hip, let out a breath, and shook her head. Impossible. A detailed map is an important military secret of the state. I can't believe an ordinary soldier would have one, and there was nothing like that in your haversack. So she says? Doubtful eyes turned on Aurelia. But far from dropping her air of composure, the dog girl narrowed her eyes with even more confidence than before and grinned. Please don't lump a centurion's personal scout in with the scouts you find lying about, sir. How they differ, I wouldn't know. What was demanded of me was to be the centurion's eyes. But proof beats argument, I suppose. Please lift up the underlayer of my armor. It's embarrassing, so I'd rather you didn't look too much, master. Concerned for Nerva, I hesitated at Aurelia's words. But under a terrifyingly strong stare from those emerald eyes, I could say nothing, and obediently did an about-face on the spot. After the rustle of cloth sounded behind me for a while, Nerva pressed something against my back. Regi, here. What I received over my shoulder was a piece of parchment with odd creases in it. That she'd been hiding it to protect the secret was apparently true. A faint warmth still lingered in it. From the look of it, it became plain that there was no lie in Aurelia's words. What area does this map cover? A detailed chart of Stonespire and the Arch Flats, sir. A duplicate the Centurion gave me so I could relay reconnaissance information in as much detail as possible. It was, so to speak, a sketch survey, with terrain and road positions accurately drawn. There were no contour lines or notation of scale, of course, but there was no doubt it was of a precision beyond comparison with those far too abstract pictures. It seemed premised on the Army using it as a deployment chart as well, which bore out Nerva's words about important secrets. I see. I'll grant that it's useful, but what is it you want in return? I'd like you to hire me as your underling, Master. Sorry? I've no intention of returning to the Imperial Army, but having learned your secrets, I'll be a captive forever, won't I, sir? So my proposal is, why not just take me into the fold? Do that and you can all rest easy, and I don't have to die. Everyone's happy. Isn't that right, sir? I thought it wasn't a bad proposal. Having exposed an important military secret, she was already a felon guilty of treason, and you could say her road back to the Imperial Army was completely severed. That said, I couldn't be optimistic enough to put yesterday's enemy is today's friend into practice exactly as the words say. Aurelia looked back and forth between my face and Nerva's, and perhaps growing anxious that no conclusion was coming. Her supremely confident expression gradually clouded. Is it because I seem loose-lipped after all, sir? Watching her shrink, guilt beyond measure stabbed into my heart, despite the weak position of a prisoner. Aurelia had laid down her trump card, information face up and first. If I now said something like, we'll take what we're given and nothing more, she would bear the crime of leaking a secret and gain nothing at all. Which is exactly why I avoided an immediate decision, like an excuse, and resolved to talk with her a little more. It's true we can't have our secrets scattered about, but isn't there some reason for your change of heart? Well, not wanting to die is number one, sir. But, it's not only that. At Aurelia hemming and hawing, I exchanged a look with Nerva. Since surrendering, she'd repeated one line. I don't want to die. And if anything showed little concern about leaking secrets, which is precisely why the part about another reason piqued my interest. I waited in silence for Aurelia to speak. Please don't be angry, sir, but it's because it looked like you, Master. That is, you treat beastkin as equals to humans, sir. Am I the strange one here? I won't say there are no humans without prejudice toward beastkin, myself included. But socially speaking, they're eccentrics. And people like Roadie, who'd put their own body on the line to save one, essentially don't exist. Listening to Nerva's flat commentary, something in the pit of my stomach turned sour. Thanks to which, the words that came out of my mouth had an edge. Why should there be any need to discriminate against someone for being beastkin? It's not as if humans are superior. It said the reason is that a beastkin nation, said to have existed long ago, lost a war to humans. That is the present-day common sense. Present day, is it? What an infuriating story. I spat it out. That I'm outside common sense in the present age isn't news as of today, but on this matter I have no wish whatsoever to become a person of common sense. You're more of an oddball than I thought, Master. Your face is scary, sir. Saying so, Aurelia laughed. A rolling little laugh. Thanks to it, the venom in me was drawn entirely out, and I began to feel I'd been blurting out something terribly embarrassing. And on top of that, Nerva delivered the finishing blow. Roadie is this sort of person. I don't dislike this way of thinking either. Sorry, that was childish of me. If that was retribution for my taking my anger out on them, it was astonishingly effective. But Nerva only cocked her head with no expression, giving me not even a chance to recover. Watching this, Aurelia let out a great breath as if the tension had drained from her. You're so cool, Master. Shown something like that, I'm in no mood to go back to the rubbish heap. Stop. That's tremendously embarrassing. When I turned my face away in sheer mortification, Nerva's and Aurelia's gazes prickled into my back. They surely weren't ill feelings, but it had become all but a public execution. That's the only reason, sir. Is it no good? Roadie, what will you do? At the decision being pressed on me, I took several deep breaths, slapped my cheeks a few times with my palm, cleared my throat, and turned around. I understand your thinking, Aurelia, and I owe you for the map. But it's only a day since, so for now, let it be a probation period. If you're truly sincere, I intend to repay you properly. Calling it the maximum concession, I retreated as far as retreat would take me, at which she wore a mischievous smile and asked, in that case, what happens if I turn out not to be sincere, sir? What should I do? Let's crush her throat so she can't speak, cut off her fingers so she can't write, and then dump her somewhere no one passes. At a drawling voice that suddenly rang out behind me, my spine froze. She must have been hanging by her feet from the turret ladder. Nadira, poking her upside-down head through the gunner's seat entrance, was staring fixedly at Aurelia with golden eyes ablaze. Her expression was as vacant as ever, And yet the same force as when she'd turned Corvino into a lump of meat was there, a predator fixing on its mark. Naughty says dangerous things, do I? I think it's a fitting punishment for a liar. From tone alone, it might be light scolding aimed at a child, but having heard the brutality of it, the smell of blood couldn't be wiped away at all. Showing no mercy to one who becomes an enemy is, as a warrior, nothing but dependable. And of course, having been a soldier myself, I was confident I could pull the trigger on anyone who turned hostile. That said, having heard how she'd do it, I was made to think I ought to give Nadira a bit more moral education going forward. And Aurelia, the party concerned, apparently imagined that becoming her own fate. The blood drained from her face in an instant, and she turned frightened eyes on me. Master, I'll keep my promise properly, sir, so please, truly spare me anything worse than dying. As I said, if you're truly sincere, I won't let that happen. If you aren't, I genuinely can't guarantee it. At my words, Aurelia nodded over and over, wrapping her thick tail around her legs. That's plenty, sir. I'm counting on you, master. Yeah. At the dog girl clinging to my sleeve, I scratched the back of my head. No need to be that frightened. If the shape of our meeting hadn't been so dreadful, I feel we could have accepted her without this bizarre exchange, and my resentment toward the Imperial Army built all the more. With a provisional conclusion reached, Aurelia's status was switched from prisoner to under observation, and it was decided she would not be restrained except when sleeping, and that she was permitted free speech and movement within the Karabitsu. And so, provisionally though it was, our traveling company grew by one. Episode 33, Caution Animals. So the place we're heading now is around here. Nadira's finger drew a circle on the map, but I couldn't see her fingertip at all. If anything, most of my field of vision was filled with a large ear because I'd been peering in from exactly the opposite side. The moment Nadira bent forward, her cat ears assaulted my cheek. Covered in soft fur, they felt pleasant enough to the touch. But having important information hidden from me was another matter. Nadira, your ear stabbing me. Ah ha ha, that tickles. Against me, with the bunk behind me and no escape route. Nadira shook her head hard and delivered high-speed ear slaps from left and right. That actually stung a bit, so I forcibly pushed her head aside, and at last I could see the target point. Present-day maps aren't half bad. The pup was a decent pickup, eh? I'd really rather you didn't call me pup, sir. At Zoran's remark, Aurelia bared her fangs with a growl. The panicked skeleton launched into some baffling defense. Dogs are cute, aren't they? But she apparently decided glaring at him was pointless and turned her eyes back to the map. So, what kind of place is this Archflats? Just as it's written there, a place where iron veins are scattered about, sir. That's what those characters say. It's a map, so I'd think there'd at least be some easy-to-read symbols, but all I could see was a jumble of what seemed to be writing, and I couldn't read a thing. At my words as I frowned, Aurelia turned, startled. Huh? Master, you can't read, sir? Shamefully, though considering the future, I ought to study. It must have been quite a shocking confession. The strength went out of her thick tail and it drooped limply. That said, there's no point in lying. As someone who received compulsory education 800 years ago, I understand well the inconvenience of being unable to read and write, and in living in present-day society it was an extremely important matter. If you need it, I'll teach you. At my murmur, Nerva looked up at me as if to say it was her role. I don't know the present literacy rate, but there surely aren't many so well-suited as she. At so welcome an offer, I bowed my head honestly. When things settle down, I'll be in your care. Leave it to me. Expressionless, she clenched a small fist in front of her chest, lawing that it was early to get so fired up. I dropped my gaze to the map again. You said veins. Are there mine shafts around here? I've heard the Archflats is a region with a number of enormous iron veins exposed at the surface. I see, but somehow, if Nerva's explanation was right, it must be land astonishingly favorable for extracting iron resources. A plain with no undulations at all, and yet many water sources visible too. That struck me as far too unnatural. Is the Montero Empire rich in iron? There's no way, sir. They've been at war with two nations forever, you know. Their main mines are in the western mountains, and they work slaves there hard enough to grind them to death. And even so, there's not enough iron, sir. At Aurelia's murmur, I'm glad I got to be a soldier. I folded my arms and racked my brain. The veins drawn on the map weren't one or two. If iron is short, then why don't they use open veins, easy to extract and surely cheap to transport, instead of relying on mountain mines where infrastructure is hard to build? which means there's some reason the Empire can't develop it. Isn't it because the amalgam's there? That's why we're going, isn't it? Nadira cocked her head, but that doesn't add up. If a long time had passed since the amalgam appeared, the Commission's content should be public knowledge. Yet Grandma treated it as if it were top secret. On top of that, from what I'd heard about it destroying a nation, one ought to conclude the amalgam plainly has the detection ability to attack human settlements. And if it hasn't been subjugated over a long period, the Empire should have no leeway to be waging wars at all. Just as I was becoming convinced there was some danger besides the amalgam, Aurelia raised her voice. I remember, sir. There's been a Gorfang outbreak. At the words that spilled from her, Nadira's tail bristled all at once. Nerva only darkened her expression slightly, but she couldn't hide her inner agitation. Conversely, being told Gorfang meant nothing to me at all, and, hearing outbreak, I imagined some kind of insect. But that was forced to break off at a violent shock that struck without warning. Whoa, wah! At the abrupt breaking, my body tumbled toward the three glaring at the map, and I ended up sprawled over Nadira in particular, who'd been sitting in the middle. That I managed to catch Nerva, who was about to tumble likewise, was a small mercy. On the other hand, Aurelia, whom I'd had to abandon, was neatly upside down beside the turret basket, eyes spinning completely. What had happened I didn't know. But confirming the shocks weren't continuing, I turned my gaze to the golden head fitted snugly in my arms. Ow, ow, Nerva, are you hurt? I'm fine. Good. She nodded awkwardly, her cheeks dyed bright red. Her manner struck me as somehow odd. But with her safety confirmed, the priority now was checking the situation. So I released Nerva and straightened up to stand. Nyah! A strange cry rang out at almost the same moment. Mister, you're standing on my tail. Sorry! No wonder the armored vehicle's floor had felt so soft. At Nadira's cry, I hurriedly lifted my hand away, and she began fussily grooming her own tail. She didn't seem injured, but when I asked again whether she was all right, I was glared at, again with reddening cheeks, for some reason. You mustn't touch a member of the opposite sex's tail carelessly, you know. And so roughly, at that, sorry. I'll make a proper apology later. Aurelia, miraculously alive, sir. The dog girl, sprawled spread eagle and gazing up at the ceiling, answered while waggling arms as short as her stature. She seemed to have taken the worst of it, but confirming she hadn't been badly hurt, I finally peered into the driver's seat to check the reason for the sudden braking. Zoran, status report. There the skeleton sat frozen in the posture of gripping the wheel. It didn't seem he'd broken anything, but even when I called out, Zoran didn't move at all. Only staring at the monitor, wondering what on earth had happened, I followed the line of his eye sockets and learned the reason. A hippo? More precisely, something resembling a hippo. Its body was as large as a medium truck, and splendid tusks grew outward from its mouth. In the valley between Table Mountains, in the center of a narrow defile in our path, it lay stretched out, watching us. That's bad news. Zoran, apparently finally released from his rigidity, rattled his white teeth and shook his skeleton. Most wild animals would take fright and flee at a vehicle merely approaching. But the giant hippo thing enthroned before us watched us, who'd appeared out of nowhere, without so much as surprise. All right, let's go around. Judging, we shouldn't provoke a wild animal of unknown danger. I immediately ordered a reverse. As a decision to avoid a sudden all-out fight with a giant creature, that was surely the best call. But Zoran shook his skull weakly from side to side. Looks like we're too late. Huh? Unable to understand the bone's words, I peered into the monitor again. There the hippo was slowly raising its body. On top of that, it was scraping at the ground several times with forelegs as thick as great trees. The look of it was exactly like taking a run-up. Ah, I see. The giant hippo thing promptly executed a rocket start that would astonish a track athlete and came charging at us with a roar. At the sight, Zoran and I let out pathetic screams in unison. The Bone's hand hurriedly shifted the gear to reverse, and a military half-boot stamped the accelerator pedal with everything it had. Reverse! 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 Zoran, hurry! I'm doing it, you idiot! I cursed the designer of the Reims class. Why hadn't they made it a wheeled, armored vehicle? Endless tracks are inferior to wheels in top speed. Thanks to which, though the Karabitsu was showing acceleration like never before, it felt terribly sluggish to me. On top of that, the giant hippo thing was nimble despite its looks, and the distance between us was closing bit by bit. Judging this bad, I hurried back to the rear of the vehicle. All hands brace, get in your seats and fasten your seatbelts. What? What is it? Just do it! I forced Nadira, who hadn't grasped the situation, into a seat and secured her by passing the seatbelt from the front. Aurelia, meanwhile, apparently sensed the crisis from my urgent expression and scrambled into a seat of her own accord. "Master, what do I do with the belt, sir? I'll do it." "Hold still." I was made to realize we'd need a safety briefing for everyone later, but there was no complaining once it had come to this. When I hurriedly cinched the seatbelt around Aurelia's waist, I heard a sound like a crushed frog, but there was no time to mind it. Nerva, she'd apparently learned by watching me. She alone had fastened her own belt, but her eyes were fixed on the monitor showing the outside conditions. Even in a cabin loud with engine noise, I didn't miss the words that spilled from Nerva's lips. "Gorafang, no, you're joking?" Emerald eyes gazed steadily at me as I recoiled. She avoids conveying incorrect information to an extreme degree. She says plainly that she doesn't know when she doesn't, and appends uncertain to anything imprecise. I didn't want to believe it, but the dangerous creature bearing down on us was apparently one of those breaking out at our destination, in which case there was only one course open to us. "Zoran, hold course. Prepare for gunnery." "Guh? You mean to fight that thing? Are you out of your mind?" "Don't argue. This is a necessary combat assessment." Sliding into the gunner's seat, I swiftly tapped a small protrusion on the turret's flank displayed on the monitor. Deploying smoke. Cylindrical rounds leapt up from the smoke dischargers mounted on the turret's sides. After a few seconds of flight, they burst in midair and scattered white smoke toward the ground. An ordinary wild creature would surely have fled in fright. But the giant hippo thing didn't even slow and came tearing through the white smoke screen with its jaws wide. Smoke round has no effect. I'm starting to feel stupid for thinking of it as an animal. Zoran's voice through the receiver shouted that it was impossible. If intimidation doesn't work, there's no room for hesitation. I switched the vehicle machine gun to remote operation mode and pulled the trigger, aiming through the monitor. It's fire with power enough to reduce an unarmored vehicle to scrap with ease. There's no way a mere animal wouldn't be wounded. Or so I'd thought. Is that thing an armored target? Never heard of a hippo having armor plating on its head. The Gorfang, snapping its mouth shut on reflex, had deflected the bullets with its forehead, at an outer height of a toughness unthinkable for an animal. Both Zoran and I passed astonishment and went calm. You could say we were lamenting our future, charging into an area where creatures like this were breaking out with a single vehicle. Amid it, Nadira's voice rang out from the troop compartment. "Nerva, that's dangerous." Turning to see what was happening, I found Nerva at some point clinging behind the gunner's seat. That she'd left her seat amid the violent pitching of a rapid reverse over rough ground threw me into a great panic. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Sit down prop, inside the mouth." "What?" The standard method when hunting a Gorfang is to shoot fire arrows into its mouth. Opening her own mouth, Nerva pointed clearly inside it. It's true that however hard the hide, making the inside of the mouth equally tough would be difficult. But even so, aiming for it wasn't easy. How am I supposed to aim for that, though? When it attacks, it must open its mouth, which is why hunting Gorfang produces many deaths. "People have exterminated them with a tactic you could call reckless," she said. "If a human in the flesh can do it, there's no way an armored vehicle can't." "Understood. Come here." Wah! I swiftly pulled Nerva onto my lap, tapped the chine gun on the monitor, and selected incendiary shells from the menu that appeared beside it. "You're forceful today. There's no margin. Loaded." On the monitor showing the outside, the Gorfang was right on top of us. At that, Zoran raised an anguished voice over the radio. "Hey, shoot already. If that thing rams us, my beloved car will be dented all to hell." No sooner said than the Gorfang leapt at us with its jaws wide, but at this range there was no need to aim. At the crimson moss spreading to fill the screen, I squeezed the firing lever. The chain transmitted the motor's power to the autocannon, and when the hammer struck the base of the casing shoved into the chamber, the shell, granted the force of the explosion, spun as it was guided by the rifling, and flame and gas erupted from the muzzle brake fitted at the barrel's mouth. In that instant, a roar went up from the Gorfang. The incendiary shell fired must have entered its body through its mouth and burst. The round, scattering ultra-high temperature flame, burned out the inside of the Gorfang in a heartbeat. With a single shot, the giant monster crashed to the earth with a shudder through the ground. Black smoke rose from all over its body, that enormous mouth included. "One shot? Thank you, Nerva. You saved us." Hearing Zoran's dumbstruck voice, I laughed and ruffled Nerva's head vigorously. "Wah, don't treat me like a child. I was glared at by emerald eyes over her shoulder, but her faintly reddened cheeks didn't look entirely displeased. Episode 34, An Ordinary Scene Before Supper. As the land sank into dusk, the Karabitsu stopped beside a spring. The Table Mountains that had filled most of our view until now were dropping in elevation, and open ground was beginning to increase, which meant we were drawing quite close to the arch flats. There was no sign of humans or wild animals nearby, and confirming there was no danger, I gave permission to disembark. At that, the company, long shaken about inside the vehicle, finally stepped out, stretching hugely and working out the stiffness. Not long after, Nadira began preparing dinner with Aurelia in tow, and Zoran, saying he was tired from driving, leaned against a tree growing by the spring and puffed his electronic cigarette. As for me, I was receiving an explanation about the gorfang from Nirva. Apart from its hide, a gorfang is extremely weak to heat, and inflicting burns inside its body is fatal. That's why people normally fell them by driving fire arrows into the mouth, then strip and use the hide from the unburned areas. What's it used for? Usually as material for high-grade armor. Gorfang leather armor is lighter than metal armor, and yet strong against both cutting and impact. But attacking with the weapon you use today burns the whole thing and makes it unusable, so it's hard for us to obtain. This time it was a combat assessment and a defensive engagement, so that was without doubt the best method. Still, being told it was armor material, it began to feel a bit wasteful. The armor Nadira wears must all be returned once this job is over. Considering it could serve as a replacement then, light, strong armor was a thing quite suited to her. So if we want the material, close combat with the harmonic blades would be better. That wouldn't burn it, at least. I don't quite understand, but if you can hunt them easily that way, it would be a good source of funds. Take them to a town, and you shouldn't have trouble finding a buyer. They're that rare an item, she went on. In fact, they're an opponent that can cost several lives to hunt a single one. They must seldom come to market.
Town.
I tried imagining a present-day town. It would surely differ greatly from what I know. The gulf in civilization level was far too great. And for me to blend in among the people living in the present age felt terribly misshapen. Why was I put in that place, I wonder? A bit late to ask the reason, isn't it? I don't know what happened, but we're alive even after civilization fell. Complaining is a luxury. Zoran, apparently finished with his smoke, sat down beside me, sounding exasperated. 800 years ago, I was, special forces or not, a dime a dozen company-grade officer. And Zoran, I'm told, was no more than a maintenance section chief in a maintenance company. By contrast, the names registered in the life storage system were an assembly of elites, so to speak. Politicians beginning with Ichinose Tatsuya, chief of the corporate federation, along with heavyweights who led every industry, and genius researchers. How does the name Soma Reiji come to be carved among them? As for Zoran, the data was corrupted and his name couldn't be read, but either way, it's far too anomalous. Reiji, beside me. Deep in thought, Nerva had at some point put away the Gorfang hide and sat down. Her expression was the usual iron mask, but she was hesitating over something. Hard to say, formidable as Nerva's knowledge is, enough to shame an adult. By actual age, she's still a child. There must be plenty a schoolgirl finds hard to ask a grown man, which is exactly why I asked Nerva in as gentle a voice as I could manage. What is it? Go on, say it. She widened her eyes in surprise, then, pressing a hand to her chest, put the question timidly into words. Reiji, do you want to see them? People of the distant past the same as you? I wonder about that. In my memories of 800 years ago, there are no family, no lover. The faces of various acquaintances surfaced and vanished, but each one stopped at I'd see them if I could. If I ranked them, I could say I'd want to see Colonel Sasazuka, my battalion commander and my master in close quarters combat. On the side of people I'd rather not see, Division Commander Kozuki would be first. But they too scattered and vanished at once. I smiled wryly at the thought that maybe I have little attachment to other people. If so, the answer to whether I want to meet strangers who aren't even friends is clear. No, I don't suppose so. Why? Nerva said it with a somewhat relieved expression. If I'd been alone the whole time from the start, I might have wanted to. Come to think of it, since waking I've hardly ever been alone. The first month or so was consumed by preparation work. After going outside, I ran about securing food and gathering information. And before I knew it, Nerva and the others had joined. Since then, the days could be called downright noisy. Thinking that, I arrived naturally at the answer. At the smile that slipped out, Nerva tilted her head to the left. No, that's it. I suppose I've been saved by you all. By us? Without Zoran, I couldn't move the Karabitsu or Ruri, so I might have gone mad in that facility, and if I hadn't met you and Nadira, we'd have become bandits before long. Nerva abruptly looked down, thinking about something perhaps. Her bangs hid her expression. Instead, Aurelia, who'd been cooking, came back and thrust a wooden bowl up with a snap, and I turned toward her. Yes, me. What about me, sir? Right now you're just a prisoner, I suppose. Hey, that's cruel? The map. I gave you the map, sir. I was told that was a secret heavier than my own life. Aurelia wailed that she wanted her resolve back. In truth, I no longer thought of her as a mere prisoner. I'd only said something mean on purpose because she was under observation. It was a joke. I'm grateful. Ugh, you're mean, master. When I flipped my position in an instant, she glared at me resentfully, but unlike her expression, her thick tail was swinging about spectacularly. Am I useful to you? Nerva returned from her sea of thought, asked abruptly. There's nothing to say to that, but a bit late to ask. I told you all our secrets, so it's not wrong to say we're in the same boat for that reason. But in fact, you've helped me, Nerva, and I want you to keep helping me. Nadira too, of course. When I turned the conversation to Nadira, who had been staring at us while holding the stew pot beside me, she stood her long tail straight up and beamed. You hear that, Nerva? You don't have to look so anxious. I see. Hearing my reply, Nerva abruptly stood and, before anyone could stop her, walked briskly off toward the spring. She seemed to whisper something in Nadira's ear as she went, but Nadira said nothing, set the big pot in the middle, and began ladling stew into wooden bowls. Did I say something bad? Anybody'd run after being told something that embarrassing. I'm full up myself. No, I think so too, but if I don't convey my true feelings and get misunderstood, that's bad, isn't it? Sure, but I've got no skin and I'm getting goosebumps, and no muscles and my spine's crawling. Zoran clattered both arms about and made a show of scratching himself all over. That reaction must have been amusing, because Aurelia, who was setting out spoons, turned a smirk on the skeleton. Oh, Zoran, are you embarrassed, sir? Shut it, pup! House, house! The bones flapped their hands to shoo her away, but the light-footed Aurelia dodged as if dancing and hid behind me. But payback for earlier, perhaps. She brought her face to my ear and turned her aim on me in a thoroughly sticky tone. You say such things so easily, master. Are you courting her, perhaps, sir? Miss Nerva is cute, after all. I wasn't courting anyone, and spare me talk of romance. I'm hopeless at that sort of thing. I started to wonder where in my remarks that element had been hiding, and promptly stopped. It's been so for a while. Nothing good comes of my head thinking about romance. Neither the sensor to detect such subtleties of the heart nor the device to process them was installed in my head at birth, apparently. So I shoved away Aurelia, who was resting her chin on my shoulder, and promptly turned to flight. Still, so Nerva really is cute, then. What are you on about? She's plenty of a beauty. No, well, honestly, I think the facial deviation score of this lot is on the high side all around. I see. No, I just have no confidence when it comes to commenting on a woman's appearance. I was only reconfirming I hadn't gotten it wrong. Still, if Zoran and Aurelia's opinions agreed, maybe I can have a little confidence. Do you dislike intellectual girls like that, master? Actually, you're an adult, sir. So what about marriage? As I said, I'm bad at romance. I'm single. The dog girl apparently loves gossip. The moment she learned I had no partner, she put on a smile like she'd thought of another prank. Oh, then Miss Nerva isn't bad at all, is she? You could sneak up on her while she sleeps in Gua? As if I would. What do you take me for? Before she could finish, I clamped a hand firmly on the cheek resting on my shoulder. But even so, Aurelia was unrepentant, and her expression went slack into a grin. Ya mahna ebal ta shehna sure. Speak so I can understand you. When I released her squishy cheek, Aurelia slowly straightened up, rubbing the face I'd been squeezing. Say, master, do you know the phrase natural-born gigolo, sir? Still smirking, she tossed it off breezily, thanks to which I sealed away all my kindness and resolved to trample even the statutes on the treatment of prisoners. Aurelia apparently noticed my gaze go cold in an instant and let slip a small, it was a joke, sir, but what of it? Nadira, sorry to do this before the meal, but would you go throw this away somewhere? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll lick your boots or anything, so please, mercy. Mirk. She'd apparently recalled the contents of worse than being killed from this morning. Swiftly throwing herself to the ground, she clung to my leg and ground her face into it. Of course, I meant nothing of the sort, but from her side, it's a life or death matter. At her sheer desperation, Nadira's eyes, as she looked down at her, went entirely contemptuous. She's been told she's on probation and still yaps about anything and everything. I'd say it's the dog's own fault. Don't throw me away. It's gotten lively, hasn't it? Let's eat before it goes cold. The dog's howl echoed in vain and vanished into the smoke of supper. Nerva came back at the sheer racket not long after. Episode 35, Machina, Infantry, and Sweat. Ooh, it's huge. It's my first time seeing one directly too, sir. The thing rising out of the morning mist was far larger than I'd imagined. How far to the top? A colossal arched mass of iron, easily dozens of meters, set enthroned before us. I think this is here on the map, the arch standing on the boundary line. It's at the outermost edge of the region. Nerva traced the map, reconfirming our position with the two beastkin, and yet Zoran and I were simply standing there dumbstruck at the sight of it. I'm not seeing things, am I? No, you've got to be joking. Zoran walked slowly up to the iron mass. Exposed to wind and rain for at least several centuries, it had shed all its paint and bared red-rusted bare metal. From the great quantity of sand piled against its flank, this might be a region of strong winds. The bone's hand brushed it lightly away. At first only bare metal appeared, but before long he found a place where something was engraved. Pillar designation, Outer Rim Canopy Pillar number 168, completed. New Common Era 1805, 8th Surface Agricultural District. The characters, stamped in relief, hammered reality into me more than I could stand. Perhaps some part of my heart still hadn't believed the 800 years had passed, but that small resistance was brought to a full stop here. Reiji, what was that just now? Nerva came running over, wondering what I'd suddenly started saying. She'd apparently taken it as given that neither Zoran nor I could read, and hadn't thought we were reading aloud a mysterious inscription. Various emotions surged and left me stunned, but when Nerva tugged my sleeve, I let out a breath. Ah, this is a corpse from our era. I've seen it many times. What a coincidence. I know it very well myself. Anyone who belonged to the corporate federation, no, surely there was no one even in foreign nations who didn't know it. The environmental shielding grand canopy, the Amatsukasa. To think it's come to this. At the steel frame, now a shadow of itself, Zoran murmured, one of the facilities that symbolized the corporate federation. An enormous umbrella that protected the lives of many citizens. If my last remaining memory, from around New Common Era 1910, is correct, then the present would be somewhere around 2700, which means the Amatsukasa is already nearly 900 years old. And though it's ended as rusted iron, that it maintains its shape at all could be called a miracle. The environmental shielding canopy had already covered the sky by the time I was old enough to remember. A special dome, so they said, built to protect people from all manner of disasters and contamination. Now only the pillars remain, but originally a transparent membrane was deployed around them. Technically, it was an electromagnetic barrier still in the prototype stage, but its appearance was so much like a vinyl umbrella that it became the origin of the name Amatsukasa, Heaven's Umbrella. At its completion, it was trumpeted worldwide as a cutting-edge system, and it was said humanity could endure 1,000 years or more with it. Ironically, what endured even after the people of that time died and civilization fell was its pillars. If this is here, then this place is the capital of the corporate federation. Reime no Miyako, the city of daybreak, without a doubt. I dropped my gaze to the map Nerva held. Since we hadn't come to a different world, every last piece of land should be a place with a name I'd learned in geography. So this is what became of that skyline. At Zoran's murmur, I lowered my eyes. Apart from this iron mass, the surroundings held only scattered rubble. There was no trace of any structure. Left and right, only the horizon. Only behind us could tabletop mountains be faintly seen. The great metropolis of high rises standing in forests, held in my memory, had vanished like a mirage. There was a city in the arch flats? Yeah, if our memories are right, no question. A city that never slept. Listening to Nerva's question over my shoulder, I crouched and scooped up a handful of the sand that looked white, shot through with a great deal of transparent glass fragments. It was snatched away by the wind and streamed off the instant I lifted it. Whether the flow of time did this, or whether something man-made occurred, I don't know. But since I can't believe that concrete and every other building material naturally turning to sand could actually happen, some prohibited weapon capable of erasing a city must have been fired. That humanity, with extinction bearing down on it, was dyed with madness all too easily. That was the prediction that made the most sense. I wish we had a photograph. I scratched my head as I turned back to Nerva. A photograph? Just once, I'd have liked to show Nerva Reme no Miyako in its complete state. A wish that will never be granted, but there's no use steeping in sentiment, and I shook my head. What we have to do to survive is perfectly clear. Let's save the explanation for after we're back in the Karabitsu. Zoran, we move out. Right. Staring at ruins gets us nowhere. Zoran surely had feelings of his own, but he cut the thought off at once and climbed briskly into the Karabitsu. There are times when I don't understand a single thing you two say. Not even understanding the words is rough, sir. It's like being made to listen to a religious sermon, sir. The two beastkin cocked their heads in unison content that even the highly capable Nerva struggles with must have sounded like an incantation to them. That said, there's a limit to how far I can break it down, and I'd already thrown in the towel. The Karabitsu set out for the lake at the center. Where in the arch flats the amalgam is, we don't know. So, let's just go to the middle and see. A suitably rough judgment, so that I could engage at any moment. I clad myself in Ruri and began checking my armament in the pitching cabin. This will be the first time using the Machina's ranged weapons. Laid out on the floor were three types: the assault rifle, standard Machina equipment, the sniper rifle for anti-armor targets, and the personal railgun, which boasts the greatest firepower in our current inventory. They look like the Karabitsu's fire-spitting rods, more or less, yes. Nadira patted at them. Compared to a sniper rifle used in the flesh, the Machina version, with vastly fewer constraints on weight and propellant, is far larger. It might be more accurate to call it a cannon. The Machina seems bulkier than the other day, sir, because there's a guided missile launcher mounted on the shoulder. I'd like it if we could get by without using that. There are only 2 loaded and 2 in the reloader, so worst case we're sold out this run. Put that way, it's hard to use. Anti-tank guided missiles are equipment with high armor penetration. On the battlefields of 800 years ago, I remember firing them freely for their convenience. Even loading all of them onto Ruri, I estimate that a single all-out sortie would just about bottom out our ammunition. Since we brought every type of equipment left in the facility, the variety of armament is broad, but the ammunition itself is scant across the board. On top of which, from the other day's events, the hostile forces aren't limited to the amalgam. Reiji, the weapons exhibition is suspended. The giant hippos are making an appearance. At Zoran's words, I reflexively kicked the rear hatch open and leapt out on top of the Karabitsu with the anti-Machina sniper rifle in hand. At the sheer suddenness of it, Nadira sprang aside and Aurelia flipped over on the spot and voiced her complaint. Why, master? If you're going to move, please say you're moving, sir. Can dogs not even react unless they're told? Nadira, who dodged it gracefully, put a hand to her mouth and mocked her sluggishness. Aurelia fired back with a "what was that?" and the cabin coming over the radio was noisy. At that, a smile slipped out. How carefree, on the eve of combat, and I hurriedly tightened my expression. Targets sighted. 4, front left. Safety off, cock the first round fed into the chamber, and the system, linked to the armament, switched to long-range sniping mode. No need to kill them. Aim for the legs and stop them. That's enough. I know. I swung my aim to a thick leg. Honestly, precision sniping isn't my strong suit, but the opponent is a large target with no awareness of being aimed at. If I can't hit this, I ought to go back to training school. An ear-splitting report rang out. Even with the recoil softened by the muzzle brake and absorbed by Ruri's control system, the barrel kicked lightly upward. The armor-piercing round fired tore forward past the speed of sound and buried itself in the lead, Gorfang, in an instant. The system's calibration against the rifle's sighting characteristics must have been sloppy. The bullet strayed upward from the leg I'd aimed at and struck the head instead, and even that thick hide, it seems, couldn't withstand an armor-piercing round that punches through an armored vehicle with ease, with the lead beast crashing down spectacularly. One running behind rear-ended it and got tangled up, and confusion broke out among the 2 on the flanks as well. Zoran, the targets are confused. Take distance while we can. Copy, copy. Wasn't the leg, was it? A ka-ka-ka laugh came through the comms. I wanted to tell him to try it himself, but there's no use pinning my poor marksmanship on someone else. So I clearly conveyed the cause of this aiming error. The trajectory strayed high. Ruri's system, C to the error correction. Ugh, I stirred up a hornet's nest. You hit it, so what's the problem? Well, that won't fly, will it? I'll do it later. Confirming the pressure behind my words had landed, I cut the transmission. The Gorfang, apparently frightened by a comrade's head suddenly being blown off, didn't try to pursue after all. That the ammunition expenditure came to a single round can be called a stroke of luck, Confirming no creature signatures approaching from around us, I returned into the cabin through the still open rear hatch. Welcome back. At Nerva's words, the two beastkin greeted me. Ah, I'm back, I answered for the moment, but I was honestly bewildered at the state of the cabin. For some reason, there was a tooth mark on Aurelia's forehead and one on Nadira's chin, and yet the two of them were made to kneel formally, side by side, in front of Nerva. It was, in short, the middle of a scolding. You aren't children. I'd like you not to roughhouse needlessly. We're sorry. The two sets of beast ears drooped in unison. Apparently, their energetic greeting had been to escape Nerva's gaze. The subject was, without doubt, their tussling at the front of the hull. The bones were laughing again. Cock, cock, cock. Watching them out of the corner of my eye, I reset the sniper rifle's safety and stood it in the gun rack. Nerva, let them off at that. They're reflecting on it, aren't they? If Reggie says so, then it can't be helped. The instant she knew pardon had been granted, Nadira's face brightened, and Aurelia let out a great sigh and wiped away cold sweat. Sweet, huh? At Aurelia's movement, I noticed I'd been sweating too, and disengaged from the Machina for a moment. Even during the war 800 years ago, sweat was a reasonably important problem. A Machina carries an internal temperature regulator to cope with the environment, but a human still perspires slightly even in winter's cold, and the amount increases with exertion or stress. And then the Machina's interior inevitably gets dirty and unsanitary. Since in the present age I don't have to stay suited up all day, I wiped the sweat from my brow with my cuff, thinking I'd wash it eventually.
Mister, what's the matter?
Nadira, who'd been watching me, approached slowly with an ominous expression. Feeling a strange pressure, I took a step back, and refusing to let me escape, she sprang at my shoulder and held me fast. Thanks to which, the sweat I just wiped ran down my brow again. Please don't move for a second. No sooner said than Nadira brought her face close to my neck. This frankly panicked me. It may be partly that I have little tolerance for the opposite sex, but a fluttering feeling and the fear of being bitten on the neck mixed together. And on top of that, the scent of Nadira's hair softly tickled my nose, and I no longer knew which way was up. That was when I heard the sound of her sniffing at my neck. You, Nadira, miss? Mister, you smell a bit, you know. Needless to say, a tremendous electric current ran through my body. Though Nadira had released her hold, I'd become unable to move, like a stone statue. Episode 36, A Moment at the Bath, Part 1. I thought back over the journey up to today. Our clothes Zoran had washed the other day, gunny sack and all. As for our bodies, we'd done nothing but wipe down with a wet towel once a day. No proper bathing. Which surely means that isn't enough to remove a smell that's soaked into the body. On top of which, as the one who wears the Machina, mine may be especially pronounced. Once I started thinking that way, everything began to bother me. Even the bandage on the cut on my left arm from the color union match seemed like it might reek. I re-wrap it daily so the wound doesn't fester. But if I myself am filthy, the effect is thin. As I groaned that this wouldn't do, Nadira cocked her head. I don't mind it, you know. No, even if you say that, Nadira's fetishes are honestly neither here nor there. Regardless, for me, this remains a matter of life and death. But as I thought it through, I remembered Nadira has a keener nose than a human's, in which case I couldn't rule out that it was a smell an ordinary human like Nerva couldn't detect. Priding myself that I'd at least kept somewhat clean daily, I turned a hopeful gaze on her, and Nerva silently pushed Nadira aside and brought her face to my collar. A bit sour, God is dead, and if so, what meaning is there in the act of prayer? A human is a creature that acts with will, and what must be done now is one thing only. Zoran, a bath. Let's find a bath, huh? What's with the sudden? When I laid a hand firmly on Zoran's left shoulder, even the skeleton caught his breath with a hiss. Listen, I consider myself 27, minus the 800. I'm at an age where I don't want to be told I have old man stink. Do you understand? Well, yeah. But look, it's not like a bath just conveniently. I put strength into the skeletal shoulder, held in shape by its protector. I remember saying, back at the life storage system, that rank had no meaning. But if it was necessary to break the present deadlock, I flipped my position without a shred of hesitation. This is an urgent problem, necessary to the execution of our current mission. Maintenance Section Chief Zoran, by the superior authority of a captain, I order you, immediately search for and secure a safe zone in the vicinity where bathing is possible. Yes, sir. The ferocity must have been tremendous, because Zoran reverted to soldier's speech and saluted on the spot. I nodded gravely at that and swiftly ran my eyes over the area map. Leaving a state where even Nerva calls me sour is extremely bad for my mental health. It's a problem that would never have arisen if this Karabitsu were an all-male household. Luckily, water sources were scattered throughout the arch flats, which means there's no obstacle to bathing. But searching for a place where hot water springs up sends the difficulty soaring. After all, if this place was Reime no Miyako, the odds of hot springs welling up are extremely low at my urgency. Aurelia timidly raised a hand. Master? I don't think you need to worry about it that much, sir. Aurelia, is that how it seems to your nose? That is, I wouldn't say it's a smell I dislike, sir. Whether she was being considerate, or whether beasts can simply include a great many with peculiar scent fetishes. Either way, it's no consolation whatsoever. At this remark, I resolved to lift the restriction on our surely precious soap. It's one of the supplies I don't know whether we can resupply in the present age, so I'd been refraining from using it as much as possible. But at a time like this, there's no talking about economizing. I understand you're a kind girl, so go back to your seat. Ha. I feel bad, sir. Realizing she'd been no help at all, Aurelia let her shoulders drop and returned to her seat. That I'm making them go to such trouble on my behalf is itself the problem. Only at times like this, I envy Zoran for being bones. He seems to break out in something like cold sweat now and then. But in fact, no waste products come out of bones. And he has no body odor, no smell at all. As long as I have a body of flesh, losing cell turnover or the sweat glands themselves would be a serious problem. But that isn't something to weigh against being unhygienic. What's needed, after all, is regular bathing. It's Nadi's fault. I really don't dislike that kind of smell, though. Nirva glared half-lidded at Nadira, the root of the affair, but Nadira, used to it, was blithe. She'd only told the truth. However much power we have to fell a Gorfang in one shot, the danger from the outbreak Aurelia mentioned hasn't changed. There was no way Nirva wouldn't be uneasy about a man who on top of that had started talking about taking a bath, but reality was merciless toward her concern. Captain, sir, white smoke resembling steam is visible ahead, sir. Never before had Nerva so badly wanted to silence Zoran's mocking tone. With a plop, white bone disturbed the water's surface. Nothing in particular happened to the hand shaped of calcium. No bubbles appeared around it. Only a little sand swirled up in the churned water. Colorless, transparent, odorless, 9 times out of 10, just hot water. I don't think there's poison either. I nodded over and over in high spirits. To think a natural hot spring would well up here. This is nature's bounty. Nerva, who'd been watching Zoran's hand plunged into the water, nodded too. No problem here. While Aurelia threw both arms up in delight at the luxury, Nadira touched the surface somewhat fearfully and flicked the droplets from her hand. A striking contrast, drowned out by someone shouting, "My hand! It hasn't melted, has it?" This is a rotten way to treat the man who found the steam. That would be Zoran, lashed to the Karabitsu with rope, which is to say, this is hot water welling up in a place like this. To confirm its safety, an unavoidable sacrifice was required. But considering the possibility of a strongly acidic or toxic liquid, having a woman do it was out of the question. Which meant the one to serve as litmus paper was either me or Zoran. On the premise of no hard feelings, we swiftly thrust our fists at each other. The white palm opened wide was Zoran's. The one holding a peace sign in certainty of victory was me. At the sudden mysterious contest, the present-day folk blinked in confusion, but they clearly understood from our postures that a winner and loser had been decided. Well then, if you'd be so kind— No. Wait, calm down, it's best of 3. Zoran overturned the no hard feelings treaty in a heartbeat, without a shred of hesitation. But since I was the one who'd said find hot water, I allowed one do-over and advanced to round 2. The result, Zoran scissors, me rock. Without even reaching a decider, the skeleton suffered total defeat. Now then, once more. Oh, that's right. I'm a skeleton, unlike you lot, right? Me going in wouldn't make me a test subject at all, would it? I see, an apt point. His logic isn't wrong. Even if calcium doesn't dissolve, skin could still be burned. Nadira, yes. It's work, isn't it? Even so, having suffered a total defeat with one do-over already granted, this continued whining is unacceptable. Hey, wait! Listen to me. Nadira swiftly trussed Zoran up with rope, deftly wrenched off his right hand alone, and tossed it into the water. For about 10 minutes after, while an anguished wailing rang out behind us, we left it soaking without paying it any mind, and since it neither dissolved nor discolored, we reached the conclusion that it was just hot water. You demons! What if something had happened to my right arm? It's better than Mr. Melting. What kind of favoritism is that? Miss Bones, I don't think that's very nice. Released from his bonds, Zoran raged while meticulously checking the right hand, finally returned to him. But Nadira paid him no heed whatsoever. As for me, I ignored the whole business too and cocked my head at the natural open-air bath that had declined to dissolve a skeleton. Hot water welling up in the middle of a dry plain. I know Reime no Miyako had a number of bathing facilities. That said, those were all boiler-heated water and would have differed greatly from hot springs welling from underground. If a hot spring has sprung up in a place like this, then some crustal shift must have occurred over the 800 years. Considering the appearance of new terrain like Stone Spire as well, that was a sufficient place to land. Well, a natural open-air bath with a colossal arch visible overhead is a novelty in its own right, I suppose. Looking up at the great thick arch standing athwart the enormous open-air bath, I let out a sigh. Ah, hot water is a fine thing. For all his tantrum throwing, the moment Zoran knew it was safe, he'd put a towel on his head and was thoroughly enjoying the natural open-air spring. Ha! You know, we ought to stow a drum barrel on the Reams class, beside him. I was pretty well melting myself. A body that had run for a week without so much as a wash was filthy, and scrubbing with a soap towel turned it black in no time. What happens when a body like that finally soaks in hot water is easy enough for anyone to imagine. That might be a good idea. A mobile bath, eh? Should we hitch a trailer? Are we going to build a wooden wagon? Kekaka, drag something like that behind us and it'd be in pieces in no time. If a wagon of wooden spoke wheels on a wooden axle won't do, preparing one in the present age seemed difficult, and I stopped thinking about it. It's asking for what we don't have, sinking deeper into the water, even that ceased to matter, and my worries dissolved into the bath. Changing the subject, but what are you thinking about it? About what? Obvious, isn't it? The women. They're astonishingly fine goods, you know? At the vulgar topic arriving out of nowhere, I sighed. What am I supposed to want from girls not even 20 years old? Aurelia alone said she was 20, so strictly speaking age isn't the whole issue, but it hardly changes my answer. There's nothing. They're collaborators and comrades I can trust. Aurelia's still on probation, though. Gah! Listen, they say it's a man's shame to leave a meal untouched. You've got a body of flesh, don't you? You impotent bastard! Thin white hands slapped at the surface of the water. I don't want to be glad Zoran has no body of flesh, but it does at least seem to contribute to the safety of the women's virtue. But my exasperated manner apparently didn't sit well with him, and the bones pressed closer, sloshing the water. Look here, they say a hero loves his pleasures. You're the hero who's come to slay a monster called an amalgam with this handful of people. Give me your impressions of each of them at least. A hero? I'm just a soldier. And what are you? A schoolboy on a class trip. Never mind that. Just spit it out, honestly. You bastard. My guess is Nadira, the one who's taken a shine to you. Deciding further argument was pointless. I thought it over with a head gone hazy in the steam. She's a good kid, cheerful, honest. No front to her at all. The cat in her is charming. That's it? That's your whole review? That's my whole review. And I'm not going to sit here inventorying them for you. Zoran groaned. Undeterred, he tried again. Fine, then the little one. Nerva? Nerva is 17. I said it flatly and let the silence sit. All right, all right. She's sharp, rational, endlessly curious. She's our teacher, and she's the reason we've survived contact with this era at all. That's what she is to me, and that's all she's going to be. Talk about her like that again, and I'll leave you in the water. Zoran raised both hands in surrender, rattling. It's true Nerva looks young, and it's equally true that her store of knowledge and the cool eyes she turns on everything around her often make her seem far older than her years. But a child is a child, and I've no intention of forgetting it. You're no fun at all. I'm not here to be fun. So not Aurelia either, I take it. I told you, Aurelia's on probation. At words that threatened to do tremendous reputational damage, I flicked water at the skeleton's face in warning, but the man himself, despite the hot water pouring into his eye sockets and nasal cavity, was entirely unmoved. It simply drained out through his neck hole. You do have nerves in there, don't you? How do you think I wash my face every morning? Ah, no eyelids, so there's no defending against it. That's the size of it, Zoran said, standing up out of the water. The arch far overhead was reflected in the swaying surface. You're an impotent bastard. Fine, but you'd better give some thought to that side of things too, or you'll get badly hurt one of these days. I'm simply not so conceited. A soldier doesn't know if he'll see tomorrow. There's nothing more irresponsible than dying and leaving behind someone you were supposed to protect, if you say so. Trailing droplets from a skeletal body that looked difficult to towel dry, Zoran climbed out of the bath, To me, that expressionless face looked somehow thoroughly exasperated. Episode 37, A Moment at the Bath, Part 2. Trading places with Roadie and the others, I slipped quietly into the water. Since we normally clean ourselves with cold water, a breath escaped me the instant I sank in. A luxury, it makes my skin crawl. I'm not very good at this. While my face, usually stiff, because making expressions is hard for me, felt as if it might simply melt now that my whole body was warmed, Nadira stayed standing, restlessly shaking herself, unable to settle. Aurelia, though she kept glaring in the direction of the Karabitsu, was submerged to the shoulders and looking thoroughly satisfied, and she turned a smirk on the endlessly fidgeting Nadira. So cats really do hate getting wet, sir. What a waste. Big words from a dog. Refusing to be outdone, Nadira plunged in all at once, face and all, then shot back up and shook herself violently. Water sprayed everywhere and rained down on my face since I was sitting beside her. Naughty. Sit, ugh. Why are you fine with this, Nerva? Wanting to enjoy the bath in peace, I took her hand without changing my expression and pulled her down into the water. She squirmed for a while even so, but eventually she gave up, drew her knees up where she sat, and at last went quiet. I had kept thinking that bathing in a danger zone inhabited by great numbers of Gorfang was insane, but once I was actually soaking in hot water, my feelings loosened easily. The surroundings were open, level ground with good visibility, and with the two who'd finished bathing standing watch, there probably wasn't much danger. It was funny, the unusually optimistic thought surfacing in me. Since when did I come to trust them this much? Gazing at the steam rising vaguely upward, what I thought about was Roadie and Zoran. At first, there's no doubt I resolved to go with them out of a debt for being rescued and out of my thirst for knowledge. Even now, I think it was close to a gamble. But recalling everything up to today, I could say I had won that gamble by a wide margin, because apart from being full of mysteries, they were truly nothing but ignorant of the world. And, on top of that, good people who had run themselves ragged, trying to protect Nadi and me. Perhaps it was the hot water softening me, but I think the corners of my mouth loosened slightly. So you do smile, Miss Nerva. You don't need the miss. Do you think I'm not human? I'm not made of wood and stone? I threw a dissatisfied look at her, but Aurelia gave a wry smile and waved a hand. That's not it. The faintly swaying surface of the water tickled around my collarbone. Then, is Nerva all right, sir? You've been almost completely expressionless this whole time, so I thought I couldn't tell what you were thinking, sir. Rude. I'm well aware I'm bad at expressing emotion, but having it pointed out so plainly is hardly enjoyable, especially since, over my life, it has brought more drawbacks than benefits. I've often been mocked as a doll by others, and been looked at coldly for being unfriendly. Because I recalled that past, my gaze naturally hardened. Ophelia shivered slightly, but after thinking about something for a moment, she scratched the back of her head and laughed. I've known you all for such a short time, sir, so understanding anyone's feelings is far beyond me, but somewhat hesitantly, and yet by the end with a slightly wicked smile and half-lidded eyes. You're nicer when you smile a bit, Nerva, and I'd wager Master thinks so too, sir. What of it? That my response lagged even slightly startled me greatly. Why did I just falter? It wasn't being called nice. I've no interest in flattery of the sort lying around anywhere, and I don't think I'm childish enough to have my feelings stirred by it. It was the other word, and what stirred in me at it was not something I could name, and did not want to be examined by a stranger in a hot spring, so I put it away, the way I have always put things away, and set my face back in order. There is a place in me that is not yet finished being a child, and it is not for Aurelia to go rummaging in. I glared at the water's surface, and she made a thoroughly puzzled sound. Oh, was I wrong, sir? I'd heard Master saved you, so I thought. Like in a hero's tale, sir. Traveling players and bards often perform hero stories as their repertoire. But such extreme examples are the stuff of children's daydreams, though what had befallen me was, situationally, remarkably similar, and while the subsequent course differed, the points of resemblance were not few. After thinking for a while, I settled on the conclusion that the thing I couldn't unravel was in the end my own heart, and that until I could, every theory built on it was only a hypothesis. So I shook my head honestly. I don't know. You seem bad at it, sir. The dog girl gave a wry laugh. I felt somewhat mocked, but since it wasn't merely that I was bad at it, I had no experience whatsoever. There was nothing to discuss, and I held my tongue, at which Aurelia put on a mischievous, mean little smile and leaned in. Then it's fine if I steal him, isn't it, sir? Your phrasing is wrong. He is not anyone's possession. Something twinged in my chest, and I wondered at it again. But not wanting to expose any further weakness, I carefully reapplied my mask of composure and presented only the fact. And yet Aurelia snorted all the more merrily, showed her small fangs, and narrowed her eyes. That's true, sir. If he's no one's, then it can't be helped if he becomes someone's. What she's doing is nothing but wordplay. And yet, knowing that, my mask of composure threatened to peel away with terrible ease, and I fell silent. The emotion I couldn't control was maddening and galling. And on top of that, it angered me that while I was finding it painful, there was also a part of me enjoying something. It was like wandering into a labyrinth. I ought to be walking with a hand on the wall, and yet the same scenery repeats forever, and I cannot reach the exit called the optimal answer, and my knees threaten to give out. But if it is a labyrinth, then it seems the walls can also collapse without warning. Gubwa? If it's Mr., I want him too. Nadira, who had apparently finally grown used to the water, had shoved Aurelia straight down under it from the side. She was evidently pinning her neck splendidly, and for a while Aurelia thrashed with only her limbs breaking the surface until Nadira released her and she burst up out of the water. Bwah! Cough, cough, what are you doing all of a sudden, sir? I genuinely nearly drowned. You're the one on probation, and you're making eyes at Mr. It's your punishment? Surely love ought to be free, sir. Such complaints apparently didn't reach Nadira's large ears. Realizing she was being plainly ignored, Aurelia thrashed her drooping tail, splashing water everywhere, and shouted, Isn't it strange, being that kind to a beastkin prisoner, sir? There's no way, unless he's fallen for me. Has the hot water turned your head into a boiled egg? Nadira tilted her head slightly and bent her eyebrows into a droop. At that plainly mocking attitude, Aurelia let out a growl. A Kinian, inferior in strength, could bare her teeth all she liked. A Ma boasting high combat ability wasn't going to waver. But Nadira softened her expression and let her gaze drift toward the Karabitsu. Mr. is kind to everyone. He beat a Kamoon to a pulp for the sake of a breaker like me. And he's risking his life to kill an amalgam to pay off my debt. He's an excessively good-natured person, that's all. A maiden lost in dreams would be putting it a little too bloodily, but at the least Nadira seems to feel something beyond affection for Reiji. Is it something that arose from obligation and gratitude? If so, then the same would apply to me. And I found myself observing closely a phenomenon to which I had never before paid the slightest interest. Aurelia, for her part, let out an ah. I'd heard it was to save the cat, sir, so he really is an oddball through and through, isn't he? It was a dry laugh, but her thick dog ears flowed to left and right, just as I thought oddball. That was a word that had always been aimed at me. Those around me, at my greed to know everything, had called me that and kept their distance, and behind my back they surely laughed that I was a doll with no human heart. Because of it, it was a word I hated enough to make me sick. And yet, at the two of them applying it to Reiji, I strangely felt no discomfort. If anything, I felt a faint fondness. He's an excessively good-natured person, that's all. Sitting in the water, I turned the word over. Oddball. When it lands on him, it means the man who will not leave a person behind. The man who looked at a breaker and a mindwrite, a lump of muscle and a walking library, as the world reckons us, and decided we were worth something. I have spent my life wanting to know things. It had never once occurred to me to want to be known. That, I thought, is what has changed. Not something I need to name today. It was Reiji's own voice that cut off that quiet thought. Alert, unidentified biological signatures south-southeast. Sorry, but get out of the bath. Directly behind the Karabitsu, a spectacular cloud of dust was rising. Clad in Ruri, I stood atop the vehicle with the sniper rifle readied, aiming at what must be the targets the radar had caught. I'd heard outbreak, but this is far too literal a use of the word. It's like a plague of locusts. Looks like it'll devour everything. With enough force to fill the radar image displayed on the monitor, the Gorfang were bearing down on us. We have no means of attacking that many at once, and no time to prepare a barricade or trench to blunt a charge. I'd love to drop a thermobaric bomb on them. I'd like to request close air support myself, but for now, full retreat. I'd rather not be trampled to death by that. No sooner said than the Karabitsu began an all-out withdrawal. The plan was to outrun them to the edge of the swarm. But with no view of the enemy's total number, it was near enough a gamble. And if we were caught, engagement was certain. The ether engine howled as the accelerator went down and the tracks gouged the ground as the hull surged forward. What are Gorfang eating to multiply like that? It was an outbreak that couldn't remotely be explained by mere environmental suitability. Stone Spire scarcely seems to have plants or animals living in it to begin with. So how could a swarm dense enough to blanket the ground be sustained? At this question, Nerva let out a small groan over the radio. Garfang originally inhabit the lesser gradation zone further south, and they normally form only small groups of 3 or 4, with low population. Their diet is carnivorous, but they primarily prey on fish they should. Nothing fits except the fish part. Told that the creatures now surging toward us like a tsunami, throwing up dust, form only small groups and are few in number, there's no way to accept it. Nerva, watching the same thing, muddied her words, the gap between knowledge and reality, apparently far too wide. Considering their diet, I feel the reason may lie in the lesser gradation zone, having few water sources while the archflats have abundant ones. But even so, with numbers like this, it seems the fish would be eaten out faster. And honestly, I don't know. A mass migration in search of food, perhaps? They ate a place bare, so on to the next, a realistic pattern, I imagined. But Nerva murmured that doubts remained. They aren't creatures with the endurance to sustain high-speed movement to begin with, and if food ran short, I think they'd begin cannibalizing. The mass migration itself feels wrong. She apparently couldn't accept the flaws in the hypothesis, but even as we thought, the head of the swarm, visible through the scope, grew steadily larger. The points of light on the radar told no lies. A tremendous horde came charging on, wavering in the heat haze. But it wasn't only that, Zoran shouted. New contacts on radar, too small for those giant hippos. Near the radar's detection limit, at the rear edge of the Gorfang swarm, they registered far smaller than the Gorfang, but a considerable number moving in the same direction. If they're following that swarm, is there some creature that preys on Gorfang? Setting aside juveniles, there is basically no creature that attacks Gorfang, and there's no way any creature would attack a swarm like that, she began to say, and cut herself off. After that, for a while, only short breaths came through the radio, until a sound like a hand striking a desk rang out. No, it isn't an animal. Not an animal. What do you mean? Unable to follow, I threw the question over the radio with my eyes still to the scope. I never imagined that inside the reticle, a Gorfang would go soaring high into the sky. Colonial amalgam. At her trembling voice, I caught my breath. Episode 38, Amalgam Part 1. There had been several reported cases in the past, Nerva said. An amalgam fundamentally appears as a single entity and runs riot, but rarely they form a swarm composed of many identical individuals. Though each individual's ability is inferior to that of a solitary amalgam, their trait of acting in coordination means that, to humans who oppose them with the violence of numbers, they are recognized as a threat of even higher grade. Considering that a Gorfang horde dense enough to blanket the ground was fleeing in terror, it was a convincing account. And that enemy, the one we were meant to face, was closing in for certain. There was no room to deliberate. I hurried back into the cabin and began fitting my armament. Hey, Roadie, don't tell me you mean to do this as is. In this situation, we might be able to split off the ones attacking the Gorfang. So far, the amalgams show no sign of having noticed us, and if we're going to strike by surprise, this is the perfect chance. I took out the personal railgun, the longest barrel in the cargo hold, loaded a disposable storage cell, and switched the cell's state from stored to released. Well, compared to a head-on fight, that's the safer bet. The Karabitsu can't use its main gun either, and if the Gorfang aren't coming for us, it's safe enough. Zoran sighed at a main gun with no automatic attack function. The Karabitsu's armament is unusable, but for the machine gun and firepower that a Gorfang can deflect will hardly deal a fatal blow. On top of that, with Nerva, a non-combatant, aboard, we wanted to avoid unnecessary fighting, which meant what had to be done arrived at something perfectly simple. Eliminate the targets with Ruri while securing the Karabitsu's safety. I'll pick them off by sniping and avoid a melee as much as I can. If the railgun doesn't work on them, our firepower can't handle it anyway, and once I know that, all that's left is to run. Yeah, figures. Just don't push it. I don't have the masochism to push myself with nothing to gain. When I loaded a heat-resistant mass round into the railgun, the words fearing preparation appeared before my eyes. Cradling that long tube, armed head to foot like a hedgehog, I looked at the three gathered at the rear of the hull, Aurelia, wearing a tense expression, Nadira, relaxed as always, and Nerva, sending me an anxious look. It was just like when a superior once told me to give an address as a commander. I was quite bad at anything resembling a speech, but looking at their faces, a laugh slipped out. What's the point of that? Letting the tension out of my shoulders, I turned first to Nadira. If anything happens to the Karabitsu, you're the lifeline. Yes. I'll do what I can, good answer. I'll try not to trouble you, but if it comes to it, I'm counting on you with everyone. Natty. At that last word, she widened her eyes and her tail stood straight up. Calling someone by a nickname was something I'd only done with my unit and with friends back in school, but I decided to copy Nerva and call her that. Whether it made her happy, Nadira's expression melted into a smile. I'll give it everything too, so please be careful, mister. When I held out a metal hand in front of Nadira, she narrowed her eyes and rubbed her head against it. Next I turned to Aurelia, the dog girl who'd looked tense at first, had apparently been rendered thoroughly silly by that exchange, and wore a wry smile. Aurelia, follow Zoran's instructions and keep watch. I'll leave you a weapon just in case. If it comes to it, support Nadi. Is that all right, sir? Giving me a weapon. Handed a bayonet, far too feeble as a self-defense weapon against monsters, no more than a comfort. She knit her brows in dismay. It's a charm. Think of it as trust paid in advance. Ugh. Put that way, it's harder, sir. Then, while I'm borrowing, may I ask one selfish thing, sir? Scratching her cheek with her left hand, Aurelia stepped forward and turned around, endearing upward look on me. If it's something I can grant, go on. I'd like you to call me Ori, too, sir. A moment's silence. I should have known there was no time for this, and yet I'd frozen, like a raw recruit thrown onto the front line in his first battle. Is that no good, sir? She's on probation, and yet she's already gotten far too involved. In that situation, where in the world is the man who could say no when asked like that? I blew the air out of my lungs and turned the head unit off in some random direction to hide my embarrassment. I'm counting on you, Ari. Yes, understood, Sir Master. At Aurelia hopping in place and throwing a small fist pump, I wondered why I was being made to do something so embarrassing. But thinking about it, I was the one who'd given Nadira a nickname, and if she was inspired by that, then the root of it was unmistakably me. Pre-battle excitement is a frightening thing. This sort of inexplicable high tends to become a problem afterward. Tighten up, I told myself, biting down and looked at Nerva. She turned her gaze on me, the anxiety still not wiped from her face. I want to borrow your knowledge. The de facto command post would be Zoran, but he alone lacks knowledge of present-day enemies, which is exactly why her mind is a major asset. Comms will stay open, so I'll relay my situation. Tell me anything you notice. Nerva nodded without a word. With that, there was no problem with sortiting. All that remained was to go, and as always, I was about to flip my consciousness over to the side that stands on a battlefield. Will you come back? At Nerva's words, I froze. Her eyes, wavering with worry, were fixed steadily on me. I've always thought there was no meaning in promises made by a soldier who doesn't know if he'll see tomorrow. But if it wipes away even a little of that worry and puts a small smile on a girl's face, who could call that worthless? I promise. We'll all go back to the Hinterring together. I'll be waiting. Turning my back on her slightly eased expression, I put strength into my legs. I'm heading out, right. Bring us back some results. With Zoran's voice at my back, I leapt out of the Karabitsu's rear hatch. Relying on the radar data being sent to me, I closed on the horde of what must be amalgams, plainly more dispersed than before. The Gorfang, their rear ranks torn open, had lost cohesion and begun scattering, and in step with it the amalgams were dispersing as they continued the pursuit. I approached one group chasing a herd split off to the east. They were somewhat slow, dealing perhaps, with Gorfang that turned to fight in desperation. Concealing myself in the shadow of a rock, I peered at the situation through the long-range scope. It was a bizarre creature. No, a horde of monsters I wasn't sure I should even call creatures. They walked the ground on 4 legs, and from a torso that sat on top as if unnaturally mounted grew 8 arms. There was nothing resembling a head, yet at the seam between legs and torso gaped a great mouth lined with pointed fangs, red-purple in color, about the size of a thoroughbred. And that thing lifted a Gorfang overwhelmingly larger than itself with ease, and tore it apart with those 8 arms as if it were nothing. No eyes, no nose, no ears, an aberration. One Gorfang, apparently realizing it couldn't escape, turned to fight back. When a Gorfang boasting that colossal frame opens its great jaws, the only future waiting for an amalgam should be to be run through on those huge tusks and crushed. But bright red blood erupted from those jaws, and the prediction was overturned at once. The amalgam punched straight through the hippo's skull with ease, and bathed in the spraying brain matter, had already begun moving to its next target. The purpose was slaughter more than predation. The way it dispassionately eliminated targets was less a creature than something to be called a killing machine. What would you have to be made of to punch through bone? Withstanding a hit from that hippo means we can safely assume it's extremely resistant to external pressure, a genuine monster. Robust despite showing no sign of an exoskeleton and fast enough to run down a gorfang. Considering they attack in groups, it makes sense that a nation would fall. That the splitter, which destroyed Valletta, withstood both heat and pressure, was surely no error either. From behind the rock, I thrust out the railgun's long barrel. A linear motor catapult that accelerates an object to supersonic speed by electromagnetic force. Cradling a heat-resistant mass round to endure the friction heat, the coils encasing the rail-like barrel began throwing arcs of discharge. Through the scope, I aimed at one lagging behind at the rear. Whether from individual variation as a creature or a deliberate rearguard, I placed the torso of the one straying from the group at the center of the reticle. Breathe deep, exhale slowly. Relax the shoulders, tighten the index finger. Attack commencing. The instant I pulled the trigger, release power surged along the rails, guided by the formed magnetic field. A mass of heat-resistant metal was fired at tremendous speed, and the recoil kicked the barrel high. The shockwave whipped sand from the ground, and above it the spent storage cell clattered away. The round struck the amalgam as if drawn to it, and that body, which had seemed so tough, burst apart. And having punched clean through, the round blew apart a rock behind it, raining stone across the whole area. Woohoo! First round on target. Even that can't take a direct hit from a railgun, seems like. That's incredible. At Zoran clapping his hands in delight and the small words that slipped from Nirva beside him, I let out a breath of relief. The amalgams, by contrast, all stopped at once, agitated perhaps at a comrade being killed, and after the briefest pause, every individual abruptly changed course and began to run. They noticed me hiding behind the rock. Astonishing detection, their number, roughly 15. Less than a quarter of the total swarm, but the sight of them moving as if by prearrangement was far too eerie. Second shot, commencing reload. Slam in a new storage cell and the railgun's recharge begins at once. The railgun boasts high power and comparatively good maintainability, but its single greatest weakness is a total lack of sustained fire. 15 seconds to charge. Checking the charge status on the monitor, I began falling back from the position. Run up, leap, fire the jump booster in midair, turn and, taking a firing stance as I came down, gouging the ground to a stop. Second shot. But it struck behind the one I'd aimed at, and the shockwave merely tore up the surrounding rock and earth. Shaken by the shockwave through the ground, several amalgams caught in the near, lost balance, and tumbled. But they righted themselves at once, and doggedly resumed the chase. Like machines, I thought. Whatever obstacle lies in the way, even something that would destroy them, they keep moving as long as the order is being executed. Thinking that far, an unpleasant premonition crossed my mind. At the same moment, Zoran's shout echoed in my receiver. What the hell is this all of a sudden? Hey, even the ones playing around elsewhere are heading your way. So the split failed. What a nuisance. I destroyed the one I'd been aiming at with the third shot, but the distance was closing for certain. A melee was only a matter of time. Take distance again, fire. It struck one advancing at the rear of the group, and both left legs were gouged from its torso. It died. 3 rounds left. If I had mines, this would be easier. Sprint across the flats, turn, fire. One more corpse added to the pile. Clicking my tongue at the enemies multiplying on the radar, I loaded the next round and slammed in another storage cell, and there an unexpected warning appeared on the monitor. Barrel overheating? That's too soon. It's an 800-year-old vintage. Give it up. Even cooled. No telling if it'll work right. Clicking my tongue at the mechanic's somewhat irresponsible words, I switched armament to the sniper rifle. Falling back and pulling the trigger as before, high-velocity armor-piercing rounds, powerful enough to blow away a gorfang in one shot, were fired from the muzzle and punched holes through the amalgam's hard hide. But an amalgam doesn't stop easily. Take one round and an arm is blown off. A second opens a hole in the torso, and only with the third, when its upper body vanished, did it finally tumble to the ground, kicking up dust. Number 5. With no margin of distance left, I held the sniper rifle in my right hand and fired the assault rifle on full auto with my left. One closing in to pounce was caught off stride by the sudden rain of bullets, and the follow-up armor-piercing round struck home. It went down scattering a great volume of fluid, to Sibening with the assault rifle, while killing with the sniper rifle. 4 more. The ring of encirclement gradually tightening, and the enemy numbers steadily converging and growing. Trampling the spent casing scattered at my feet, the amalgams brought me into their reach. Episode 39, Amalgam Part 2. A grotesque monster grinding out a strange noise swung its 8 arms, closing to hammer at my armor. Dodge one, dodge a second, put an armor-piercing round into the third, and put it to sleep. And when I couldn't fully evade the fourth's attack and caught it on the sniper rifle, the brute strength that tears Gorfang apart knocked the weapon from my hands and sent it tumbling across the ground. Robbed of firepower, I clicked my tongue again. Sniper rifle's gone! Snapped like spun sugar in one hit. Hey, that's genuinely absurd. Rising high to take distance, I drew the laser flamberge from my back. Compared to the harmonic blades fixed to my forearms, it's a considerably larger sword, a close-quarters weapon built for fighting armored vehicles. Against an opponent whose armor lacks a laser-attenuating coating, it cuts with ease, and I remember using it often enough. First one. Adding the speed of my fall from above, I cleave the one directly below me in two. It may endure the temperature of burning oil, but it apparently cannot withstand laser light that cuts even a Machina's self-repairing armor. The amalgam, split clean in half, had its cross-sections blackened and blistered, and it collapsed without so much as bleeding. I dodged one that came grabbing at me while spinning like a top, skewered another closing from behind it, and on the return stroke cut down the one I'd evaded with a horizontal sweep. It's a mercy they've no intention of dodging. Hup! At the blaring proximity alarm, I kicked off the ground and sprang backward. Fangs grazed my armor and threw sparks. The individual threat level Roadie assessed, medium. It had judged there was a possibility of inflicting damage on the armor, and that depending on circumstances, it was a dangerous target, firepower enough to make the destruction of an autopiloted Cinnabar believable. And on top of that, charging without fear of death, it must have been a considerably difficult opponent. I poured a rain of bullets into the red-purple monsters assaulting me one after another and swung the heat blade for a while yet. Driving the laser flamberge into the head of the last one, I finally let out a breath. But another group, apparently late and converging, would be here on the radar before long. First wave annihilated? Zoran, how's it there? You fight in an absolutely preposterous way, thanks to which we've nothing to worry about. They're all obsessed with you. I'm not remotely happy about that. I fed target imagery to the guided missile launchers mounted on both shoulders. With the sniper rifle destroyed and the personal railgun overheated, this is the last thing that can put out high firepower at range. A dedicated long-range lock-on sight appeared, and 2 missiles demanded target designation. But I narrowed my eyes at something off in that coarse image. Nirva, there's one mixed into the colonial amalgam that looks different. What is that? Among the approaching second wave was a single individual with something like a human head sitting atop its torso. Its frame was about a size larger, and its color wasn't red-purple but a burning red. Prioritize destroying it. There's a high chance it's the colonial amalgam's commander. Commander, meaning that's the alpha individual? There's almost nothing that can be said with certainty about amalgams, but in sighting reports so far, the commander differs in appearance from the others. Crush it and the swarm may lose its cohesion, understood, setting it as priority target. I narrowed my aim onto the commander. Its priority now leapt, together with the words, complete. White smoke and pale blue flame erupted from Roadie's shoulders. The missiles launched skyward with a roar, spread thin fins and climbed to a set altitude, then accelerated hard and flew for the target. It was then that I noticed the anomaly around the commander. Viewed at maximum magnification, the image was coarse, so I couldn't make out details. But it plainly looked as though ordinary amalgams were converging around the commander, forming a wall. The instant I thought surely not, the missile struck the commander as if drawn in. The area was engulfed in blast flame, and ordinary amalgams were scattered. But it seems a bad premonition is usually right. It blocked it, did it? Where the blast flame cleared, that mutant stood firmly. Looking at the lumps of flesh scattered around it, the ordinary amalgams had apparently served as substitutes, killing the missile's force. The power of 2 missiles is tremendous, and many of the entourage had been blown apart by the detonation into silent corpses. But that isn't the problem. Nirva, you were right. That thing is plainly controlling the ones around it. The spare rounds loaded automatically into the launchers. The last blast had its force absorbed, but there are too few ordinary amalgams around it to survive another. That empties our missiles too, but far better than letting a high-threat target close, designating the same target to the system. I watched white smoke erupt from the launchers again and the missiles climb. Ugh. I knew colonial amalgams were monsters, sir, but a Vitalmail with a human inside is pretty much a monster too, sir. Aurelia, poking her head out of the top hatch and peering through the far-seeing tube, the binoculars, made a sour face and stuck out her tongue. It was a miracle she'd fought that and lived. So that is Reggie's true way of fighting. I'm starting to feel sorry for the octospines. Nadira and I were both crammed into the narrow gunner's seat, glued to the picture-showing board, the monitor. How it works, I still haven't the faintest idea, but I watched Rory's every movement, rendered clearly on it, and caught my breath. If the present age had the technology to operate a machina, perhaps humanity would no longer need to fear the amalgam. Even now, the flying weapon they call a guided missile had just scorched the dry earth. It soared through the sky like a living bird, then plunged straight at an amalgam, nothing but sorcery taken to its limit, or the work of a god. The wars of the age of the gods used things like this? The figure that had shredded amalgams as easily as vegetables was far too powerful to be called a mere soldier. And a chill ran down my spine. If he and Zoran had never met us, if they had fallen to being simple bandits, if weapons like those had been turned on humanity, even the Empire would have fallen with ease. What rescued me from that terrifying imagined world was Nadira's drawling voice. So protecting Mr. Reilly is a dream within a dream for me. She let out a ha of breath, wearing an unusually melancholy expression. Naughty? Am I doing my job as a breaker properly? She said it with plain anxiety on her face, like a creature about to be abandoned. Neither Reiji nor Zoran would cast Nadira aside over such a thing. They're good-natured enough that they wouldn't even kill Aurelia, a prisoner who could be called dangerous, and wouldn't release her either, and in the end went so far as to place trust in her. Even so, she sighed again and again. Guarding me is Nadi's job. That's true, but what has become visible from associating with him even over this short period is that Reiji is merely a man. He has the strength to strike down a beastkin and holds knowledge that doesn't exist in the present age. But apart from lacking common sense, he doesn't step outside the bounds of a person. Zoran, too, but for being bones, closely resembles a human right down to his senses, his knowledge, his way of living. He sleeps when tired, laughs when amused, and even speaks and acts as though he regards us as the opposite sex. Why bones eat and where it goes are mysteries. But because it all moves as though it were natural, there's no sense of wrongness, except that the figure out there now can truly be called nothing but a monster. It shielded itself with its own allies? Did that bastard judge those things a threat? Zoran's voice rang out from the tool they call a radio, which apparently lets you speak with distant people, looking to the commander. Surely not. There stood the beast, serene amid ordinary amalgams crumbling to pieces around it. Amalgams have the capacity to judge danger. I have never heard such a thing. Zoran, is there no other powerful weapon? Huh? No. We've got nothing left with more punch than that. Would have been nice if the personal railgun were still alive. Watching the second volley fly, the skeleton muttered to himself like an incantation. Immediately after, another explosion roared. The second guided missile had apparently struck home, but Zoran let out a sour voice close to resignation, as I thought. Damage observed on the enemy, but no kill. We failed to finish it. Zoran can apparently see the far side of the flame and smoke, not yet cleared, through the thing he calls radar. And, just as the skeleton said, Reiji's voice came through the radio right after. It seems to be tougher than a main battle tank. Almost everything around it was killed outright or fatally wounded by the blast, and that one alone took a near miss and is still perfectly lively. I fought desperately to hold down the unease crawling up my body. Resisting the urge to cling to Nadira, peering over my shoulder, I stayed nailed to the picture outside, partly, too, from the pull of wanting to see something frightening. That must be why. I felt a strange sensation. Am I being watched? As the smoke cleared, the commander amalgam, half its 8 arms gouged away by the last attack, was for some reason not looking at the machina that had attacked it. It felt as though it were staring at me. From beyond the contrivance called a camera, it cannot possibly see me. And yet, knowing that, I could not tear my eyes from that aberration. Was it an instant or a long time? Zoran's shout dragged me back to reality. What the hell? Some that split off from the enemy swarm have turned this way. Eh? Tension shot through the cabin, and the Karabitsu lurched roughly into motion. Wah? Kunya? Turning at the strange cry, I found that Aurelia, who'd been watching outside, had fallen from the ceiling hatch at the sudden start, and Nadira was pinned and squashed beneath her. Aurelia hadn't heard the radio, apparently. Thoroughly confused, and with no sign of noticing that Nadira was under her backside, she voiced her complaint. "Oh, what was that? All of a sudden, sir? If you're going to move, please say you're moving, sir. Never mind that. Get off me. You're heavy." "What? Calling a maiden heavy? What do you mean, heavy?" "I think calling yourself a maiden is questionable. I'd worried they might be hurt, but from the way they could squabble, they'd apparently come through unscathed." Letting out a breath of relief, I turned my eyes to the scenery beginning to stream past outside. The aberration still standing there was no longer looking at us. Episode 40, Amalgam Part 3. They found the Karabitsu? It was far too abrupt and inexplicable a movement. Until moments ago, every amalgam had been moving toward Ruri, and from that, several alone changed course for the Karabitsu. Under what conditions? I couldn't say, but it's safe to assume their detection ability vastly exceeds a human's. And on top of that, this so-called commander appears to possess the ability to direct the ordinary ones. Don't tell me it can see radio waves. Shaking off an impossible hypothesis, I focused for now on attacking the commander. Jettisoning the missile launchers to lighten myself, I set the laser flamberge in a backhand guard and broke into a run at the still distant commander. Ordinary amalgams converged from other groups to form a wall around it, but I kicked through them and sent them flying, swept them away with the flamberge, and closed the distance with certainty while scattering assault rifle fire to suppress. Along the way, the assault rifle ran dry. Abandoning a reload, I latched it to my hip. Gripping the flamberge two-handed, I closed at last on the commander, even having lost the four arms on its left side. The large aberration made no move to flee from the Ruri facing it. If anything, it brandished its diminished arms in threat. "Let me finish this quickly." Dodging the flailing arms, I swept the sword through from the right. A keen stroke with force enough to part its torso from itself, but the commander twisted its body and evaded the blade. The tip barely grazed it, no fatal wound. Every amalgam until now had shown no sign whatsoever of dodging or blocking, but this one is apparently an upgrade in every respect. Danger detection included? And no sooner had it dodged than it counterattacked, hurling up the front two of its four legs. It was nothing but a graceless kick, and yet it was swift and powerful. I couldn't fully evade and was sent flying, killing the momentum with the jump booster and scraping the ground with my left hand and both feet. I avoided a spectacular fall, but the strength was on another order entirely. Alarms sounded reporting damage to Ruri's frontal armor, and the threat level shot up. It's quite fast in close combat, and I have no means of landing an effective blow at range. On top of that, the many hangers-on around me were grinding out their unpleasant noise. I see. An enemy capable of destroying a Machina. I heard a switch in my head throw over to something other than before. The commander shuddering and growling as if in delight at the impact of its blow. The ordinary ones converging to finish me, without wasting time, with certainty. Kill. All systems. Output limiter. Release. Hey, you idiot! What are you suddenly? I think Zoran shouted something on the far side of the comms, but I cut the transmission as mere noise and re-gripped the sword's hilt. A progress bar stretched before my eyes, and my entire field of view was buried in bright red warnings. Output limiter released, ether engine load increasing, actuator pressure load increasing, operational state outside safety guarantee, and more. The system clamored that this violated the safety regulations laid down by Soyo Heavy Industries in the military, and that I should reset the limiter at once. And I ignored all of it. What of it? When I didn't move, an ordinary one leapt at me from the right, making a noise like grating laughter. It meant more or less to tear Ruri apart the way it would a Gorfang. Get back. Ruri's eye unit, running a band of red the same shade as the warnings, must have spared it a single glance. I caught the amalgam trying to fasten onto my right arm with one hand and slammed the struggling thing into the ground. The impact was tremendous. Dust whirled up and cracks raced through the earth. A puddle of mixed fluid and flesh formed on the ground. Standing at the center of it, Ruri, trailing red light, must have looked like a specter, impatient at its failed attack. Perhaps the commander sent the amalgams gathered around it in all at once. I glared down without emotion at the ordinary ones charging in. Doggedly, without doubt or fear, drew a small breath and roared. Oh, ah. Stamping hard enough to gouge the ground, the blue armor tore forward, grinding my back teeth against acceleration shocks fierce enough to make me want to spit blood. I swung the red gleaming sword of light in my right hand while my left arm, with its faintly humming vibration blade, turned them into scraps of meat. Every time I swung an arm, every time I moved a leg, The actuators that ought to read my nerve signals and assist were exerting excessive force. My muscles, my bones, my whole body screamed, and my vision reddened at the sheer momentum of it. In moments, the ordinary amalgams lay as corpses across the earth, and the swept sword didn't stop. It cut into the ground itself. The wall protecting the commander is already gone. At some point, every individual that had swarmed around had been laid out on the ground as shredded meat, and the remaining few were pursuing the Karabitsu. Too far to defend or attack in time, short of overturning the laws of physics. Was it afraid? Did it feel fear of a single Machina infantryman? The wisdom of humankind? My body creaking? I glared sharply at the commander and ran the same horizontal stroke as before. Gee! The attack it had evaded once severed the commander's remaining arms at the root, and the tip touched its torso and threw sparks. The leg hurled up in hasty counterattack. I cut away with the left arm harmonic blade, spinning the frame around, and spinning like a ballerina. Rory let the momentum carry it and slid the laser flamberge across the tip of that thing's snout, the part that looked almost like a human head. Red laser light raced through like mist, and the commander, its head seared, let out a grating shriek, convulsed, and collapsed to the earth in a cloud of dust. The phantom of blue light stood motionless behind it, sword still extended. The alarms wouldn't stop hammering my skull, and something red and iron-smelling threatened to rise from the back of my throat. Every muscle in my body, every organ, screamed with a dull, crushing pain. Operating with the limiter off, without even a pilot suit's assistance, puts far too great a load on the body. From the second-generation Machina onward, performance already far exceeded what a human can endure. It's no exaggeration to say that having a human aboard is what creates the performance ceiling. One reason I served as company commander in Glimmer Company and was lauded as an ace was my ability to keep fighting with the limiter released. There were more than a few opponents I couldn't beat on performance or skill whom I beat by releasing the limiter. Every time, I was carried into a field hospital and thoroughly chewed out by the surgeon. Have I gotten a little used to it? Strangely, I'm still standing, conscious. Output limiter, engage all sections, status report. After a pause, as if the system itself were sighing, the crimson view receded and the status of each part of the frame came in. The damage was mostly the right arm, from slamming an amalgam into the ground, and the chest armor that took the direct hit. The right arm's actuator operation rate in particular had dropped sharply. There's no doubt Zoran will bring down thunder when he hears. And on top of that, whether this damage can be repaired without replacement parts, I don't know. Karabitsu, Zoran, do you read? Respond, right, I cut it myself. Reopening the channel, I let out a breath. If I can manage a self-mocking smile, I'm probably fine. Whether my facial muscles were even moving properly was unclear, but since I can feel pain, at least my nociception is intact. After a pause, a bellow arrived through the radio. You absolute idiot! You're alive, aren't you? You are alive? Spare a thought for the man over here trading lives with monsters while consoling the women, damn you. Sorry. Whatever you want to lecture me about. Later, Calf. I'll listen. So, tell me the situation. Swallowing down the clinging taste of blood in my mouth and choking on it, I shook my head weakly. Oh, I will! Look forward to it, you rotten bastard! We're still fighting your table scraps! The cat's beating off the ones latching on while we run. I'll come right away. We'll try to close from our side, too. If you're lying collapsed somewhere, I'll run you over with the tracks. I struck a fist against a trembling knee, forced strength into it, and supported by Rory, began slowly walking. Whether I can fight in this state, I don't know. But as long as the Karabitsu is still fighting, I can't be lying on my back out here. Grinding out a sickening noise, the Karabitsu ran while dragging a red-purple amalgam along. You get off! At the red-purple flesh that grabbed hold with tremendous strength, despite having no claws, Nadira slammed her slab blade down again and again. Each time it rebounded with a sound like striking rock, and still she brought it down again, shaving away flesh a fraction at a time. Aurelia tried cutting at it with the bayonet, but against an opponent that the weight and swing of a slab blade could barely scratch, there was no way she could make a dent. She clicked her tongue and tumbled back into the cabin. Zoran, have you got any ranged weapons, sir? Anything, sir. You've never fired a gun in your life. If you teach me how quickly, I'll manage the rest, sir. Hell. Zoran tossed her the submachine gun from his own hip. It was a weapon whose nature she couldn't have judged from its appearance, but the bones, without even turning around, said offhandedly that you hold the grip the same as a crossbow. The little knob on the side. Turn it around somewhere and pull the trigger. Which one, sir? The one with the red marking. Aurelia fumbled at it, clattering as instructed, and the bones, losing patience at how long it was taking, said give it here and set it to fire. 40 rounds. It only holds 40, and if you hold the trigger down, you'll be dry in an instant. Pull, release, pull again. Then do your best to hit something. Understood, sir. At her back as she climbed for the top hatch again came one last warning. Hold on tight. Immediately after, a dry stuttering sound, and along with it, Aurelia's shriek. In a cabin wrapped in that din and tension, Nerva alone kept straining her eyes at the outside imagery in the gunner's seat. Ragey, the sound of Ragey's voice, speaking in ragged, agonized gasps, wouldn't leave her ears, desperately holding back the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. She kept her gaze fixed on Ruri as it began slowly walking toward them, and clenched her soft fists. Shah! A dull metallic clang like a hammer striking an anvil rang through the cabin. A grating scrape followed, and before long the roof went quiet. Soon after, Aurelia's head sprouted upside down through the open top hatch. Nerva, I pried the one on the roof off, sir? And please tell Zoran I'm out of ammunition, sir. I gave you a radio, so I can hear you. You burned through that fast. Pull something likely looking out of the cargo hold. Unbothered at being bellowed at over the radio, the nimble Aurelia scrambled down the ladder, slipped past behind Nerva, ducked into the cargo hold in a heartbeat, and ran to the driver's seat, clutching the automatic rifle Ragey had carried. At her insisting, it plainly looked strong. The bones set it to fire again, looking bothered. Nerva couldn't see it, but while Aurelia fought desperately, her soft fists trembled faintly. At the thought of herself able to do nothing, a mindrite is not a combatant, and when fighting starts, she withdraws to the safest place available. If she still can't get clear of danger, she swings a self-defense short sword, but that is a threat display at best. Fighting an amalgam is utterly impossible. Without Nadira's strength, without Aurelia's experience with ranged weapons, all she could do in the end was keep observing, and she found herself unable to move, as if roots had grown from the chair. A mindrite is protected. That is how it is. But is that truly all right? That thought alone circled round and round in her skull, and turned into a pain sharp enough to crack her back teeth. When cornered by the octospines, she had been forced to swing a sword. And yet, watching the present situation, it seemed to Nerva that even having been able to do that had been a kind of luck. Shoot from the rear hatch. You don't have to aim, just make them hesitate. You say aim, but I don't know how, sir, so I'll just spray it around, sir. Don't say that proudly. Aurelia kicked open the rear hatch as instructed and swung the automatic rifle about with a ferocious grin. The rounds, spitting out in restricted 3-round bursts, flew unexpectedly straight, and several of them threw sparks off an amalgam's hide. I can actually aim, sir. This time she took proper aim and pulled the trigger, and the full metal jacket round struck an amalgam squarely in the mouth. Even so, against a hide that Ragey had called the equal of an armored vehicle's, there was no way it would do anything. Ugh, it hits and it doesn't work, sir. It's a thing that shrugs off a Machina sniper rifle. That's suppression, suppression. Stop yapping and keep shooting. Suppression, he says. Feels like plain wasted ammunition, sir. Aurelia stuck out her tongue bitterly, but managed to aim for the softer-looking spots and pull the trigger. It was nearly a habit. She kept putting the foresight on the amalgam's mouths and the tips of their legs. Meanwhile, Nadira, granted a brief rest, let out a breath and poked her head upside down through the hatch, just as Aurelia had. Nerva, please ask Zoran how much longer until we can link up with Mr. I keep telling you, I can hear you on the radio. Ragey's flat on his face right now. Hold out a bit longer. At Zoran's bellow flying in over the radio, Nadira cocked her head in puzzlement, and Aurelia, sweeping her gaze outside, gave a wry laugh, then let out a shout. Zoran, sir! Another one's coming in, sir! You damned! The hull swung hard left, tracks sliding across sand as it dodged the pounce. Aurelia put rounds into the amalgam that had failed to grab hold, but it paid them no mind and resumed its advance. It really doesn't work at all, does it? If we can't link up with Master, we're just going to bleed out, sir. The only wound worth the name was the dent Nadira had made, and that was the product of forcing a swing with monstrous strength. The slab blade that struck it had been splendidly bent out of shape. If anything, one should praise a mass-produced blade, beastkin grade though it is, for not having shattered. At the thought that she'd need another replacement request, Nadira swished her tail in dissatisfaction, and the Karabitsu's gun barrel caught her eye. Zoran, can't we use this weapon? Huh? And who here can use a chain gun? If one of you takes the wheel, I'll fire the damn thing myself, Zoran bellowed as he swung the hull right and left. Nadira, who knew its power, let out a groan, but there was no way she'd know how to actually drive the Karabitsu. But there was someone who did know. Even Zoran had forgotten it. I'll do it. The one who said it was Nirva, who had been silent all this time. Episode 41, Amalgam Part 4. Since waking, there'd been no shortage of preposterous stories that nearly unhinged my jaw. Just as I was thinking I'd gotten a little used to shocks like that, Nirva's proposal gave me the illusion that my lower jawbone had gone flying through the air. The sheer astonishment apparently shut out every sound entering my ear holes. In the middle of a battle, no less. After a brief pause, I shouted, "Have you lost your mind? Don't be absurd. This isn't the same as puttering along at a driving school. Combat maneuvering, right off the bat, is impossible. It's true the armored Machina support vehicle, Reams class, has a reputation for being easy to drive relative to its bulk. Among all tracked vehicles, combat and otherwise, it's even said to handle like an ordinary car. But it isn't simple enough for someone who's never driven so much as a passenger car to get it rolling on the spot. Even so, Nirva braced herself against the seat and stubbornly refused to take her eyes off me. With that weapon, we might be able to stop the amalgams. It's worth trying. That's not what I'm. The words I'd begun to spit out faded partway, and only a groan remained. Fortunately, the plane spreading around us has few obstacles, which means it's possible to keep fleeing in a straight line. Mash the accelerator and you'll more or less manage. And if we put APDS rounds into them from the main gun's chine gun, then while killing them might be hard, doing damage isn't impossible. On the other hand, a warning rang in my skull. Don't do anything reckless, just keep running. I like a gamble. In a world like this, if there were a casino nearby, I'd want to drop in, but that's a hobby. Since I'm not a gambler who wagers his life, I shook my skull. I can't do anything that reckless. May I bet on Nirva, sir? I never imagined we were carrying a great fool who'd say something like that so lightly. At the rear of the hull, Aurelia, swinging a rifle around at the open hatch, shouted it with strange delight. "You're one of those gambling addicts?" "It's a game you absolutely have to bet in, sir, so I'd at least like to pick for myself." "What'll you do, Zoran, sir?" From her tone alone, I realized I was being mocked. There's no way I can see the rear of the hull, and yet the image of the dog girl grinning nastily plastered itself across my mind and tore the flexible threads of my thinking clean off. "Ah, hell, fine. I'll do it. I'm betting on her too, damn it." Swinging the hull into a hard turn, forcing a dodge past one closing from behind, I leapt out of the driver's seat. With the accelerator released, the Karabitsu bled speed in an instant on track resistance alone, without even braking. That trait particular to tracked vehicles has never felt so hateful. Nirva slid into the driver's seat in my place and stamped the accelerator to the floor. At a power demand with no restraint whatsoever, the ether engine roared, and the stalled tracks dug into soft ground, until friction won out and the hull sprang forward. "Wheel steady! Drive straight!" Watching the hands on the wheel settle, I clattered up to the gunner's seat, bones rattling, systems check. Hand to the firing lever. Shell type changed to APDS. Grateful for a touch panel that responds even to a bony hand, I swung the turret around. I'm a maintenance man in the end. I've run function tests to spec, but I've never fired on the move, never live fired at all. An amateur driver and an amateur gunner. We're a proper heap of junk. Whoa! Mid-aim, a shock swung the hull left. Looking, an amalgam that had apparently failed to latch on was tumbling across the ground, and on the indicator reporting hull status, a red lamp for armor damage had lit. "It rammed us from the right, sir. You bastard! Tackling a man's house. Very good." Zoom to the rear. In the center of the reticle, I caught the four-legged, eight-armed abomination, distanced by its tumble. The amalgam was taking a run-up again, posture set to pounce. "Here's your change, monster. Eat a fireball with a super-hard alloy core. Direct aim, no laser guidance." The instant the amalgam centered in my sight crouched, I pulled the trigger. My legs, which wouldn't lift the way I wanted, were heavy as lead. Even with actuator assistance, I could manage nothing but a shuffle, dragging through dry earth. And tripping on that resistance, I went down on one knee. I don't know how far I've come. I think at least the direction is right, but even that is vague. The Karabitsu's position is always displayed on radar, but I've apparently lost the capacity to interpret it. The life support system is warning of decreased consciousness level. Whoever built this was a fool, I thought. What am I supposed to do with the information that my consciousness level is dropping? The desire to shrug off the Machina and simply collapse where I stood. I drove away with nothing but the promise to come back alive, and put strength into my legs and rose again. A few more steps, and a knee to the ground. How many times have I repeated this? By rights, I'd be flat on my face. But Ruri's excellent balancer won't even permit me to fall. All I'd have to do is consciously lie down. But that would mean abandoning going home. The Karabitsu must still be fleeing the amalgams. A dead man like me joining wouldn't change much, but Ruri can still fight. Systems are normal, the weapons aren't dry. If I eject and switch to autopilot control, it could take down one or two of the ordinary ones, damage or no. So perhaps I should at least send Ruri back, I thought, and move to force an ejection. And still on one knee, I thought I saw a light at the corner of my vision. The sensor, registering something, automatically zoomed on the spot. The Karabitsu is fighting? Whose? Astonishment surfaced my consciousness slightly. The Karabitsu tearing along in a straight line, and the chain gun spitting fire. That main gun has no automatic firing function, and it isn't a system simple enough to handle on first sight. So who is driving the Karabitsu? Zoran can hardly have split in two and taken both roles. And yet, before my eyes, shells were unmistakably bursting against the amalgams. Shells merely sprayed don't score consecutive hits easily, but even a few landings slowed the amalgams, and fluid ran from the places the armor-piercing rounds struck. Everyone's still fighting, and yet. On top of the hull, Nadira swung her slab blade, threatening another enemy trying to latch on. The rear hatch stood open too, and through it I could see Aurelia firing 3-round bursts with the automatic rifle. This is something I decided and started myself. And yet, why am I the one about to collapse here, while everyone else is exposed to danger? There's no way I can be permitted to be the first to let go of consciousness. Whipping my screaming body into line, I mounted the personal railgun stowed on the rear latch point to my right arm. The system shrieked that barrel cooling was incomplete. Ignore it. I slapped the base of a storage cell and began a forced charge. Arcs raced across a barrel that had only just begun to cool. My hands shake. With the right arm's actuator damage rate high, the aim wandered up and down and side to side. But I tucked my elbow in, clamped it between my left arm and my knee, and held on desperately. The reticle caught one closing from behind the Karabitsu. Rougher than usual. Breathe in, breathe out. I set my jaw and pulled the trigger. Released power, drove a stake of heat-resistant metal to supersonic speed. Was the amalgam surprised? At an object crossing the sound barrier from an unexpected quarter. No, perhaps there was no time for that. The red-purple flesh, blown apart by the impact, was cut in two and rolled to a stop across the ground. Behind it, earth erupted and carved a small crater. Late, the clang of metal and the roar of impact rolled over me. Two left. Draw the bolt, load the next round. Swap the emptied cell, and remember this is the last one. One-on-one. I'll kill it even if I have to wrestle it down. With the charge complete display, the final round streaked through the air trailing arcs, and it made one more silent lump of meat. I cast the spent railgun to the ground. The barrel, apparently having reached its limit, glowed red and hissed smoke. One left. Frightened, perhaps, at its comrades being broken one after another, it hurriedly changed course. Without the commander, their detection and threat analysis seemed greatly degraded. Its reactions are plainly dulled. My right arm, worsened by the firing shock, was throwing sparks. But it's only a little further, and I murmured an apology to Zoran in advance. Destroying the target. I don't need the assault rifle or the laser flamberge. I cut them from my back. In the lightest possible state, my only weapon, the harmonic blades, I forced strength into trembling knees and kicked off the ground. By ordinary standards, it must have been terribly precarious movement, like a toddler running. Zoran was shouting something on the far side of the comms. Probably don't push it, or words to that effect. If I don't push now, then when? Working its four legs busily, the last one charged at me. When I caught the 8 arms coming to grapple on the harmonic blades, the high-frequency edges sank into the hard hide. At the amalgam spraying dark red fluid and letting out that unpleasant grinding shriek, I swept the harmonic blade through as I drew it back. 2 arms slid to the ground at once. How much fluid must it lose to die? How much of its body must it lose to die? I simply stood there and pared the amalgam's body down. Unable even to evade the arms and legs that lunged at me, my body rocked by punches, consciousness nearly knocked loose by kicks, and still I cut away another arm, seized a leg in my left hand and snapped it, and was drenched in the enemy's spraying blood. The wars I fought before were always like this. Mud and blood, graceless, covered in wounds, skimming at low altitude through the gap between life and death. At last, when all of the amalgam's arms and legs had been cut away, the abomination lost all means of movement and rolled its torso on the spot. The oval mouth, opening and closing as if gasping, looked weakened enough that it would die if simply left alone. So I drove the harmonic blade in, slowly but deeply. The way its muscles convulsed, the way it spat blood with every pulse of its body, that alone was entirely the behavior of a living thing. And when that too faded and vanished, and the last one turned into silent flesh, I collapsed where I stood in front of it. Annihilation, complete. I think some alarm was blaring, but it didn't reach my ears. And yet the human voices coming through the comms felt strangely, terribly loud. Episode 42, The Half-Dead Ruffian. Through the wasteland of Stonespire runs a road of reasonable width. The reason a highway broad enough for beast carts to pass was laid through this region, blessed with no agricultural resources whatsoever, is perfectly simple. War, Stonespire, bordering the Zera Kingdom to the east, sits within spitting distance of the border buffer. Properly speaking, the front line, known as the gradation zone, to move great armies there, to transport animal weapons and haul supplies on pack beasts, a maintained highway was indispensable. And the war, having bogged down into a quagmire, has transformed what was originally a mere staging post on the road into a great fortress. Inside the beast cart drawn by an anvir, Mary Thorne sighed at that castle-like guardian of the east. So this is Fort Sutherland? Oh, has Officer Thorne not seen it before? The one who turned a mild-looking smile on her was the small man seated diagonally across. She'd been astonished when, soon after her dispatch was decided, he had come to the Hinterring to collect her personally. Anyone with even passable ears would know his face, a man with a frame as small as a beastkin ratkin's, and yet a sturdy build that looked armored in muscle. The renowned adjutant known throughout the nation, Corbin, deputy commander of the 3rd Legion, under General Yadin of the Montero Imperial Army, thanks to which, every time he spoke to her, she shrank. Yes, I rarely left the Hinterring, and my home region is far away. There's no pressure about Corbin. If anything, he laughed at her flustering. Is that so? Is that so? As though facing a granddaughter. Still, it's a help that a dispatched officer has come at this timing. We have a guest of our own, you see. Yes. At Corbin, who never dropped his beaming expression, Mary returned vague words, unable to follow. Before long, the cart crossed a drawbridge over a dry moat, passed through an enormous stone gate, and stopped before a building like a small castle. At the sight, she felt sweat break out over her whole body. The men on guard, spears held at an angle, were knights in plate armor. Unlike the soldiers walking about, and even to an amateur's eye, it was plain that an extraordinary state of alert had been laid over this space. Led by Corbin, she passed between the guards. The soldiers seemed to be avoiding her eyes, and that itself felt like tremendous pressure. She was deeply uncomfortable. There is such a thing as being too out of place. What was this treatment for a mere dispatched officer of the Color Union? Strict vigilance was surely natural in the middle of a war, but preparing a beast cart for a single country girl and having a deputy commander come in person was not normal. However many times she turned it over. What had Grandma said to the army, or to the empire, to bring this about? At the unfathomable power of those called leaders, Mary could only tremble in dread, walking a dim corridor of stone brick, up a spiral stair, along another corridor, and just as she'd lost all sense of where she was, Corbin stopped before a door. The door itself was no different from any other, wooden boards bound with iron fittings, but with a guard standing before it. One could tell it was an important room. The guard, upon seeing Corbin's face, bowed smoothly and withdrew from the doorway, and the small man raised his voice toward it. Deputy Commander Corbin returned. Enter. At the weighty voice that answered without a moment's pause, Corbin slowly passed through the door, and Mary followed. If this was someone from whom even Corbin sought permission to enter, she took a deep breath and braced for the shock. The instant she entered, behind Corbin as he took a salute with a hand to his chest, she forcibly plastered on her reception smile and executed, exactly as the manual prescribed, the bow she had drilled into her body. I have brought the dispatched officer from the Color Union. Well done. And my thanks to the officer for making the journey. Raise your face. Yes. Concentrating on the movements of her body, she lifted her head as always. A commander's office spread before her. Not opulent, but plainly premised on war. Bookshelves stood to left and right, and in the center of the room an operations map with several pieces arranged on it. The problem was what sat beyond. Seated at the desk was a giant of a man you might take for a beastkin commune. His square face was carved with wrinkles unsuited to his age, and his close-cropped blonde hair gleamed. Facing the man himself, Legion Commander Vorgan of the 3rd Legion under General Yadin. It took everything she had merely to stop her body from shaking, prepared though she'd been. This was hopeless. This wasn't the sort of shrinking she'd done with Corbin. It was scarcely different from standing before a mighty beast, where the slightest movement would see her eaten, crunch by crunch from the head down. How long that rigidity lasted, she didn't know, but at the point where it became clear neither side would move, Corbin let out a great sigh. Legion Commander, your face is frightening enough as it is. Turn it silently upon a female dispatched officer, and of course she freezes. The boulder-like face turned toward Corbin. Unless she was hallucinating, he seemed to be exhaling anger from his mouth as smoke. Perhaps his eyes were glowing, too. Though it wasn't directed at her, Mary nearly let a shriek escape. Corbin, a small man, doesn't even reach the height of a seated Vorgan. If that fist came down, wouldn't he burst like ripe fruit? The image wouldn't leave her mind. The face is what I was born with. He's angry, so please apologize immediately. Please stop raising the pressure in this room any further. Corbin blew away her inner thoughts with a laugh. At the very least, I'd ask you to soften your tone. The soldiers revere you even as they fear you, but it's hardly a thing to turn on so lovely a lady. He may be crushed for that and have no grounds to complain, she thought, and at the small man's words, the giant slammed his forehead onto the desk. The sound was violent enough that she marveled the desk endured it, though military furnishings are surely sturdy, and what leaked out of him was, strangely, a somehow pathetic voice. That's so. Before you take it too much to heart, why not apologize to the officer? Eh? No, I don't mind at all, truly. At Corbin's suggestion, Mary insisted it was quite unnecessary, but Vorgan once again drove his square head into the desk with a tremendous crash. That drew a small "hi" from her, but apparently unheard. That weighty voice rang out an apology, trembling. Officer, I beg you to accept my apology. This is the only way I am able to speak, and as for my face, there is nothing to be done. I ask your forbearance. It was, on the whole, the sort of lament that says there's nothing I can do about it, so please forgive me. The statue-like giant she'd seen before her seemed to shrink rapidly, and the strength went out of Mary's shoulders, a silent warrior risen from the ranks who had rampaged across battlefields swinging a cavalry lance. A man whose honest, earnest bearing had been recognized by General Yaden and raised to Legion Commander. Even a general is just a person, she thought, and put a wry smile, not a mask, on her face and bowed again. It's quite all right, so please raise your head. How that scene appeared, she couldn't say, but beside her Corbin tilted his head with a hoe, and in the eyes of the slowly rising Vorgan dwelled some kind of light. The giant's dumbfounded expression was rather like a child who has found the parent he'd been separated from. Not a shred of his earlier dignity remained. A man risen from a common soldier, a commoner like herself, who had reached a position of such responsibility. And if the reason was his earnestness, perhaps he is always straining, always desperate. Oh, I am grateful for your magnanimity. His huge frame seemed to have no strength in it either. Vorgan dropped heavily back into the chair he'd been in. He stared at her a while longer, but since she no longer felt the initial oppressiveness, perhaps she'd merely gone numb. Mary decided to wait for him to speak. Sensing it, Vorgan gave a start, cleared his throat loudly, and set his face. The boulder-like face grew sterner, but that appeared to be mere seriousness. Once more, I am Vorgan, Legion Commander of the 3rd Legion under General Yaden. My thanks for making the journey. I am Mary Thorne, of the Color Union Stonespire branch. In accordance with the covenant between Bordeaux-le-Royston and the Montero Imperial Army, I have received the great charge of dispatched officer. I am without talent, but please give me orders, not as a guest, but as one of your subordinates. Vorgan nodded gravely and glanced at Corbin. At the edge of her vision, the small man returned a salute and withdrew from the room. Forgive the abruptness, but the reason we urgently summon someone from the Color Union is that we are struggling with the handling of a guest of ours. Us guest? Properly, after treatment and recovery, handing him over to the Color Union would be the appropriate course, but he carries somewhat troublesome information. Perhaps genuinely troubled, Vorgan kneaded the creases between his brows with his fingertips and sighed. Being handed over to the Color Union meant the person belonged to some chartered color group. Other colors hold no such privilege protected by covenant with the state. But Vorgan, understanding the covenant, apparently considered handing him over difficult. A violation would be a dangerous act, one that could set them against the Color Union, so why convey it directly to the Union's dispatched officer? The one who answered that question was Corbin, who had only just left the room. I have brought him, Officer Thorne. Are you acquainted with this man? When she turned to the flung-open door, there stood a man supported by two soldiers. One arm and one leg gone, bandages wrapped here and there, his body a mass of wounds. Nerva von Roos's report flashed through her mind. Hemmel? The shaggy-haired man slowly lifted his head, saw her, and grinned. She was certain, because it was exactly the same face as the ruffian who always wore that same expression as he led a great many subordinates out of the tent. Didn't expect the Thorn girl to come? Been a while. You're alive. He was alive. He had stayed alive for them, told that the situation had been hopeless when the Octospines attacked, that even though the chartered color group she'd handled had been annihilated, there was still a survivor besides Nerva von Roos and Breaker Nadira. Mary felt the heat rise behind her eyes. Seeing it, Hemmel shrugged with a good grief. I won't tell you not to cry, but hold it a bit. Vorgan, sorry, a chair. With legs like these, Hemmel said, mocking his own battered body. Someone, a chair. At Vorgan's signal, a chair was dragged clattering to the desk where the operations map lay spread, and Hemmel was seated on it, and around the desk stood Vorgan, Corbin, and Mary. Now I'll tell you why I failed to die. Listen, it's all fact. Don't doubt it. In a tone that dragged it out, he began to speak of the inexplicable events that had befallen him. And it was strange, striking information, with shock enough to draw every one of Mary's tears back in. Episode 43, Dream or Reality? The candlesticks set in the wall made their flames waver. Before me, around a long wooden table, sat two senior Imperial officers, guards, one man who looked to be an intelligence officer, and me, thoroughly out of place. Every one of us was listening to the ruffian's story. It wasn't the Imperial Army that saved me from the cleaners. This lot just confirmed I was alive and hauled me here for treatment and information. By then, my right leg had rotted, hence this state. Then, who on earth saved you, Hemmel? At me pressing for the answer, Vorgan quietly lowered his eyes. After a short pause, Hemmel curled the corner of his mouth into a nasty grin. The blue Vitalmail? A Vitalmail? I nearly kicked back my chair and stood. By now, it's practically a conditioned reflex to that word alone. A color's principal work is fundamentally pursuing metal creatures and mysterious artifacts, Vitalmail included. And a Vitalmail in particular sits on the knife's edge between becoming a nation's strength and becoming an enemy that threatens humankind. Securing or destroying one is the highest priority mission. From the artifacts, our greatest client, it's drummed into us daily, almost like a company creed, report on site. So, you mean a stray saved you? Yeah. A bound male would have a tamer, but there was no one around. A bound male, which obeys human instruction, responds only to its tamer's voice. If no tamer is nearby, then it's a stray, an ordinary Vitalmail. Generally, there are only two kinds of Vitalmail, those that show no interest in humans whatsoever, and those that attack the moment they see one. A bound male is that rare being, one of the former, indifferent sort, that abruptly responds to a human voice and submits. Whoever can produce that voice is nothing short of a genius. It isn't something effort can achieve. The artifacts investigates at once, in exchange for a large bounty, and afterward the creature is made the property of a state. But Hemmel insisted it was neither of those. That cold iron suit of armor talked, I'm telling you. And clearly, at that, this defeated me. A Vitalmail speaking is raving that could get you called mad. There are individuals like bound mail that understand human speech, but I have never heard of one speaking to you. It wasn't a dream, was it? Can't blame you for not believing it. But I'm alive because that thing was there. The reaction must have been what he expected. Hemmel deftly smoked a cigarette through his bandaged face. It turned the cleaners into mincemeat beside me in an instant. Don't know how it told the difference, but it walked over to me and said, "Can you hear me?" Like some soft-featured gentleman, wouldn't you say? Soft-featured. The face of the young man said to have saved Nerva von Roos and Breaker Nadira floated up in my mind, the man called Soma, who used the word responsibility about taking them in, who was angry at the color union's treatment of breakers, and who is now recklessly taking on an amalgam. Wanderers are, as a rule, a worthless lot. The ones with relatively working brains join the colors. Those whose cunning runs ahead of them sink into banditry. But Soma is neither. He has natural courtesy, sincerity, cleanliness. He holds knowledge enough to converse with a mindright as an equal, and yet somehow lacks common sense. Misshapen and alien enough that I've caught myself suspecting he was some sheltered noble. Officer Thorn? No, it's nothing. At Corbin's dubious look, I shook the thought off at once. However inexplicable a man he is, there can be no connection to a Vitalmail. A person may clad himself in armor, but he cannot become that monster. Well, No wonder you can't believe it. But our breaker and our mindwright are alive, aren't they? Who saved them? A man called Soma. At the unfamiliar, unusual name, Hemmel's gaze sharpened. Don't know it. Who is he? A man who appeared the other day saying he'd saved the two of them. By his own account, he's a wanderer who's lost his memory. A memoryless wanderer. Huh? Hemmel, do you say that man is connected to the Vitalmail in question? Vorgan, who had kept his silence until now, cut in. The combination of a young man claiming lost memory and a talking Vitalmail is certainly inexplicable. But in the end, it's only an assemblage of misshapen pieces, and how they might fit together remains entirely unclear. The one who groaned was Corbin, rumored to be the sharp one. Officer, have you any information on this man Soma? On Mr. Soma? Beyond a memoryless wanderer, only that he's skilled enough to defeat a beastkin common in a bare-handed duel. A common! Vorgan cut me off and leaned far over the table. He gritted his back teeth with a groan, wearing a complicated expression, chagrined, and yet with something like delight mixed in. I had thought him a boulder, but seeing this he simply looked human. Still, his overreaction to Kamoon was beyond me, and when I looked to Corbin for help, fearing I'd misspoken, the small man shrugged with a good grief. Legion Commander Vorgan has crossed blades with Beastkin Kamoon many times on the battlefield. They are truly strong as individuals. When challenged to single combat, even the commander manages, at best, an even match. Just so. I had thought that one day I would meet a Kamoon in fair single combat and bring him down by a human hand, to think I'd be beaten to it. He was apparently caught between the frustration of not having done it himself and the joy that a human had won. Vorgan let out a great breath, again as if about to spit flame, and murmured a small apology. Forgive me. I lost my composure. Watching, Hemmel laughed as if it were the funniest thing. I'd always thought you were monster enough on a battlefield, but this Soma is genuinely inhuman. Knowing that old hag, she slapped together some pretext and made him duel Marfio, I'd bet. You guessed exactly right, though the physician said the defeated Mr. Marfio would be out of commission for some time. At this even Hemmel said nothing. No. It seems he couldn't. Corbin apparently knew of Marfio too. He kneaded his brow with a that can't be. This man Soma, what valor. I would hire him into my own unit if I could. Corbin, what say you? If the account is true, we can hardly fail to approach him, but we must also clarify his relationship to the Vitalmail in question. At any rate, let us gather information on this Soma. Vorgan said, and let his weight fall against the chair back. At the sudden load, the wooden chair creaked out its complaints. Corbin gave some errand to a guard, and once that was done, he propped both elbows and rested his chin. Beside him, Hemmel covered his head with his left hand and looked up at the ceiling. From his muttering, Marfio, beaten, the shock must have been considerable. At the run of impossible stories, no one could hide their fatigue. Only the intelligence officer, who had joined no part of the conversation and simply kept transcribing, was busy rechecking what he'd written, though he too will surely laugh one day and call it an absurd tale. A witness to a talking Vitalmail and the existence of an unidentified champion. That alone was already a bellyful. It was until Legion Commander Vorgan, a single courier, came tumbling in enough of a panic to nearly kick the meeting room door off its hinges. Corbin reflexively rebuked the discourtesy. What is it? We are in session. An urgent report from Marlowe of Corvino's Century. Centurion Corvino has fallen in battle. What? At those words, Vorgan slowly lifted that huge frame. That a bloody, murderous air suddenly began to flow through the room was surely not my imagination. How long has it been since I dreamed? Since waking, perhaps because I've been busy, I don't remember dreaming at all. Maybe I've simply forgotten. It's also rare to be able to recognize a dream as a dream. Some people can apparently move freely within their dreams, but I don't have that talent. The scenery streaming past before me like a film showed a face I knew well, Colonel Sasuzuka, demonstrating to raw recruits how to swing an arm, how to strike an opponent's vital points. Waving off even the wry smiles of the other battalion commanders. You're 40, don't overdo it. He laughed uproariously with a face carved by wrinkles and scars, white teeth flashing against sun-darkened skin. The one platoon leader chosen as his training partner had gone pale, but anyone stood in front of him would. The man was thrown again and again, and after being bellowed at, "Up, get up," he'd stagger to his feet only to receive a full parade of strikes and throws. When he tapped out, no more, a choke came for him, and at the finishing joint lock he slapped the ground like a walrus. Then another figure appeared, and a knuckle rap landed on Colonel Sasuzuka's head. I know only one person who could do that to a colonel. The one who shouted, "You fool." That's too far was Division Commander Kazuki, a brigadier to Brigadier Kazuki who had reached old age. Even Colonel Sasasuka was a child. The thunder came down properly and he shrank right up. This too was routine, and no one around said a word. But why the lecture always ended with, if you want to do that, do it with Soma, was my perennial question. That may be why I was never terribly fond of Brigadier Kazuki sparring with Colonel Sasasuka, who came at close quarters combat with delight, left you no time even to breathe. Not with a body like this. Have mercy, Colonel. I've only just finished a limiter release engagement on the battlefield. My whole body is wrecked. That my voice worked was strange. But the Colonel's exasperated face was more surprising still. You did it again? Collapsing every single time. The medics have filed complaints, you know. Be that as it may, sir, when I think it beats dying, I end up doing it. Every time they see you lying there unable to move, there's a nurse in tears. That's the complaint. If you've no hobby of making women cry, then get strong enough to win fighting normally. I don't know anyone like that. I started to say, and a knuckle wrap landed on my head. I think I saw stars, pain included. It was remarkably vivid for a dream. I wanted to plead to that blurring figure that I was doing my best, but my voice was gone. Even so, Colonel Sasasuka's voice came through clearly. Or is it that you're afraid of caring about someone? That's exactly why you can only ever fight recklessly. The view dropped away, plunged to black, and with the sensation of my body floating, I couldn't even cry out. Afraid. I thought that perhaps that's why. When I saw a faint light in the dark and reached out to grasp it, something soft and warm met my hand. The consciousness that had been clear moments ago was strangely blurred, and the white light was strangely dazzling, stinging my optic nerve. I thought I could hear voices, but they were hazy, and all I could make out was a frantic, hurried atmosphere. Then my body was shaken from side to side, and slowly everything began to move. Eyes adjusting to the light told me my pupils were working properly. Sounds beginning to come through clearly made me aware of reality. I had my hand outstretched. Whether it was linked to the dream, I don't know, but I was touching something soft and warm and wet. Near, va. Beautiful green eyes were wavering. My hand was apparently touching her cheek. I see, so that's why I got scolded like that. I nearly laughed. Had Colonel Sasasuka called her a medic? At my hazy voice, Nerva gripped the hand on her cheek tightly, and great tears spilled down. I've made her cry again. Episode 44, Bunk Debriefing. Ray, do you know me? Yeah, I know you. Seems I worried you. At her face crumpling, I squeezed back the hand that had been clutching mine, at which, overcome, Nerva buried her face against my chest. The hitching sobs told me I'd been badly wrecked and was, even so, still alive. Unexpected pain shot through my body, but I bore it. At least I wouldn't show pain in front of a crying girl. I'm sorry. When I tucked my chin and slid a palm over the golden crown of her head, she shook it hard, said no, and refused the apology. But the reason was blocked by her sobbing and never came. Another droplet fell on my forehead, and I was bewildered. Mister. At the sound of a sniffle, I raised my eyes, and there was Nadira, head thrust in sideways, tears spilling. From that, I was apparently laid out on the Karabitsu's bunk. When I met her gaze, looking slightly up, she pressed her head lightly to my face, rubbing her cheek and forehead against mine, and spoke in a trembling voice. Mister, I'm so glad, so glad. She did it with considerable force, so I felt apologetic even as a wry smile escaped me. Nadira repeating Mister above my head. Nerva still weeping on my chest. I couldn't move at all like this. My field of view was almost entirely blocked by orange hair and the occasional glimpse of Nadira. But this is something I should accept gladly. That the comrades who'd grieve or rage for me are safe is worth more than anything. So you're awake, suicide volunteer. Now I get to lodge all my complaints, eh? The rattle of bones from beyond my view. At the usual barbed nagging, I returned another wry smile. Go easy on me, I'd like to say, but this time that won't fly. In my finally returning memory, Ruri's damage isn't small. At minimum, actuator failure and armor damage. On top of that, the missiles are spent and the assault rifle nearly dry. The personal railgun overheated its barrel and ran out of ammunition, and the sniper rifle is spun sugar. As predicted, one all-out sortie has just about bottomed out our ammunition, a rather large expenditure as the price of a force assessment. With Zoran's arrival, Nerva and Nadira, still sniffling, gently lifted me upright. As my view opened, I saw the bones and Aurelia standing beside him. That skull of calcium is as unreadable as ever, but the dark eye sockets looking down at me seemed both exasperated and relieved. You look well enough. How do you feel? Well, how indeed. Sitting up with Nadira's support, Dull pain ran through muscles everywhere, but not enough to keep me from moving. When I pushed the sheet aside and looked at myself, there were bruises from impacts but nothing resembling an open wound. Even the old scars from 800 years ago were as they'd been. All right, can I get the situation and status report? You're really all right? At Zoran pressing the point, I nodded, and with a "Ha, good grief," he sat down on the bunk opposite. The amalgams were annihilated, the last one being the thing you whittled down and then skewered. We're currently en route back to the inner ring, dragging that commander's corpse behind us. Anything else you want to ask? How long was I out, and our damage? About a full day. As for damage, the Karabitsu's got the number 13 armor plate on the left crumpled. We've got a spare and can swap it, so no problem. I recovered the weapons you threw away, but most of it's scrap, meaning? The sniper rifle is pure scrap metal. The railgun needs a barrel replacement, and the missile launchers are just empty. Zoran put an electronic cigarette in his mouth and exhaled vapor. Aurelia, dodging the direct hit, snatched it away from the side with a "that stinks, sir," but Zoran, apparently determined to keep his cool pose, ignored her entirely and continued. Finally, Ruri. The armor's within self-repair range, but the chest section needs replacing. We've got a spare module for that, so fine, but the right arm actuator's done for. All I can do is a field patch. I'm sorry. Huh, what are you on about? After a fight that flashy, getting off with this is the better outcome. Besides, the biggest damage is you yourself and the girl's nerves. To that I had nothing to say. At the sight of Nirva and the others still sniffling and rubbing red eyes, tremendous guilt welled up in me. That may be true. Listen and remember this well. Weapons and tools, I can force back together, patchwork and all. But living things, no matter how I struggle, I can't repair. Zoran spat that out and headed back to the driver's seat. Losing consciousness for a day and a night is in my experience on the short side after combat maneuvering with the limiter released. But that was with a pilot suit's physical assistance and with proper medical care, field hospital though it was. In time, it was about 5 minutes of limiter release. That alone had left my body creaking, wrecked. Merely closing and opening my hand sends a prickling ache through my forearm. From experience, damage on this scale means I'll be moving again before long if I rest. But the pain will be my companion for a while, moving each part of my body a little. Feeling pain each time, I confirmed everything was still connected. Sensation was intact throughout, and I let out a sigh. Come to think of it, who treated me? I was in my underclothes and bandaged, so someone clearly had, but when I swept my gaze around, Nerva shut her eyes primly, and Nadira put a hand to her cheek and turned her face away. Only Aurelia scratched her head, looking a little sheepish, and said, "You're the type who, looks smaller with your clothes on, sir, aren't you?" At a remark so astonishingly off target, I nearly rolled off the bunk. I'd always thought you were just a lanky, skinny sort, sir. But strip you down, and how to put it? You've actually got muscle, sir, and a sharp build, and a slim man has his appeal, too. And you can just picture the discipline and the training behind it, and that's rather something in itself, sir. And then there are the scars on your back, and looking at those, well, not bad at all. Right, Kat? Why are you turning it on me? Having rattled that off nearly out of breath, Aurelia lobbed the topic at Nadira as if inviting her to continue. At this, even Nadira let out a hiss. I understood that Aurelia had been involved in the treatment, but I hadn't asked for a review of my appearance. And yet, of all things, the dog girl pressed the attack. "Oh, are you embarrassed, sir, little innocent kitty cat?" I'm not embarrassed at all." Nadira shook her head hard, then made fists with both hands and steeled herself. "You were warm. I see. No, that's not what I meant. I sometimes wonder whether the beastkin's ears, which hear better than a human's, come equipped with a mechanism that automatically skips the important part." Nadira said only that, turned away, and shut her mouth, so I had no desire to dig further. Watching her with half-lidded eyes and grinning, Aurelia turned her aim on Nirva before I could stop her. "Come on, last one, sir." She had the air of someone who wouldn't rest until she'd gotten it out of every single person, and I sighed at a chest that physically hurt, thinking this might need some educational guidance. "Ori, that's enough. No external wounds. Contusions and bruising. From both appearance and palpation, no abnormality in the bones. Anything not visible I can't assess." Nerva cut across my words and stated his condition flatly, as far as she could determine it. Both Aurelia and I went blank at that, but her thoughts had apparently assembled themselves while Nadira floundered. With her usual composed face, she added, "That's all." Her eyes were swollen from crying, but her being properly herself again made me plainly glad. "My insides are probably fine too. Eating something ought to prove it. If you can eat, there's not much to worry about. This is the report I'd wanted, and her precision reassured me, which meant she'd been nursing me too. Returning to my first question, I asked as usual. Since you did a palpation, Nerva, were you the one looking after me? We all did it, not just me. She said it briskly and turned back to the map on her lap, which settled the matter and settled Aurelia's grin along with it. The dog girl looked briefly disappointed to have her game called off, then shrugged and let it go. There was no doubt they'd nursed me devotedly, so I said the honest thing. I'm plainly grateful. Thank you, Ori. Fway! Yes. You're welcome, sir. Aurelia, apparently not expecting that, jumped and flapped her hands about. Had she wanted me to deny it or to joke back? Either way, it's beyond a stiff sort like me. If I could live a little more flippantly, maybe I could have gotten a laugh out of it. Said that straight out? It's honestly embarrassing, sir, at Aurelia, laughing awkwardly. Not displeased, it seemed. Cold looks flew from the two who'd been on the receiving end until now, but I'll pretend not to have seen that either. It seems you've earned everyone's trust. Nothing better. Is that so, sir? Here Aurelia curled her tail, looking unsure, but there's no room for doubt now. Just before my consciousness cut out, the Aurelia showing on Ruri's monitor had been fighting desperately to protect the Karabitsu. That was surely for her own life too. But it's also a fact that she became our strength. I saw you using the automatic rifle. Zoran's doing? Yes, sir. Give me anything that shoots, and he told me to use it however I liked, sir. I see. It may have been an emergency measure, but letting someone handle the firearms that are effectively our hidden card requires considerable trust. Turning your back to someone is no small thing. Your probation is over. You pass. From here you're a free woman, free… what does that mean, sir? I'll release you at the Hinter Ring. After that, do as you like. You'll keep our secrets, of course. At my words, this being the best course, Aurelia was dumbstruck for a moment and then let out an enormous, enormous sigh. A master? Surely you haven't forgotten what I actually asked for, sir. Eh? Ah, of course I remember. At her resentful tone, I wondered whether I'd said something offensive. Aurelia's request had been to be hired as my underling, an emergency expedient, as I'd understood it. But at my playing dumb, the dog girl's large eyes welled up and she shouted, "Then why can't you say come with us, or I'll hire you, or something like that, sir? Now you're dumping me at the Hinter Ring? Have you gotten bored of me already, sir? Was I just a plaything, sir? No, that's not, and honestly, you make it sound terrible. At being described like some cad who toys with women, my face twitched, and on top of that, for some reason Nerva turned a cold eye on me. And even Nadira, who's usually squabbling with her, recoiled a little. Say it clearly, sir. My treatment is decided by your word alone, master. At my thoroughly troubled expression, Aurelia put a hand on the bunk and leaned in. It won't necessarily be safe from here on. Even so, I'm entrusting all of it, sir. I've already played every card I had. She looked at me with a strong gaze. She wouldn't regret it however it fell. With someone that resolved, who could say even so, understood. If you'll go that far, I'll take you on. Will you come with us? Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Cooking, laundry, cleaning, guarding, scouting. Order me to do anything, sir. At a smile like a sunflower bursting open and a tail wagging hard enough to come off, I let out a small sigh. Well, better that someone laughs because of my decision than that someone cries because of it. And if it's this girl laughing, then one more person to protect is nothing at all. But the girl herself abruptly remembered something, and her expression turned sly and cheeks reddening. She grinned and said, "Ah, by the way, master, as for keeping you company at naughty, go pah!" At the base of the dog ears, roughly speaking, the side of Aurelia's head, the cat's fangs Nerva had set on her sank in. Youch! Cat, stop-a-woe! They're in, sir! They're in! Thish bish ish never off her guard. Don't talk with your teeth in me, sir. It was a joke. A joke, Sir Age? Nerva apparently has a talent as a beast tamer. Aurelia was rolled onto the floor in an instant. A sound like a crushed frog came last, and looking over, Nadira, superior in both build and strength, was sitting on Aurelia's back, robbing her of all freedom. If they can roughhouse like this, there's no need to worry about them getting along, and I let the corners of my mouth soften at the endearing sight. Don't laugh, help me, sir. You're heavy. I'm not heavy. For all your talk, the cat's a maiden too. Isn't she? The weighty clang of metal rang out. That a slab blade landed beside her is something I should probably pretend not to have seen. Episode 45, Prospects for Resupply. After Aurelia fled toward the driver's side, Nadira hefted her slab blade again and let out a small sigh. I broke it again. From being slammed over and over against an amalgam's hard hide, the edge was a ruin. Worse, cracks ran through the blade itself. It plainly couldn't survive another fight. Are you hurt, Natty? Not at all. But it was so hard my hands ache. If that's all, then good. Waving both hands loosely, she gave a somewhat self-deprecating laugh. For someone who swings a slab blade barehanded, she'd surely never before met an opponent too hard for the edge to bite. When we're back at the Hintering, let's go buy you a better weapon. I'd be glad, but I don't think a proper beastkin grade one is easy to find, you know? A shadow fell across Nadira's face, and Nerva, standing beside her, gave a small shake of her head as if to agree. But as luck would have it, I know of a sword she might handle, and it's not the sort of item likely to have sold in the meantime. I've got something in mind, so don't worry. Clothing and the like are necessities too. Let's buy it all at once. That sounds like it'll cost a tremendous amount. Unusually, apology got the better of Nadira. She flattened her big ears, tucked her tail between her legs, and crouched down in front of the bunk. It felt a slightly underhanded way to put it, but having come this far without equipping her would be putting the cart entirely before the horse, so I sighed pointedly. The whole purpose of this job is paying off your debt, isn't it? Or do you intend to go about naked from now on? Ah, Mr. is being mean, Nerva, your loss. If Nadi is Regi's breaker, then his instruction is absolute. Wrong? However wasteful the money seems, there are things one simply needs. Apparently able to grasp that, even through the strong-arm logic, Nadira clung to Nerva's chest, but at last the shadow lifted from her face and her voice. Yes, but mister, I'll work properly and pay it back. Ah, don't worry about that. Whatever anyone's job title is, from where I stand you're Nerva and Nadira, comrades who matter to me. Mr. Nadira's expression softened. At her faintly welling eyes, I gently ruffled her head again, but Nerva, for some reason, tilted her head and quietly sat down on the bunk. Regi, there's something I want to ask. What is it? This came out of the jacket you were wearing. Do you recognize it? Resting on her small palm was that little badge. I'd been told it was a charm, so I'd assumed it was some sort of prayer trinket, but from Nerva's gaze, that apparently wasn't it. Grandma gave it to me. Is there something about it? This badge signifies the leader of a chartered color group. It's an important credential by which the color union guarantees your standing. Post management is one of the manager's most important. Regi. Unable to process Nerva's words, my head spat out errors. They multiplied as the seconds passed and overheated my brain, and every thread of thought converged on a single phrase. That damned old hag, she got me. You didn't ask for it then. Looking at Nerva as she cocked her head in puzzlement, I held my head in my hands, utterly outplayed. I'd underestimated that crone's cunning. From the moment I heard about the breaker system, I wanted nothing to do with it. As I said before, I don't see you two in terms of job titles. But then, as a chartered color group, at Nerva, still trying to press the point, I turned a sharp look. Nerva, say any more and I'll be angry. Your comrades who matter to me. Your family. Understood. Good girl. Watching Nerva nod jerkily like a broken doll, I patted her head. When we get back to the Hintering, I resolved to shove this cursed badge right back at her. Even so, the image of Grandma's cackling wouldn't leave my head, and inwardly I felt an astonishing amount of stress. One day later, as predicted, I'd recovered enough movement to function, and I was checking the remaining ammunition inside the Karabitsu. We've burned through a lot at this rate. Losing our fighting strength is a matter of time. Tracing the shell types displayed on the screen, the numbers that followed drew a sigh out of me. And even so, the Karabitsu's armament is the better off. Ruri has no functional ranged weapon left but the assault rifle, and even that is nearly dry. Against humans it's one thing, but combat with dangerous wildlife will have to be avoided wherever possible. A drawling voice blew that gloomy line of thought away. Mister, I brought it. Turning over the seat back, Nadira peered in, deftly holding a machine gun ammunition box in one hand. Thanks. Wait for me up top? Understood. The moment she heard the instruction, she hopped out through the top hatch. I followed, moving like a slug with a body that creaked in protest, and put my head out above the armor. What I saw there was a cat-eared girl in light armor, holding a machine gun belt box, straddling the chain gun's barrel with her orange braid swaying. It was such an unreal, curious sight that I found myself staring for a moment. Is there something on my face? No, it's nothing. Pass me the box. Nadira looked puzzled, but when I shook my head, she asked nothing further, stood up on the armor, and brought it over. From the machine gun, bristling with cameras and sensors and other protrusions, I pulled the empty box and slotted the replacement in, opened the feed cover, lay the end of the belt drawn from the box onto the feed tray, close the cover, pull the cocking lever. That's that. Ooh? I don't really understand it, but it's complicated. Nadira crouched and watched the reloading closely, murmuring that it looked difficult. For my part, I'd think maintaining a crouch on unstable armor plating is the far harder feat. She's cat-like in many respects. Perhaps her physical ability is close to a cat's as well. Reload finished, I tottered back down the ladder to the gunner's seat, confirmed the machine gun's loading registered correctly, and let out a small sigh at my body's sluggishness. Ragey, a moment? Yes, yes. No rest for the wicked. This time Nerva called for me, so I crawled out of the gunner's seat and moved to the rear of the hull. What is it? This doesn't match in size. Is it a matter of orientation or how it goes in? What she held was a magazine for the submachine gun, which uses pistol rounds, but the paper case set beside her was for rifle rounds, and at things so similar yet different, she'd cocked her head. Sorry, I didn't explain enough. The orientation is right, but the rounds are these smaller ones. There are types? Yeah. What you're holding is among the smallest. The large ones can be nearly twice a person's height. That's terrifying. Perhaps because she'd been staring at the round in her hand, Nerva seemed to imagine it enlarged and bearing down on her, and gave a small shiver. Even this little piece of metal can kill a person so easily. There's something I've come to understand about her lately. She is very bad at showing emotion in her face. But that is by no means because her emotions are thin. Inwardly, she holds a rich store of joy, anger, sorrow, and delight, swirling densely. She is sensitive enough to build a whole image out of a single bullet. I find that likable, and when I let my cheeks soften slightly, Nerva murmured serious. Could I handle this too? You? The gold gauze head nodded. It's not that you want to fight, is it? That isn't it, but being able to do nothing. She didn't finish it, but I clearly heard. I hate it. I heard afterward that when the Karabitsu's chain gun was firing at the amalgams, Zoran was the gunner and Nerva was driving. What changed in her? I don't know. But including her taking the wheel, I understand that she is desperate to be of use to the Karabitsu. And that seemed to come from her feeling she was useless, which for some reason struck me as funny, and I let out a small laugh. I'm serious. Nerva stayed expressionless, and yet a crease appeared between her brows. So small you'd miss it unless you watched her closely, and she registered a small complaint. Sorry. No, I'm glad, that's all. Glad? The small head tilted, this time to the left. She's searching for her role. That felt like a kind of trust in me, and my chest grew warm. Never mind. But if it ever comes to you having to fight, we'd have no excuse at all. At my words, Nerva's lips trembled faintly. Enscressless, my foot, I thought again. Her feelings are this rich, aren't they? The look she turns on me, the tremor in her body, the tension they tell me. Even if it doesn't show in her face, she conveys what she feels in all sorts of ways, which is exactly why, even in words that spill out small and hazy, Nerva's feeling seeps through. I'm not being useful to you. Anxiety nesting in her small heart, as if pleading, don't leave me behind, which is exactly why I wanted to answer clearly, with action, and found myself stroking her head. You help me with all sorts of things. Those things I can't do, and about all I can do is fight. Isn't it fine to lean on each other? But with the Karabitsu, I can't help at all. She looked up at me with faintly welling eyes. An idea surfaced in my mind. You want to help with something concerning the Karabitsu? At a nod both small and firm, I voiced the idea on the spot. Zoran, sorry, but could I ask you to give Nerva lessons for a while? Huh? Are you serious? The skeleton had perhaps been straining ears that are nothing but holes toward our conversation over the ether engine's noise. He fired back an exaggerated reaction in a heartbeat, but our thinking must have aligned. Waving his left hand loosely with a good grief, he accepted with a nothing for it. That said, if anyone besides me and the skeleton can drive the Karabitsu, our combat capability increases greatly. There's no reason anywhere to object. Nerva, on the other hand, seemed to find the permission quite unexpected. Really? When I took my hand from the golden head, she pressed both hands to the spot where she'd been patted and her eyes shone. I got Zoran's permission too. Study hard. Flinging aside the magazine in her hands, she trotted off toward the driver's seat. When the Karabitsu slowly stopped and Zoran shifted to the passenger seat, they apparently meant to start lessons right now. The skeleton didn't seem to mind playing instructor either. He loudly declared forward and laughed his ka-ka-ka. Whether he's any good at teaching aside, Nerva should manage normal driving within a few days. The hull may lurch about for a while yet. Done, sir! At the voice suddenly rising beside me. Immersed in that pleasant thought, my shoulders jumped, turning. Aurelia, who'd been seriously loading rifle rounds into magazines, had apparently finished them all. The magazines arrayed radially around her testified to her meticulousness. Good work. Sorry, but take these too, huh? More, sir? Aurelia apparently likes this sort of fiddly work. She took the empty magazines with delight, held up the smaller ones, and let out a ho. These are for that sub thing Zoran had, sir? They're small and cute. Are they? They fit my hands better, sir. Light and easy to use. Talking as she went, she deftly loaded pistol rounds into the double-column magazines. She'd gotten the knack, and her speed had risen considerably. You have experience with ranged weapons? Crossbows, sir. But firing repeatedly, aiming accurately, and hitting that hard, this is cheating, sir. She'd apparently taken quite a liking to firearms. Aurelia spoke with confidence, but there's a bottleneck peculiar to the present age. I'd say so. The trouble is that ammunition isn't easy to come by. Personal weapon ammunition still has some margin, but with no proper source of resupply, we can't simply blaze away. Can't we gather it somewhere, sir? It'd be hard. We're forcing 800-year-old weapons into service as it is. If any's been stored, that's a miracle. And whether it'd even work is another question. The only real hope would be a facility still running, like the life storage system. And on top of that, energy would need to be circulating, it would need an anti-degradation vault, and ammunition would need to have been stored inside it. Anti-degradation vaults themselves were the sort of thing sold at electronics retailers 800 years ago, but given that we can barely find any past facility at all, meeting those conditions feels rather steep. Then what about you making it, sir? That's impossible. I know how a bullet is made, but with neither materials nor equipment, we'd have to start by building the production plant. I threw up my hands. I'm no engineer or researcher, just a soldier. Apparently accepting that what doesn't exist can't be helped, Aurelia said, "Is that so, sir?" and continued working. Then we just have to find a place where it's stored, sir. You're positive. I don't think it'll be found easily. When I gave her a wry smile, Aurelia flashed her white canines and returned a delighted grin, with, as a bonus, her tail swinging wildly. We just go hunting for ancient ruins in the kingdom, sir. We've got time. We'll do it steadily, sir. Episode 46, A Hero is Born. Morning sun slanted into the tent. Bathing in the pouring light, the crone was enjoying the aroma of her after-breakfast tea. In rain-poor stone spire, this was routine, and the only sound around was water being scattered to keep the dust down. Reception for the colors had surely already opened, but Grandma, the manager, began her work only once all that had settled. For a woman with power, wealth, and armed strength enough to justify arriving whenever she pleased, there was no one to reproach her, and certainly no one who would disturb this hour. Grandma was ringed by maids in prim apron dresses, and they made not a single sound. That they could stand in this place at all was proof enough of their excellence as maids. But on this particular day, that morning tea was interrupted. "Grandma! Grandma!" Water might be scattered to keep the dust down, but a man running hard raises it anyway. Paying that no mind whatsoever, a beastkin man, dog fur swaying, threw up the tent flap, a large dog wearing clothes. The race is called Beastkin Kara. They are said to be obedient to differences in station, and once they have judged someone their superior, loyal and never treacherous, this man was no exception. He was a breaker Grandma kept, capable and incapable of betrayal. "Restrain yourself, dog. You are before the Great Mother." One of the maids waiting by the entrance turned a stern look on him. She looked ready to tell him to lower his head, but the breaker didn't even glance at her. Still flustered, he bowed lightly to Grandma. To disturb Grandma's morning tea for nothing would be a heavy offense. One could not complain at being expelled from the Hinterring. To the breaker who had come to report despite knowing that, Grandma raised a hand and bade him continue. "Soma has returned." A white eyebrow twitched. "What? That's awfully soon. Come running home, has he?" "No, he's brought back the corpse of an amalgam." What the great dog meant to say next, no one knows. Before the words were out, Grandma had kicked back her chair and risen. Impossible, the word ricocheted through her skull. But the breaker's manner and the unfathomable depths of the man she herself had sent both insisted it was true and got in the way. "Take me! Go, this way!" Grandma broke into a run on legs no raspy old woman should have. At the sheer transformation, even her excellent maids stirred. They surely understood nothing except that this man Soma was someone who could make Grandma run. Surely not, surely not, surely not. Keeping pace with the beastkin Kara ahead of her, the crone caught her breath as she entered the color union's drill ground. The sight of a black-haired human standing beside a dark red mass of flesh was, one may say, received as a shock. This was genuinely rough. We couldn't very well bring the Karabitsu into the Hinter ring, so we'd found a different hollow from last time and hidden it. But dragging an amalgam all the way here on foot was far too aggressive a course of rehabilitation. It would have helped if Zoran had lent a hand, but the skeleton insisted on staying with the Karabitsu even while wearing the helm we'd bought him, which left me and Nadira as the pairing. Are you all right? Ah, yeah, though overdoing it isn't wise. I forced a smile, and Nerva sighed at me. Shouldn't the dog have hauled it? The one tossing out that barb was the unflappable Nadira. For someone as slight as Aurelia, that would be cruel in its own right. But it would surely still beat me, 3 days out of a sickbed, and I sighed at how pathetic that was. Bringing Ori here in Imperial Army kit would be reckless. Her face is known, that's true too. We've already drawn the Imperial Army's eye. I want to slip away from this place quickly. There's no need to go scattering additional seeds of disaster. Which is how I came to spend the early morning dragging a bright red, revolting lump of flesh across the blazing wasteland on what amounted to a route march. Naturally, the instant we reached the Hinter ring, the fresh morning mood was splendidly demolished. That the foot traffic was light was a mercy. But even so, the Color Union staff and guards were in chaos. We were hauled out to this drill ground, and a beastkin like a great dog ran off as a courier, telling us to wait while he fetched Grandma, but once left there, all we could do was stand beside the corpse. And with the remaining rubberneckers and Color Union staff watching us from a distance, the feeling was precisely that of an exotic animal at a zoo. Everyone's got a taste for corpses, apparently. We're a panda brought in to draw a crowd. Panda? A black and white animal. Whether they still exist, I don't know. Nerva cocked her head at the curious name. And just as she looked about to demand a fuller explanation, the woman of the hour appeared, led by the dog. She was a crone with astonishing legs, running no slower than the beastkin dog and not even short of breath, which staggered me. Perhaps she isn't the age she appears. We've returned, well returned, but what in the world is this? Explain. Grandma made no attempt to hide her astonishment. It can't be often that this crone breaks a sweat. Against her. Nerva, her iron mask of no expression fixed in place, stepped forward and without a sign of nerves began detailing the remains. The rubbernecker's eyes converged on her at once. What we found was a colonial amalgam. This is what we believe to be its commander, a mutant individual. A stir spread through the crowd. Only Grandma kept her eyes fixed on Nerva, and Nerva went on, unflinching and composed. In the arch flats, we encountered a colonial amalgam numbering some dozens. We succeeded in annihilating them, and we consider the commission fulfilled. We submit this corpse as proof, Enzo. Cut the corpse. Sir! The one who stepped forward at the name Enzo was that beastkin dog. He was apparently a breaker in Grandma's direct guard. He drew the cutlass at his hip and ran a keen stroke through the air. Had a mere human stood before it, armored, even. That speed looked capable of putting them out of the fight. Unlike Nadira, who fights with strength as her weapon, he had clearly studied swordsmanship properly, and yet the cutlass left only a faint dent in the amalgam's hide and rebounded. Sparks flew, the edge chipped, and Enzo's round black eyes went wide. My apologies, Grandma. The weapon, never mind. If it does that even to Enzo's blade, then an ordinary person swinging an ordinary weapon couldn't scratch it. The blade must have been something special. Enzo stared at it and growled in frustration. In contrast, Grandma let out an enormous sigh, and yet a light-like delight dwelled in her eyes. Well, well, you are a man of truly unknowable depths. When I threw Marfio at you, I thought my eye was true. I did the poor fellow a disservice. So your assessment of me never presumed I could win? Just so. I thought you'd grab the intelligence and come running home. I am, believe it or not, a realist. And who on earth would believe that a mere wanderer in a rabble of half-dead colors and breakers could genuinely hunt that monster? The crone snorted in vexation. Watching that alone, having put one over on the yokai, I felt the grudge over the badge settle slightly. But Soma, what conjuring trick did you use? Against an opponent a mithril blade cannot cut, how did you make so clean a cross-section? What Grandma was staring at was where 4 arms had once grown. Cut away by laser light, the spot could, depending on how you looked at it, pass for the mark of a blade driven straight through. What material mithril is, I don't know, but presumably the sword Enzo swung. Seeing the rubbernecker's eye the chipped blade enviously from a distance, there's no doubt it's a metal of considerable value. The man who'd swung it had drooped his tail, apparently taking it hard that he'd been made the point of comparison. I'd like to remain silent on our means of attack. I completed the commission, the destruction of amalgams. If you'll accept that fact alone, that's enough, a hard man to swallow. Wouldn't a hero of humankind at least raise his sword? What a commoner like me wants is a peaceful life untroubled by money. I've no desire for a title like hero, which doesn't fit me. I meant only to state things as they were, but at this Grandma roared with laughter, and a stir spread through the crowd of onlookers, who had at some point built themselves into rings around us. Enzo, too, hung his dog's mouth open in a foolish gape. I predicted as much. That's very like you, mister. Nerva gave a small shrug and Nadira giggled. Honestly, for me, this is quite enough. But such wishes are apparently irrelevant to Grandma. Having laughed her fill, she raised a voice unsuited to that small body. Did you hear, all of you? This man is a champion who slew amalgams single-handed. No, a savior, and yet he asks for nothing but a peaceful life. What pure selflessness. I have never seen such a man. This man, as though sprung from myth, I acknowledge as a true hero. If any among you thinks it a swindle, then go and cut Soma down this instant. Well? For a while after the echo of her voice died, the surroundings lost all sound. Silence wrapped the place as if everyone had forgotten to breathe. Then, at the sound of someone swallowing, voices began to spread like ripples. Incredible. Truly incredible. Killing an amalgam, he's humankind's savior. Lord Soma, there's nothing more frightening than the ravings of the powerful, and with the proof rolled out in front of them, a populace given something to fan the flames will be swept along. In the end, even the chipping of a mithril blade became part of the performance, and the air overflowed with voices shouting my name. Grandma seized the wrist of my bewildered, floundering self and hoisted it aloft, as if to say, this is the man. At the same moment, the cheering came down as thunderous applause, some of it in decidedly high registers. Here, in the name of Bordeaux Grandma Lariston, I declare the birth of the hero Soma. Tell your family, your friends, your neighbors, the age in which humankind fears the amalgam will soon end. Burn into your eyes the fortune of having witnessed this, and praise this feat together with the name of the Color Union. It was pure frenzy. Combined with how practiced Grandma is at this sort of oratory, the people were swallowed by the wave in an instant. There was no means for me to stop it. An ordinary man standing there dumbstruck, and the people calling him a hero and praising him. At Grandma laughing, ha ha ha, and whipping the crowd's fervor to its peak, I threw a wry smile at Nerva, appealing for rescue. What should I do about this? There's nothing to do but accept it. She gave a small shake of her head. At a look that all but said she'd seen it coming, I was made to understand that the only option left to me was to give up on everything entirely. Episode 47, The Value of the Badge. That damned old hag. In the reception tent where I'd first faced Grandma, I hung my head. Now, you could thank me, boy. Whose mouth is that coming from? I wanted to say, but hurling complaints wouldn't overturn the ill-fitting title I'd been handed. When I prompted Nerva to get on with it, she sighed and held out the parchment commission to Grandma. Please receive our report of completion. We claim 200 silver and gemstones equivalent to 200 silver as the destruction bonus. I know. Enzo. Sir. At the call, Enzo handed 2 pouches into Grandma's hands. Coin purses, presumably, and swollen as they were, anyone could tell they held tremendous value. Set on the desk, they gaped slightly with a clink of metal and threw back a dazzling silver reflection. Nadira let out an ooh, and even Nerva swallowed audibly. 200 silver there. The gems are an approximate figure, but they're worth more than 200, such as they are. The gemstones Grandma produced were 3 kinds, green, yellow, and purple. Not especially large, but beautifully cut, and even an amateur could see they were valuable. Nerva glared at the arrayed stones in earnest, and at length let out a small breath as if satisfied. The green is emerald, the yellow is heliodor, mined in stone spire. The last is a little pale in color, but it's kyanite. Correct? They were all beautiful stones, but I'd never heard of any but emerald, and while I thought so, the names haven't changed in 800 years. All I could manage was a vague, huh. Neither of them strikes me as the sort to care about jewelry, but women are deep, I suppose. Even Nadira, whom I'd assumed wouldn't spare ornaments a thought, was gazing at the stone called Heliodor with her golden eyes shining, apparently taken with it. And Nerva's appraisal was apparently flawless. Grandma nodded grandly. Just what one expects of a mindwright, or should I say a librarian. If you're not satisfied, I'll exchange them. What will you do? These are fine. I understand there was no lie in your word that they exceed 200 silver. Accepting the gems and silver honestly, Nerva withdrew. With the payment settled amicably, I finally felt a weight lift from my shoulders. No further need to be involved with the color union, I thought, and exhaled. Then there's Breaker Nadira's equipment and debt, though from that look on your face you've noticed. This was properly a matter for a reception clerk, but Grandma deliberately cut into the topic herself. Yes, if you weren't my employer, I'd be putting a hole in your head. I felt some relief that Mary, who normally waited at her side, wasn't present. Otherwise, I'd have had to show her this savage side of myself. But even against me, lowering my voice slightly in menace, Grandma showed no fear and lit her long pipe. Don't say dangerous things to an old woman. So what will you do? I'll return all of it, badge included, after I've bought Naughty what she needs. You've no intention of working as a color then? Grandma exhaled a great cloud of smoke and turned emotionless eyes on me. Defying a crone with this much power is no easy thing for anyone, and precisely because she's that sort of yokai, she must also have realized she can't put a collar on a man who has demonstrated both force and standing. So I spoke my refusal plainly, in my usual tone. Speaking strictly for myself, I can't sympathize with your organization's posture. As for repayment, later I'll wait. Grandma called me back sharply as I rose, meaning to strike while the iron was hot. There's something I want to ask and something I want to say. Enzo, clear the room. Cloth was lowered over the entrance of the private tent, and the presence of people faded from around us. At that flurry of movement, I lowered myself back into my chair, tapping the desk with her long pipe. Grandma sighed hugely again. Your reason for haste is the Imperial Army. I know you're the ones who dealt with the parasites of the Hinter Ring. Your destination is Zera? At those words, my body tensed, but since she'd deliberately cleared the room before broaching it, I judged Grandma wasn't in league with the Imperial Army, and nodded shallowly, at which the crone blew smoke as if it were exactly as she'd imagined, and leveled the tip of her long pipe between my brows. Then don't take that badge off. If you're a chartered color group, the color union stands behind you. That way they can't lay hands on you easily, but that would mean, just listen. It's been 3 days since Marlowe, the survivor of the unit you fought, set out for Fort Sutherland. At the earliest, 3rd Legion troops will descend on this place tonight. Grandma rapped the desk with her pipe as if to say, well, I'd meant to erase the witnesses, but apparently I hadn't fully cut off the flow of information. Letting an adjutant-grade officer slip was significant, and I clicked my tongue. We'll hurry our departure. I don't want a head-on confrontation with an army, even with a steel battle wain, even with a Vitalmail tamed to your hand. At Grandma's words, my hand went to my holster. I tried to keep it off my face, but my muscles stiffened at the cold sweat running down my back. Killing this crone here wouldn't seal anything, but having her hold this information felt dangerous. What are you talking about? No need to hide it. I know what I need to. Which is exactly why. Why won't you fight? A sigh escaped me naturally. Concealment here has apparently lost all meaning, and weighing the disadvantages of eliminating Grandma, I was left with no option but to affirm it. I run from fights I can run from. Our strength isn't inexhaustible, and I've no wish to expose my comrades to danger for nothing. Knave boy, the Empire's frantic to acquire a bound mail. And if one is in the Hinter Ring and about to head east, what would you do? Grandma laughed and tapped the ash from her pipe onto the floor. The Zera Kingdom and the Montero Empire are in the thick of a war. In the middle of that, what happens when a great fighting force they've finally located looks set to flow out to the enemy? Poor as my imagination is, the answer was easy. The Imperial Army will come for capture or destruction out of sheer stubbornness. Nerva, are the odds of outrunning them good? If they're mainly heavy cavalry, their march speed is slow. But the 3rd Legion holds several light cavalry sentries, so if we're pursued by a small unit, skirmishing is unavoidable. Then pinpoint the commanders, break them, and rout the enemy. When I saw Grandma's eyes narrow, it was as if I could see straight through the crone's designs, the meaning of don't take the badge off. Having factored in even my unwillingness to fight, this yokai had assembled a scheme in under half a day. Don't tell me, you mean to pin them here. You really are too sharp to be a mere wanderer. The crone wore a wicked grin like some disreputable witch. He, and her wrinkled thumb pointed at my chest. You are a color leader we have recognized, and a hero who completed a commission of extreme difficulty at that. As a pretext, it's more than sufficient. Cold sweat ran down my cheek. Beyond the fear of dancing on Grandma's palm, I hated that I felt a flicker of relief at not having her as an enemy. Grandma intends to lure the Imperial Army into the Hinter Ring and then bind its commanders to this place. Soldiers cannot move without their officers' orders, but that meant this place would be swallowed by the fires of war. Surely you don't mean to fight the Imperial Army? Ha, they're not fools either. If you alone were the enemy, they'd force the issue, but with the color union behind you, they can't move so easily. Grandma declared she could get it done without blood. You can't know a box's contents without opening it, but anyone can guess at them. And a guess from someone connected to the box carries weight. Then what's the price? I've refused to be your piece. Nothing moves for free. Feeling my fists dampen, I asked it. But Grandma waved a hand airily, as if to say she'd already been paid, and I must have shown a very foolish face. You're sharp, and because of it you trust no one. Caution is admirable, but anything in excess is poison. All the more when there's mutual benefit. As now, mutual benefit? This stays between us. I reckon the Empire has been strange these last few years. The crone wore a sour face. You could call it worry. Through the violet smoke rising from her long pipe, Grandma looked somewhere far away and lowered her voice. The Empire has held no bound mail for years, and yet it continues a war against two nations, the theocracy and the kingdom. The Imperial Army gives battle in the field and gains and loses ground. It looks like nothing but grinding its own strength to powder, doesn't it? Where exactly are they going? Put that way, it was unnatural enough that I found myself thinking indeed. War is a demon that devours resources without end. The longer it drags on, the more it consumes everything. Common life is torn to shreds, culture loses its color, and in the end it closes around the ruler's own throats. What meaning is there in the Empire fighting on at such risk? Ignorant of the social situation, I shook my head. Nothing came to mind. Grandma, conversely, nodded slightly. That's fine. I don't know is the correct answer for now. It's the same with this amalgam business. In a situation where the country could be destroyed, the Imperial Army didn't move at all. At Grandma's, what do you make of that? Nerva raised a small hand. Is it possible they didn't know an amalgam had appeared? No, because the one who provided the information was the Imperial Privy Council. What? That got a sound out of me. Not moving the Imperial Army, and instead bringing an extermination commission to the Color Union. That's tantamount to publicly declaring they lack the power to fight. However secret they keep the commission, showing weakness to an organization not belonging to any state. The Color Union is far too unnatural for a nation that cares about appearances. All the more so given how slim the odds are that the Color Union could destroy an amalgam alone. There's no telling how much damage a single ordinary member of a colonial amalgam would inflict. Which means it's reasonable to conclude that the Privy Council's reason for leaking the information to the Color Union lies somewhere other than extermination, unless they're simply an irredeemable pack of incompetents. What the Privy Council is thinking, I don't know. But there's no doubt they've been badly shaken by your destroying the amalgam. I want to determine their aim, and that's the mutual benefit. If you understand that much, we're done. Don't lose the thing and get yourself to zero quickly. If you stay here, all of it could come to nothing. As if the matter were settled, Grandma waved a hand, and we promptly took our leave of the tent. In the end, I couldn't thrust the badge back at her, and I shoved that dull gray metal reluctantly back into my pocket. Episode 48, Buying in Bulk. Stepping out of the Color Union's great tent, the stabbing sunlight dazzled me, and yet the stares from all around were so palpable it hurt, and I couldn't even bring myself to sigh. You've gone and become a hero, haven't you? The day the bards sing of it isn't far off, spare me. It doesn't suit me. Nadira, yawning, and Nerva, wearing her mask of no expression, were both treating it as entirely someone else's problem. And rumor apparently flies through the hinterring at the speed of sound. I couldn't so much as walk down a street without total strangers calling out to me. How did you kill it? Or I'm a fan now. Or rubberneckers who only shout Lord Hero. Those were the mild ones. A plump merchant came pitching precious metals and gemstones. A beastkin dogged my steps begging to be hired. And eventually people who looked like some sort of religious recruiters turned up. But amid all that, there was one moment I felt genuine danger. Lord Hero, buy me for the night. No, that is, we'd give you a discount. They were several women in provocative dress. One, a lively girl with dark skin and ash-colored hair cut straight, twined herself around my left arm, while from the other side a woman with long, pale violet hair pressed in to box me in. Both wore glittering accessories and trailed sweet perfume. It was obvious they'd come out of a brothel. Somewhere nearby I could even see a man weeping tears of blood. If I'd been alone, I might have gone along with the flow. But with 4 eyes fixed on my back like bared blades, all I could do was disentangle myself with a faint pang of regret. I'll decline. I have urgent business, leaving a dry laugh behind. I sprinted clear of the women winding around me. The disappointed awe did genuinely sting a little, but it could hardly be weighed against having my neck gouged out by a slab blade. And yet the words from the two who caught up were entirely without warmth. Mister, you're quite lewd, aren't you? Filthy. I shook them off, didn't I? And besides, I'm a man too. Nadira's golden eyes blazed out of a darkened face, and Nerva delivered a one-word blow of devastating power. At so splendid a combination, I thought I might vomit blood. That tears didn't come as a miracle. I'd appreciate some credit for shaking them off. Don't know. Stare. Nerva turned her face away primly, and Nadira kept watching me without a single blink. With my back to that bed of needles, I resolved to flee swiftly into the shop we'd come for. Ducking through the tent flap, the rubberneckers at least didn't follow, and I let out a breath of relief in the quiet space. And with Nadira's attention diverted by the arrayed weapons, I was finally released from the bed of nails. Shopkeeper, are you in? Yes, yes, oh, the customer from the other day? Was there something you needed? The one who came bounding from the back of the shop was the white Java sparrow, as ever a creature with far too many of life's mysteries crammed into one body. Human arm growing from plumage is bizarre on the level of an amalgam. But since Nerva and the others showed no surprise, this too is apparently ordinary for a beastkin. I want that sword you showed me before. The sword I showed you before. You mean that monstrosity? At my words, the sparrow's pink beak fell wide open in astonishment. From her tone, she still can't conceive of anyone using that thing as a weapon. But a super heavyweight greatsword, if it can actually be wielded, has power to match, and made of that thick a slab of metal, its durability is on another order. As conditions for a weapon Nadira can use, it fits perfectly. Please, understood. Realizing I was serious, the sparrow hurried into the back and promptly hauled the thing out, huffing and puffing. This is the one, yes? The instant the sparrow set the bundle on the desk, the tabletop groaned and warped at the gleam of that massive, weighty axe sword with its fan-flared tip. Nadira stood her tail up with an ooh, eyes shining, and even Nerva's eyes widened as she was drawn to it. This is a far more impressive sword than I imagined. Only a beastkin with real strength could handle it. I happened to be shown it and remembered, thought it might suit Nadi. A good call? She nodded. It had apparently passed Nerva's inspection. May I touch it? Eh? The hairless young lady is going to use it? Ignoring the perpetually astonished sparrow, Nadira stroked the vine pattern carved into the blade, gripped the hilt, and lifted the axe sword. When she gave it a light swing on the spot, wind whistled, and a great cloud of dust billowed up. The grip is good too. It's heavier than my old swords, but it looks very sturdy. I like it. After opening and closing her hand to test the feel, Nadira broke into a beaming smile. She looked for all the world like a child given a new toy, and my own cheeks softened naturally. Shopkeeper, 3 silver, was it? Yes. I handed the payment to the sparrow, who had frozen, blinking her round eyes, and left the shop with the two of them. But the moment we stepped outside, I caught an unpleasant phrase from somewhere. The hero came out of that shop. Surely not, I thought, and glanced back once we'd gone a little way. There, people who looked like colors were swarming the Java Sparrow's weapon tent, and from the sudden onset of peak business came a shrill trailing from one second-hand clothes shop to the next. Nadira went through garments. Not this, not that. Armor she'd apparently found to her liking at a single shop, and I'd thought the momentum would carry us through, but clothes wouldn't be settled at all. On top of that, the shops dealing in clothing are numerous, and price and quality run the full range. And since she kept bringing coordinated outfits to me, a man with no grasp whatsoever of fashion sense or taste, and asking my opinion, it was taking all the longer. It's hard to decide. I'd be glad if you could hurry, more or less. Yes. She seemed liable to forget, so I reminded her. We are being hunted by the Imperial Army, and we're shopping only because sending her about without clothes would be reckless. There's no margin to enjoy the shopping itself. But, though she answered, Nadira's eye kept wandering to new garments, and her deliberations only expanded. Women's dedication to dressing well is apparently unchanged, past and present. Left alone, Nadira looked likely to agonize forever, and Nerva, who ought to have been her break, was eyeing clothes suited to her own height. This won't do. At this rate, they'd take up residence in the clothing shop, so I mobilized my feeble fashion sense and joined the search. Something that would suit Nadira. What does suit even mean, though? I sighed while rummaging a shelf. I found myself half wishing they sold a women's military uniform. And because I was rooting blindly through shelves with no product organization, I duly ran into an accident. Hmm? I let go of the thing I'd pulled out by its bright color alone the moment I registered what it was. The sort of garment a secondhand shop has no business displaying where anyone can reach. Who sells this used? I sighed, shoving it back deep into the shelf, and in that exact instant, my eyes met Nerva's. Pervert. It was an accident. The killing intent didn't fade, so I grabbed a random item to change the subject. Unfolding a piece made of pleasant fabric, what appeared before me was a white skirt, just the thing I thought, and sought Nerva's judgment. Oh, how about this? Culottes, more functional than an ordinary skirt. The length seems a little short. I'd wanted her opinion on the color and look, but she'd apparently taken it as a question of function. At an answer so thoroughly Nerva, I laughed despite myself, and she glared at me half-lidded. What? No, sorry. What does culotte mean? It's a skirt that's divided like trousers on the inside. Apparently. Spoken to suddenly from behind, my shoulders jumped. Turning in a hurry, Nadira had at some point appeared, a black sleeveless top in one hand, head cocked. Ho ho, so Mr. is a skirt man. That's not it at all. I only thought it might suit you. A man standing frozen, holding a lady's skirt, must have looked deeply suspicious to any bystander. Feeling embarrassed, I blurted something offhand, and Nadira's ears twitched as she snatched the skirt out of my hand. Then I'll go try it on. Something had apparently struck a chord. Nadira dashed off to the back of the tent. Dumbfounded, all I could do was watch her go. Nadi looks happy. Does she? She looked no different from usual to me, but Nerva, who has known her far longer, shook her head. Since meeting Reiji, Nadi laughs a lot. Her words genuinely surprised me. Lux-a-lot felt far too removed from the girl called Nadira. Hasn't she always been like that? Before, the strong impression was that she was always vacant, as if looking somewhere far away. Apart from me, whom she was assigned to guard, she barely tried to engage with anyone at all. That's hard to picture. Nadira is unflappable, yes, but my strong impression is of someone who laughs readily at every little thing. And beyond that, angry enough to dismantle Zoran, in tears when I was wounded, her emotional range is quite pronounced. I'd assumed that was simply how she was. She changed after meeting you and Zoran. To me, the way she is now looks natural. Is that so? Not knowing the earlier Nadira, I have no basis to judge. But Nerva's warm gaze, like someone watching a younger sister, spoke eloquently enough, and I scratched my cheek. Well, good then. It's an embarrassing thing to say, but if the Karabitsu has become a place where Nadira can be herself, that's a fine thing. I've also, how is it? Cutting off whatever Nerva had begun to say, Nadira returned from the back of the tent. She wore a short, black-dyed leather sleeveless shirt in the same midriff-bearing style as before, with the red-veined metal breastplate she'd picked out at the armorer's over it. Below, over the white culottes, she'd wrapped a lamellar skirt at the waist, and on her feet were leather demi-boots. Mister? I'd been staring at how greatly the impression had changed and snapped to when Nadira leaned in for a verdict. Ah, yeah, it suits you. Saying exactly what I thought, she smiled, satisfied. It's still an outfit that leaves a good deal of leg, arm, and midriff bare, but for Nadira, who wants freedom of movement, this is surely normal. Or perhaps simply her taste. Then I'll take this. Finally decided. Then let's buy it, As I moved to take out the leather pouch of silver, a dark navy cloth on a shelf caught my eye. Unfolding it, it was apparently a poncho of the sort that covers the whole body. Angular spiral patterns ran a little below the shoulders, and near the hem 2 copper-colored lines ran horizontally. The construction wasn't bad either, and when I turned to Nerva for her opinion, she swiftly looked away. I'm fine. I mean, this one is enough. Even as she said it, her green eyes kept flicking back, so she was interested, and for all her enough, her poncho was plainly worn, with fraying and holes standing out here and there. If you're attached to it, that's one thing, but from the look of it, it's due for replacement. Here, try it on, and if you insist. After a moment's hesitation, Nerva honestly put it on. The navy set off her gold gauze hair well, and the thicker fabric had body to it, making her look more put together. Is it? Nerva turned a small circle on the spot and asked for a verdict, reserved. It suits you. Much better than the old one. Her pale face reddened in an instant. For some reason that reaction was funny. And riding the moment a little, I looked around and picked up a dark brown cap within reach, short billed with a large puffed crown, the sort they call a casquette. This isn't bad either. When I set it lightly on Nerva, who was still holding her red face, she flustered for a while, then lifted the short brim and peeked out from under it with small eyes. Ooh, that's cute. Is it? Being praised even by Nadira apparently did it. Nerva gripped the hem of her poncho, steam all but rising from her head. The shop saleswoman, who had apparently been watching from a distance, timed her approach. Will you be taking everything? Yes. The moment she knew we weren't browsing, the clerk beamed and named a figure without even counting. That'll be 20 silver. At this even Nadira's fur bristled and Nerva's shoulders shook. Considering that axe sword was 3 silver, it's abundantly clear how expensive clothing is. Undergarments and sleepwear included. This is too much. Restraining the two of them with one hand, I handed over the silver and walked out without allowing any argument. Realizing there was no going back, the two seemed to shrink dramatically compared to their earlier excitement. I'll work hard and pay it back. I don't know how many years it'll take, but Reiji, I want work. Anything. I'll do anything. This is a necessary expense. Just take care of what you've bought and that's enough. We've used too much time. Let's press on. However much I told them not to worry, they made no attempt to hide how pale the sum had made them. But there was no time for debate. So I pushed the two of them along by the back and hurried down the main street toward the Color Union to return Nadira's old equipment. Episode 49, The Warrior and the Soldier. The procedures for Nadira's debt and the return of her equipment finished in a heartbeat. Grandma had surely streamlined them behind the scenes. Nadira was released from the shackle called Breaker so anticlimactically that it didn't seem to sink in. But we had no leisure to steep in sentiment, and as I hurried Nadira toward the exit of the Color Union's great tent, familiar flaxen hair brought my feet to a stop. Mary? Dressed as usual like a clerk, she stood at the tent entrance holding some large bag. Her face, though, was faintly pale. Mr. Soma, when did you get back? Mary said it and took a step back. It was the reaction of someone seeing a ghost, as if a person who shouldn't be there stood before her. This morning, but is something the matter? It's terrible. Mr. Soma, please leave here at once. She suddenly seized my shoulder and cried out. I'd intended to leave without being told, but her panic was so extraordinary that I cocked my head, puzzled. Please calm down. Did something happen? No. It's about to happen. There was a clank of metal. Its source blocked the sunlight pouring in from the tent entrance and appeared behind Mary. At the sight, I understood the reason for her panic. Did you just say Soma? Officer? From a shell-shaped helm, the giant glared at me. Plate armor, a gladius at his hip, unmistakable. I was forced to understand that Grandma's prediction had gone badly wrong. Mary, called Officer, turned to face the giant as if to hide me behind her, and raised her voice, brows drawn up. Legion Commander. This is still a problem. Entry of a national army into Color Union grounds is, per regulation, in an emergency that cannot be helped. He is, after all, a priority target. A high male voice cut across her words. From the side, a small man in contrast to the giant came trotting forward. He too wore the same armor, so he was apparently the adjutant. That the priority target was me was beyond doubt, and the name Vorgan rang a bell. For a Legion Commander Vorgan to come out in person, I've become important. Ho! I'd heard you lost your memory, yet you know my name. Then you understand my purpose. The giant corners of his mouth turned astonishingly far down, looked down at me with a hand on his large gladius. His imposing bulk had an air that could blow away the likes of Corvino, whom I'd faced before, with a snort. But retreating here was no option for me either. I do, but unfortunately I'm in a hurry. I'd ask you to make it another time if you would. When I let my shoulders drop with a sigh, Vorgan's brow twitched and his gaze sharpened. The small man beside him kept his smile and cut in between us. Now, though there wasn't a trace of any intent to accept my request in his words. My apologies. Good sir, given the troublesome matter we bear, I can't very well let you off with a very well. Mr. Soma? I gently pushed Mary aside and flicked off the automatic rifle's safety. Watching, Nadira set a hand on the hilt of her newly acquired axe sword. Seeing it, Vorgan let a faint smile touch his mouth for the first time. You'll resist. You've backbone, it seems. Prepare your... Hold it, Vorgan boy. But the instant weapons were drawn, a voice ringing through the great tent forced the giant to click his tongue. Grandma appeared from the back, trailing many breakers, Enzo among them. You've done something awfully hasty. My reputation for saying you're no fool is in tatters. Manager Leroyston, this man is under suspicion of treason against the state. If you threaten us, we shall regard it as clear hostile action against the Empire. Facing her, Vorgan didn't yield a step, and when Corbin clapped his hands beside him, a band of Imperial soldiers poured into the great tent from behind and set their blades, by numbers, this being the Hinterring, their home base. The color union was overwhelmingly superior. But the trained soldiers were high in morale, brimming with fierce fighting spirit as they glared at the band of beastkin, even that the crone laughed off, breaking the Hinterring's laws and then talking big, the gall of a thief. And do you even know that man? The hero who slew the amalgam. What did you say? Vorgan, dignified until now, showed his first great shift of expression at the word amalgam slayer, and at once he made a bitter face as if he'd bitten something sour and turned his eyes to his subordinates behind him. A commander's agitation spreads to the soldiers in a heartbeat. The unit's morale visibly dropped. Seizing the opening, I fell back slightly and leveled my rifle at them. In step, Nadira let out a threatening hiss and swung her huge axe sword, and the front-rank soldiers edged backward. At that, Grandma let out a creepy laugh. He. He came back here having killed a colonial amalgam with 3 or so people. If you think it a lie, go around the back. The proof's lying there. Corbin. True to his looks, he was apparently very poor at a war of words. Realizing the situation had worsened, Vorgan murmured his adjutant's name. The small man, unflinching, turned his previously friendly smile into a ferocious one and with a booming laugh blew away the unfavorable mood. Ha ha ha! Then let the man prove it himself. If he can even kill an amalgam, a small unit like ours he'd surely have no trouble handling. A formation that splendidly covers each other's weaknesses. The soldiers, morale restored by the small man's laughter, raised a shout and stepped forward. Of course, Grandma wasn't outdone. Without a shred of hesitation, the crone flung up a hand and roared at her breakers. Make a bloody spectacle of these shameless dogs. Here we go, you lot. At Enzo's command, the breakers drew their assorted weapons and charged with a war cry. All units, attack! We'll make them regret defying the Empire. The Imperial Army, in turn, shouted in unison at Vorgan's voice, and the soldiers stood against them in coordination. The clash of 2 small forces became a tangled melee. Nerva, keep your head down. Dodging the first strike, I swung the automatic rifle, cut open one man's throat, swept another's legs out and dropped him, and knocked a third out with a rifle butt to the jaw. At the violent motion, stabbing pain ran through my leg muscles. My body still creaked, and I resented not being able to move at full strength. Thinking it, I parried the sword of another soldier, who lunged and shoved him back with a front kick. Shah! As if to finish him, Nadira drove her axe sword into the soldier, and the heavyweight blow crushed him, armor and helm and all. Further, letting out a war cry, she swept the iron mass of a weapon horizontally, and a soldier trying to close bent double and slammed into the reception counter. Facing that raging brute force, the Imperial soldiers gradually grew hesitant to approach. At first they'd shown the wits to exploit the openings in her wide swings. But since I covered that weakness, you could say they'd lost their means of attack. Amid it, a sudden turn of events flipped the situation. It's coming down. Everyone there looked up in unison. In the melee, the pillar supporting the center of the great tent had apparently taken a shock. The enormous cloth, tilting far over, gathered momentum and bore down from above to crush everyone. As everyone fled in a panic, I saw this chaos as an opportunity. Naughty, we're pulling out! Nerva, brace your core! Yes, Ugh. Scooping up the prone Nerva, I ran opposite the direction of the falling tent and sliding through a gap that had lifted slightly. Nadira followed. Tumbling after, the collapse of the great tent threw up a great cloud of sand against the dry earth. If we're running, it's now or never. Can you run? Probably. But my eyes sting. Good, let's go. Covering my eyes, I took Nerva's hand and began to run. If we got far away before the sand screen settled, even the Imperial Army couldn't easily catch up. And if we just reached the Karabitsu, our victory would be beyond question, better than reckless close combat with a creaking body. I'd judged. Far safer. Legion Commander? Over there. So you read us. The one who shouted was that small man, less keen instinct than a difference in experience. While the breakers still fought the soldiers, Vorgan, hearing that voice, bore down on us with a few men in tow. Several beastkin stood in his way to stop him, but the giant's charge had the force of a dump truck, and Kara and Mao, supposedly superior in physique, were blown away together. At that inhuman strength, my face twitched. That's a monster. Ragey, your life matters more. Nerva turned a reproachful gaze on me. Since fleeing was out of reach, her eyes said strongly, choose the last resort. It's a hand I truly didn't want to use, so with a bitter feeling I nodded reluctantly to Nerva. Understood, do it. The moment she heard my reply, she drew a snub-nosed pistol from inside her poncho and pulled the trigger toward the sky. A signal flare, glowing red with a flame color reaction, shot up. Many must have seen it trailing its tail high overhead. And it should have been clearly visible even to our home, waiting too far off for the radio to reach. It's pretty naughty. Don't get lost admiring it. We hold out until the Karabitsu arrives. Of course. Guarding Nerva behind us, Nadira and I stood in the way of Vorgan and the rest, 2 against 5, and Vorgan had apparently set his aim on me alone, which left Nadira to take on 4 soldiers. So-called amalgam slayer. I'll have that head. I leapt aside to dodge a swing of the gladius. There's no way a wounded me could withstand the attack of an inhuman creature who blows away even beastkin. From their Vorgan swung the gladius fiercely. Everyone had the one-strike kill power that befits a warlord. Ha 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 ha. Laughing while he does it, he's a monster. I dodged and dodged and dodged, searching for an opening, and when I caught a blow I couldn't fully evade on the bayonet, the shock swam my vision and my body creaked. What's wrong? Is that all? Running won't let you beat me. This bastard! Even as he said it, the giant didn't stop his flurry. And into the flurry he occasionally wove a blow of tremendous force, throwing my responses into confusion. About to take another hit, I hurriedly forward rolled left to take distance. Or I'd meant to. Got you. He'd read how I'd dodge. A gladius came down with the full force of both arms, and forcing it onto my handguard, the automatic rifle was knocked from my hands. My brain shaken by the sheer power, my field of view narrowed and numbness ran through my arms. Cursing what monstrous strength died in my throat the moment I saw the giant casting a shadow over me. Feeble, this hero, lose your head. As if mocking me sitting on my backside, the sword came down again. Whichever way I turned, it would cleave me from the shoulder, but my body reacted on reflex and crossed both arms in front of my head to block. Human flesh and bone are no match for a forged, hammered steel blade. My head knew it, but the reflex couldn't be stopped. Is this death? But what sprayed before my eyes was not blood. It was the sparks of metal meeting metal. Ha! Ha! I won't let you have Mr. A slender back and a long tail swayed before me, those slim arms holding the gladius back with that axe sword. The extraordinary strength peculiar to a beastkin maw, but the giant snorted lightly and put more force into his blade. Ah, guh! What's the matter, girl? Is that all? Surely not, I stared. With a grinding of metal, Nadira's body was sinking. How is a human supposed to overpower her? Declaring him a beastkin commune here, no one would doubt it. But into the great opening Nadira had made, I drew the pistol from my holster. Nope, you lose. 2 dry reports rang out. At once Vorgan dropped the gladius and, taking the shock, toppled over backward. Gua? What did you? Because my hands shook, I'd missed his center of mass. But the bullets had punched through his collarbone and thigh. At that, even Vorgan found it hard to hold a sword, let alone stand. Brushing the sand off my backside with a good grief, I stood, leveled the pistol at the giant again, and swept my gaze around. The soldiers Nadira had been facing had at some point crossed blades with Enzo. That's how she'd been able to rush to my aid. And with Vorgan knocked onto his backside, the enemy had fallen into chaos and the fight was becoming one-sided. But the shock of stopping the full-force blow Vorgan had loosed was heavy for Nadira too, and she folded to her knees, breathing hard through pained shoulders. The moment I saw her, fierce anger welled up in me. Sorcery? I've never even heard of such a weapon, Ga? Silence, perhaps that's why. I slammed the pistol's slide hard against Vorgan's jaw. However monstrous the giant, since his body structure is human, a shaken brain drops him into unconsciousness all the same. Confirming Vorgan didn't so much as twitch, I could finally speak to Nadira. Thank you, you saved me. But something that reckless... I'm your breaker, mister. I decided I'd protect you no matter what. Apparently still unable even to stand, Nadira said it with only a weak smile. Vorgan's blow had been that heavy, that strong. Naughty. At some point, Nerva had crouched beside Nadira. Her voice was gentler than ever. Leaning her shoulder against her, she gently stroked the orange hair and murmured softly. You did well. It was like some kind of incantation, and the strength went out of Nadira's body with a whoosh. The girl who'd been on her knees plopped down where she sat and let out a great pwaw of breath. At the sight, my chest grew warm and my cheeks softened, but that peaceful moment was shattered in an instant by the clash of metal echoing from afar. Episode 50, The Gashadakuro's Laughter Echoes. At the steel monster forcing its way down the Hinterring streets, people fled in terror and confusion, its long muzzle pointed forward, the shrill note of its ether engine ringing out. It closed rapidly on the Color Union branch where the melee still raged. From its top hatch, a small dog girl leaned half out, submachine gun in one hand, raising a delighted voice. "Master, I've come to back you up, sir." To Nerva and me, there was no more dependable sight. To the breakers and Imperial soldiers who'd been fighting, conversely, the sudden appearance of an armed festival float threw them into chaos. And on top of that, Zoran apparently seized the moment to get carried away, his gravelly voice booming through a loudspeaker. "Ka-ka-ka-ka. Out of the way. Cavemen. Unless you want to get run over. My partner has a foul mouth. That's Zoran for you." Nadir and I exchanged wry looks, and Nerva pressed her forehead with an exasperated face. The Imperial army, though, couldn't shrug it off so lightly. The small man Corbin, who'd somehow become supreme commander, hurriedly gathered the men at the edge of the fighting and threw together a makeshift defensive formation with javelins. If only for show, impressive, really low morale, but a well-drilled bunch. But their opponent was simply bad luck. "What's a phalanx worth, sir? We've got ranged weapons." "Do it, pup!" Buoyed by Zoran's momentum, perhaps, Aurelia pulled the trigger mercilessly on the close formation that had once been friendly. Bullets whipped the ground. Several men in the firing line went down together, and terrified of the sudden mysterious attack, the formation collapsed in a heartbeat. At the sight, even Grandma, who'd been standing dumbstruck with the breakers, widened her eyes and then let out a great laugh. "Fwahahaha, so this is a steel battle, Wayne. Hearing of it and seeing it are worlds apart, eh? Dogs of the Empire, surrender and I won't treat you too badly. Or will you fight that monster without Vorgan? Don't panic! It's just one battle, Wayne." At Grandma's utterly one-sided call to surrender, Corbin raised his voice. They couldn't retreat. Calm until now, the small man had at the very last made a great mistake, and as bad luck would have it, the word restraint did not exist in the current Karabitsu. A little something to kick things off. "Take this too." Mid-street, the Karabitsu suddenly stopped and abruptly began rotating its main gun. From that motion, there was only one thing that could come next. "That idiot skeleton. Both of you, get down." I hurriedly threw myself over Nerva and Nadira, gathering both their heads in my arms. The instant they clung to me in response, a heat wave and shock surged from behind. It was only a few shots, but precise, electronically controlled fire from a stationary position pulverized the armored soldiers without missing once, and the bursting of the shells caught up those nearby. At the excessive chaos, the surviving soldiers slumped where they stood, and even the small man lost his legs and dropped onto his backside. And following it, ringing across the hellscape of the ruined tent, came that terrible voice. "How's it feel to be showered in fireballs? Get a good look at the ones in front of you. Making enemies of us means ending up like this. Ka, 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 ka." His splendid cackle was pure villainy. Aurelia was laughing atop the hull, too, and I sincerely wished she wouldn't grow accustomed to this sort of atmosphere. That said, the theatrics that were merely ridiculous to me apparently sounded different to present-day people. Against the Imperial soldiers cowering and throwing down their weapons, the people of the Hinterring, set against the Empire this time, raised cheers and welcomed the Karabitsu. Since I was the one who'd called for help, I knew complaining to Zoran was misplaced. Even so, I couldn't help thinking it. Who told him to go this far? While the post-battle cleanup went on, I stood before Grandma and Mary. With the collapsed great tent at her back, the crone drew on her long pipe and grumbled that it was all too much. This country girl's early return, and your terrible timing, which should I blame? For my part, I'd like the blame to include Grandma herself, for missing the prediction. Striking where it hurts, aren't you? Then I can't hold you responsible either. We'll let Corbin wear all of it. Apparently uninterested in whose fault it was to begin with, the crone withdrew easily. If anything, the Karabitsu parked behind me seemed to interest her more. Manager or not, it's a curiosity befitting a color, I thought. This thing runs without borrowing a beast's strength? Yes, it's what you'd call lost technology. So arrows and spears won't pierce it, and it comes fitted with a ranged weapon that turns humans to mincemeat. Few could beat it fighting head-on. Narrowing her eyes up at the Chingun's barrel, Grandma turned on her heel and laughed over her shoulder. "I meant to add a man who can beat a Kamoon bare-handed to my pieces. Never dreamed he'd be a monster like this. There's no collar left that fits? A collar, you say? Just so. One was to make this girl a hostage, I thought. The one whose backside she slapped as she said it was Mary." A fine crack rang out and she sprang a step forward. "P! Grandma!" Rubbing her shapely rear, Mary glared at Grandma with teary eyes, but a wrinkled yokai wasn't going to waver at that. Unable to understand at all why Mary would be a hostage, I, and Mary herself, unable to follow the situation, both blinked blankly. Seeing it, Grandma laughed low in her throat. Sharp-witted and yet slow on the uptake, you are. I only meant to marry this country girl to you. She's a bit clumsy and her rear's on the large side, but she's got the looks. Silence fell. Was this crone perhaps senile? It was a remark that forced the thought. I'd never imagined a matchmaker of such poor quality existed, and I sighed hugely. Mary, meanwhile, fell into utter chaos. Whoa, 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 wait, Grandma! What are you suddenly saying? And my rear is not that large. Oh? I'd thought you were somewhat inclined, but not so. Mary Thorne? That's not the issue. At Mary shouting that love ought to be free, Grandma sneered that her thinking was far too naive. Watching only this, it could almost pass for a noble family's domestic squabble. Thinking I was being dragged into it made my head ache. Ah, so you meant to force a family on me and take it hostage? A simple but effective move, no? You seem not to have settled down despite your age. Leave me be. By the marriageable age of 800 years ago, it wouldn't be strange to still be single. Being called a man who'd failed to land a wife stings a little. Until now, she'd been an untrustworthy power broker who merely schemed in the shadows, but now she just seemed a tiresome old woman, which was depressing. And lately, whenever talk turns this way, an inexplicable killing intent comes at me from behind, and my stomach hurts. Nerva was her usual self, so I'd resigned myself. But golden eyes came at me, even from Nadira, who ought to be worn out from combat, and I found myself in need of emotional damage control. Of course, there was no way Grandma would mind such things. Turned down, were you, Mary Thorne? Don't give me a broken heart on your own authority. Miss Roos, Breaker Nadira, it isn't as though I looked at Mr. Soma that way. I was made to realize in that moment what a greedy creature a man is. It wasn't that I'd had any such feeling, but merely being told by a beauty like Mary that she had no interest felt like a pincer attack from another direction. That said, Mary for her part could only manage a strained smile and plead her innocence, sweating cold at the pressure blanketing the whole area. Mixing public and private, not a moment's guard to let down. Even at that smile, the two turned frozen feeling on her. The cause was Grandma, yet the hostility pointed entirely at Mary, and she edged backward. And what shattered that atmosphere was the great laugh of the crone who'd caused it, which made it all the worse. Ha 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 ha, what's this, you're well-loved, Soma? I could only return the deepest bewilderment. At the least, I have no romantic relationship with these two, and having such things publicly declared could well cause them trouble down the line. And I have almost no defensive measures against this sort of topic. From so utterly fragile a combat doctrine, only one strategy could be derived. I'll be departing now. Thank you for everything, Mary. Take care of yourself, the so-called bolt. Doing a crisp about face, I took the somewhat unsteady Nadira by the hand, hurried into the Karabitsu, rolled her onto the bunk, and slammed the hatch with all my might. He fled. Mr. Soma is quick to decide, isn't he? The line picked up by the external mic stung. I'd surely never deal with Grandma again. And meeting Mary would become difficult too. A brief acquaintance though it was, it's rare to make so poor a showing at parting from people I knew. Ha, Zoran, get us moving. I gave the departure order with a sigh, but for some reason the hull wouldn't move, and wondering if there was a problem, I peered to the front, and there was Zoran, forehead against the wheel, covering his mouth, body shaking with kick, in short, holding back laughter. This skeleton, having delivered so embarrassing a speech and scattered gunsmoke over the whole area, still wasn't satisfied and could rub my nerves raw further. By now you could call it a kind of talent. I can count on one hand the times in my life I've been angry enough to have a vein stand out. But for this one moment, I quietly leveled the slung automatic rifle at his skull. Get us moving before I count to 3, or I'll add a little more lightning to that light skull. Now, calm down, Parton, ka-ka! At Zoran covering his mouth and yet bursting out the moment he saw my face, my finger crept to the trigger. Weatherbones die from having their skulls shattered aside. Unlike being dismantled, the odds of not being able to regenerate are high. You could call this the experiment for that. I switched fire mode to 3-round burst. At 0 range, there's no doubt all 3 would pulverize bone, and finally noticing I was serious, Zoran dropped his lower jaw agape. Fine, I get it. Departing right now, yes. My trigger is light, never ever forget it. Yes, sir. Whether that was the usual clatter of bones or bones rattling in fear, I couldn't tell. Even so, the Karabitsu turned on the spot with a neutral steer pivot and set course for the Hinterring's main street. When Nerva and I leaned out, wedged into the cramped turret hatch, I could see Mary waving behind us. The drive noise of the tracks drowned out her words of farewell, but Nerva waved broadly in answer, and I gave out of habit a salute, elbow out, fingers together against my brow. I held it until we rounded the corner, and Mary was out of sight. But once we came out onto the main street lined with stalls, there was no longer any lingering attachment to this place. Amid voices calling out Lord Hero from around us, I went back inside without minding them. Zoran, course east. Our goal from here is resupplying with ancient materiel. We can finally say goodbye to this dreary empire. Scattering the crowd with a bursting horn, the Karabitsu advanced up the cleared path. Throwing up dust through the cameras, many eyes were fixed on the armor, driving home afresh that the existence of the armored Machina support vehicle, Reims class, was now known to the public. I feel some regret, greater or lesser, that the Karabitsu's existence has become known. But what's done is done. There's nothing to do but swallow the sour and the sweet and press on, I told myself. First, we head beyond the border for the Zera Kingdom. Episode 51, Wishing for the Peace of a Small Community. Once clear of the Hinterring, the Karabitsu picked up speed and pressed east along a deserted stretch beside the highway. Inside, I was standing by the driver's seat talking with Zoran, inspecting the automatic rifle that had caught Vorgan's blow when it happened. Master? Do you have a moment, sir? Turning at the voice behind me, Aurelia was giving me a somehow discontented look. I could see my own face reflected in those big round eyes. The cat who used to be a breaker, fine. But why has Nerva's outfit changed too? Sir? Ah, her cloak was falling apart. We'd never had the money to spare before, so we couldn't do anything about it. Her cheeks puffed out. Once clothes came up, there was only one possible reason, and even I, self-aware about my own obtuseness, could grasp it. Of course, Ari wants something too. No, it isn't that I was playing favorites. Naturally, I'd meant to buy her something as well. But clothing is hard to give as a present unless you match size and taste. And in an age where everything is one size fits all, there was no chance I possessed the ability to choose. So I'd been forced to put it off. But Aurelia wasn't about to accept so tacked-on an excuse, and Nadira, lying on the bunk, laughed with an air of leisurely superiority, which rubbed Aurelia entirely the wrong way and made it unmanageable. Dogs are so shameless. If you want something, shouldn't you beg for it properly? What was that? The cat who was nearly left to go about stark naked, saved by him, and I'm the shameless one, sir? I'm Mister's breaker, after all. An arm against a curtain, wind through a willow. Nadira serenely wielded the strength of the haves, and the have-not Aurelia bared her fangs with a growl. He promised to treasure me? Gua? Nerva, who had apparently come down from the turret at some point, held the newly bought casquette to her chest and let her cheeks soften slightly. That she seemed pleased was all to the good for me. But the blow to Aurelia was considerable, and she whined and dashed off to Zoran. The only one who understands my feelings now is Zoran. Zoran? Yo, Nerva gave me this, you know. What turned around was not a skull, but a sturdy full-face helm with no moving parts whatsoever. Paired with a military work uniform, it was bizarre in the extreme, but compared to his old gunny sack look, it was an enormous improvement. If he covered his whole body in armor, we might yet be able to let Zoran move about among people. Well now, call it a gift from a member of the opposite sex, and a fella can't feel bad about anything. My goal from here is to customize this properly and make it a one-of-a-kind piece. It's not a gift, it's necessary equipment. Details, details. The skeleton delivered the finishing blow to an Aurelia frozen down to the tip of her tail. Nerva did offer a mild objection, but there was no chance Zoran would listen. Overkilled by his gleeful boasting, Aurelia collapsed as if her knees had given out and slumped into the auxiliary seat beside the driver. Justified though my reasons were, I honestly began to feel awful. I doubted anything I said now would carry weight, but I couldn't be cold-blooded enough to leave her be, and when I stepped over, I heard a stream of curses. Losing to Zoran, of all people. Losing to Zoran. What contest is this exactly? When I pointed out that the thing bothering her was strange, she turned a hollowed-out face to me and rasped. My standing, sir. Losing to a pile of bones who gets dismantled on a regular basis, sir? Hey, what's that supposed to mean? The bones lodged a complaint at words that came through clearly, but since there was no room to engage, I ignored him and thought for a moment. Making distinctions among the comrades I can trust in this era really is bad for the trust we'll need to keep building. Partly out of sympathy for the dog girl soaking the cabin with waterfall tears, I decided to float an idea to Zoran. How about we put her in one of our spare uniforms? And why go to the trouble? We're entering the kingdom. Walking around in Imperial Army kit would be bad. Call it a countermeasure. Ah, fair enough. Our get-ups are questionable too. but it beats wearing an enemy soldier's signboard. Sure, why not? If she tried to enter a town to buy clothes as she was, she'd be arrested in a heartbeat. Framed that way, Zoran accepted it easily, permission granted. I hauled a vinyl-wrapped set of old Corporate Federation fatigues out of the storage. The size wouldn't fit at all, but better than nothing, and I handed it to Aurelia. Until we can buy you new clothes, I'd be glad if you'd make do with this. Isn't this your uniform, sir? Her crying stopped dead, and she looked down at the uniform in her hands with a slightly apologetic expression. If anything, I'm the one who should apologize. A man's uniform is all I can offer. No, it was strictly a spare, so don't hold back. Well, the real question is whether it'll even fit. I'll go try it on, sir. Cutting me off, Aurelia went tumbling toward the rear of the hull. At the sight, Zoran laughed his ka-ka-ka again. Kind of you, partner. Got a thing for a girl in a man's shirt, is that it? Quiet. Eyes forward, drive. I shook my head hard to head off wherever that thought was going. Noisy voices rose from the rear. The content was lost under the roaring ether engine, but she seemed to have cheered up, and I felt relieved. I wiped the tear-damp auxiliary seat with my sleeve and sat down, and then I noticed something hard in my chest pocket, and remembered I'd never returned that badge after all. Ah, damn. Well, at this point, it's fine, huh? What? You couldn't shove it back at the old hag after all? Pathetic, Zoran laughed. Gazing at that small piece of metal, I found myself thinking about the effects this affair would have. Bit late to say it, but I stuck my neck into something I shouldn't have, didn't I? What, either a war-mad country falls, or a wandering people goes missing, or both? We did what we came to do. It's not our business anymore. At my partner's dry logic, I tucked the badge back into my pocket and let out a small breath. I suppose so. Just as my thoughts were being dragged somewhere dark, someone poked my shoulder from behind. Master, it fits, sir. Turning, Aurelia was bouncing on the spot in delight, swimming in the oversized uniform. The cuffs and hems were folded over and over to fit her small frame, and the thin limbs poking from the broad sleeves were unbalanced in the extreme. For all the world like a child forced into an adult's clothes. It's quite comfortable, sir. Does it suit me, sir? The cosplay effect was hard to describe, but it was surely far better than Imperial Army kit, and before I could give my verdict, Zoran laughed inside his helm. Caca, she looks like a scarecrow. My hand slipped, sir. How exactly it slipped, I don't know, but a sound like a metal bowl dropped on the floor rang out, and the skeleton's head wobbled. So, master's verdict, sir? Good. It fits was presumably the wrong answer here. Swallowing the honest reply that nearly escaped, I forced a smile. I think it suits you. Then I'll borrow it a while, sir. Covering her mouth with both sleeves, Aurelia went trotting happily back toward the rear. Trading places with her, Nerva came over and immediately lobbed a bomb. I think she should consider her age. A tightening in my stomach, my mouth went slightly sour. Even the bones, usually so ready with a quip, lost all sound at a remark packed with several hundred tons of explosive. That's a bit harsh. Nerva, stop. People have individuality. It's true Aurelia's manner, appearance included, is often childish. Enough that if you told me the calm, learned Nerva were the elder, I'd find it easier to believe. But there's no need to say it out loud, and just as I moved to caution her, Nerva shook her head vigorously. That was Nadi's opinion. That girl is really something. So Nadira had assessed Aurelia as loud, childish, and cringeworthy. I was relieved that Nerva wasn't a girl who spat merciless poison, but Nadira, who says exactly what she thinks, was never going to wrap her words in silk, and immediately after, Aurelia's roar drowned out even the drone of the ether engine. You wicked hellcat, I won't forgive you this time, sir. Too late. When I peeked toward the rear, Aurelia had Nadira cornered on the bunk and was swinging a pillow she'd grabbed. Save the roughhousing for later. I'm tired. And yet you're dodging perfectly well. Very well, force it is, sir. What had caused it is easy enough to guess. Deciding I'd have to step in before it became a real brawl, I walked over, and round two had already begun. Nya-ha-ha-ha! Wait. Tickling is against the ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Aurelia had flung the pillow aside at some point and gone for Nadira's sides. Nadira, caught badly positioned, was at an overwhelming disadvantage, and it turned out, extremely weak to being tickled. Aurelia had found the weak point and was exploiting it splendidly. Oh ho, your sides are weak, sir. Surrender while you can, sir. Ah-ha-ha, I surrender, Mr. Help! Unable to withstand any of it, Nadira thrashed like a fish freshly landed on a deck, until, exhausted from laughing, she went limp and stopped moving entirely. Mister, this dog is a menace. I have no interest in that sort of thing. Shall I go again, sir? At Aurelia's fingers wriggling wickedly. Nadira, who had been lying there defeated a moment before, went pale, and retreated to the corner of the bunk with the speed of a startled crayfish. It's good that you get along, but don't thrash about so much. In what way, sir? In what way? At my remark, I'd thought it an endearing scene. Objections came flying from both of them in unison, thanks to which I could laugh as I stepped in to mediate. Yes, yes, wrap it up. Or do you intend to break the bunk? Fine, sir. And it was such a good chance to settle who's on top, too. Dogs are such a nuisance, always needing to decide who's above and below. No, I didn't say anything. At Aurelia growling and glaring, Nadira promptly looked away and whistled. By any reckoning, she was the original cause, but my conflict-averse brain was desperately spinning for a way to settle it as both parties at fault. That's enough roughhousing. Naughty, no more provoking. Listen to me, master. She said I'm playing the innocent kitten at my age, sir. Was I right? Nadira, who had been writhing in tickle hell moments ago, had recovered her composure and cocked her head with a straight face. Aurelia, veins standing out on her forehead, muttered, "This damn cat." I let out a small sigh, settling this as both at fault was apparently going to require some enforcement. And in that case, the ringleader goes first. Naughty, lie face down for a moment. Yes? Blinking, she nevertheless lay down as instructed. Now then, how long since I last drew this heirloom blade? 800 minus however many years is beyond me, but I remember clearly that I was good at it. Kneeling beside her, I set my thumbs at the base of her shoulders, and Nadira began to flail in confusion, unable to grasp the situation. Mister, not you two with the tick, yeah? It isn't that. As I spoke, I pressed down with both thumbs. You're quite stiff. However flexible you are, swinging a sword that heavy will do it. Why, Kia! Nadira's shriek echoed grandly. Nirva, apparently judging it a cruel act, swiftly averted her eyes and shut them. But this is something I used to do for friendly troops after long stretches of fighting. On the front line, bathing is difficult and recovery from fatigue slows. When I raised with an army surgeon that the resulting drop in a unit's mobility and morale was doing harm, he taught me fatigue recovery by massage. At first my subordinates wept from the pain, but before long it became popular. Other platoon leaders took to calling me the acupressure captain, and I worked on plenty of men from other units too. Glad it works on beastkin as well. Against my laughter, Nadira went on producing wordless screams for some time. By the time I'd finished her shoulders and legs, they had faded entirely, and she lay sprawled on the bunk, the strength gone even from her tail. Ooh-wah! Master, that's brutal, sir. Is the cat alive, sir? Aurelia, who at first hadn't a shred of sympathy for the suffering, was peering worriedly at Nadira by the time the massage ended. Being worried about is, of course, rather rude to me. How impolite. Massage like this promotes circulation and lightens the body. Toward the end, it felt very, very good. Is that so, sir? As Nadira, wearing a melted expression, purred like rolling thunder in her throat, Aurelia recoiled in total disbelief. Have you reflected on it? Yes, I have, so may I sleep like this? Go back to your own bed and sleep. Told as much, Nadira climbed unsteadily up to the top bunk, and, committed to the principle of both parties at fault, I turned to Aurelia with a smile. Why are you coming this way, master? You see, I've always felt it's difficult for a quarrel to be only one side's fault. The blood drained slowly from the dog girl's face. In the cramped cabin there was nowhere to flee, and behind her was only the Machina infantry seat. I've reflected quite sufficiently, sir, so if you could possibly. Everything is experience, Ori. The pain only lasts a moment. Wait, master, I'm fine. Eek? Nerva fled toward the driver's seat, unable to watch, and Zoran pressed his palms together in his heart at the screams from behind. And a single tear ran from his dark eye socket as he gave thanks, from the bottom of his heart, that he was made of bone. And so, on a road that will surely continue, yet the peace of the small community, called the Karabitsu, was preserved.